In the Mediterranean region south of the Atlas Mountains, amidst the vast desolation of the Sahara Desert, a shadow traverses the merciless sands, each step taken with utmost caution, as if treading upon thin ice, the murderous intent glimmering coldly in its eyes beneath the sweltering heat. To have pursued me all the way from Melbourne, you wolves of the Black Prison truly are relentless. The shadow paused, panting briefly, clutching its shoulder while sneering. White Wuchang, Black Wuchang has already been vanquished by us in Melbourne. You alone cannot contend with our formidable Black Prison. As your Chinese saying goes, those who know how to adapt are the true wise. Surrender the S-class items of the Man-Roland family from the EU. From beneath the sands emerged 9 figures, 9 imposing black men clad in black jackets and dark sunglasses, each towering at nearly 2 meters, equipped with advanced AS-4 imported firearms. The leader stepped forward, displaying a gleaming smile that revealed his white teeth, his eyes occasionally flashing with cunning. Black Bear, it seems the Black Prison has resorted to sending you for an ambush. You must be nearing your limits. If you desire S-class items, why not ask if my fists are willing to comply? Suddenly, the man exerted force, his feet sinking into the sand as he kicked up a spray of grains, his figure slithering forward like a serpent, with his left hand forming a fist and his right hand flashing with silver light. The 9 men barely had time to react. In a mere 3 blinks, one man collapsed on the ground, the speed so swift that the others couldn't even draw their weapons, let alone pull the trigger. The leader, the man called Black Bear, suddenly roared in fury. White Wuchang, you are courting death. Beware. It is the lion's roar. The lion's roar, a technique derived from Shaolin martial arts, was familiar to the man who had practiced traditional Chinese martial arts for many years. He had encountered various styles, but never had he anticipated Black Bear employing the lion's roar. Most assassins from the Black Prison were skilled in killing techniques, utterly ignorant of martial arts. White Wuchang, my initial intent was merely to capture you. Your unyielding spirit as a Chinese is truly detestable. Black Wuchang was the same, and so are you, squandering your life for a mere task. You are well aware of the power of the lion's roar. With your snake fist and bagua palm, you cannot inflict harm upon me. The black giant growled in rage. Are you done with your pointless chatter? The man retorted disdainfully. Life is not merely about clinging to this extra existence. Each individual possesses their own aspirations. For those of us in this line of work, our goals far surpass the value of life itself, for therein lies our true purpose. Watch out, Black Bear exclaimed, both alarmed and furious. The man's silver dagger glinted as he lunged towards Black Bear, wrapping an arm around his neck. In response, the other 7 men aimed their guns at him, ready to fire mercilessly. Bang! Bang! As the gunfire erupted, the remaining 7 men lowered their weapons. Gazing at the injured man behind them, the people I loathe the most are always the Chinese youth. Wasted yet another of my bulletproof vests. The Black Bear's massive paw clutched the man's body, slamming him onto the ground. As the man lay there, the bear gestured for others to search him. Just as they prepared to do so, no one noticed the cold, cruel smile that curled at the corners of the man's lips, fading as quickly as it appeared. Boom! A mushroom-shaped firework erupted across the Sahara Desert. Ding, ding, ding. Empire. The Black Bear's mission has failed. The Black Bear's mission has failed. Ding, ding, ding. Celestial Empire. The Black and White Impermanence's mission has failed. The Black and White Impermanence's mission has failed. Why? Each and every time ends in failure. No matter how much I strive, whether I exert 10-fold or 100-fold effort, why can't I win just once? I merely wish to prove that even without ninjutsu or illusion techniques, I can still become an exceptional ninja. Why? With a roar of dissatisfaction, the young Li Rock collapsed to the ground in agony. At some unknown moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky. This light, traversing the endless void, pierced the young Li Rock's forehead. In this muddled world, 2 rays of white light approached one another, akin to the primordial chaos, their essence indistinct. The boy's consciousness was hazy, and the arriving light mirrored this ambiguity. Yet within the heavenly path, there remained a glimmer of hope. The 2 beams of light drew closer and ultimately merged, intertwining the fates of the two beings whose destinies have been taunted by misfortune. Beneath the wooden post, the young Li Rock lay undisturbed throughout the night, with no one aware of what transpired during those hours, as if the vastness of the world held secrets too deep to uncover. Hey, Li, why are you lying here? You didn't sleep here all night, did you? Hey. The girl clad in traditional Chinese attire, Tian, appeared flustered, continuously calling out to the motionless Li Rock. Perhaps her urgency was too intense. The young Li Rock let out a groan and gradually opened his eyes. They were deep and dark, devoid of the fervor and clarity that once characterized them. Upon seeing him awaken, Tian's joy turned to horror as her gaze locked onto his, and in an instant, something dreadful seemed to transpire. She stumbled back 3 steps, trembling as she sat on the ground. Lily, what's wrong with you? Tian could never forget that moment. Was this truly little Li? What kind of eyes were those? She was just an 11-year-old girl, untouched by bloodshed or the so-called battlefield. Yet why did her body tremble with inexplicable fear? Was it still little Li? Li Rock slowly stood up, and as he steadied himself, the words that escaped his lips left Tian, wondering if he had lost his sanity. What a miraculous occurrence. Ha. After his hearty laughter, Li Rock collapsed once more onto the ground. Teacher Akai, something's wrong. Little Li is sick. With that, she dashed out of the training ground in a panic. The Mediterranean region south of the Atlas Mountains, amidst the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, a shadow traverses the merciless sands, each step taken with utmost caution, as though treading upon thin ice, with a chilling intent glimmering in eyes that are otherwise cold beneath the scorching heat. Chasing me all the way from Melbourne, your black prison truly resembles a pack of ravenous wolves, relentlessly pursuing their prey. The shadow halts, gasping for breath while clutching his shoulder, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. White Black Wu Chang has already been slain by us in Melbourne. Alone, you stand no chance against our formidable black prison. As the Chinese saying goes, those who recognize the situation are wise relinquish the glass artifact of the Man Roland family from the EU. From beneath the sandy surface, 9 figures emerge, 9 towering men of African descent, clad in black jackets and donning dark sunglasses, each standing a full 2 meters tall, equipped with advanced AS-4 imported firearms. Leading this imposing group, a muscular figure known as Black Bear reveals a dazzling smile, his eyes occasionally flashing with cunning. Black Bear, how surprising that you were sent to ambush me. It seems your black prison is nearing its end. But if you desire this glass artifact, why not inquire whether my fist consent to such a request? Suddenly, the man exerts his strength, his feet digging into the sand, sending grains flying as he propels himself forward with serpentine grace. With his left hand poised as a fist and his right hand glinting with silver, he closes in on the 9 men who had only just begun to brace themselves. Thud! One man collapses to the ground in the blink of an eye, before the others can even draw their weapons or pull the trigger. The leader, the man referred to as Black Bear, erupts in fury. White Wu Chang, you are courting death. Beware, it's the lion's roar. The lion's roar, derived from Shaolin martial arts, is a technique mastered over years of training in traditional Chinese martial arts. The man, familiar with various martial disciplines, had not anticipated Black Bear's knowledge of the lion's roar. Most assassins from the black prison he had previously encountered were proficient only in lethal techniques, entirely ignorant of the martial arts. White Wu Chang, my intent was merely to capture you, yet your obstinate spirit, characteristic of your kind, is truly vexing. Black Wu Chang was the same, and now you squander your life to fulfill a task. You are well aware of the power of the lion's roar. With your snake fist and bagua palm, you cannot inflict any harm upon me. The burly man bellows, his voice a thunderous roar. Have you finished your pointless chatter? The man retorts disdainfully. One does not live in this world merely to cling to a superfluous existence. Each individual harbors aspirations, and for those of us in this profession, our goals far surpass the value of life itself, for therein lies the essence of our existence. Watch out, Black Bear exclaims, a mix of surprise and rage. The man's silver dagger gleams as he lunges towards Black Bear, wrapping one arm around his neck, while the others, their weapons trained on him, unleash a merciless barrage. Bang! Bang! As the gunfire subsides, the remaining 7 men lower their weapons, gazing at the bloodied figure behind them. The most detestable beings are always the Chinese, wasting yet another of my bulletproof vests. The black bear's massive paw seized the man's body, slamming him onto the ground. As others prepared to search him, none noticed the faint, cold smirk curling at the corner of the man's mouth, which faded away with the laughter. Boom! A mushroom-shaped firework burst across the expanse of the Sahara Desert. Ding, ding, ding. Empire M. The Black Bear's mission has failed. The Black Bear's mission has failed. Ding, ding, ding. Celestial Empire. The Black and White Impermanence's mission has failed. The Black and White Impermanence's mission has failed. Why? Time and again, it ends in failure, regardless of how much effort I exert, tenfold or 100-fold more than others. Why? Why can't I win just once? All I desire is to prove that even without ninjutsu or illusion techniques, I can still become an outstanding ninja. Why? With a roar of frustration, the young Lee Rock collapsed to the ground in agony. A beam of white light descended from the heavens, piercing the endless void and entering Lee Rock's brow. That I end this hazy realm. 2 beams of light converged as if awakening from primordial chaos. The boy's consciousness wavered, and the incoming light mirrored this uncertainty. Yet, amidst the chaos, a faint glimmer of hope remained. The 2 beams of light drew ever closer, eventually merging into one, filling the void with the dissatisfaction of 2 souls toyed with by fate. Under the wooden post, Lee Rock lay undisturbed throughout the night, and no one knew what transpired, as if the vast world had no end. Hey, Lee, why are you lying here? You didn't sleep here all night, did you? Hey. A girl in traditional Chinese attire, Tian, appeared flustered, repeatedly calling out to the prostrate Lee Rock. Perhaps her urgency was too intense, for Lee Rock let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes, dark and profound, devoid of the passionate clarity they once held. Upon seeing him awaken, Tian's joy turned to horror as their eyes met, as if something dreadful had transpired. She stumbled back 3 steps, trembling as she sat on the ground. Lee, what's wrong with you? Tian could never forget this moment. Was this truly Lee? What manner of eyes were those? She could not comprehend it. She was merely an 11-year-old girl, untouched by the brutality of battle, yet her body quaked with inexplicable fear. Was it still Lee? Lee Rock gradually rose to his feet, and, as he steadied himself, the words that escaped his lips made Tian wonder if he had lost his sanity. How marvelously strange this is. Ha. After his laughter, Lee Rock collapsed once more onto the ground. Teacher Akai, something's wrong. Lee is sick. With that, he dashed out of the training ground. Doctor, is my little Lee all right? Is he all right? A man clad in a green leather outfit, with thick brows that seemed poised to explode, clutched a female nurse tightly, his agitation palpable. Akai-sensei, if you continue this way, I may be compelled to accuse you of misconduct, the nurse said, her patience wearing thin from Akai's neurotic behavior. Please listen to the nurse, Akai-sensei. A nearby companion, Tian, interjected, pulling Akai's hands away. All right, I apologize, nurse. My beloved disciple, Lee, is he unharmed? It's nothing serious. He may have simply overexerted himself during training. A good sleep will suffice, the nurse replied, casting a disdainful glance at Akai. Having worked in the hospital for quite some time, she was well aware of Akai's reputation as a training fanatic. Lee, lying on the bed, was a testament to the toll it took on his students. The nurse, with a hint of intent, added, if he awakens, he will require a period of rest, ideally a week. If you truly care for your disciple, you would heed my advice. Yes, you're right, nurse. I shall follow your guidance and ensure Lee gets ample rest. Thank you. Akai lowered his head in gratitude. But the nurse disregarded him as she exited the room. Hey, Akai-sensei, she has left. Tian sighed, pondering whether having such a mentor was a blessing or a curse. Has she left? Oh, my dear Lee, are you all right? He cried out, shaking the unconscious Lee gently. Akai-sensei, Lee needs rest. How can he recuperate with you shouting like that? Do you wish for him to recover or not? Tian erupted, pushing Akai aside and glaring at him fiercely. I was too emotional. I apologize. Akai stammered. Enough. Let us leave and allow Lee to rest properly. We still have a D-rank mission to assist in locating the missing valuable kimono. We should hasten to help and return to check on Lee tomorrow. Oh, right. Akai exclaimed, slapping his forehead, revealing a bright smile as he addressed Tion. Time is of the essence. We must complete our mission swiftly. Youth is meant to be fervent. With that, Akai vanished from sight. Sighing, Tion followed suit, exiting the ward. As the others departed, Lee No, a transformed Lee, opened his eyes. He had absorbed every word spoken. Everything felt surreal, akin to a dream that left him astounded. Yet, as he recalled various memories, including those of the original Lee Rock, a sense of clarity enveloped him. Is fate toying with me? An anime world truly exists? Am I dreaming, or have I traversed dimensions? He pinched his own cheek, feeling the sharp sting of reality. It dawned upon him that this was not a dream, but a tangible existence. Destiny has not forsaken me. It has granted me entry into this fascinating world. Ha ha ha. Bai Wuchang, affiliated with the Celestial Assassin Organization, underwent rigorous training in the art of assassination from a tender age, mastering various martial arts. In Bai Wuchang's memories, there were once 100 individuals training together, but upon his transformation into a true assassin and a martial arts expert, only 2 remained, himself and Heichong. The training regimen for assassins is perpetually dark and merciless. Amidst that world, Bai Wuchang constantly pondered the essence of his existence. In the moment of his demise alongside the Black Bear, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of his past, akin to a ghostly figure traversing through darkness. Devoid of familial ties and romantic love, encapsulated by 4 words, obedience to orders. I am no longer the person I once was. Moreover, my memories and thoughts have evolved beyond the past. This is a brand new life, a renewed self, where this world shall serve as my sanctuary. A place to discover my intrinsic worth. Bai Wuchang experienced an epiphany. The moment of death is the most precious time for enlightenment. Now resurrected, he need not squander his life on futile tasks. His existence now bears dual significance. Even without ninjutsu or illusionary arts, he can still emerge as an exceptional ninja. In pursuit of existential value, he shall ascend to the pinnacle and gaze upon the world below. Your dreams, I shall help you realize. I, Bai Wuchang, have never defaulted on my commitments. You may rest in peace. A faint white light flickered in his mind, gradually fading into the depths of his consciousness. Rising from the hospital bed and donning a white martial arts uniform, Lee Locke had yet to adorn the green attire like Kai, nor had he adopted that peculiar, comical hairstyle, which brought Bai Wuchang a sense of relief. Had he chosen such a look, he would have felt utterly embarrassed, a true disgrace. From now on, he shall be known as Xiaoli. As he stepped out of the ward, brisk footsteps approached. A female nurse observed Xiaoli's emergence. Her tone tinged with concern. Xiaoli, you need to rest. You cannot roam about freely. Xiaoli smiled gently, appreciating the excellent service of the medical staff in this world, and with a serious expression on his youthful face, he replied, I am perfectly fine. It is merely exhaustion. Rest assured, I am only heading home and will not engage in training or missions. Really? The nurse questioned, unconvinced. Indeed. Why would I deceive you, nurse? He assured her. Meeting her gaze, the nurse suddenly felt her cheeks flush and warmth spread through her, thinking, what is happening? Why would I be moved by an 11-year-old boy? No, it cannot be. His eyes are so mature, so captivating. Well, all right then. Just remember, you must not exert yourself. Your health is paramount. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. You have overtrained, and although you are not yet at the point of serious injury, you must not push yourself further. Your hands and feet are calloused. If you overload yourself and those calluses break, your body will collapse. Remember, no more excessive training. The nurse reiterated her warnings, to which Xiaoli nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude politely. Very well, I shall assist you with the discharge procedures. Do listen and ensure you rest at home. Thank you, nurse. Although I harbored a deep-seated disdain for the RB in my previous life, even engaging in a massacre of various factions alongside the Black Wuchang in Tokyo, it was merely a consequence of organizational orders and national circumstances. This world is not RB. It consists of 5 great nations. While it bears resemblance to RB, it is not the same realm, as there exist many enviable aspects within this universe. Upon receiving his paperwork, Xiaoli departed from the hospital. Along the lively streets, he observed numerous children frolicking about, one of whom particularly caught his eye. With golden short hair, his face adorned with whimsical symbols, he wielded a brush dipped in black ink, dashing through the streets, trailed by a seemingly morose boy. a chubby companion, and finally, a child with a small dog perched atop his head. The Konoha 12 were still attending the Ninja Academy, and it appeared that their graduation and division were still a year away. The future world promised to be quite captivating. The anime Naruto had already captured the hearts of viewers worldwide while he was still immersed in that realm. Even during his mundane moments as a killer, he would occasionally glance through it, ultimately reaching the conclusion. However, he primarily retained memories of the earlier arcs, having only skimmed through the latter ones, as it was merely a casual interest. Nevertheless, even those fleeting glimpses remained etched in his mind. As an assassin, possessing an extraordinary memory was fundamental. Without such mental acuity, one would be oblivious to their own demise. Disregarding the children's antics and the pursuit of Irika behind them, Xiaoli navigated his way home based on his recollections. To call it a home would be a misnomer. It was more akin to a welfare house. As an orphan, he had lost his parents during the Ninetales chaos 11 years prior, when he was merely a year old. The responsibility of comforting the families of fallen ninjas naturally fell to the Hokage. From the ages of 1 to 5, Xiaoli was raised in an orphanage, and only upon reaching school age was he assigned a welfare room, a token gesture from the Hokage, with all tuition fees waived. As night fell, sitting on his bed, Xiaoli began to ponder the power system of the Naruto world. The essence of power here is chakra, akin to the internal energy in martial arts novels. Though chakra is far more potent, while internal energy is confined to the dantian, chakra courses through every meridian of the body. It is also drawn from the dantian to enhance strength and stamina. In terms of functionality, chakra is most appropriately utilized in conjunction with ninjutsu. Xiaoli was unaware of the principles underlying ninjutsu, even with his mastery in national martial arts and profound understanding. He could only describe it as mysterious or the power of the divine. Xiaoli was a novice, incapable of performing even the most basic ninjutsu. Mastering it requires not only chakra but also memory, a domain where the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto surpassed him significantly. Though he may have appeared rough around the edges and somewhat scatterbrained, he possessed an underlying attention to detail. While he might not grasp the deeper concepts, through sheer determination, he managed to learn an A-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Although a degree of protagonist privilege and serendipity played a role, his efforts were undeniably commendable. The same effort applied to two individuals with equal sweat expended results in one mastering the formidable art of ninjutsu while the other excels in taijutsu, solely due to their divergent paths of study. Originally, Xiaoli was certainly capable of learning ninjutsu, yet after receiving guidance from Akai, he devoted all his energy to taijutsu, mastering only the basic three-body technique and some fundamental chakra control. It is essential to recognize that the mainstream in this world leans towards ninjutsu and illusion techniques rather than taijutsu. What if taijutsu were to be combined with traditional martial arts? A knowing smile graced Xiaoli's face as he recalled the traditional martial arts he practiced in his previous life, snake fist and bagua palm. Both disciplines had reached the pinnacle of hidden strength, with his entire skeletal structure emanating dark energy, transcending his peers in the realm of traditional martial arts. The only one who could rival him was Hei Wuchang, yet he was not fortunate enough to traverse into this world. Xiaoli prepared to summarize his thoughts. Li Luoka's proficiency in taijutsu was undoubtedly on par with Akai's. However, the taijutsu of this world lacks the depth found in true martial arts. Many concepts merely skim the surface without delving into the depths of mastery. While Mike K's taijutsu is indeed powerful, culminating in an astonishing display of strength against Uchiha Madara through the full activation of the 8 gates, it is a forbidden technique, reliant not on his innate power. Were it not for the timely intervention of Naruto Uzumaki, he might have perished. Martial arts emphasize enlightenment and mastery, where strength and speed are but two aspects, albeit significant ones. Quite notably, the left-hand path, though often dismissed, undoubtedly manifests considerable combat prowess in this world. Akai serves as a prime example. For Xiaoli to integrate traditional martial arts into taijutsu, he must approach it from the left-hand path. The essence of strength has been lost, necessitating a fresh start. However, the potency of this body far exceeds my expectations. It is truly remarkable. Even in his past life, he could not compare to Xiaoli's current physicality. At merely 11 years old, he had cultivated his hidden strength to the point where his bones resembled tempered steel. Yet, that pertains to his skeletal structure, not his flesh. The current state of his musculature is beyond what he could have ever envisaged. Chakra serves not only as a source of power, but also as a means for medical ninjutsu, exhibiting an almost supernatural prowess. As the night enveloped him, Xiaoli succumbed to slumber, for this body required rest and recuperation. His limbs ached with dull throbs, and while returning to the zenith of hidden strength was not insurmountable. Martial arts demand more than mere toil. They necessitate a harmonious balance of practice and repose. After a night's rest, the cacophony of noise roused Shaoli, who opened his eyes and sprang to his feet. He stretched his limbs with straight punches, kicking legs, and light jumps. It was indeed a splendid day. Opening the window to inhale the fresh air invigorated him, a sensation of tranquility he had never before experienced. The serenity of Konoha, though perhaps superficial, was truly enviable. Dressed in a white martial arts uniform and refreshed, Shaoli departed from the shelter and made his way to the assembly point. It was 6 in the morning. Yet Mike K, Tion, and Hyuga Niji had yet to arrive. The fruits of the day are sown in the morning. To reach the pinnacle of hidden strength, the physical conditioning has already been sufficiently accomplished. Whether it is the horse stance or the body's endurance, both have far surpassed previous levels. The realm of understanding remains intact. Once attained, it persists eternally, unless one truly succumbs to oblivion. The current focus is on practicing the snake fist and Bagua Zhang. Upon mentioning Bagua Zhang, Shaoli displayed a complex expression, for Hinata Niji's practice of gentle fist is primarily based on Bagua Zhang. Although both styles share the same name, they are worlds apart. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist utilizes the Byakugan in conjunction with Bagua Zhang. Morning practice should not involve excessive physical exertion. Although he had consumed a light breakfast before arriving, he understood profoundly that martial arts is a pursuit of longevity rather than a quest for immediate rewards. In practicing snake fist, one must open and close in harmony, blending softness and firmness, with softness as the foundation. The upper body should be as pliable as soft clay, while the lower limbs remain agile and adaptable. Steps and fists, eyes and spirit, all must be in sync. Beginning with the first movement of this ancient snake fist, Shaoli softened his rigid waist, balancing softness with firmness, complementing and completing each other. His body quivered, his steps turned, both hands required agility, and his spirit needed to engage. He circled within a 5-meter radius, employing his fingers to target the throat with precision and speed, his hands transforming like a dragon and a snake. He struck with the ribs of his palms while avoiding direct contact, his feet gliding smoothly, tapping lightly with his toes. As his hands morphed into claws, akin to a tiger's paw honing its skill. After executing the snake fist twice, Shaoli was drenched in sweat, his white robe soaked, struggling to channel his strength through sound. The coordination of fists and body transcends mere display. It is not a performance. Traditional martial arts do not perform for spectacle, but serve to eliminate threats. True power lies in hidden strength, and in the realm of authentic Chinese martial arts. Only traditional techniques cast a shadow, where true strength assesses a practitioner's prowess. No matter how elevated one's realm may be, without corresponding strength, all efforts are futile. However, completing 2 sets of punches exceeded my expectations. I initially believed one would be too taxing. At 7 in the morning, after practicing snake fist for an hour, it was time to transition to Bagua Zhang, also known as the Wandering 8 Trigrams Palm or the Interlinked 8 Trigrams Palm, which places utmost importance on hand and foot techniques, with constant variations in palm movements and footwork. After completing another set of movements, the previously vibrant energy suddenly waned. As Shaoli sat down to rest, a peculiar sound reminiscent of pig slaughter echoed from a distance. My dear disciple Shaoli, I never anticipated you would risk your health to train. As your mentor, I am truly ashamed. For this, I shall punish myself by walking upside down around the Leaf Village 50 times. Shaoli felt a wave of despair as he gazed at my guy, who had appeared before him, a comical mixture of tears and snot on his face, leaving him feeling as though struck by lightning. Ah, my dear disciple, your actions have deeply moved me. I can see from your perspiration that you must have arrived quite early. To remedy your solitary mourning, I shall accompany you in training right away. Come, Shaoli, let us run around the Leaf Village together. A crow flew overhead. Cough, cough. Teacher Akai, you're here again. Shaoli has just been discharged from the hospital and still needs to rest. How can he engage in high-intensity exercise? The most important thing is for him to recuperate. Have you forgotten what the nurse said? A voice echoed from a distance, filled with complaint. Behind Tion, a figure emerged. It was Hyuga Niji, his expression one of indifference and disdain. Teacher Akai, I'm fine now. I can train, Shaoli stated, devoid of his usual fervor, his words flat and unembellished. Upon hearing Shaoli, Tion immediately retorted, What do you mean you can train? Your body hasn't fully recovered. Didn't the nurse instruct you to rest for a week, Shaoli? Tion was exasperated. Those who hold others back are always a source of worry. Niji. Tion was at a loss for words, fearing that Shaoli might disregard his injuries and spar with Niji. although the outcome would be the same. The well-being of the injured took precedence. Tian still hoped Xiaoli could set aside his concerns, especially since Niji was a prodigy. While he felt like a mere underachiever, if it were the old Li Rock, he might have been impulsive, but he was no longer that person. Now, he possessed the mindset of a mature individual. Have you ever seen an adult entertain the unreasonable tantrums of a child? Absolutely not. At most, they would merely smile and move along. Disregarding Niji's words, Xiaoli turned to Might Guy and declared, "Teacher Akai, we can start training now." "Oh, Xiaoli, you have truly moved your teacher. Let our youth burst forth now, boundless youth." Might Guy completely cast aside the nurse's admonitions. "Now, let's run 10 laps around Konoha. Tian, Niji, both of you are to do that, while I, as your teacher, will do 20 laps. Whoever finishes last will have to climb that mountain." He pointed toward a distant peak, his chest puffed out as he shouted, revealing his bright white teeth. "Teacher, you are again setting arbitrary rules. Begin." With a whoosh, Might Guy had already vanished from sight. Xiaoli glanced at Tian and then at Niji, before taking his first steps to run. Sigh. I'm truly exasperated with those two. Well, Niji, aren't you going to run? Such a tedious task is best left to those who are dull. I have my own methods of training. With that, he walked alone into the forest. Tian felt at a loss, glancing around before finally deciding to run in the direction of Might Guy. Might Guy's training regimen was straightforward, continuous physical conditioning to enhance overall fitness. Running, whether fast or slow, required a degree of coordination. Might Guy's speed was swift, rendering him invisible, while Xiaoli pondered for a moment before gradually quickening his pace. Just as he was about to accelerate, he heard Tian's voice calling out, "Xiaoli, wait for me." Xiaoli paused, realizing that Tian had caught up, even surpassing him in speed. In an instant, they were side by side. "Xiaoli, are you really okay?" Tian asked anxiously. Xiaoli nodded, not wanting to elaborate, and then quickened his pace, creating distance between them once more. Hey, Xiaoli. Indeed, it is exasperating. Each and every one of them is like this, driving one to the brink of fury. With a heart full of ire, incessant complaints spill forth. As the duo fades from sight, I quicken my pace to catch up. The village of Konoha is not small, and after 10 laps, it is nearly 3 in the afternoon, accomplished at a remarkably swift pace. Sitting on the ground, I remove my white training attire and wring out the sweat. No, given Might Guy's speed, he should have completed the run by now. Could it be that he? Turning my gaze toward the mountain Mike had pointed out earlier, I indeed spotted dark figure steadily ascending. Such dedication, however, the toll of such effort is exceedingly heavy. Without proper conditioning, once one surpasses the age of 40, the body begins to deteriorate, plagued by excruciating pain and the relentless torment of illness. This body, fortunately, is in better condition as my training has only just commenced. Far from the severity I had anticipated. Hey, Tintin, I gasped, bending over and struggling to catch my breath. After 10 laps, I find myself utterly spent, compounded by the fact that I hardly ate this morning. Now, as the clock strikes 3, my stomach is empty and I lack even the strength to speak. Are you all right, Tintin? I approach her, supporting her as she sinks to the ground. I had intended to suggest she walk a few more steps to rest, but judging by her appearance, she likely lacks the energy to respond. I'm starving. My guy is unbearable. He does this every time. What is the purpose of such training? It would be far more beneficial if he taught us some ninjutsu instead. Tintin continues her complaints. Tintin, Might Guy has his own pedagogical methods. This form of training is essential for enhancing physical prowess. Even with formidable ninjutsu, lacking corresponding physical skills puts one at a disadvantage in combat. Moreover, physical training does not impose the same stringent demands as ninjutsu. The enhancement of one's physical abilities encompasses not only strength and speed, but also fortifies mental acuity. Consequently, augmenting chakra, Li interjects. Tintin gazes at Li with astonishment, as if she has discovered a new realm. Is this truly the Li she knows? In his ill state, he seems transformed. Even his manner of speaking has changed. Li, you're not feverish, are you? Is your illness still lingering? She touches Li's forehead, then her own. I don't have a fever. What has come over you to speak such sensible words? I barely comprehend these concepts myself. Could it be that Might Guy has been secretly instructing you while Niji and I were absent? Tintin regards Li with a questioning expression, causing him to smile wryly. These are merely common principles. The knowledge imparted at the Ninja Academy is not without merit. The foundational teachings have been distilled through generations. Yet, children often fail to grasp their significance. When you have the time, Do peruse the texts from our school days. Though they cover the basics, those fundamentals are frequently the most vital. Every accomplished ninja begins with the essentials, Lee explains. When did you become so studious? Weren't you the one at the bottom of the class? How could you possibly read those books if you can't even perform ninjutsu? You must be deceiving me. My guy has been secretly tutoring you. Tintin retorts, her skepticism palpable. The decision to believe or not lies within you. After speaking, Shaoli felt no desire to elaborate further. Have you ever witnessed an adult attempting to reason with a child? It is akin to playing the lute to a cow. A futile expenditure of energy. Let us not dwell on this. Let us dine first. Dining? I have neither brought lunch nor do I possess the funds to treat you. Upon the mention of money, Shaoli was suddenly overwhelmed. All expenses for his hospitalization had been borne by him alone, while Mike had contributed not a single cent, leaving him somewhat speechless. I had anticipated that you would not bring lunch, so I prepared 4 portions this morning. With a dissatisfied expression, he produced a scroll from behind him, unfurling it to reveal the large characters inscribed with the word food. Suddenly, a puff of white smoke erupted, unveiling 4 boxes of food. Shaoli was initially taken aback, but soon realized that this was a form of space-time ninjutsu, also known as summoning technique. This technique not only allows one to summon powerful beings for assistance, but also to conjure objects from another realm through the scroll. A ninjutsu that involves the manipulation of spatial forces, which is truly remarkable. In his previous life, he had understood that attempts to control time and space through technology invariably ended in failure. Tian, your abilities are incredibly convenient. Just as he finished speaking, Tian furrowed her brow and retorted angrily. I am not convenient. Do not speak to me of convenience. I am not at all convenient. With that, she stormed off into the forest, leaving the meal untouched, as if he had said something amiss. Shaoli found himself perplexed. Upon returning to the shelter, the day's training had left him somewhat fatigued. After a refreshing wash, he began to refine his chakra. Although he was unskilled in ninjutsu, and even his basic techniques were subpar, refining chakra was not the same as performing ninjutsu. It was an exercise in honing accuracy. The greater the accuracy, the less unnecessary chakra would be squandered during its application. In the original narrative, Ebisu had once remarked to Naruto Uzumaki that among those utilizing the same ninjutsu, Sakura Haruno expended the least chakra while Naruto expended the most, a distinction stemming from chakra precision. However, this was only relevant to ordinary individuals. Naruto possessed chakra quantities exceeding 3 times that of others, augmented by the 9 tails sealed within him, rendering his chakra reserves terrifyingly vast. Even the chakra he wasted was but a mere trifle. The process of refining chakra seals was not overly complicated. He had practiced it consistently since his days at the Ninja Academy. Even if the original Rock Lee was clumsy and lacked talent, certain sealing methods were deeply ingrained in his memory. 3 hours passed. The body is the foundation, and the remaining focus was on this particular boxing technique. Taking a deep breath, Shaoli set aside the chakra refinement seals and began the Breath of Life Fist, a series of health-regulating techniques derived from the 5 animal play attributed to Huatua. During his training in national martial arts, this form was imparted by various masters, practiced both in the morning and before sleep at night. It consists of several components: the grand conclusion, blowing kidney energy, exhaling heart energy, whispering liver energy, inhaling lung energy, and absorbing spleen energy, leading to the harmonization of the 3 burners. The Breath of Life Fist emphasizes the balance of breath. The kidneys are invigorated. The heart's energy is relaxed. The liver's energy is tranquil. The lungs' energy is gathered. The spleen's energy is contained, and the 3 burners are naturally aligned. The hands and palms move gracefully. The feet glide smoothly, and the movements of fists and palms harmonize with the steps taken. Exhale. Today, it is rumored that a C-rank mission will be assigned, which is truly exhilarating. Those D-rank tasks have been overwhelmingly tedious. Shaoli, Ningxi, and Tian stand beneath the grand gates of Konoha, eagerly awaiting the tasks designated by Mike K. Day after day, Tian expresses her exasperation regarding the monotonous D-rank missions they have undertaken since becoming Genin, leaving her with little outlet for her frustrations. Hey Shaoli, what are you gesturing about? It looks rather ungraceful, Tian remarks, feeling slighted by the indifference of the two. Ningxi's aloofness is somewhat understandable, given his prodigious talent and the inherent difficulties of his temperament. However, Shaoli's actions vex her. As she speaks, he remains expressionless, his hands flailing in the air, punches and palms alternating as he adopts a stance reminiscent of a horse-riding posture, his gaze fixated on the movement of his hands. occasionally closing his eyes as if lost in contemplation. Startled by Tian's interruption, Xiaoli's focus falters, his hands slackening, and weariness flickering in his eyes as he regards her. He straightens up, waving dismissively, "It's nothing." The essence of martial arts lies in tranquility and concentration. Tian's incessant chatter has disrupted his inner peace, and being directly addressed only heightens his distraction. Forcing a practice of Baguazhang under such conditions would yield nothing but a distorted form. "Xiaoli, what is the matter with you? Since your discharge from the hospital, you've been unusually quiet. At times, it feels as though you harbor some mysterious air. It has been 3 days, and you have yet to challenge Ningxi even once. You used to challenge him daily. Have you truly abandoned that aspiration to surpass him?" Xiaoli remains silent, finding little merit in conversing with a child. He believes that instead of indulging in idle chatter, it would be more beneficial to enhance his training, striving to cultivate his inner strength as soon as possible. Such mastery would afford him a modicum of security in this perilous world of shinobi, rife with lurking dangers, though, in comparison to the myriad threats of his past life. These seem trivial. Ningxi observed Xiaoli, his own thoughts tangled in complexity. Over the past 3 days, Xiaoli's behavior has been peculiar. His mind appears to drift towards his fluttering hands, at times resembling a student of soft fist, yet he quickly dismisses that notion. If learning were so simple, why would the Hyuga clan hold such prominence in Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world? Desiring to learn the art of gentle boxing in conjunction with the Byakugan, I resigned myself to the reality that the world of the underachievers was inherently different from my own. With a cold smirk, I disregarded Niji's gaze, which merely flickered in my direction. In that fleeting moment, Li instinctively grasped the essence of a profound state of being, an awareness that transcends the ordinary, enabling one to hear all around and see great distances. Though he had not yet achieved such mastery, the true essence of perception lies within the Byakugan. Lacking this gift, he nonetheless possessed an elevated state of awareness, which can be delineated into 3 tiers: unawareness, awakening, and the ability to avoid danger without conscious thought. The recent insight he experienced belonged to the realm of unawareness, while the awakening state allows one to remain vigilant even in slumber, guarding against ambush. The 3rd tier, the ability to evade peril without conscious awareness, is somewhat esoteric. To illustrate, consider the 6th sense. If an individual plans to embark on a trek but suddenly feels an inexplicable unease, leading them to abandon their plans, only to later learn of a disastrous storm that claimed lives on that very mountain. This is the essence of evading danger without awareness. I bring forth encouraging news. Our next mission has been designated as a C-rank task. At an unknown moment, Mike Kai appeared before the trio, his bright smile radiating excitement. "Ah, Teacher Akai, you mentioned yesterday that we would be undertaking a C-rank mission today. Pray, enlighten us regarding the specifics," exclaimed Tian, his enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed. I had alluded to it beforehand," Mike Kai chuckled. "But do lend me your ears. This mission is far from simple." "Hush. Allow me to explain." Leaning in, Mike Kai gathered Tian, Niji, and himself into a tight circle, whispering, "Today's mission is to venture to the nearest relay station. A local elder's daughter has reportedly been abducted by bandits from the nearby mountains. Our task is to rescue her from their clutches and ensure her safe return." "Bandits?" Tian's voice trembled with trepidation, conjuring images of ruthless killers. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. "Fear not. We are merely tasked with the rescue." With no need to engage in a confrontation, Niji interjected, his voice steady. This marked his first proactive contribution to the dialogue, stealing a glance at Li, his lips curving slightly upwards. "Teacher, if our mission is merely to rescue without engaging in combat, does that not put us at a disadvantage?" Li replied calmly. Having navigated hundreds of missions in his past life, never once faltering save for a treacherous ambush, he possessed an intricate understanding of the nature of tasks. True missions extend beyond the confines of mere words. They reside within the realm of action. Indeed, the Hokage has entrusted us solely with the task of saving the girl. Without additional stipulations, our duty is to effect her rescue, for the adversaries we face are merciless demons, Tian said, his countenance fraught with anxiety, trembling slightly despite Niji's reassurances. "Your words ring true, Tian. Our directive from the Hokage is unequivocal. We must rescue her, and we are to accomplish this by nightfall. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Let us depart." Without uttering a word, Mike Kai promptly issued the command. The distance to the post station was not far, merely a few dozen li away. At the pace of the trio, they arrived within 20 minutes. Rather than a simple post station, it resembled a bustling marketplace. Now, they needed to inquire about the whereabouts of the station master, a task Mike had assigned. And he should possess a map of the mountains. Calmly, Mike Kai observed that although he often acted without much thought, he approached tasks with a rational mindset, at least recognizing their significance. The four of them began to ask around for the location of the station master. By 9 in the morning, they found themselves at a certain inn within the station. The station master resides here. Let us head upstairs, Mike Kai declared, pushing open the door. As it swung ajar, they were greeted by a provocatively dressed woman, her face adorned with subtle makeup, her lips painted a vibrant red. With long, elegant legs clad in a tight black outfit, she approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, "May I assist you with any services, esteemed guest? Are you certain you haven't mistaken the location, Teacher Akai?" Tian questioned, her face flushed with discontent. Even Nichi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to react, while Shaoli maintained a calm demeanor, having encountered such women in his past. However, he was keenly aware of their intentions. A smiling face often concealed a desire for one's wallet. Miss, may I ask if the station master resides here?" Mike Kai stammered, startled by the woman's advances, her heavy perfume overwhelming his senses. "Oh, you're looking for the station master? He isn't here, handsome. Don't you desire other services? We offer everything, including some warmth." She winked, causing Mike Kai to gasp audibly. "Enough with the nonsense. We are here to find the station master. Spare me your superfluous chatter," Shaoli interjected coldly. The woman furrowed her brow momentarily upon hearing this. Yet her expression quickly reverted to a cheerful facade, ready to speak again. However, before she could utter a word, a kunai was pressed against her neck. The woman trembled, frozen in fear, swallowing hard as she stared at the boy before her. Shaoli's actions had completely exceeded all expectations. Was this truly the same Shaoli, the shy boy who constantly spoke of passion and effort? As the kunai pressed against the woman's throat, not only Tian and Nichi were startled, but even Mike Kai gasped in astonishment. Just as Mike was about to express his anger, Shaoli spoke again. "The kunai is quite cold. I imagine you wouldn't find it pleasant against your neck, would you, station master?" "Station master? What nonsense are you spouting? I told you, the station master is not here," the woman retorted. "Oh, it seems you enjoy the icy sensation," Shaoli remarked, his eyes resembling those of a shadowy specter as they bore into hers, leaving her feeling as though struck by lightning. A plume of white smoke arose, and the originally enchanting woman transformed into a middle-aged man clad in black kimono, his face adorned with stubble. He recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. Shaoli sheathed his kunai and retreated a step. Observing the middle-aged man whose eyes were ablaze with anger and terror, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Indeed, true to their reputation, Konoha's ninjas were not easily deceived by my trivial ruse. The middle-aged man regained his composure, suppressing his inner discontent, and shot Shaoli a glare, though he dared not let it be too conspicuous. The horror of the man's eyes still haunted him. The crowd was jolted to realization. It was merely a transformation technique. Under normal circumstances, with the prowess of Jonin Guy, the deception would have been swiftly unveiled. However, due to the circumstances of the mission and the initial appearance of a captivating beauty, their minds were momentarily clouded, leaving them devoid of the capacity to observe. Even the typically composed Niji was caught off guard. "Are you truly the station master?" Mike Guy inquired with puzzlement. The middle-aged man, feigning a smile, responded, "Indeed, I am. I apologize for the earlier incident. I hope Jonin Guy does not take offense." His gaze frequently darted towards Shaoli, but when his eyes met the boy's, he was taken aback once more. The depths of his gaze resembled that of a demon lurking in an abyss, filled with a sinister smile. This youth was no ordinary child. It seemed this time, he would not be easily swayed. Initially, the middle-aged man had intended to ensnare Mike Guy and his companions through seduction, subsequently undermining the mission by indulging in revelry, thereby reducing the mission's remuneration. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable youth, which had disrupted all his carefully laid plans. However, he dared not meet Shaoli's gaze again. He recognized that look, a gaze reminiscent of a merciless bounty hunter. If he pushed his luck, the boy would undoubtedly show no mercy. The middle-aged man was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was even inferior to a mere genin, possessing only a transformation technique to deceive. "Jonin Guy, let us discuss matters further inside, please." As they entered, Tian eagerly inquired, "Shaoli, how did you discern that the woman was the station master in disguise?" None of us noticed her question was not solely for her own curiosity. Even the previously dismissive Niji perked up to listen, as did Mike Guy and the middle-aged station master. Shally did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and inhaled deeply before speaking. This inn has long been abandoned. The dust on the floor indicates it has not been cleaned in quite some time, and the cobwebs on the ceiling tell the same tale. Moreover, there are no decorations to suggest this place is a venue for entertainment. If it were, it would be lively and vibrant, not desolate and forlorn. Upon opening the door, the absence of any scent of liquor or feminine allure, and the lack of even the most basic red lanterns, begs the question, could this possibly be an entertainment establishment? Ah, so that is the case. It is merely that, daily hesitations, flushed faces, yet an unwillingness to inquire. You are curious as to why it is presumed that the woman is the station master, and the answer is rather simple. Have you ever encountered a place where a ninja, adorned with a leaf headband, is led into an entertainment establishment? The 3 prohibitions regarding ninjas are widely known. During the execution of their missions, they must not breach these restrictions, especially after we have inquired among so many individuals, all pointing to this location as the station master's residence. If just one person were mistaken, it would be trivial, but can it be deemed normal for 10, 20, or even 100 individuals to err in unison? Moreover, the woman earlier mentioned that the station master was not present here, which further solidified my conviction that the person before me is indeed the station master. Is it solely based on this that you identified me as the station master? The middle-aged man's face twitched uncontrollably. What other reason could there be? Shally retorted with a cold smile. In truth, there were many observations Shally withheld. He possessed an innate acuity, particularly concerning women, especially in terms of their gazes. His perceptive nature was not an acquired trait, but rather an inherent gift, able to discern truth with clarity, distinguishing right from wrong, and even a mere transformation technique could not evade his discerning eyes. The middle-aged station master refrained from further dialogue, his body trembling slightly as he entered a more spacious chamber, commencing a detailed briefing from Mike K regarding their mission. According to the map provided by the station master, this mountain is the target. The bandits' numbers are considerable, approximately 100 strong, making infiltration somewhat challenging. Shally, Ning Ci, Tian, once we rescue the individuals, we must depart immediately. The mission is our ultimate objective, Mike K emphasized. After witnessing Xiao Li's actions today, Mike K's gaze towards him was complex. He had not noticed it in the preceding days, but now Xiao Li felt distinctly unfamiliar, as though he were no longer the Xiao Li of old. Understood. Brother Yamuki, I heard that you captured a young and beautiful maiden yesterday. Rumor has it she is quite lovely. Why not let the brothers have a glimpse? Within the mountain stronghold, 5 burly men, reeking of alcohol and boasting muscular builds, sat in a spacious room. Each wore a long samurai sword at their waist, and among them, a particularly ugly and lecherous man laughed heartily, saying, "The taste of that woman was delightful. I indulged her in earthly pleasures all night long, and she still slumbers in the room. Do you fancy her as well? Would you like to join me tonight to relish her enticing ways?" Upon finishing, the man referred to as Yamuki burst into laughter. Then let us heed Brother Yamuki's words. "It has been a long time since I savored the charms of a woman alongside him. Tonight, we must drink heartily to ensure that the lady understands the prowess of our Yamuki bandit group. Cheers. Cheers." Great bowls of liquor were continuously poured. At that moment, one of the relatively sober men, with a hue of glazed appearance, inquired, "Brother Yamuki, do you think that fellow from the station might summon ninjas to deal with us?" "Haha. What are ninjas to us? If he dares to call upon ninjas, I shall ensure that his station knows no peace. In these past 2 years, we have plundered so much, yet where have the ninjas been?" Haha. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest was piqued, and they eagerly inquired, "Brother Shanmo, the station is the closest place to Konoha village. It is said that other ninja villages would never tolerate the presence of bandit groups nearby. We have been operating for 2 years, raiding once a month, and each time returning with bountiful spoils, yet no ninja has come to trouble us. Is there some secret technique at play? Perhaps you could enlighten us, brothers?" Haha. What secrets do I possess? Who doesn't love money? To be frank, I have struck a deal with a mysterious figure from Konoha village. Half of our plunder must be handed over to him, so this month, I still owe him half of our earnings. Damn, it truly pains me. That is a significant amount of money. So that is the reason why Konoha village has yet to send anyone to exterminate us. Ha ha ha. The man who posed the question appeared contemplative, then nodded and erupted into laughter. Drink, drink. The night was dark and windy. A chilling breeze swept through. The 2 guards, shivering, listened to the sounds of revelry from within the camp, filled with resentment at the injustice of being excluded from the festivities. As their grievances lingered, a shadow passed by, and in a flash of cold steel, a kunai sliced through one bandit's throat, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The other bandit, startled, opened his mouth to scream. But a kunai was pressed against his neck. The girl we captured yesterday is right there. Crimson blood splattered. This night was destined to be one of unrest. I have already discovered where the girl is hidden, Xiaoli whispered into the radio, soon receiving a response. How did you find her so quickly, Xiaoli? Tion's voice brimmed with surprise. On the other end, Mike K expressed his approval, while Niji Hyuga chose to remain silent. Within less than 10 minutes, all four had returned to their designated meeting point. Xiaoli, do you truly know where the girl is hidden? That seems rather swift, Tion remarked skeptically. Originally, Mike K's plan was for the four of them to search methodically, room by room. Though slow, it was deemed safer, as the bandits were merely street thugs, lacking the discipline and vigilance of soldiers, wandering about like a heap of mud. They likely remained oblivious to the infiltration. Yes, I know for certain. She is in the room of the bandit leader, Shanmo. Are you sure? Mike K's expression turned serious. Xiaoli nodded, while Niji Hyuga coldly interjected, if you're holding us back, regardless of how you found her. I must ask, if that girl is not in the room, you must understand this will jeopardize our mission, and you will bear the responsibility. If she is not in the room, I will take full responsibility. You need not worry about me, Xiaoli replied. Xiaoli, we are currently on a mission. It would be wise to refrain from arguing. Every day, Tion felt a sense of urgency, fearing that the two might resort to violence in this tense moment. In the past, when Ningxi spoke, Xiaoli would often shout loudly. That would have been preferable. Now, however, Xiaoli seemed like a completely different person, and there was a vague sense of fear emanating from her towards Xiaoli. Mike K found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, there was the prodigy from the Hyuga clan, and on the other, his valued disciple. Ningxi was usually reticent, often dismissive of him, but that was of little consequence. His thoughts were simple. Since both were his disciples, he must guide them with care. Yet, their conflict was his greatest headache, and he was at a loss for how to mediate it. All right, the priority is to rescue the hostage. Xiaoli, lead the way. We must enter the stronghold now, Mike K commanded. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The stronghold was illuminated by torches that blazed to life, casting light across the mountaintop. The sound of the enemy's approach echoed through the air, reaching the ears of the four. What is happening? We were so cautious. How could we be discovered? Tion exclaimed in astonishment. No, it seems they are announcing an enemy attack. Could it be that someone else has come to the stronghold, just like us? At that moment, Ningxi displayed his remarkable intellect and articulated a sensible thought. However, Xiaoli disregarded it, saying, Teacher Mike, the mission is urgent. It's possible others are also executing a similar mission, perhaps even one to rescue a hostage. Xiaoli deftly redirected the conversation back to the task at hand. That's impossible. The courier cannot issue two missions simultaneously. Have we been deceived? Mike K appeared as if struck by lightning, clutching his head in disbelief. Teacher, you're overthinking it. Bandits rob mountain villages and marketplaces every day. They have kidnapped more than just one girl. It's merely a similar mission. But there won't be any conflict. Within the borders of Kanahagakur, those accepting missions should also be ninjas from our village, so we need not worry. Indeed. Xiaoli is right. Truly, you are a splendid disciple. Mike K exclaimed, embracing Xiaoli with powerful arms, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. Now, amidst this chaos, the bandits likely lack the time to tend to the women in the rooms. I will draw a route map for you. Follow my directions to rescue the girl. A route map? Xiaoli retrieved a notebook from his ninja tool pouch, having already familiarized himself with the general layout of the stronghold. He had drawn such maps countless times before, and soon a route map was ready. The girl you seek is in this room, he indicated. This building is slightly larger than the others. If you cannot comprehend the map, just ascend to the eaves. You will see a relatively large house in the far left corner. He handed the route map to Tion as he intended to ease his burden. If he had given it to Mike K, the latter would have struggled to decipher it for a long time. As for Ningxi, he preferred to avoid excessive interaction with him, finding solace in the presence of Tion. Now that we have the route map, let us set forth. Mike, wait. Xiaoli interjected. What's wrong, Xiaoli? Do you have other questions? Akai was filled with confusion, while Ningxi furrowed his brow. You three go rescue the girl. I need to stay outside and keep watch, assessing the surroundings for any changes. The stronghold should be in disarray now, and sneaking in undetected will be quite challenging. It is prudent to have someone outside to monitor the situation and alert you in advance. Oh, I see. Xiaoli, your foresight is truly commendable, Akai praised. Humph. It seems you are merely afraid for your life. Why not let Tian Tian stay here instead of you? Ning Xi retorted with a cold sneer. You talk too much. There is a reason for my presence here. If you are capable, you may also stay to keep watch. I have no objections. You seek death. Ning Xi's temper flared. This underachiever continually disregarded him, treating him as if he were invisible. What right did he have to speak to him in such a manner? Enough, Ning Xi. Akai finally erupted, genuinely furious now. This moment left no room for his restraint. He was indeed a genius. Yet he could not tolerate insubordination from one of his subordinates. The task at hand was paramount, and Ning Xi's incessant provocations had pushed Akai to his limit. With Akai's outburst, Hinata Ning Xi's arrogance began to wane, whether it was genuine fear of Might Kai or not. He understood that this was not the time for conflict. There would be ample opportunities in the future to teach this underperformer a lesson. Hinata Ning Xi. How tragic it is that a mere letter has turned you into a pawn, a wretched soul indeed. Watching the three depart hastily, Xiaoli muttered with a smirk. Now it is my time to shine. Chief. The two brothers at the stronghold's gate and several others drinking by the roadside have perished. Upon hearing this report, Yamaki and the others lost their appetite for drink, their mood soured. Just moments ago, they had spoken of peace, and now there were casualties. Did you observe any signs of ninjutsu being employed in the vicinity? Yamaki, as the leader, prioritized inquiries about the environment surrounding the deceased rather than the enemy's numbers. If it were indeed ninjas, it was highly likely they were carrying out a mission. Report, Chief. There are no traces of ninjutsu around. The victims died instantly, and... The reporting bandit trembled, struggling to articulate his thoughts. And what? Speak quickly. Yamaki, seeing the hesitation, grew furious and struck the reporting bandit across the face. Blood spilled from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror as he exclaimed, their deaths were horrific. It could be a ghost. A ghost. Ghost. The crowd gasped, their cups clattering to the ground. Some believed in the existence of ghosts, while others dismissed such notions as superstition. How could there be ghosts in this world? However, when Shanmu and his companions arrived at the scene within the bandit stronghold, they were met with the haunting sight of lifeless bandits sprawled upon the ground. All present turned pale, their pupils constricting, with some even retching, as if, in that fleeting moment, they had come to believe in the existence of phantoms. There truly are ghosts. There truly are ghosts. Boss, there truly are ghosts, exclaimed the smallest among the four bandits, filled with dread. Is the corpse on the ground the remains of a human or a specter? Are its eyes forever open? Or has its soul been forcibly extracted? Silence. How could there possibly be ghosts in this world? Do not spread such alarmist tales here. Shanmu bellowed, asserting his authority as leader, instantly silencing the crowd. Tell all brothers to remain awake tonight and search the stronghold for any suspicious figures. Suspicious figures? Are you searching for me? A chilling voice emerged from behind the bandits, causing a shiver to run through them. They beheld a white figure, akin to a specter of the night, weaving through their midst. A weapon emanating a dark glow swirling with crimson blood. One bandit fell, then another, and another, until the fifth bandit, led by Shanmu, finally snapped back to reality. Who are you? Show yourself. Shanmu shouted, drawing his katana with a clink, his gaze fixed cautiously on the white shadow. The figure glided through the darkness. Despite the bright lights, its form remained elusive, the only discernible feature being its eyes, dark as death itself. Indeed, it is a ghost. It is truly a ghost, cried one bandit, gripped by terror, clutching Shanmu tightly, weeping in despair. Be quiet. How could there be ghosts in this world? Who are you? If my Shanmu bandit group has wronged you, please state your grievance. If I have offended you in any way, let me offer my apologies here and now. Externally composed. Shanmu's heart raced with anxiety, yet his panic did not impair his nerves. His ability to establish a stronghold in the mountains indicated his courage and experience with perilous situations. Regardless of whether the apparition before him was human or spectral, he resolved to employ a delaying tactic. Should the figure reveal itself, he would promptly command the entire stronghold to converge and exterminate the threat. If it remained concealed, he would have to grit his teeth and patiently await its next move. Time was of the essence, and he needed to quicken his pace. Meanwhile, Xiaoli continually shifted his form, weaving unpredictably to avoid detection. Relying solely on speed was insufficient. He integrated the fluid movements of his Bagua Zhang into his motions, creating an ethereal presence that appeared elusive and intangible. Previously, Achieving such an effect required the mastery of internal energy permeating the bones and meridians, but now, due to the martial arts of this world, he could attain a similar outcome without fully harnessing that energy, albeit at a greater physical cost. Observing the white figure's persistent elusiveness, Shanmu issued a command, "Baka, brothers, this fellow is merely toying with us. Let us form a circle and encircle him, and see what tricks he can conjure." Shanmu is astute. The movements of the white shadow are confined within a certain range. The stronghold lacks nothing but people. With a single command from Shanmu, the previously frightened crowd seemed to have gained the heart of a lion, shouting "Baga, Baga" as they brandished their samurai swords. A cold smile curled at the corner of Shaoli's lips. This was the effect he desired. The ancient adage, to catch a thief, first catch the king, rings true. As he shifted his stance, Shanmu's expression tightened, and he retreated repeatedly. Upon realizing that the target was himself, he trembled and shouted, "Quick, stand in front of me, hurry." Upon hearing Shanmu's cries, two robbers rushed forward, not so much running as being propelled by an unseen force, their faces bearing the marks of complaint. Too late. The left hand struggled to shine, flashing a brilliant light that obscured the crowd's vision, while the right hand transformed from an open palm into a fist. Just as the punch was thrown, the middle finger extended, aiming for the throat. A flash of white light glinted as a kunai deftly sliced through a robber's neck. For Shaoli, this throat-slitting technique had become second nature, honed to perfection. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the robbers, who moments ago had found their courage, now stood like wooden dolls, unable to lift their samurai swords. One robber collapsed to the ground, while another, mentally shattered, discarded his weapon and fell prostrate. For these robbers, who had once wielded their power with impunity, the tables had turned. Tonight, they were the prey, at the mercy of others. "Run! There's a ghost! Baga, you bastards! Come back! Come back!" Shanmu roared in fury. These men, who usually called each other brothers, now fled as if they had seen a specter, inciting his wrath. Even the four strongest among them abandoned him, leaving Shanmu utterly alone. "Now it seems you are the only one left. We should have a serious conversation." Shaoli retracted his agile movements, focusing intently, and exhaled a breath. Shanmu's eyes widened in shock as he finally discerned the figure before him, a young boy clad in white. No older than 12 or perhaps 11. His youthful visage was hard for Shanmu to believe. You are a ninja? And if I am? And if I am not? I seek but one thing, and if I am satisfied, I might spare you," Shaoli replied calmly, observing Shanmu's panic. "One thing? What is it? Do you want money or women?" "I have both. I can offer you all my wealth, including the dozens of young maidens I have captured. All shall be yours." Seeing that the other party had a clear purpose, Yamaki breathed a sigh of relief. Given his capabilities, he had no reason to fear a mere youth. Having served as a formal warrior for 5 years, he found himself in an era where the samurai had fallen from grace, making survival increasingly difficult. Reluctantly, he had resorted to a life of banditry. Who wouldn't he desire a peaceful existence? Yet, as a bandit, he spent each day robbing others, constantly living in fear of being robbed or killed himself, leading to a life filled with anxiety and hardship. In the past, as a samurai, he would have taken action decisively rather than listen to a mere child. Frankly, his spirit had aged, lacking the ambition he once possessed. "I have no need for women. I only desire money. No, specifically banknotes." Money was an urgent matter that Lee needed to address. With funds at his disposal, his future training would yield greater results with less effort. He had ventured into this perilous situation with one goal in mind: money. If left to seek it himself, he would waste an untold amount of time. Meanwhile, Mike and his companions should have already located that house, and time was of the essence. "Banknotes. I possess a multitude of banknotes, all of which I will hand over to you. However, they are not with me but hidden in a room of treasures. I shall retrieve them now." Upon finishing his sentence, Yamaki turned to flee. "Wait, did I say you could go get them?" Yamaki's expression darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he gripped his long samurai sword tightly. "I will accompany you to retrieve them." Find Hinata Niji, at Mike's signal, leapt onto the rooftop, carrying the unconscious girl on his back. "Byakugan." There is no one ahead, nor to the left, but a few individuals are scrambling to the right, appearing quite disheveled. "I suggest we proceed left," Niji relayed the situation. "Then let us move left. Tion, stay close behind Niji for safety," Mike instructed before dashing off to the left. Just as Niji was about to deactivate his Byakugan, he spotted two figures ahead. One was a burly bandit, and the other seemed familiar. In shock, he realized it was Lee Rock. His eyes filled with confusion, but he quickly deactivated his Byakugan, seemingly contemplating other thoughts. "You truly know how to enjoy life," Lee remarked, taking in the unique surroundings of the room, which was adorned with an abundance of gold and silver jewelry, sparkling treasures, and various ninja weapons. Hearing Lee's comment, Yamaki felt a swell of pride. "These are the spoils I have collected over 2 years. Would you care to join me? I assure you, within a year, you too could possess such wealth, far exceeding mere banknotes." Yamaki hinted at his recruitment intentions. Despite his desire to recruit the young boy, Yamaki refrained from expressing it openly, as a shuriken pressed against his throat, cold and menacing, made his heart race. "Your blade is swift, and with the strength of our bandit clan, we could achieve great things. At that time, enough with the nonsense. Where are the banknotes?" Yamaki felt a surge of irritation at being interrupted, though he dared not show it, silently cursing within. "The banknotes are inside that box." After finishing his words, Shanmu appeared somewhat anxious as he pointed towards a box. Summoning his courage, he eagerly approached it and flung open the four-sided chest. A glimmer of cold light flashed. And suddenly, boom, an explosive talisman. Shanmu swiftly tossed a black sphere adorned with the talisman, then reached for an adjacent empty box, diving inside just as a deafening explosion rocked the room, creating a gaping hole. Moments later, the box opened and Shanmu emerged. His expression twisted with rage. "You're still too inexperienced to play with me. You've made me lose a room full of treasures. What terrible luck." "Baka." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed behind him, halting his words abruptly. He gulped, his face paling. "Why you didn't die?" To which the response came. "You might as well ask the Grim Reaper that." Crimson blood splattered as a kunai sliced across Shanmu's neck. He trembled for a moment before collapsing to the ground. "If you wish to challenge me, you still have 100 years to go." Shanmu's thoughts were never free from Xiao Li's vigilance. During his clandestine missions for the Heavenly Dynasty, he faced an endless array of schemes and dangers, where a single misstep could lead to a grave fate. This constant peril had instilled in him an unwavering caution, for even seemingly trivial oversights could culminate in catastrophic failures. He had prepared a substitution technique upon entering, ensuring that the explosion had merely obliterated a decoy. The substitution technique proved to be remarkably effective. When Xiao Li first employed the ninjutsu, it felt foreign and intriguing. But now, its execution left him in awe of its marvels. This technique necessitated the prior preparation of an object, which would serve as a stand-in during perilous moments, thus preserving the original body. Having vanquished Shanmu, Xiao Li surveyed the room, now littered with the remnants of gold, silver, and jewels, though some boxes remained largely unscathed. He opened each of the 7 chests, and upon discovering a treasure trove of silver notes, his eyes gleamed with excitement. In the 3rd box, he found an astonishing amount, 300,000 silver notes. What a fortune! How many tasks would he need to undertake to amass such wealth? The minimum reward for a D-rank mission was 1,000, to be divided among 4 individuals. The leading jonin would take 40%, leaving the remaining 60% for the others. C-rank missions offered slightly higher rewards, at 5,000, yielding him 1,000. B-rank tasks even more so, with minimum rewards reaching 10,000 silver notes or beyond. Indeed, the most straightforward path to wealth lay in the art of thievery. From the inception of the mission, Xiao Li's objective was never merely to rescue the girl. From the moment Kai divulged the task to the group, he had already conceived a plan. A band of robbers must possess a significant amount of wealth, and given that the mission's aim was to save hostages, he intended to create a diversion by utilizing this very goal. His confidence stemmed from his own calculations. First, Kai was not a deep thinker and could be easily deceived. Second, Tian, being merely a young girl, lacked the experience to make sound judgments. Even Hinata Niji, despite his keen perceptiveness, was still inexperienced and hesitant to make decisive choices. For instance, during the recent watch, the most capable person should have been Hinata Niji, who possessed the Byakugan, yet under the provocation and influence of Kai, the trio gradually became passive, ensnared by their own words. The house erupted into fierce flames, followed by a startling explosion. "Kai, Xiao Li is no longer here," Tian exclaimed. The 3 had successfully rescued the hostages. However, upon escaping, they realized Xiao Li was nowhere to be found, their faces clouded with worry. "Where is Xiao Li? Did that fool run back to save us upon seeing we weren't back?" Kai said nervously, preparing to dash back to the hideout. Kai suggested that Niji use his Byakugan to assess the situation first. This time, Tian remained remarkably calm, recalling the robber's lair filled with filth and the stench of corpses. Niji, quickly use your Byakugan to see if Xiaoli is inside the hideout, Mike Kai urged. His excitement palpable. Humph, that straggler is truly a source of concern, he muttered to himself, pondering what Xiaoli could possibly be doing in the hideout. Before Niji could activate his Byakugan, Xiaoli returned to the designated location, prompting Mike Kai to tear up with joy and embrace him. Xiaoli, feeling somewhat nauseated, leaped back, leaving Mike Kai empty-handed, and stated earnestly, Akai, there are still other hostages in the hideout, young women whom I have rescued. They are currently fleeing towards safety. We should go and assist them. Other hostages? But our mission has already been accomplished, Mike Kai lamented, his unmet desire for affection leaving him disappointed. However, upon hearing Xiaoli report on the situation, he stroked his chin in deep contemplation. The teacher is correct. The remaining hostages are not our mission targets. Their fates are of no concern to us. Moreover, did you not mention that others are also executing the task alongside us? I trust they will rescue them. Tian, feeling anxious, said, the mission has been completed. Akai, let us depart. Are there other ninjas there? Xiaoli whispered, his expression darkening and filled with anguish, his eyes blazing like an inferno as he glared at the trio with indignation. Lives are at stake. As a ninja, is it not my duty to protect my homeland and ensure the safety of civilians? If we prioritize our mission over their lives, how are we any different from those robbers, Akai? A discourse unfolded as Tenten, Mike Guy, and the ever-arrogant Niji Hyuga furrowed their brows, their expression shifting to one of shyness, unable to confront the implications of Tenten's words and Niji's resolution. Ultimately, the decision rested with Mike Guy, whose countenance grew solemn as he addressed Lee. You speak wisely, Lee. As ninjas, our purpose is to protect our homeland. If we disregard the plight of the innocent, how are we any different from those brigands? Tenten and Niji, you shall escort the hostages to safety, while Lee and I will attend to those fleeing for their lives. This is our resolution. Youth is meant to be passionate and fervent. Let us act. Hey, Guy-sensei, Tenten called out, but Mike Guy had already dashed towards the stronghold. Lee cast a glance at Tenten and Niji before following closely behind Mike Guy into the stronghold. Lord Hokage, the situation regarding the mission is as follows. The stronghold has been consumed by flames, now nothing more than ruins. Mike Guy presented the mission report in the Hokage's office, recounting the events of the previous night and detailing Rock Lee's conduct and words during the incident, which elicited praise from the third Hokage. His eyes glimmered as he remarked, the brigands who tormented the innocent have now met their just deserts. Guy and Lee acted appropriately. If we turn a blind eye to the suffering of the civilians, how are we different from the robbers? The reward for this mission is substantial, and you may collect it from the mission office. Furthermore, I shall grant you an additional point towards this year's mission performance for the hostages you saved. Understood, Mike Guy exclaimed, leaving in high spirits. Shortly after his departure, a figure appeared in the third Hokage's office. The third calmly retrieved a smoking pipe from his drawer and began to puff clouds of smoke, observing the approaching ninja with a detached demeanor. What was the situation at the scene? Report, Lord Hokage. There were no remnants left behind, contrary to what Guy suggested. No other ninjas participated in the mission. However, we discovered several corpses showing peculiar signs of death. Peculiar? Pray, elaborate, the third Hokage inquired, his curiosity piqued. Initially, he sought merely to verify the involvement of other ninjas, but it appeared the issue was far more complex than anticipated. There are 7 corpses, each exhibiting a single lethal strike. Apart from the charred remains, the faces of the deceased are intact, revealing that they died in sheer terror, their pupils rolled back. As if unable to close their eyes in death, the ninja explained. Unable to close their eyes in death. Is there more? I suspect the method of killing resembles that employed by our Umbu. Each victim dispatched with a single strike, with precision in targeting and technique. It is a highly refined skill, one that even I find challenging to replicate, the ninja confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The third Hokage regarded him with suspicion. The ninja in question was none other than Kakashi Itaki. If even he found such assassination techniques difficult to execute, it was evident that the current circumstances warranted heightened vigilance. Could it be that Danzo has intervened? There have been rumors of his connections with this band of brigands, which might explain his persistent suppression of the mission to eliminate them. That is a possibility, Kakashi responded, acknowledging that such profound assassination skills, aside from the direct Umbu of the Hokage, could only be attributed to the route established by Danzo. The situation was clear. The third Hokage had directed his scrutiny towards Danzo. Alas, many matters lie beyond my control. The bandits have dispersed, which alleviates a burden from my heart. Kakashi. Since you are unharmed, you may take your leave. However, I have heard that none of your graduating students were deemed competent. Perhaps you should lower your standards slightly. After all, Guy has already begun training the lower-ranked shinobi, and judging by the outcome of this recent mission, it was quite commendable. The third Hokage subtly indicated Guy, hoping that Kakashi might also commence instructing students. Lord Hokage, I maintain my own standards for my students. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, conceding, very well, you may go. He lowered his hands, a weary sigh escaping him. He understood Kakashi's nature well. His methods, though seemingly harsh, were rooted in reason. However, it was undeniable that most of the students he dismissed were those he had personally tested, which seemed rather unfeeling. Lord Hokage, there is one more perplexing matter. Though it may seem trivial, I believe it warrants mention. Oh, what else is peculiar? While I was searching the hideout, I discovered a corpse in a room filled with gold and jewels, and that corpse belonged to the leader of the bandits, Yamuki. I also found traces of an explosion, likely from a detonation seal. Do you suspect that Yamuki perished in a conflict with another party? The third Hokage countered. Not quite. Rather, I noticed that certain items were missing. Kakashi elucidated. Missing items? Banknotes. There were banknotes absent. The third Hokage locked eyes with Kakashi, contemplation dawning upon him. His gaze shifted from deep thought to resolute clarity. He grasped the implication of Kakashi's observation, solidifying his suspicions regarding Danzo. Very well, Kakashi, you may take your leave. Understood. In a shadowy corner of Konoha, Lord Danzo, Yamuki is dead. An elderly man, his right hand bandaged, sat calmly in an armchair, leisurely sipping tea as he listened to the kneeling ninja relay the information. I am already aware. This morning, Sarutobi sent word. It appears the situation has been exposed. You may go. As the ninja departed, Danzo's calm facade darkened, the teacup shattering on the floor in his fury. He was incensed at being unjustly accused, particularly at such a critical juncture. He had originally intended to eradicate the bandits this month. The B-rank mission to eliminate the bandits had been suppressed, as he sought an opportunity to eliminate Yamuki and secretly transfer the spoils to the headquarters of Root. Now, all his plans lay in ruin. The remaining treasures had been confiscated by the third Hokage, while others were either destroyed by explosions or consumed by flames. Lord Danzo, a ninja appeared before him. Tianyu has a mission for you. Deliver this letter to the land of rice. Someone will receive it. Without elaboration, Danzo handed the letter to the ninja named Tianyu, who promptly departed. Sarutobi, you truly are aging. Danzo sighed as he produced a letter that had arrived that morning. An official missive from the Hokage. Subsequently, his solitary figure gradually faded into the shadows of the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, on the other side, the instigator of the events sat cross-legged in the relief house, deep in contemplation. I have erased all traces from the scene. There should be no oversights, Lee murmured to himself. However, soon after, his expression relaxed. In truth, he had no reason to fear discovery, even if he were found out. No one would believe that a student at the bottom of the class could be a cold-blooded killer unless the sun were to rise from the west starting tomorrow. Yet, how should he arrange this money? Given my training requirements and the earnings obtained, purchasing an excessive amount of items would undoubtedly attract attention. It appears I must start by acquiring weights. I recall that in the Naruto anime, Lee's first spectacular moment was when he removed his leg weights, showcasing an astonishing speed that left everyone in awe. The remarkable velocity he achieved was indeed a direct benefit of the immense weight he bore. It would be perfectly reasonable to use my earnings to buy weights. Currently, my primary training goal is to don the weights. They not only hone physical strength and speed, but also fortitude. In the original story, Lee's determination is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. Within the vast Naruto universe, there exists no one with such unwavering resolve. Presently, he is Lee, yet a different Lee, confident that his willpower will not falter. The training from the martial arts assassin organization far surpasses these physical tasks by countless degrees. Each training mission is akin to walking on thin ice, fraught with peril and unpredictability. As tasks do not occur daily, completing a D-rank mission may lead to another mission the very next day, while C-rank missions differ, allowing for 2 days of rest to adjust and reflect on experiences. This morning, Lee practiced the breathing fist and promptly set out for breakfast before heading to the ninja tool shop. Upon entering, he spotted a familiar figure. Hey, Ten. What are you doing here? Are you here to buy ninja tools too? Lee decided to initiate a conversation. Ten stood before a display of ninja tools, examining them intently. At the sound of Lee's familiar voice, she turned, somewhat surprised to see him. Upon hearing his inquiry, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Li, puzzled, wondered what was so amusing. After a moment, Tintin composed herself and seriously replied, "This ninja tool shop belongs to my family." Li, not as astonished as one might expect, merely pouted slightly and muttered, "Well, it turns out she is from a wealthy family. Each ninja village possesses its own dedicated tool shop, and to Li, these shops in the Naruto world resemble arms dealers from his previous life, being quite lucrative." He understood that those who could operate a ninja tool shop typically held power and influence, and Tintin likely belonged to such a lineage. Often referred to as the children of the affluent. Seeing Xiaoli remain silent and no longer laughing, Tian began to inquire, "Xiaoli, what kind of ninja tools do you wish to purchase? As a gesture of camaraderie, I can offer you a 20% discount." Her eyes gleamed with mischief. It was evident that Xiaoli had come to the store to buy something, though she was surprised to learn it was owned by his family. Xiaoli sighed. "Oh, it's not like that. This is my father's shop. I merely assist in managing it whenever I have spare time. Since I have nothing to do today, I thought I would come by to help out." Tian whispered, yet her expression betrayed her. "So this is your family's establishment. You must possess considerable knowledge about ninja tools. I won't beat around the bush. I am looking to purchase a set of weighted items." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli straightforwardly stated his purpose for visiting. Tian, intrigued, raised her head and pondered, "Xiaoli, you don't intend to enhance your speed, do you?" Xiaoli nodded. "Sigh, you're just like Teacher Akai. However, Teacher Akai no longer uses weights. You need to tell me if you want to train your leg strength or wrist strength." "Leg weights," Xiaoli clarified. "Let me think." Tian mused as she walked to a corner of the shop filled with various tools, carefully searching until her eyes lit up upon finding the section for weights. "Xiaoli, the minimum weight here is 100 pounds. Are you absolutely certain you want this? Since this is a store for ninja tools, I have some understanding of them, especially regarding weights. If misused, they can cause severe injury. I remember my father once mentioned a ninja who purchased 200 pounds of weights, but due to improper use, he suffered grave injuries and eventually succumbed in the hospital. Of course, that was an isolated case. For the likes of Mike Kai's group, one cannot survive without substantial physical strength." Tian, do you know how much weight Teacher Akai purchased during his first attempt? Xiaoli ignored her concerns and instead asked about Mike Kai's initial choice of weights, which piqued his curiosity. "Well, that seems like a long time ago. My father mentioned it. I believe Teacher Akai bought 200 pounds. Wait, Xiaoli, you." Tian appeared to have an epiphany, and indeed Xiaoli resolutely declared, "I will buy 200 pounds of weights." "Xiaoli, are you insane? Only a Nin can withstand such a load. You are merely a genin. You should consider purchasing 100 pounds instead." Tian said, her concern palpable. As a companion, especially as a girl, she wished to avoid any harm befalling him. "Don't worry, Tian, I know my limits. Just help me buy the 200 pounds of weights. If it proves to be too much, I will come back to exchange it." Xiaoli replied with a smile. "But there are no buts about it. Fine, but you must promise me that if it becomes too burdensome, you will exchange it. Do you understand?" Tian said, somewhat defeated. "I will. I'll heed your advice, all right?" Xiaoli felt a sense of helplessness. In the past, he would never have engaged in such lengthy discussions. But now he sought to evolve from his former self. He needed a new life to enrich him. What he perceived and contemplated after his rebirth was entirely different from before. "Very well, I shall assist you with the burden of 200 pounds. The weight is marked on the leg weights above, and every day I stretch out my hands to retrieve it, but after much effort, I have managed to move only a fraction, with beads of sweat dripping down my forehead. Let me handle it, I insist." "Indeed. 200 pounds is rather heavy for a girl." My expression darkens, and in a fit of pique, I exclaim, "No worries. I have a solution." With that, I produce a scroll from my back. Upon unrolling it, I find it blank. Swiftly, I form seals with my hands, finally pressing them to the ground as I shout, "Receive!" Whoosh! The 200 pounds of weight is drawn into the scroll by a gust of wind. As I close the scroll, my complexion pales significantly, and I struggle to catch my breath. This is exhausting. "Here, take the scroll back. You should understand how to unseal it, but remember, you must return it to me. It is quite valuable." Panting heavily, I hand the scroll to Xiaoli, who extends his hands to support me. The moment our hands touch, I feel a tremor, and my face flushes from pale to a rosy hue. "Let me help you sit over there for a moment. This weight has drained your spirit immensely." I assist her slowly to a chair. However, my thoughts soar to the heavens. What is this sensation? Though Xiaoli's hands are rough, they radiate warmth. Could it be that I have developed feelings for Xiaoli? No, that is impossible. How could I possibly have feelings for someone so far behind? Yet, is he truly as lacking as I once thought? Reflecting on Xiao Li's recent actions and words, I realize he possesses a manliness that surpasses even Ning Xi's, especially when it comes to rescuing those taken captive. My mind races with a multitude of thoughts. Xiao Li's expression remains calm as he fulfills his duty of supporting me. Tian, what is the cost of the 200 pounds? He inquires, but it seems I have not heard him. Lost in a daze, my face flushed. Understanding my state, Xiao Li gently pats my head and says, Tian, snap out of it. It's time to collect the payment. Startled by Xiao Li's words, my face reddens further, and I jump up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. What nonsense are you talking about? You, jerk. Tian. Isn't it time to collect the payment? Payment? Suddenly, I come to my senses. My temper flares as I return to seriousness. Pulling out a ledger to check the marked price of the weights. After a moment of contemplation, I slowly say, I've applied a 20% discount. So it's a total of 5,000 silver notes. 5,000 silver notes? Why is it so expensive? Xiao Li furrows his brow. He possesses over 300,000 silver notes. 5,000 is hardly a concern. However, the exorbitant price for merely one weight leaves him speechless. In reality, the crafting of weights is more challenging than any ninja tool, especially when seeking objects of considerable heft. The labor and effort involved far surpass that of ordinary ninja equipment. Here, Xiao Li says, producing a 10,000 silver note and handing it to me. My eyes widen in astonishment as I gaze at the note. Li, how did you accumulate such wealth? Yesterday, the allocation of silver notes for the sea-level mission was merely 1,000 per person. And that was only because Teacher Kai did not take too much for himself. 10,000 silver notes are neither excessive nor insufficient. Yet their significance varies greatly for an ordinary genin. As you know, I am an orphan. Although I receive subsidies from the village, they merely suffice for subsistence. In my spare time, I often venture into the mountains to catch small game, which I sell to restaurants. Occasionally, I assist in cleaning and other tasks, earning some extra money, all of which I have saved from those endeavors. Li feigned a sorrowful expression, seemingly touched by some poignant memory. Tian, realizing her misstep, quickly expressed concern. I see now. Li, I truly envy you. Living independently is quite admirable, you know? In truth, I have my own worries. My parents vehemently opposed my choice to become a ninja, citing the dangers involved and the potential for loss of life during missions. However, upon learning that I was assigned to Teacher Kai's class, they surprisingly ceased their objections, and I could sense a hint of tacit approval. As Tian spoke, she gazed longingly at Li's solitary existence. If her thoughts were to be overheard, many might react with disdain, recalling characters like Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who endured their own hardships. Tian mused on her sheltered life, unaware of the harsh realities outside her bubble. Tian, your parents care for you deeply, which is why they express such concerns. Only when you truly experience living alone will you realize that such a life is not to be envied. Cherish what you have now, lest you regret it for a lifetime. Li, not wishing to dwell on Tian's navet, retrieved the money she had lent her and gradually departed from the equipment store. Tian watched Li's retreat with a complex mix of emotions, feeling as though she had once again misspoken. Under the scorching summer sun, as the first rays of light streamed down, Li sprang from her bed. After a month of diligent training, her efforts had finally borne fruit. She had become accustomed to the weight she bore. For an entire month, she had remained in the relief house, never stepping outside. The cramped space was more than sufficient for her leg-strengthening exercises. During this time, Mike Kai had visited twice and Tian 3 times, both inquiring why she had not participated in any D-level missions. Li candidly shared her training progress with Mike Kai, who was moved to tears upon hearing about her dedication to weighted training. He had initially intended to introduce her to weight training gradually, but was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li had already procured her own weights. As for Tian, she visited out of concern that the weights might be too heavy and harm Li's health. Each of her 3 monthly visits included gifts of fruit, accompanied by gentle persuasion for Li to switch to a 100-pound weight, but each time, Li politely declined. The effects of weight training extend beyond merely enhancing leg strength. They also contribute to the refinement of martial arts skills. Practicing martial arts within this confined space proves somewhat restrictive. However, the inclusion of weight has significantly narrowed the scope of my training. Initially, during the first week, I found it quite challenging to adapt to carrying a burden of 200 pounds while practicing martial arts. My body quickly succumbed to fatigue and discomfort after barely 2 rounds. I had once heard of the realm of lifting as if it were light, where, upon achieving a high level in martial arts, one can manipulate heavy objects with ease, wielding hundreds of pounds of weaponry with the utmost finesse. Presently, I feel a semblance of this lightness, yet I remain far from truly mastering it. The path of martial arts is vast and profound, with each level demanding relentless training and exceptional insight, as well as a tranquil state of mind. With my feet grounded, I glide forward slightly, my hands poised in readiness. The upper body remains supple, while the lower body must exhibit agility. I take a deep breath, and, donned with the weight, I initiate the snake fist technique. However, my lower body struggles to maintain fluidity, resulting in punches that lack definition, resembling a struggling loach in a muddy pit. Both body and spirit converge, and my steps synchronize with my gaze. Xiao Li's expression shifts from focused concentration to fierce determination, and he bellows with the force of a thunderclap. The resonating shout reverberates through the entire relief room, causing various items to tumble to the ground. Wow! An earthquake! An earthquake! Shouts someone from the street outside. The previously bustling market descends into chaos, with adults expressing anxiety and children crying. The lively atmosphere dissipates as if the market has erupted. Meanwhile, within the relief room, Xiao Li reveals a satisfied smile, realizing he has attained the state of Mingjin. Traditionally, achieving Mingjin would require at least 5 months of dedicated practice in both fist and palm techniques. However, the pressure induced by the weight has accelerated my progress, allowing me to attain this state in just 1 month. Mingjin, Anjin, Huajin, the 3 pivotal stages of strength in martial arts mark a significant advancement. The power of Mingjin is primarily external, where the force of punches and palm strikes is amplified by momentum. The sound generated arises naturally from the friction of bones. The emergence of Mingjin enables even those untrained in rigorous techniques to wield formidable palm strength. With my current capabilities, I find my close combat skills rival those of a seasoned Jainin. Xiao Li reflects on this, acknowledging that nearing the prowess of a Jainin requires not only martial skill but also proficiency in physical techniques. Meanwhile, in the training arena, Mike and Tian engage in sparring, each wielding a pair of nunchaku. Mike seems particularly fond of these weapons. They spar for about 15 minutes until Tian's nunchaku accidentally falls to the ground, prompting Mike to halt their practice. Breathing heavily, Tian casts a mildly reproachful glance at Mike, who simply smiles and says, Tian, your martial skills have improved over the past month. Let us continue to strive for excellence. Alas, Teacher Kakashi, what is the purpose of solely practicing these techniques? I yearn to acquire new knowledge. Look at Niji and Li. Niji is on the verge of mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and even the formidable defensive technique, Returning Heaven, is nearing completion. Meanwhile, Li has been training diligently at home for a month. They each have their own aspirations, while I find myself confined to mundane exercises. Teacher Kakashi, please impart some wisdom to me. Mike Guy felt a pang of anxiety. He too was troubled. As a Jonin, he possessed much to share with his Genin students. Yet the peculiarities of his 3 pupils left him befuddled. First there was Niji Hyuga, a prodigy despite being from the branch family, who inherited a complete set of techniques from his father, rendering him somewhat unreachable. Then there was Tintin, a girl whose talents did not lie in physical combat. While training could enhance her physique, it did little for her overall advancement. Lastly, there was Li. Just the thought of him brought a headache. I had much to offer. Yet it seemed Li understood precisely how to train, having even procured his own weights. No other Jonin could claim such ease, nor such vexation. Tintin, what was that again? Teacher Kakashi, are you considering teaching me ninjutsu? Tintin's inquiry left Guy visibly distressed. It was not that he wished to withhold knowledge from her. Had he possessed skills in ninjutsu, he would have eagerly showcased them before Kakashi. However, apart from taijutsu, he was utterly inept in ninjutsu. Tintin, your strengths do not lie in taijutsu or ninjutsu, but rather, just as Guy was about to elaborate, Tintin interrupted excitedly. Could it be that I am suited for genjutsu? Indeed, girls are naturally inclined towards genjutsu. Well, Tintin, you actually aren't suited for genjutsu either. Tintin halted abruptly, gazing at Guy in bewilderment. If she was deemed unsuitable for ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, then what was left for her? How could she become a ninja? Her spirits plummeted. What, then, am I truly suited to learn? Tintin, you are well suited for space-time ninjutsu. A voice resonated from outside the training ground. Turning to see Li, they exclaimed, Li, what brings you here? Since my weight training has concluded, I returned to engage in normal activities, Lee replied with a smile, comfortably taking a seat before Guy. He then turned to Kakashi and stated, "See, Teacher Kakashi, I was correct. Tintin is indeed suited for space-time ninjutsu." Well, indeed. Tintin is suited for space-time ninjutsu. Tintin, filled with confusion, looked at Guy with a perplexed expression. Teacher Kakashi, what exactly is space-time ninjutsu? Space-time ninjutsu is. Allow me to explain. Observing Mike's hesitance, Xiao Li interjected, Tian, you frequently utilize scrolls to unseal items. This technique of transferring objects from another realm is a form of space-time ninjutsu. Many of the ninjutsu we encounter often bear the hallmarks of space-time techniques, such as the body flicker technique learned by Jonin, which is also a variant of space-time ninjutsu. Additionally, there is the summoning technique, wherein one forges a pact with a formidable creature, enabling the summoning of this being to assist in combat against adversaries. What suits you best is indeed space-time ninjutsu, employing scrolls to conjure items from alternate dimensions. Xiao Li articulated his insights, which, rather than being mere observations, seemed to be a prelude to the advice Mike would soon impart to Tian. However, she remained perplexed. But I can only seal mundane items. How can I engage in battle? Xiao Li shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. This is something you must ponder on your own. I have conveyed my thoughts clearly. If you still do not comprehend, you may consult Teacher Kai. A person's path is one they must traverse independently. Others can only provide hints, not solutions. While it is commendable to assist others to the fullest, it is essential to recognize that Xiao Li did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Rather, he bore a heavy burden of sin. He had already offered guidance. For a mentor can only lead one to the threshold. The journey of cultivation is ultimately personal. Subsequently, Xiao Li turned his gaze toward Mike. Teacher Kai, I wish to test my skills against you. Xiao Li spoke earnestly, fully aware of his limitations. He recognized that, even at the peak of his strength, he would struggle to contend with Mike, who had truly perfected the art of physical combat, rendering him nearly invulnerable to scrutiny for weaknesses. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Although Mike has never studied traditional martial arts, he has mastered speed to an extraordinary degree, particularly in the eight-gate state, where his form becomes imperceptible to the naked eye. Xiao Li has finally regained his fervor. Indeed, my beloved disciple has not changed. He remains as youthful and passionate as ever. Mike exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Wiping his eyes, he declared with fervor, Then let us commence, Xiao Li. Hey, wait. I haven't finished asking my question. Tian shouted, but the two were oblivious to her. Xiao Li took a step forward, grounding himself firmly. His legs steady upon the earth, his hands resting before his chest, a departure from his usual combat stance. As he stabilized his position, Xiao Li's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpening and becoming menacing, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the grass, fixated on its prey. Mike was already prepared. Yet at the moment Xiao Li's eyes ignited with intensity, his pupils constricted, and a grave expression took hold. This was the sensation of a formidable adversary. Initially, he believed it to be a mere illusion, but as Xiao Li assumed his stance, a tremor of realization coursed through him. Xiao Li's posture appeared soft and unsteady, reminiscent of a straw man on the verge of collapse. However, having practiced martial arts for many years and faced countless foes, Mike possessed an innate sensitivity to the nuances of physical combat. It resembled a serpent. From the remarkable demeanor of Xiao Li, I found myself captivated. Was it merely an illusion, or was my anxiety manifesting? The excitement surrounding Xiao Li's recovery? No. How could an 11-year-old boy possess such profound martial prowess? As Mike Kai's thoughts swirled, Xiao Li made the first move. His foot struck the ground with force, his fist slicing through the air like lightning. With a resounding crack, the sound reverberated, akin to thunder on a clear day. The proximity of the two heightened attention. Upon hearing the thunderous noise, a look of panic washed over them, momentarily mistaking it for an earthquake. How fortuitous! Mike Kai did not underestimate Xiao Li's assault. Though Xiao Li's punches were swift, Mike Kai's were swifter still. Unaware of the concealed might of his own strength, his fists bore an invisible steel shield, making it arduous for an ordinary body to withstand such force, especially since Mike Kai had never trained in hard techniques and remained oblivious to the power of internal energy. With a sudden start, Mike Kai retracted his fist, his fingers trembling slightly. Yet, he did not retreat. He tightened his grip and moved with urgency, his figure vanishing from sight. Xiao Li stood vigilant, acutely aware that Mike Kai was now earnest in his approach. His speed was extraordinary. I could scarcely keep pace, left only to await an opportunity. Mike Kai's movements were so rapid that they eluded the naked eye, save for those endowed with the Byakugan or Sharingan, or those who had attained the realm of instinctual evasion. Xiaoli. Mike Kai called out, a phantom image materializing before Xiaoli. Startled, Xiaoli marveled at the swiftness. Yet his limbs remained undeterred. With the Bagua cloud steps, he transformed punches into palms, coordinating his feet and body with alacrity. A fierce kick met only empty air, leaving Mike Kai astonished. How could he miss? Just moments before, he had intended to caution Xiaoli to avoid inadvertently inflicting harm. The force of his enhanced speed was substantial. A blow from his leg could shatter the ribs of an average ninja. A word of warning would allow Xiaoli to brace himself defensively. However, Mike Kai never anticipated that his warning would not only prepare Xiaoli but also enable him to evade with an unusual footwork. Despite the rapidity of Xiaoli's movements, Mike Kai believed even Kakashi would struggle to dodge so effortlessly. Yet Xiaoli accomplished it. The sensation of facing a formidable opponent was unmistakable. Xiaoli's peculiar punches left Mike Kai's fingers tingling, and combined with his bizarre footwork, it was both wondrous and uncanny. He had witnessed numerous martial arts techniques, even forbidden moves, yet none resembled Xiaoli's style, an enigma that did not conform to the norms of combat. It was undeniably effective. Had I been overly suspicious? Akai had never been exposed to traditional martial arts. No amount of speculation would alter that fact. The only one who truly understood this world was Xiaoli himself. Akai-sensei, prepare yourself. With fists morphing into palms. The wind howled around him as his lower body moved with agility. Xiaoli's form appeared like a fleeting white specter, traversing the realm of the living as though a harbinger of the extraordinary. What was this? Mike Kai was taken aback as Xiaoli transformed into a spectral white figure. Drifting before him, its visage obscured. The two glaring eyes within the white apparition radiated a menacing intensity, evoking within him a primal sense of being the prey while his opponent assumed the role of the hunter, trapped as if in a jar. With a sudden burst of strength, his feet sank into the earth, and in an instant, the power in his legs erupted forth. The white figure vanished, and Xiaoli unleashed a ferocious palm strike, resonating with the roar of a mighty tiger that reverberated through the forest. Tian, observing from the sidelines, was utterly astonished, as if ensnared in a vivid dream. When had Xiaoli become so formidable, overpowering Teacher Kai while deftly evading his swift kick? It was inconceivable, surely a mere illusion. How could Teacher Kai be bested by Xiaoli? As Xiaoli's palm descended, Mike Kai's eyes blazed with fervor, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He met Xiaoli's advance with a thunderous punch, unleashing a torrent of raw power. The clash of palm and fist produced an astonishing roar, leaving Xiaoli unable to withstand the force, sending him hurtling through the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a grimace of pain upon his face. Teacher Kai, I concede, Xiaoli admitted, his defeat born of respect. Mike Kai was indeed a master of physical arts, a figure who had elevated simple techniques to their zenith. The pinnacle of martial arts lies in the ability to simplify complexity, and Mike Kai had transcended the intricate, executing straightforward strikes with impeccable precision, devoid of any flaw. He was a true master, and even at the peak of his own abilities, Xiaoli acknowledged he could not rival Mike Kai. In the realm of Naruto, the only individual he revered was Mike Kai, who relied solely on his own efforts without any external aids. What, then, constituted true genius in Xiaoli's eyes? It was the harmonious blend of 99% hard work and a mere touch of talent, thus being able to traverse into the life of Xiaoli under the mentorship of a master of physical arts was the most fulfilling experience imaginable, far more exhilarating than learning ninjutsu. As Mike Kai's flushed face regained its composure, he rushed to Xiaoli's side, filled with concern. My dear disciple Xiaoli, are you all right? It was my fault for exerting too much force. Ordinary physical injuries were not beyond Mike Kai's recovery, but the true strength he had unleashed bore potential internal ramifications, not merely surface damage. Tian, snapping out of her astonishment, rushed to Xiaoli, who lay bleeding on the ground, her voice laced with anger as she reproached Mike Kai. Teacher Kai, how could you do this? Xiaoli was never your opponent. You didn't need to use such force. Upon hearing Tian's reprimand, Mike Kai lowered his head, silenced by her words. Xiaoli, however, merely smiled. He placed no blame on Mike Kai. In the heat of conflict, the fleeting moments of battle could spell life or death, particularly between two individuals of such disparate mastery, one a master of physical arts, the other merely aspiring to greatness. Mike Kai's response was instinctual. Had he shown leniency, Xiaoli would have lost respect for him, or worse. My Kai would not be worthy of the title of a master of physical arts. Every day, did you witness my battle with Teacher Akai? It was not a matter of blaming Tian for her concern, but rather inquiring if she truly understood the situation. With a bewildered expression, Tian seemed utterly confused. Xiaoli shook his head and remarked, "My confrontation with Teacher Akai was a genuine duel, not a mere child's play. If we, as genin, continue to allow Teacher Akai to go easy on us, we will inevitably perish in the trials of a ninja. The reason we have higher-ranking ninjas guiding us is to ensure that we grow stronger, acquiring sufficient skill and experience, eventually becoming independent and evolving into true ninjas." Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Tian looked up at Mike K with a sense of injustice, at a loss for words. Xiaoli's reasoning was sound, yet she could not find a way to counter it. Mike K also regarded Tian with a serious expression. Xiaoli's words resonated deeply. Even Mike K struggled to comprehend how Xiaoli could articulate such sensible thoughts had he been in Xiaoli's position. He would have found it difficult to conceive anything so profound. However, Xiaoli, your martial techniques during our recent duel were rather peculiar, particularly when our fists collided. My fingers went numb. How did you achieve that? Mike K, momentarily diverting his attention from Tian's sorrowful demeanor, asked curiously. That moment left an indelible impression on him. The sudden numbness in his fingers could not simply be attributed to strength, for Xiaoli's power could not exceed his own. Moreover, the explosive sound of the clash was reminiscent of a roaring tiger, nearly affecting him as well. Xiaoli pondered for a moment before slowly responding. That is the power of Ming Jin. Ming Jin? What is that? Mike K inquired, increasingly intrigued. While even the previously disheartened Tian perked up to listen intently. How should I explain it? Ming Jin is neither chakra nor merely the strength of the wrist and arm. It originates from the bones. When we train, it is exceedingly difficult to strengthen our bones. For no matter how solid our fists become, they cannot compare to the hardness of bone. When we move our bodies, the bones rub against each other, generating a subtle force. This force is imperceptible to the untrained eye, seemingly useless to ordinary individuals. Yet for practitioners of martial arts like us, every part of our body, every movement, can create minute friction in the bones. Teacher Akai, you can actually hear the sound of bones grinding. I can hear it? That seems impossible, Mike K replied. Astonished, but still puzzled. How could one perceive the sound of bones rubbing? It is not about hearing with the ears, but rather feeling it, with the senses closed. One must rely on the remaining perception to listen. This explanation left both of them even more bewildered. It is understandable, as the intricacies of martial arts are often difficult to articulate and can only be truly appreciated through experience. However, for Mike K, generating Ming Jin would prove challenging, as his training methods had become rigid. Ming Jin must harmonize with martial arts, much like how gentle fist techniques must align with the Byakugan. Both are indispensable for unleashing true power. At that moment, Hyuga Niji emerged from the forest. He had been training, but a sudden, resounding noise had drawn his attention. Upon reaching the training ground, he observed Li seated on the ground, Guy standing, and Tenten crouched nearby. Niji, perplexed, inquired, "What has transpired here? What are you all doing?" The expressions on their faces made him feel somewhat superfluous. Li was explaining the concept of Mingjin power to us. It's quite a remarkable phenomenon, even beyond the understanding of Master Guy. Tenten replied, her enthusiasm reignited at Niji's return. Mingjin power? What is that? Surely it's just another gimmick concocted by the underachievers, Niji thought dismissively. Completely uninterested in Rock Lee. Despite Lee's diligent efforts, Niji believed that mere hard work could not surpass the innate talent of a genius. No. This is no trivial matter. Just now, Lee used Mingjin power to make my fingers tingle and produced a thunderous sound. Guy interjected, raising a finger to emphasize his point. A thunderous sound? Niji's expression darkened. So, the noise earlier was your doing. I see your so-called Mingjin power is nothing more than a deceptive trick, when one lacks true strength. Resorting to dubious methods to fool Master Guy and Tenten is simply pathetic. You truly never cease to amuse me, underachiever, Niji scoffed coldly. He had initially intended to dismiss the situation, but after being consistently overlooked by Lee, his pride as a genius had been deeply wounded. And now he seized the opportunity to retaliate. Oh, dubious methods, you say? Indeed, it may be so, but it seems irrelevant to you. Constantly barking behind someone else's back. Don't you feel akin to a dog? Lee remarked with a faint smile, his gaze steady on Niji. How dare you call me a dog? Niji retorted. You misinterpret my words. I meant to say there's a dog barking, and it sounds rather unpleasant. Both of you should hold your tongues, Tenten interjected. Sensing the escalating tension, while Guy felt a headache coming on as he dreaded such confrontations, Niji's eyes narrowed, a flicker of fury igniting within him as he fixed his gaze on Lee. Underachiever, do you dare to test your skills against me? I assure you, I will not kill you. Niji was not one for idle chatter. He preferred to take decisive action. Very well, but I promise I won't kill you either. Lee replied, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange, sparks igniting between them. One was a prodigy from the Hyuga branch family, while the other was an underperformer at the bottom of the class. Tintin, feeling out of her depth, recalled the previous sparring match between Lee and Guy. Realizing Lee's strength was considerable, particularly as he had compelled Master Guy to utilize his true abilities. She had witnessed Niji's encounters with Guy as well, and how Niji could never land a blow on him, succumbing quickly after a few exchanges. Even Tintin, though somewhat naive, recognized that with Lee's current prowess, Niji would find it quite challenging to gain the upper hand. Daily, a myriad of thoughts swirl within, accompanied by an ever-present sense of trepidation. Shaoli, you have just engaged in combat with Teacher Akai and sustained an injury. It would be prudent to refrain from further conflict and take a moment to rest. Wouldn't it? Tian implored with a beseeching expression directed at Shaoli, who responded with an air of indifference. It was not his desire to fight, but rather a necessity to impose discipline upon this individual, lest he mistakenly believe that Shaoli was intimidated. Very well, the one who lags behind. Today I shall unveil the lamentable fate of being a hindrance. I despise the unfairness of this world, declared Hyuga Niji arrogantly, his haughty demeanor suggesting that he believed himself to be the master of his own destiny. You are truly laughable. If you intend to strike, do so swiftly. What purpose do your idle words serve? What is fate to you, a mere weakling? Do not make me laugh, Shaoli retorted with biting sarcasm, his words igniting a tempest within Niji, whose lips twitched involuntarily, his expression darkening. I shall grant you your wish. Teacher Akai, please intervene. Tian pleaded. But Mike Kai remained undeterred, his focus solely on Shaoli. He sought to glean insight into the so-called friction through Niji's challenge, pondering the essence of Ming Jin. Shaoli's explanation had evoked a semblance of understanding within him, yet it remained elusive, akin to a scholar grappling with an incomprehensible tome, despite possessing the unique qualification to decipher it. In the training ground, Niji assumed the classic stance of gentle fist, while Shaoli adopted the posture of snake fist. Although he had just endured a fierce battle with Mike Kai, causing a lingering ache in his chest that precluded him from regaining his peak condition. Facing Niji was a different matter altogether. My gentle fist, let us see how you will defend against it. With that, Hyuga Niji surged forward, his hands gathering chakra in a display of the finesse inherent in gentle fist. This technique involved channeling chakra into his palms, utilizing the Byakugan to perceive the body's chakra points, enabling him to strike at his opponent's vital points. The strength of gentle fist extended beyond mere surface strikes, employing a principle of softness to overcome rigidity. While Tai Chi harmonizes softness and hardness, gentle fist disregards this balance entirely. Under the exquisite control of chakra, gentle fist attacks do not merely graze the surface, they directly inflict damage upon the internal organs, akin to the subtlety of dark Jin. Dark Jin involves the entire skeletal structure becoming supple, allowing for devastating impacts that can obliterate an opponent's innards. A master of martial arts can wield the power of Ming Jin with the potency of dark Jin, yet Shaoli had not yet reached such a realm. As the force of the strike stirred the air, Shaoli remained steadfast, not moving an inch. Both he and Niji were of a similar ilk, engaging in close combat and exchanging techniques. If it were Mike Kai, he would undoubtedly have to reposition himself, for his speed was unparalleled. In contrast, Niji's speed was not on the same level as Mike Kai's. Thus, the outcome would hinge upon their respective skills and combat experience. As Shaoli's lower body relaxed and his waist arched backward, his snake fist slithered like a venomous serpent through the grass. Suddenly, one hand pressed down on Niji's wrist, causing him to flinch and attempt to retract his palm, only to realize it was too late. A force descended upon his palm, numbing his fingers and rendering them weak. Sensing danger, Niji retaliated with another strike aimed directly at Shaoli's chest. However, with a flicker of movement in his eyes, Shaoli stepped back slightly, deftly evading the blow. He grasped Niji's hand, and with a thrust of his middle finger, struck Niji's forehead. The impact caused Niji's forehead protector to fall, and he staggered back, creating distance between himself and Shaoli. A throbbing pain radiated from his forehead, and his expression wavered with disbelief as he gazed at Shaoli, who remained steadfast in his position, not budging an inch. Yet, within Niji's heart, a tempest of turmoil surged. He could hardly fathom the reality that he had been forced back by someone he deemed inferior. In the past, he had always dominated Xiao Li. But ever since Xiao Li's hospitalization, everything had changed. It felt as though his pride as a genius was gradually being questioned and undermined. I promised I wouldn't kill you. Xiao Li chuckled lightly, and Niji felt a stinging heat rise to his cheeks, as if he had been slapped. This is your doing. Niji's stance shifted, and his aura transformed. Xiao Li's expression grew grave, as if a realization dawned upon him, his eyes gleaming with intensity. You are already within my bagua, he declared. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the 8 trigram 64 palms. This is my first exhibition since mastering it, and you, the underdog, should consider yourself fortunate. With his Byakugan activated, Niji's vision sharpened dramatically. He discerned the 64 chakra points on Xiao Li's body. Then I shall await your display, Xiao Li responded, standing resolutely as his mind recalled the intricacies of the 8 trigram 64 palms. This technique, an A-rank martial art, was a secret passed down within the Hyuga clan. Only those endowed with the ability to perceive chakra points in all directions through the Byakugan could wield it effectively. This method resembled the art of pressure point strikes, but was even more exquisite. The sophistication lay in the Byakugan's capability to see the points directly. An elder once remarked during Xiao Li's studies in traditional martial arts that all martial arts stem from Shaolin, while pressure point techniques originated from Master Bodhidharma, who studied the body's meridians and ultimately established this art. Though Xiao Li was not adept in pressure point techniques, he had often heard tales of their wonders. Striking a lethal point could result in instant death, while hitting a tranquil point could induce deep slumber, and a laughing point could evoke uncontrollable laughter. What is Niji doing? One onlooker mused, as Niji's posture transformed entirely and his Byakugan activated, indicating a formidable technique. Mike Kai nodded, stating, this is the secret art of the Hyuga clan, the 8 trigrams palm, which employs the 64 palms within the bagua range. Each palm seals a chakra point. How formidable! Does this mean Xiao Li is in grave danger? Every day, concern nodded him as he anxiously glanced at Xiao Li. Mike K shook his head. He had regained his composure. When it came to true strength, Xiao Li was not inferior to Ning Xi. In fact, observing Xiao Li's calm demeanor, Mike K's worry lay with Ning Xi. It would be exceedingly difficult for Ning Xi to triumph over Xiao Li. This conclusion he could only reach in the confines of his mind. A month prior, Xiao Li was utterly ordinary, just like himself, shouting about the fervor of youth, a complete novice. Yet, a month later, Xiao Li underwent a remarkable transformation, a composed mind, decisive actions, and peculiar martial arts techniques. Every day. Do not worry. I believe Xiao Li will know his limits, Mike K reassured. Every day, convinced he had misheard. Pondered how Teacher Kai could assert that Xiao Li possessed such discernment. Did this imply that even if Ning Xi unleashed the 8 trigram 60 palms, he would not be a match for Xiao Li? No, surely he must have misinterpreted the words. After all, Ning Xi was a true genius. Ning Xi moved. His Byakugan activated, discerning the surroundings with remarkable clarity. His speed surged to nearly double, as swift as lightning, and his powerful strikes disrupted the air. Once locked within the 8 trigrams, escape became exceedingly difficult unless one possessed extraordinary speed, eluding the naked eye, or possessed formidable defensive capabilities to withstand the gentle fist's onslaught. These were the only 2 methods to counter it. Xiao Li had no intention of exiting the confines of the 8 trigrams, nor would he forfeit such an extraordinary opportunity. Which was mightier, Ning Xi's gentle fist or my 8 trigrams palm? As Ning Xi advanced, Xiao Li, who had been standing still, suddenly became elusive. His white martial arts uniform created a ghostly apparition as he glided across the ground, switching from fist to palm, movements synchronized with his steps. Under my Byakugan, all your actions are futile. Xiao Li's maneuvers were peculiar, yet did not escape the watchful Byakugan. Ning Xi could distinctly perceive Xiao Li's trajectory, even his footwork exposed in its entirety. The Byakugan, one of the formidable 3-eyed techniques, was not an exaggeration. 8 trigrams palm, 8 trigrams 2 palms. Do you think you can evade? Both strikes missed their mark, and a dreadful expression contorted Ning Xi's face. This was the first time he unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, only to find 2 strikes fall short. 8 trigrams 5 palms. 8 trigrams 11 palms. This is bad. Ning Xi's mind became disordered. Mike K observed closely, every movement of Ning Xi captured in his gaze, while every day wore a tense expression, hoping neither would act recklessly. 8 trigrams 31 palms. No. Why can't I land a hit? How can I be missing? I refuse to believe it. With an enraged roar, his hair flew wildly. completely losing control. 8 trigrams, 44 palms. 8 trigrams, 54 palms. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With the final palm strike, Ningxi's eye revealed a terrifying grin. He had finally struck true. He lifted his gaze to Xiaoli, whose eyes sparkled with determination. The power of the 8 trigrams 64 palms is formidable. Yet its vulnerabilities are glaringly apparent, particularly with Niji's application of the technique, which remains unrefined and not yet perfected. The 8 trigrams palm primarily focuses on sealing chakra points, thus lacking the internal damage potency of the ordinary gentle fist. Most of his strikes were deftly evaded by Xiaoli, and the final blow was delivered to a location that deviated from the chakra points. Have you completed your 64 palms? Now, experience my 8 trigrams palm. Impossible. It cannot be. Niji trembled in disbelief at the reality before him. How could the 8 trigrams fail? His opponent had evaded flawlessly. Was his vision deceiving him? Had he not been the one lagging behind? How could he possibly lose? He was universally recognized as a genius. Failure was inconceivable. Xiaoli, however, paid no heed to Niji's turmoil. With a swift upward motion, he transformed his fist into a palm, relaxing his shoulders and dropping his elbows, unleashing a surge of palm power that silently struck Niji's abdomen. Niji spat out a mouthful of saliva, his mind clouded. Yet Xiaoli did not cease his assault. He flowed like a dragon, twisting and turning, his movements as swift as an eagle, his palm power as fierce as that of a raging tiger. With a resounding impact, Niji was sent flying and subsequently lost consciousness. Their battle, lasting less than 10 minutes, concluded with Niji's defeat, while Xiaoli approached Mike Guy with an air of composure. Not sparing a glance at the fallen Niji, tears streamed down as Tintin rushed to Niji's side, helping him up. Mike Guy's heart was tumultuous. Witnessing Niji's defeat at Xiaoli's hands, he could hardly believe his eyes. He had predicted Xiaoli's victory, yet he was astonished by the ease with which it had been achieved. Xiaoli had evaded all of Niji's 64 palms with his peculiar movements. Could he have done the same? Although Mike Guy could easily best Niji himself, that proficiency was the result of years of training and experience. What of this youth before him? The combat experience displayed moments ago was not something an 11-year-old should possess. If one were to define genius, Niji hardly qualified. He was merely a commendable individual. But what, then, is true genius? Kakashi was hailed as a genius jonin at 13, yet years later, he remains a jonin. As for Mike Guy, he was acutely aware that his own strength had long surpassed that rank. The question of what constitutes genius lingered in his mind, a perpetual enigma. If true genius exists, it must be embodied by someone like Xiaoli. Observing Xiaoli's approach, Mike Guy murmured, "Such is the situation. My disciples, I wish to hear your decisions." He concluded reading the document in his hands, which pertained to the annual Chunin exam of Konohagakure. This exam typically takes place in the second month following the graduation of the Ninja Academy, coinciding with the height of summer. The three individuals chose silence. Tian hesitated, while Ningxi observed Xiaoli. It had been a week since Xiaoli had defeated him, a week that could be deemed the second darkest period of his life. Although his spirits had somewhat improved, he could not shake the unease he felt in facing Xiaoli. Noticing the trio's reticence, Mike Kai sighed and, with a hint of resignation, inquired, "Xiaoli, what is your decision?" Among the three, Xiaoli possessed the greatest strength, and they had subconsciously come to regard him as the leader of their small team. Thus, Mike Kai's first question was directed at him. "We will not participate in this Chunin exam," Xiaoli declared, jesting that to partake would be to stray from the narrative. Certainly, given their current prowess, they could easily succeed in the exam, but that was not the crux of the matter. This year's Chunin exam was rather commonplace. It was the next one that truly mattered. In this world, Xiaoli would not shy away from danger, but rather sought to challenge formidable adversaries. Only by confronting the strong would his rebirth hold significance. Otherwise, what was the point of living once more, merely to survive for a few more decades? "Is that your final answer, Xiaoli?" Mike Kai asked, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that Xiaoli would be eager to seize the opportunity of the Chunin exam. And although a tinge of disappointment lingered, he regarded Xiaoli with admiration. Tian and Ningxi exchanged surprised glances at Xiaoli's decision. Given his current strength, becoming a Chunin was certainly within reach, so why the refusal? Could you elaborate on your reasoning? Mike Kai was most eager to hear Xiaoli's explanation. Firstly, we have only graduated from the Ninja Academy 2 months ago. Our experience with missions is still insufficient, and we know little about the Chunin exam. By the time this year's exam concludes, we can analyze the outcomes and compare them with previous years to better understand the Chunin exam. Only with complete assurance can we participate, Xiaoli articulated. Well said, Mike Kai nodded in agreement. Secondly, our teamwork is not yet adequate. You are aware that Ningxi and I have different temperaments, and Tianqian's strength is still lacking. If we recklessly enter the Chunin exam, our chances of success would not exceed 40%. I have learned that the Chunin exam assesses not only a ninja's strength, but also their ability to work as a team. Sometimes, collaboration is even more crucial than individual prowess. This is one of the fundamental principles of being a ninja. All actions must prioritize teamwork. Excellent, Mike Kai exclaimed. Truly. You are Xiaoli. Your analysis is commendable. The primary deficiency among the three of you is indeed teamwork. If you and Ningxi could collaborate effectively, I would assert that your chances of surpassing this year's Chunin exam would rise to 60%. However, Tiantian's limitations are evident. Her lack of strength would hinder your efforts. Even if you two manage to achieve a semblance of teamwork, potentially dragging you down. The conversation between the two was remarkably candid. The discord between Niji and the formidable strength of Tiantian rendered both of their expressions rather grim. However, such matters were of little consequence. If they refused to acknowledge their own shortcomings, they would indeed forfeit the opportunity to participate in the upcoming CHNIN exams. Given that the discussion had reached such a critical juncture, it was clear that this cohort would not be partaking in the exams. Instead, they should await the next grand emergence of the CHNIN exams once they had amassed sufficient experience and developed a cohesive team spirit. Clenching his fists, Akai proclaimed with fervor, Teacher Akai, I still wish to voice something. Akai, tempering his excitement, replied, What is it, Xiaoli? Speak freely. It is imperative that the three of us enhance our abilities, yet the training you have provided thus far has proven insufficient. I believe we should incorporate something that could significantly elevate our strength. Curiosity piqued among the trio. What method could possibly lead to such a dramatic improvement? Would it be beneficial for the teacher? Akai inquired, his yearning for methods to bolster his strength palpable, as he had felt stagnant for some time. It may not be of use to the teacher, but it will certainly benefit us, Mike Kai said, somewhat disappointed but quickly pressed for clarification. Then, what exactly is this method? I propose to divide the forthcoming year into 3 plans. The first plan entails you training us. What kind of method is that? Stop spouting nonsense, Niji remarked with a furrowed brow, clearly dissatisfied. We already undergo training under Akai. Having him train us again is redundant. I have not finished my proposal yet. It is premature to judge, Xiaoli retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Niji before continuing. The first step is to refine our team cohesion. For the next week, we shall become the quarry, with our sole objective being survival. Teacher Akai, you will assume the role of a merciless assassin, showing no mercy whatsoever. We must regard you as our enemy, harboring thoughts of eliminating you. And you must reciprocate with the intent to eliminate us, without any compassion. Ideally, I hope that Teacher Akai can enlist the assistance of an idle J-Nin. For the best way to hone our teamwork is through life and death trials. Only through such harrowing experiences can we achieve a qualitative leap in our abilities. Xiaoli, are you suggesting that Teacher Akai should attempt to kill us while we try to kill him? Tian asked, trembling, her mind momentarily blank. Niji remained silent, fists clenched. Surprisingly refraining from opposition, he recognized the merit in Xiaoli's proposal. Only through life and death could true strength and team spirit be forged. Mike Kai, his brow furrowed in seriousness, asked, Xiaoli, do you truly mean this? Xiaoli nodded, however. I must also seek their opinions. I cannot speak for them alone. Niji, what say you? I have no objections. If it is a trial of life and death, why should I fear? Niji had already provided his response, leaving only Tian, who wore an expression of bewilderment and fear. Akai felt a tightening in his chest as he asked, Tian, what is your choice? Will you participate or withdraw? Such a question posed to an 11-year-old girl was indeed a formidable dilemma, particularly when the threat was not only the adversary, but also her closest teacher. However, to everyone's astonishment, Tian resolutely nodded, her tears that were on the verge of spilling backtracking in an instant. Xiaoli, I shall convey your opinion to Lord Hokage, allowing him to make the final decision. For now, I grant you an evening's respite. Tomorrow, we shall be adversaries, and I will inform you of the chosen location tonight. With that, Akai departed, leaving the three in silence, each lost in complex emotions, especially Tian. Tian, you need not fear. This trial is merely the inception of a ninja's journey, and you can rest assured that Niji and I will safeguard you, he said. Casting a meaningful glance at Niji before turning to leave. Will you entrust her safety to us? Niji murmured. Tian. I hope that tomorrow I too can rely on you for support. With that, Niji exited, leaving the weight of their words echoing in Tian's mind. Unable to contain her tears any longer, they flowed freely as her hands clenched tightly. Rest assured, I shall entrust my safety to you both. And I will protect you as well. Thank you. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, with a cigarette in mouth, perused the documents in hand. Raising an eyebrow, I did not anticipate Xiaoli would harbor such thoughts. It bears resemblance to the Umbu's philosophy, a trial of life and death. A commendable notion. So, Akai, who do you require to assist you? The third Hokage did not dismiss Xiaoli's training proposal. Rather, he wholeheartedly endorsed it. A ninja possessing the heart of a champion was what he most wished to see. Despite the outward tranquility of Konoha village, countless watchful eyes lingered in the shadows. A village requires the vigor of new blood to thrive, and Xiaoli embodied that vitality. In light of this situation, he eagerly anticipated more genin to emulate Xiaoli. Does this mean you agree, Lord Hokage? Akai exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, the third Hokage tempered his enthusiasm. Based on the information you've provided and Xiaoli's recent performance, you alone will not suffice against them. Here is the plan. Xiaoli suggested you enlist another ninja to assist you. I have an excellent candidate in mind. I wonder how you will perceive this? The third Hokage had already received a comprehensive account of Xiaoli's recent actions from Akai, which led him to regard Xiaoli with newfound respect. It was indeed intriguing that the student ranked at the bottom of his class had triumphed over the top genius. Lord Hokage, you were quite right. It would indeed be difficult for me to contend with them alone, especially considering Xiaoli's recent mission performances. Coupled with his formidable close combat skills that rival those of a typical jonin, along with the brilliance of a Hyuga branch family member and expertise in ninja tools. Upon reaching this point, he truly wished for someone to assist him. However, since the third generation had already mentioned it, there must be a suitable candidate. Yet, a shiver ran through his heart as he contemplated the notion. Lord Hokage, are you considering dispatching Kakashi to aid us? Undoubtedly, Kakashi was a formidable rival, and Aki expressed his intention to send Kakashi for support. This might not be appropriate, although it was a matter of life and death. Those three children were still his students. He feared that if he intervened, he might show leniency, but with Kakashi, it would be an entirely different scenario. Kakashi was notoriously demanding regarding missions and exhibited a cold-hearted demeanor towards his subordinates, eliminating every enemy he encountered, particularly as the captain of the Umbu. Kakashi represented a veritable nightmare for those three children. You proposed this idea, and now you wish to retract it? Aki, such behavior is not commendable. The decision has been made. As for the location, I have already chosen it for you. The Forest of Death. Aki trembled, sinking heavily onto the ground. After a night of preparation, the three arrived early at the designated location. As they entered the training area, a middle-ranking ninja approached and calmly remarked, "So you are Aki's three students? How foolish to seek death at such a young age." This middle-ranking ninja was not particularly youthful, appearing to be in his 30s. His gaze was tinged with regret, pondering how Aki could have devised such a plan for these tender lives. "Senior, our presence here indicates our readiness," Lee responded boldly. "One does not shed tears until faced with the grave." The middle-ranking ninja sighed and said, "Very well, since time is still on your side. Allow me to impart some wisdom. The area behind me is called the Forest of Death, a place strictly off-limits to both ninjas and civilians due to its myriad dangers. First and foremost, the wildlife here is formidable. The creatures within are far larger than you can imagine. Secondly, refrain from indiscriminately picking flowers or plants. Many of them may harbor lethal toxins. That is all I can convey. Now, I shall open the gate, and you may enter." The trio absorbed the ninja's words. Initially, Lee had no idea of the location's true peril, but he soon realized the gravity of Aki's choice. The Forest of Death was a forbidden zone in the Hidden Leaf Village and served as the venue for the second exam of the upcoming Chunin exams. Through anime, he had gleaned the dangers of this place, yet experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. He felt a thrill rather than fear. While Niji and Tintin appeared noticeably anxious. As the gate swung open, Tintin and Niji followed Lee into the forest. The resounding thud of the closing gate echoed behind them. They were to survive in this treacherous terrain for a week, embarking on a genuine trial of life and death. Not far from the barrier, the three gathered, commencing their discussion before taking action. "Lee, what should we do next?" Tintin inquired, her voice trembling. The forest's dampness and eerie atmosphere filled her with dread, and Niji, though proud, felt a similar unease, albeit concealed. Allow me to outline the situation, Lee said, as both of his companions leaned in, eager to listen intently. Firstly, you must be cognizant of this place. It is known as the Forest of Death. The fact that it has been designated as a forbidden zone by Konoha Village indicates that it is perilous, and not merely in a conventional sense. Our objective is to survive here for 7 days, contending not only with the relentless pursuit of Teacher Guy, but also with the forest itself. The two nodded in understanding, and Lee felt a sense of satisfaction at Niji's obedient demeanor. He continued, stating that every step taken within this forest is akin to walking on thin ice, fraught with trepidation. In addition to evading our pursuers, we must also pursue them. Remember, this is a game, a life and death game, where it is either our demise or theirs. Lee's face broke into a menacing smile as he spoke, causing Tenten to feel somewhat overwhelmed by his words. This signifies a profound realization, and I believe Niji will comprehend it. I anticipate our forthcoming actions will prove to be quite exhilarating. Tenten, did you bring everything I mentioned yesterday? Tenten paused, suddenly filled with a sense of being valued, and joyfully replied that she had brought everything, even more than was requested. Excellent, then everything is in place. Next, we require a code, a signal to distinguish friend from foe. Indeed, a code is essential, Niji remarked, slightly curling his lip, inquiring what the code would be. Bear in mind that I shall only state the code once. If any one of us becomes separated, upon reuniting, we shall ask what our purpose is. The answer is to eliminate Teacher Guy. Then we will inquire why we must do so, and the answer remains the same, to eliminate Teacher Guy. Finally, we will ask what the 3 great taboos of shinobi are, and the answer, once again, is to eliminate Teacher Guy. Do you understand? Niji and Tenten nodded in agreement, acknowledging that though the questions may differ, the responses remain consistent, rendering it an effective measure. Thus, we may proceed. Let us allow the 2J Nin to face some initial hardships. Lee wiped a cold smile across his face. Damn it, Kakashi. You arrive only at noon. Guy exclaimed in frustration, having been acutely aware that Lee and his companions had already entered the Forest of Death. Anxious and restless, he was compelled to await Kakashi's arrival to proceed. To his dismay, Kakashi was as perennially tardy as ever, arriving a full 3 hours late. At that moment, Kakashi approached, his hair as white as snow, engrossed in reading Ika Paradise. Upon hearing Guy's words, he responded nonchalantly, I lost my way on the path of life. What kind of excuse is that, Kakashi? Being late is simply being late. This is a mission assigned by the Hokage. Can you not be more diligent? Guy bellowed. Understood. Understood. However, you truly are audacious to allow your students to undergo such trials. This is not a time of war, Kakashi retorted, folding away his book with a serious demeanor. I have faith in my students, Kakashi added. Guy turned away defiantly, stating, your belief holds no significance for us. I merely wish to convey that since this is a mission, I will commit myself fully, including the eradication of them. Now, we may enter. Akai's expression darkened, for he understood Kakashi's temperament. What lay ahead was likely a matter of life and death. With other jonin, he might have felt more at ease, but with Kakashi, everything had transcended his initial expectations. Kakashi, Akai, you have arrived. The 3 little rascals have already entered, greeted a Chunin as he spotted the duo at the training ground. Ding Lu, it has been a while. We are aware of the situation. You need not concern yourself further. Just wait a week before opening the gate. I shall take my leave then, Akai replied. As the Chunin departed, the 2 men proceeded towards the gate. A sudden chill swept over their faces as Kakashi inhaled deeply, saying, it has been a long time since I felt this way. Akai remained silent, continuing to walk forward while Kakashi observed his figure. After reaching the spot where the 3 had once discussed their plans, they finally halted. They have been here. What do you think, Kakashi? Akai inquired, knowing that Kakashi's expertise in missions and actions far surpassed his own. They must have deliberated their strategy here. It seems they are indeed prepared, at least possessing a sense of resolve. Kakashi's words were clearly intended for Akai. Yet Akai chose to ignore them and advanced a step further. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed something amiss and shouted, Akai, be careful. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, as the detonating tags surrounding them were triggered in an instant. A series of blasts rendered Akai numb, while Kakashi swiftly pushed him to the ground. Once the chaos subsided, the area lay in disarray, with craters scattered across the ground. Kakashi estimated that at least 30 detonating tags had been planted. The 2 men lay on the ground, covered in dust and disheveled. Kakashi rose, brushing off the debris, and stated calmly, It appears the awareness of those three brats exceeds my expectations. They actually laid the detonating tags in advance, harboring the intent to kill us. Akai, I must admit, I have underestimated you. You have indeed taken in some formidable youngsters. Moreover, the explosion has already alerted them, placing us at a disadvantage. Kakashi elaborated thoughtfully. Although he had yet to meet Lee and the others, the mere setup indicated their complexity. The adversary's resolve was evidently greater than that of the two Jonin, treating them as sworn enemies, hence the abundance of detonating tags. Recovering from the disarray of his thoughts, Akai felt a surge of determination rise within him upon hearing Kakashi's words. His previous anxieties dissipated. Turning to Kakashi, he asked, "So, what shall we do next? Based on what you have told me, that branch family's prodigy is likely a sensory-type ninja. Our every move would be easily detected by them, and the explosion has surely drawn their attention. I suspect we may encounter numerous dangers ahead. Who would have thought we would be the hunted from the very start? This excites me immensely." Kakashi let out an inexplicable chuckle. Kakashi's evaluation left Akai astonished. Had it not been for Kakashi's intervention during the recent explosion, he would likely have sustained severe injuries. It is undeniable that his three disciples are exceptionally talented. They even regarded him as a target to eliminate. He finally realized that he could no longer coddle them. It was time to be serious. Summoning technique. With a puff, a pug appeared before the two. Kakashi spoke. "Parker has a task for you to assist with." Parker scratched his head, glancing around with a puzzled expression directed at Kakashi. "Isn't this the forest of death? Why are you and Akai here? Is there an enemy lurking?" Subsequently, Kakashi and Akai explained the situation to Parker. After listening, the pug couldn't help but admire the courage of those three children. He refrained from further comments and began sniffing the air. Discerning the overwhelming scent of explosives, the smell of gunpowder is too strong. It's challenging to identify their departure point. It seems they are even more cunning than you anticipated, leaving no trace of their scent. I'm increasingly intrigued. These little rascals are quite adept. As Parker spoke, he gradually moved forward, sniffing the ground. He detected a faint human scent accompanied by a hint of fragrance. "It should be Tintin," Akai remarked. The trio, 2 men and a dog, leapt onto a towering tree but halted their advance. Parker shook his head. "No, these three are too clever. They are practically experts in evasion." "Can't you smell their trail?" Kakashi asked, perplexed. Akai, however, felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, his students were remarkable. "It's not that I can't smell them. It's just that the original 3 scents have transformed into the scents of numerous individuals, over a dozen. The aromas are identical, but they emanate from multiple directions. It appears they had the foresight to use perfume to mask their scents, preventing you from tracking them. Did you teach them this, Akai?" Kakashi inquired seriously. Akai shook his head, and Kakashi felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing it was unlikely that Akai's intellect could conceive such intricate tactics. Parker listed the various directions, subsequently informing Kakashi of their locations. Kakashi utilized A-rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, producing several clones while he and Akai remained together. The clones swiftly dispersed. In the absence of combat, it was not an issue for Kakashi to create numerous clones. Little Lee just reported the explosion. "What should we do next?" Tintin asked anxiously. The real show is about to begin. We've applied perfume to ourselves. They will need to be wary of Niji's sensory abilities if they wish to pursue us. They won't dare to approach too closely, especially since we have planted over 30 explosive tags. They understand our determination to eliminate them, so they will be even more cautious than we are. The perfume and explosive tags we scattered among those little creatures are our generous gifts to them. Isn't that a bit cruel? Every day, Tion tread carefully, filled with trepidation, fearful that Akai might truly be dead. The cruelty of it all. Now they were enemies, and it was a matter of survival. Either they would perish or their foes would. There was no room for compassion in this grim reality. If Tion were not ruthless, she might very well become the next victim. Moreover, had she not noticed the beast lurking nearby, watching with predatory intent? Ning Ci observed keenly. His inner strength was formidable, a testament to his solitary mastery of the Hinata clan's secret techniques, earned through undeniable talent and relentless effort. Yet, his warning startled Tion. "What beast?" she exclaimed in panic. "It seems you've noticed as well," Shali remarked with a faint smile, having discerned the threat upon arrival, surprised that Ning Ci had too. Still in a state of alarm, a long, concealed snake, hidden within the dense foliage, lunged forth with lightning speed. The massive serpent, stretching 100 meters, left Tion frozen in terror, unable to move. "We shall feast on snake meat tonight," Shaoli stated coldly, his eyes transforming in an instant from clarity and calm to a profound depth, reminiscent of a wanderer navigating through darkness, filled with the essence of slaughter. A sudden explosion of murderous intent emanated from him. Ningxiai, closest to Shaoli, felt the raw aura of lethal intent. This indicated that Shaoli had indeed taken lives before, and not just a few, sending a shiver down his spine. For Tian, the appearance of the serpent shattered the innocence of her 11-year-old heart. Ningxiai, I will distract the serpent. You need to bring Tian back to her senses. We require her scroll's power, Shaoli instructed, brandishing his kunai as he leaped from the tree branch, engaging in combat with the serpent. Ningxiai understood Shaoli's intent. Their foes were not merely two elite shinobi but also the formidable forces of nature within the forest. His previous prejudices against Shaoli began to dissipate. The serpent possessed surprising strength, and while Shaoli's speed was impressive, the serpent's reactions were equally swift. In less than a minute of struggle, Shaoli was flung away, crashing against a tree, accompanied by the resounding roar of the serpent that reverberated through their minds. One of the serpent's eyes had been blinded. A kunai embedded deep within its eyeball, blood and yellowish fluid oozing forth. Tian, it's your turn. Though there was a delay yesterday, and Shaoli had returned home, he rushed back today to update, noticing an increase in recommendations, gratitude to the readers. With Ningxi's urging, Tian finally emerged from her panic. Upon witnessing Shaoli crashed against the tree and the serpent's menacing form, her fear, though not easily dispelled, could not overshadow her resolve. Quick to react, she produced a scroll, and as she unfurled it, inscribed with a colossal character for fire, she swiftly executed the necessary seals, unleashing her technique. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. The scroll was held between both hands, directed at the long serpent. Despite the heightened alertness of the python, a series of actions by Shaoli rendered it utterly irrational, particularly due to the injury inflicted upon one of its eyes, which drove it into a frenzy. As the fireball was unleashed, its venomous maw revealed sharp fangs. Releasing a howl that echoed into the heavens, the fireball surged forth with tremendous force, engulfing the python in an instant, leaving only the sounds of its rage and terror reverberating through the air. The cacophony was so profound that it attracted the attention of other creatures, especially animals like the python, which are apex predators in the death forest. The vibrations from its roar extended far beyond a localized area, prompting smaller birds and reptiles to flee in haste. These little creatures indeed made quite a commotion, and although the setup was meticulously arranged, it still lacked experience. Kakashi, upon hearing the distant hissing of the serpent, realized that a fierce battle must be raging ahead, and the commotion was considerable. In the meantime, his figure swiftly emerged from the concealed thicket, seizing a small animal in one hand. Just as a satisfied smile began to form on his face, an immense explosion erupted. Meanwhile, in another direction, Mike and his companions heard Kakashi's muffled grunt and assumed something was amiss. Turning back, they noticed Kakashi's complexion had turned notably pale, and his eyes bore a look of exhaustion. Akai, filled with concern, inquired, Kakashi, what has happened? Are you all right? Kakashi could only manage a wry smile, and after forming a hand seal to dispel the shadow clone technique, a wave of fatigue washed over him. He took a few deep breaths before slowly responding. I have pinpointed their exact location. As he spoke, his breaths grew heavier. But how can this be? It was merely a shadow clone. Why do you appear so pale and feeble? Kakashi's weakness did not escape Akai's keen observation, nor did it go unnoticed by Parker, who had been leading the way. It must be said that these three little ones truly excelled. One of my shadow clones was destroyed by an explosive tag, and consequently, I suffered significant damage as well. The shadow clone technique is, in fact, a formidable ninjutsu. As seen in the original anime, a person with abundant chakra can create multiples of themselves to assist, with each clone retaining a strength comparable to the original. Moreover, the technique's primary utility lies in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Once a shadow clone dissipates, it transmits all the information it has observed, including insights into training. This also enhances the efficiency of one's training, while an individual's training is inherently limited. Simultaneous training by 3, 5, or even 100 individuals yields astonishingly formidable results. In the original narrative, Naruto Uzumaki candidly asserts that half of his success is attributed to the shadow clone technique, while the other half stems from his protagonist's aura and the power of the tailed beasts. Without the shadow clone technique, Naruto would find himself hopelessly trailing behind Sasuke Uchiha, expending an effort several times greater just to keep pace. Observing Kakashi's expression of helplessness, Mike K was continually adjusting his mindset. He had never anticipated that these three youngsters would leave Kakashi, the renowned leader of the Umbu, feeling so dejected. His initial disdain for them was gradually dissipating, and his vigilance was rising. What shall we do next? Do you need to take a moment to rest? That would be splendid, Kakashi replied, leaning against a tree. Consuming a soldier pill and taking a few sips of water, Parker then leaped in front of Kakashi, saying, Kakashi, you already know the specific direction. I have no further role here, so I shall take my leave. Thank you, Parker. With that, Parker vanished, leaving Mike K and Kakashi sitting beneath the great tree, both feeling a mix of sentiment and resignation. They had initially thought they could easily overpower the three youngsters, yet now, before even encountering Kakashi, they had sustained injuries. This left both men feeling frustrated and embarrassed. On the other side, Xiaoli asked, Are we really going to eat snake meat tonight? Tian, somewhat apprehensive, looked towards Xiaoli, who nodded slightly. Of course we will, and the snake meat must be grilled to perfection. Didn't I ask you to bring that spice which enhances the aroma of food? Tian then began rummaging through her backpack, finally producing a bottle of red sauce. This is the current trend, Lao Gan Ma. It's being sold in every country now. I paid 100 silver notes for it. And without connections, I might not have been able to purchase it. She lamented, feeling a pang of regret. This Lao Gan Ma truly is remarkable. It can elevate the aroma of ordinary food tenfold, captivating all who encounter it. It is said to be a miraculous creation of culinary ninjas, and its price is quite steep. Despite being a wealthy heiress, Tian's family manages her expenditures strictly. This 100 silver notes equates to 1/10 of her monthly allowance. All right. Next time I will treat you to a grand feast. I understand that you have spent a lot of your pocket money this time. However, this concerns our very lives. Sometimes it is necessary to spend a little to avert disaster, Xiaoli asserted, in a manner that made Tian feel an impulse to strike him. You are spending my money, not yours, which is why you can say that, she retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Why don't you spend your own money? And you, Ning Xi, you both insist on letting me, a girl, spend while you two boys sit back? How shameless. I have only heard of boys treating girls to dinner or shopping. I have never seen such an arrangement where girls pay for boys. This is infuriating. Tian exclaimed, her face reddening with anger. Tian, you must embody the composure of a wealthy heiress. How can a rich girl quibble over money? As a wealthy heiress, you should learn to be rational. One must be generous in all matters. Otherwise, how can you live up to your status? Right, Ning Xi? With an innocent expression. Xiaoli immediately shifted the blame onto Niji, who could only manage a forced smile, glaring at Xiao Li with his white eyes. Xiao Li's words rang true. However, he reminded them that after this ordeal, he had promised to treat them to a lavish meal, implying that Niji could recover his expenses through that feast. Niji, harboring mischievous thoughts, mused that while he might not be able to defeat Xiao Li, he could certainly make him suffer embarrassment. Upon hearing Niji's words, Xiao Li felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He had merely mentioned treating Tian and had not explicitly invited Niji. Nevertheless, he refrained from expressing his thoughts, and at that moment, an inexplicable shift seemed to occur in their relationship. I'll heed Niji's words. Once this week passes, I shall ensure that you face the same fate as I, becoming a pauper by next month. Now, let us set aside other matters until we are alive to discuss them. The pressing issue has arrived. Xiaoli began to speak earnestly in a lowered voice, prompting both to pay close attention. The roar of the python has revealed our position, and the fragrant counter-tracking has become ineffective. We must implement our next trap. With that, he slowly approached the python, brandishing his kunai, and began slicing through the charred sections of the serpent's flesh. Don't just stand there. Lend a hand. I need to extract the meat from the python. Prepare some firewood. We must hurry to roast the meat while we still have time. Without hesitation, both Niji and Tian followed Xiaoli's instructions, albeit with confusion lingering in their minds. They were uncertain of Xiaoli's intentions, yet doubts had dissipated, as his previous actions with the explosive tags and scent erasure had left them in awe of his meticulous planning. Even Niji, who usually prided himself on his abilities. Xiaoli extracted a substantial 20 pounds of python meat, which he placed on the grill to roast. After 5 minutes, he assessed the time and realized it was insufficient, prompting him to call for more firewood from Tian and Niji. What would typically require an hour of roasting was completed in a mere 15 minutes. Just as he was about to proceed with the final preparations, Xiaoli produced a bottle of Lao Gan Ma, a mere 250 milliliters. Upon twisting off the cap, an enticing aroma enveloped the trio, exceedingly tempting. "What are you doing, Xiaoli? That's far too much. It's wasteful," Tian exclaimed in protest. Xiaoli ignored her. And just as she attempted to intervene, Niji restrained her hand, signaling her to remain silent. "Do you sense the commotion?" Niji suddenly realized, while Tian remained perplexed. He quickly grasped her hand, urging, "Run." What a delightful fragrance! The entire forest was perfumed with an enticing aroma. Akai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is that the scent of food, or is it just the remnants of the roasted meat I've been indulging in lately? It's so fragrant. Kakashi, let us hurry and search for food. I'm yearning for a taste." Akai had completely forgotten the purpose of their journey, as the aroma of the food was simply irresistible. It was a peculiar sensation. Why did he feel such an overwhelming sense of danger ahead? Nevertheless, he was certain they were heading in the right direction. Could it be yet another trick by those mischievous little ones? This time, Kakashi did not exhibit his usual nonchalance. He remained focused on the tantalizing scent of food, not allowing it to distract him from their mission. But why was this feeling so intense? Akai needed to remain vigilant. The Death Forest would not inexplicably emanate the smell of roasted food. It was likely a ruse orchestrated by those three little tricksters, Kakashi calmly stated, prompting Akai's initial excitement to dissipate into frustration. "It's just food. They must be hungry and have killed some animal to roast. You're being overly cautious. Have you been so frightened by your past experiences that you've changed so much?" "This isn't the Kakashi I know." There was a hint of disdain in Mike's tone, but Kakashi chose to disregard it. "We're almost there." At last, the two arrived at the site where Lee and the others had fought. Kakashi's keen sense of reconnaissance and judgment was impeccable. They were precisely where they needed to be. However, upon seeing a row of skewered meat sizzling over a fire, releasing an intoxicating aroma, Akai's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward. Kakashi swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "You fool! Haven't you assessed the situation? We are surrounded." Only then did Akai snap back to reality. "Surrounded? Are you saying there are enemies encircling us? You dolt. Can't you deduce why the aroma is so enticing? Look around you at those predatory eyes lurking in the foliage." Kakashi scolded angrily. It was absurd that they were contemplating food in such a perilous situation. Akai finally glanced around and indeed noticed numerous pairs of eyes fixated on them, emanating a savage aura from the concealed jungle. Those little ones had set a trap for them, even while they were aware of it. Kakashi was infuriated. He had sensed something amiss when the enticing scent wafted their way. Of course, if it had been Nin, they would not have taken such a risk. However, facing only a group of genin, he believed that with his experience and strength, he could navigate any danger, provided he remained cautious. Yet, it was this moment of oversight that had led them into peril. Three enormous tigers, towering at least 100 feet tall, emerged from the underbrush, followed by a grotesque, monkey-like creature that sprang forth behind Kakashi and Akai. The beast exuded a suffocating aura of brutality, and even a colossal flying creature circled overhead. In that moment, thoughts of food were completely eclipsed. They had fallen into a trap, one even more terrifying than before. "Lee, did you plan all of this from the very beginning?" The three individuals had run a considerable distance and soon discovered a small stream ahead, prompting them to pause for a moment of respite. Tian, still bewildered by the recent events, came to the realization that the notion of consuming snake meat was merely a ruse. The true intention was the establishment of a trap. Her gaze towards Xiaoli was filled with admiration, leading her to inquire whether everything had been meticulously planned from the outset. Had it not been for Ning Xi's keen perception and his classification as a sensory ninja, he too might have been ensnared in the deception. The initial explosion tags, followed by the elimination of sense, created an illusion so convincing that it was only upon delving deeper that one would recognize their own ignorance. Akin to a frog confined to the depths of a well, Xiaoli's adeptness raised questions. Who had imparted such skills upon him? After quenching his thirst with a sip from the stream, Xiaoli spoke slowly. "Not at all. If I had orchestrated everything from the beginning, I would have been akin to a deity. Every situation harbors uncertainties, and typically, people are enveloped in trepidation when faced with the unknown. For fear is the most disquieting of emotions. However, if one prepares in advance, they can take charge of certain unpredictable possibilities. For instance, we were unaware of where our training would take place until a ninja escorted us to the Forest of Death. Our understanding of this perilous locale was nearly non-existent, limited to the brief account given by a chunin. With such scant time for preparation, it becomes clear that this was not a premeditated plan, but rather a combination of strategy and instinct. Li, of course, refrained from divulging all truths to them. He had gleaned knowledge of the Forest of Death from the anime, where formidable creatures resided, each one immense and immensely powerful. An encounter with such beasts would likely spell doom for an ordinary ninja or civilian. His inclination to have Tion prepare certain items stemmed from a gut feeling. It was essential to choose a training ground that posed considerable danger. Among the locations in Konoha, the Forest of Death was the most formidable. Though other perilous sites might exist, they simply did not rival the natural platform that the forest provided, a veritable haven for cultivation. Indeed, it seems we were utterly unaware. Yet, you insisted on procuring so many items, including that peculiar sauce. Is that merely coincidence or intuition? Li pondered. Coincidence combined with instinct constitutes half the mastery of the unknown. We have 6 days remaining, and with nightfall approaching, the real dangers are just beginning. The midnight hours herald a feast for the beasts, and the enticing aromas may provoke fiercer confrontations. I can only hope that Sensei Kai will endure. He added with a faint smile. Upon witnessing Li's expression, Ningxi and Tian felt a chill run down their spines. Had they been the ones pursuing Li, they would have surely met their demise countless times. Was this the same spirited youth they once knew? If he was considered the underdog, what then could be said of Ningxi? A profound sense of dread washed over them, penetrating to their very bones. Enough. Do not regard me with such a gaze. We are now a unified team, and I am not as fearsome as you may envision. The arduous trial is set to commence tomorrow, and once it begins, there shall be no traps to ensnare us. Should we survive the week, we must emerge with something to show for our efforts. Let us find a place to rest for the night. Li rose, surveying the surroundings, and noticed that across the brook lay an endless expanse of forest. He beckoned his companions to follow him. However, he soon realized the presence of at least 20 ferocious beasts, all perceiving them as adversaries. This is intolerable. Kakashi was utterly exhausted. If it were merely 1 or 2 beasts, he could easily handle them, but the sheer number, over 20, was overwhelming. Each creature was not only vicious, but possessed an alarming strength. Perceiving both him and Guy as foes, had they not recklessly ventured into that area, the animals would have likely ignored them. For they were fixated on the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The alluring scent was irresistible, not just to humans but to these savage creatures. Driven solely by their primal instincts, Kakashi and Guy had unwittingly found themselves in this unfortunate predicament, having taken the lead in attracting the beast's ire. Cursed be the day. Ignoring his fatigue, Kakashi removed his eye mask, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as he materialized a lightning-like energy in his hand, Chidori. With remarkable speed, he unleashed the powerful piercing force of Chidori, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce tiger fell to the ground. Yet, 2 more tigers, enraged by the loss of their companion, charged toward him. Kakashi was in peril, faced not only by the 2 tigers before him, but also by a gorilla looming behind. Brandishing its massive fists, Guy noticed the danger, but realized it was too late. Roar. Thud. Substitution jutsu. In an instant, Kakashi had switched places with Guy, his form flickering as fatigue weighed heavily upon him. The relentless battles had drained him, especially after enduring severe injuries that day. Guy stood before the beasts, his expression fierce. As the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically, the 8th gate, the injury gate, is now open. The trio soon discovered a colossal tree and excavated a hollow within, employing a camouflage technique to conceal the entrance. Thus, they rested within the tree hollow for the night. Li fell asleep effortlessly, while Niji too was nearing slumber. Only Tintin remained uneasy, gripped by an inexplicable fear as the roars of wild beasts echoed outside, accompanied by bizarre cries that made it feel as though they were ensnared in an abyss. Yet, witnessing her companions succumb to exhaustion, she too eventually drifted into slumber. The following day, the Death Forest had returned to tranquility. The 3 awoke early, emerging from their hiding place to partake in the breakfast prepared by Tintin. Li declared, "Next, it is time for us to set our ambush." Ambush? Are we to ambush Teacher Guy and the others? They are Jonin, if we do not flee. Are we truly to set a trap for them? Wouldn't he that be tantamount to courting death? Every day, I feel that this behavior is utterly reckless. Even Niji shares this sentiment. However, Li shook his head and continued, "First, we must clarify our purpose for being here. We are here to hone our skills, not to flee for our lives. If they intend to hunt us down, they must also be prepared for us to pursue them." After several traps, they are now physically and mentally exhausted, and they would never anticipate that we would lie in wait for them. A feint? It turns out you were planning to confront them head-on from the very beginning, rather than merely escaping. Niji began to understand. The previous day's performance had been a mere fade. Lee's primary objective was indeed to ambush them, although one might argue it bordered on overestimating their capabilities. Indeed, if we merely flee, this so-called training holds no real significance. Now, let us discuss our combat strategy. The two approached Lee and began to meticulously deliberate their forthcoming plan of action. Is Kakashi feeling any better? Kakashi sat on the ground after a night's rest. His eyes reflected a semblance of recovery, both physically and in terms of chakra, though the previous day's battle had been quite brutal. Despite both of them suffering no actual injuries, the ordeal had taken its toll. It seems we were too conceited, failing to regard these three young ones as mere genin. Their tactics and abilities are indeed commendable, with some aspects executed with remarkable finesse. I would struggle to achieve the same. I have reviewed the profiles of those three under Guy, yet I have never encountered the real individuals. Could it be that all of this is the brainchild of that prodigy from the Branch family? If so, the Hyuga clan may be on the verge of producing an extraordinary talent. Kakashi spoke with a hint of awe, while Guy, listening to Kakashi's words, appeared somewhat elated, yet shook his head in denial. I believe these strategies are not Niji's doing. They are mostly Lee's. In our recent missions, Lee has taken the lead, orchestrating the assessments and feasibility of our tasks. Kakashi expressed surprise, struggling to reconcile this with the tales of Rock Lee being a laggard in the academy. It seems that many matters are not as straightforward as they appear. Guy, we must proceed with caution. We are currently at a disadvantage. First, we cannot approach them too closely. Once the genius from the Hyuga branch family realizes our presence, they will undoubtedly exert every effort to escape. Second, we should remain vigilant for traps. There may be more ahead, and they are likely to be more sophisticated. Lastly, I want to make it unequivocally clear, upon encountering them, I will strike with full force to eliminate them. As he spoke, an aura of coldness emanated from Kakashi, a demeanor that only those entrenched in the shadows of the world possess. Understood, Guy replied, offering no further comment. On the surface, he agreed with Kakashi's approach, but his inner thoughts were his own. After a brief respite, the two resumed their search for the trio, eventually arriving at the bank of a small stream. The soil beside the stream was relatively soft and damp, and Kakashi observed three distinct footprints of varying sizes imprinted upon it. They have passed this way. The two continued their journey, with Kakashi meticulously observing and discovering traces of muddy footprints on the trees. Soon, he stumbled upon a tree hollow where the three had taken a brief respite not long before. Kakashi noted the remnants of breakfast nearby, realizing that they were getting closer to the trio of young ninjas. We must proceed with caution. There may well be traps ahead, he cautioned. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark forest, three shurikens whizzed through the air with alarming speed. Startled, Kakashi surmised that they had indeed triggered a trap and shouted to Guy, "We need to retreat. Traps are incoming." Both men remained exceedingly vigilant, fully aware from the previous day's events that the young ninjas had set formidable traps, rivaling those of seasoned experts. With utmost swiftness, they dodged the shurikens and quickly exited the vicinity of the tree hollow. A minute later, they found themselves back by the stream. 8 trigrams 64 palms. What? Niji had been waiting by the stream. In their haste, the two had failed to notice the changes around them, mistakenly believing they faced a trap ahead. Little did they expect to confront a genin directly, particularly one as exceptional as Niji. Within my 8 trigrams range, you shall not escape. Niji charged forward, and as Guy attempted to advance, another shuriken flew from the forest, embedded with an explosive tag. Just moments after leaping into the air, the shuriken detonated, causing Guy to execute a swift retreat with a dramatic turn. Meanwhile, Kakashi found himself still ensnared within Niji's 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams palm. Second palm. Kakashi, Guy exclaimed in alarm. Yet, what awaited him was yet another shuriken affixed with an explosive tag. As the distance between Kakashi and the impending threat widened, Guy's expression faltered. It was not a lack of faith in Kakashi's abilities. After all, in close combat, Kakashi was formidable and Niji was surely no match. However, the unique intricacies of the Hyuga clan's techniques, particularly their ability to seal chakra points, posed a significant threat. If Kakashi were to be struck at such a point, the consequences would be dire. Kakashi shared Guy's concerns, fully aware that in close quarters, the Hyuga clan reigned supreme, especially with their potent secret techniques. I refuse to believe you can block them all. Niji bellowed, his speed intensifying and the cadence of his strikes quickening. Initially, Kakashi had been caught off guard by Niji's aggressive onslaught, but his reflexes were sharp. With a swift pivot, he produced a shuriken of his own. Just as Niji aimed for his chakra point, The shuriken found its mark, piercing Niji's shoulder, thus shattering the 8 trigram 64 palms. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. His eyes now steely and focused as he approached Niji, wielding his shuriken with remarkable skill. In terms of combat prowess, Niji and Kakashi were not on the same plane. Kakashi, be wary of your rear. What? A chill swept over him, reminiscent of the sin of death. A shuriken was pressed against his neck, silent and stealthy. Kakashi remained blissfully unaware. Only Guy seethed with barely contained rage. The assailant was none other than Lee, whose proximity to Kakashi filled Guy with dread. The peculiar strength of Lee's technique would undoubtedly cause Kakashi considerable distress. Yet, Guy found himself immobilized, unable to extricate himself. Any movement would elicit a barrage of shurikens, each affixed with explosive tags. Even he, who seldom resorted to profanity, could not suppress his ire as he exclaimed, "Damn it. Enough already, Tenten." The sound echoed through the forest, causing the shurikens to suddenly vanish. Lee and Niji exchanged worried glances. Tenten had surprisingly ceased her assault. With determination, Lee launched the shuriken. But Kakashi reacted just in time, shifting enough to evade a fatal blow, though a wound was inflicted upon his left shoulder. Discarding the shuriken, Lee transformed his hand into a palm, unleashing a powerful strike that resonated like thunder against Kakashi's back. "Niji, we must go," he commanded, without a moment's hesitation. Niji and Lee swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest, while Tenten, concealed in the shadows, realized her misstep. She had allowed herself to be intimidated by Guy, halting her assault and even entertaining feelings of remorse, compelling Lee and Niji to flee in haste. "I'm sorry, Tenten," Niji murmured, his voice laced with regret. His pallid countenance reflecting his inner turmoil as he struggled to face Lee and Niji. Lee remained stoic, curtly advising, "No time for excuses. We must leave this place. Niji needs to tend to his wounds." Having been struck by Kakashi's shuriken, Niji's hand was drenched in blood. Tenten, now resolute, followed closely behind the two as they retreated swiftly. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Guy inquired, supporting Kakashi with a hint of sympathy. The blow had been a severe setback for Kakashi, who had not sustained injuries in a long time, not even during his missions in the ANBU. Typically, his injuries stemmed from battles between elite shinobi, yet today he had been wounded by 2 genin. Although numerous factors contributed to this outcome, he could not shake the feeling of wanting to vomit blood. Observing Guy's concerned expression made Kakashi feel an urge to lash out at him. Ultimately, the fault lay with Guy's influence in the current circumstances, which had deviated significantly from what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he could not fault Guy, after years of camaraderie. He understood his character well. Yet, the agony radiating from his back was intolerable. Lee's palm strike had felt akin to being struck by a massive boulder, leaving him uncertain if any bones had been fractured. "Guy, I need to ask you something," Kakashi said, grimacing. "The one who ambushed me from behind must have been Lee. Yet he struck with the precision of a killer. That impact on my back was not characteristic of a mere palm strike. If it were gentle fist, it would be utterly inconceivable. I believe you must understand what I mean." In response to Kakashi's inquiry, Guy scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the implications of Kakashi's words, particularly the notion that Lee resembled an assassin, which he did not perceive. However, he understood the concept of a palm strike that Kakashi mentioned, thus he explained. "You have fallen victim to Lee's Mingjin power, which, upon impact, feels akin to being struck by a boulder." Kakashi, astonished, asked, "What is Mingjin? I have never heard of it." Kakashi prided himself on his extensive knowledge, believing it to far exceed Guy's by tenfold, yet he too was baffled by the term. "I have heard Lee speak of this Mingjin power," Guy continued. "He described it as deriving from the frictional force of bones. I suspect that just before he approached you, he unleashed a roar reminiscent of a tiger." Kakashi nodded, initially believing a tiger had emerged, only to realize that it was a precursor to the Mingjin force. The underlying principle remained elusive to him. He only knew that the strength behind Lee's palm strikes stemmed not from the arms or joints, but from the power within the bones. How can this be possible? Is he of the Kagaya clan? Kakashi pondered, yet swiftly dismissed the notion. Recalling that the Kagaya clan had been annihilated by the ninja of the Land of Water years ago, completely vanishing from the world of ninjas. "Do you think Lee might possess a bloodline limit?" Kakashi queried. Guy, scratching his head again, replied, "Kakashi, are you feverish? How could Lee possibly have a bloodline limit? You trained with us in the Ninja Academy, have you forgotten? He was that utterly talentless, overly zealous student who lagged behind." Kakashi interjected, "I know it's him, but it just feels somewhat implausible. Could he have been concealing his strength all along? Never mind, there's no use in dwelling on this." Guy, I need to rest. My shoulder and back wounds require attention. Damn, I thought this would be a simple task, but it turned into a fiasco. I hardly brought any healing supplies and now I regret it. Humph, who's to blame for underestimating my student? This is the fruit of my teachings. Aren't you in awe of me, Kakashi? Get lost. As they paused to rest, Niji tended to his wounds. Lee, rummaging through his backpack, tossed a bandage to Niji, who caught it with one hand and began to bandage himself. The two spoke without acknowledging Tintin, who, at that moment, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate her. Had she successfully restrained Guy earlier, their chances of killing Kakashi would have significantly increased. Though murder might pose a challenge for them, for Lee, it would be effortless. Lee had no intention of adhering to the narrative of the anime. In this world, he aimed to forge a completely new life, unshackled by the constraints of so-called plotlines. Any enemy, including Guy, would not be spared. Tintin, do you understand how dire the situation was just now? Just now. Kakashi harbored intentions to slay us, showing not an ounce of mercy. If my words bear falsehood, you may inquire of Niji. Had it not been for my covert assault on Kakashi, you would likely be gazing upon a lifeless body instead of the real Niji. It is precisely due to your grave miscalculation that we nearly lost our lives. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Tian felt utterly bewildered, as though struck by a thunderbolt. It was astonishing that Xiao Li would utter such words. Even Niji was taken aback by Xiao Li's audacity. Yet, upon witnessing the fury radiating from Xiao Li, he discerned the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, realizing that Xiao Li was not jesting. Niji furrowed his brow, but chose silence, acknowledging the veracity of Xiao Li's statement. Had it not been for his intervention behind Kakashi, it might have been his own demise. He prided himself on his close combat skills, yet against an experienced jonin like Kakashi, he surmised he would stand no chance and would fall without uttering a single word. From this moment forth, should such an occurrence arise again, you shall bear the consequences alone. I will not treat you as I have in the past. If you deem my words callous, you may dismiss them, but when you find yourself at the mercy of Kakashi, you shall comprehend the folly of your actions. Perhaps you believe that Teacher Guy would come to your aid, yet I can assure you that Kakashi wishes us dead. And even Teacher Guy lacks sufficient reason to protect us. Let the remaining semblance of hope you cling to gradually lead you to despair. It is fair to say that Xiao Li was consumed by rage. As he finished speaking, Tian's tears flowed ceaselessly, trembling as she gazed at Xiao Li and Niji. Afraid to voice her sorrow, her heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss. She had never experienced such profound sadness or been subjected to such reproach. Enough. Xiao Li, we have followed your lead. It is commendable that Tian has come this far. We should now contemplate how to confront them next, Niji interjected. Noting the distress Xiao Li had caused Tian, he was not a cold-hearted individual and did not wish to see her utterly despondent. They faced not only Kakashi, but potentially another troublesome encounter with Guy as well. Xiao Li scoffed, our plans have essentially unraveled. Kakashi has gained considerable insight into our strategies and assumes the upper hand. Our chances of mounting a successful assault have dwindled to virtually nil. We are left to proceed step by step. Kakashi, what shall we do next? They have already fled a great distance, he lamented. The two did not pursue further. Relative to Xiao Li and the others, their speed was markedly inferior, and any attempt to catch up would only yield momentary results. After the recent ambush, I believe they are undoubtedly experiencing a considerable headache. Initially, their intention was to eliminate me in one fell swoop. However, your timely intervention caused the girl, who was calling for aid, to hesitate, preventing them from proceeding with their attack and thus robbing them of the opportunity to end my life. I surmise that they are now fleeing with all their might. Furthermore, the traps they set yesterday were merely an illusion designed to mislead us. At this moment, Kakashi is certain that from the very inception of their traps, everything revolved around one ultimate question: how to ambush them. In the mindset of ordinary individuals, the notion of a low-ranking ninja ambushing a high-ranking one is absurd. It is akin to an old man consuming poison yet living on. The two of them have been ensnared by such a mentality, rendering them passive and incapable of contemplating that three low-ranking ninjas might employ an unconventional strategy, leading to various misperceptions. Now, it is our turn to pursue them, Kakashi remarked with a cold smile. They are closing in swiftly. Niji, running at the back, suddenly heightened his vigilance. With his Byakugan, he can perceive every movement within a considerable distance. Niji's expression darkened upon realizing that only Teacher Guy is pursuing. Without a trace of Kakashi. Aren't there two of them? Xiao Li muttered, and then, with a sudden realization, shouted, Niji, check the ground. With remarkable speed, Niji activated his Byakugan, Indeed, there were shadows moving beneath the surface, causing him to be taken aback, as the figures were already directly under them. The ground cracked open, revealing Kakashi's silhouette before Shaoli, his demeanor stern. With astonishing swiftness, he executed a series of hand seals. Retreat. In a moment of urgency, Shaoli grasped the hem of Tion's clothing, pulling both of them towards a nearby tree. Niji was not far behind. Perhaps due to the strain of the past few days, his nerves had become acutely attuned, allowing him to react faster than ever before. Landing directly on the ground instead of the tree's edge. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A roaring inferno surged forth, and Kakashi's figure vanished. Shaoli swiftly drew his kunai, leaping onto the tree trunk and darting through the periphery of the fireball. The two kunai clashed, producing a resounding clang. As the fireball passed, smoke dissipated, revealing the two locked in a stalemate, their kunai clashing continuously. Engaging a high-ranking ninja head-on is not the outcome Shaoli desires. It is a reckless act of folly. Yet, currently, there is no avenue for retreat. Tion, assist Niji and adhere to the previous plan. Little Lee shouted loudly, his body spinning as he relentlessly wielded the shuriken. Each strike was a lethal technique, and Kakashi's movements were equally impressive. Indeed, close combat was one of his strong suits. In the past, he fought with a blade, but now he had chosen to forego it. The Hitaki clan was renowned for its mastery of swords, especially his father, Hitaki Minato, whose prowess commanded the respect of even the legendary Sannin. The saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. Kakashi's innate talent with a blade was extraordinary, though it did not quite match that of his father. Nevertheless, he faced close quarters with unwavering resolve, though he was still taken aback. Previously, they had been unable to showcase their true abilities while the opponent held the advantage, but now they were engaged in direct confrontation. Little Lee's technique with the shuriken flowed effortlessly. Each strike was devoid of superfluous movements, delivering a fatal blow with every thrust. Was this truly an 11-year-old boy? He seemed like a complete assassin. Kakashi was momentarily startled, and Little Lee seized the opportunity, thrusting the shuriken forward. His hands were not idle. He transformed a punch into an open palm strike that resonated through the air, causing a slight tremor. Kakashi felt a blow to his abdomen and stumbled backward. I told you not to underestimate my beloved disciple, exclaimed Guy, who had been following closely behind. Just then, Niji leaped in front of Guy, unleashing his gentle fist technique. From behind Niji, 3 needle-like projectiles appeared, and Guy's speed was overwhelming. Given Niji's strength, he could only hold out for a few seconds, especially with Tintin's support, whose marksmanship was impeccable, hitting every target without fail. Guy was compelled to create distance from Niji. This is not good. My chakra is waning. The previous strike was akin to the concept of empty force, much like Niji's ability to attack from a distance using his gentle fist, which required exquisite chakra control. The Little Lee of the past lacked such control, but the current Little Lee, possessing not only martial arts experience but also considerable intelligence, had undergone rigorous training that engaged every bone and muscle, including mental fortitude. Such prolonged training deepened one's self-awareness. However, the power of that empty force strike was insufficient, as it was propelled by chakra, with much of it wasted, failing to reach even a minor mastery. Tintin set the trap. Kakashi retreated while advancing, but Little Lee preempted him, shouting as he dropped several black bombs from the air. Kakashi's expression shifted in alarm. Could this boy be intending to take them both down? Guy, be careful. Those are landmine bombs. The situation was not as Kakashi had imagined. The black spheres were not explosives, but smoke bombs, cleverly designed to mimic landmines. They erupted in a cloud of white smoke, quickly obscuring everyone's vision. They had fallen into a trap. As the smoke dissipated, only Kakashi and Guy remained. Guy wore a satisfied expression. The thought of actually killing his own disciple was far more daunting than the prospect of his own demise. Kakashi's countenance darkened, for he had been deceived once more. The intricate plots and traps, coupled with Lee's earlier shout, were all part of the same ruse. Initially, he had believed he had uncovered a landmine, thinking they aimed for mutual destruction, when in truth, it was merely a diversion for their escape. This revelation suggested that it was not a deficiency in his intellect, but rather an impeccable understanding of their psychology by the opponents. If it were truly a matter of mutual destruction, would they waste their lives alongside 3 lower-ranked ninjas? It seemed they had fled far away. Gazing into the distance where the 3 figures had vanished, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Was Lee truly the bottom of their class? He inquired, leading to a moment of silence between the two. Having bandaged his wounds, Lee spoke calmly. We have 3 days left. We must seize this time. Tion, feeling envious, struggled to comprehend the rationale behind his words, wishing they could leave immediately. Niji, meditating, understood Lee's implication. His progress over the past 4 days had been no less significant than Lee's. In fact, the encounter with Kakashi had profoundly stimulated his spirit. During these 4 days, aside from fleeing and traveling, he had devoted nearly all his time to training, shedding any previous laxity. Tion, how many offensive ninjutsu do you have left in your scroll? Lee asked. Only one remains, a water-style technique. Fortunately, a water-style ninjutsu can even serve for bathing. Bathing? Lee. Surely you jest. Niji, awakened from his training, noted the gravity of such a technique. It was a means of survival, not for indulgence. Tion. Have you been troubled by your lack of direction? Lee began, seeing her eyes light up with excitement as she embraced him, only to release him moments later. Her cheeks flushed. Your space-time ninjutsu is indeed a formidable technique. However, it demands an extraordinary toll on both spirit and chakra. Thus, honing your physical prowess is essential. Such training enhances your physique and mental fortitude, allowing you to wield more powerful ninjutsu. Imagine if your spirit and chakra were to grow stronger. You could summon a fireball technique of tenfold magnitude, or even conjure a river with your water-style ninjutsu. Can you fathom if you could summon the volume of a river? Whether Kakashi and Teacher Guy could withstand it. Day after day, I found myself lost in thought, pondering various images that floated through my mind. It dawned on me that what Xiaoli had mentioned was indeed accurate. The ninjutsu scrolls I had previously prepared were all procured directly from the ninja tool shop. It wasn't that I lacked the desire to acquire more potent techniques, but rather that the more formidable jutsu could only be wielded by Chunin and Jonin. I considered myself merely a genin, thus refraining from purchasing scrolls meant for those of higher rank. Perhaps you have not noticed, but over the past 4 days, both your physical and mental capabilities have undergone significant enhancement. Niji has experienced similar growth, and even I have made progress. You mean I have improved? I questioned, perplexed, as I had not perceived any change within myself. The experience of growth and strength becomes apparent through combat. Should you engage an adversary, you will discover that your abilities have evolved beyond what they once were. If you remain skeptical, let us conduct an experiment right now. What kind of experiment? I inquired. Xiaoli retrieved a kunai and, with a powerful swing, cleaved a tree trunk as thick as a barrel. After glancing at Niji, who understood the cue, he unleashed a gentle fist technique upon the tree. In the span of a tea's brewing time, a plethora of logs accumulated on the ground, numbering around 70 or 80. Tion, now seal these logs into your scroll, Niji instructed. So many. I gasped in disbelief at the prospect of storing such a multitude of branches within the scroll. You must have faith in yourself. Do not be daunted by the quantity. In the future, you may need to summon even more than this. Now, give it a try and see if you can absorb these branches into the scroll. All right. I shall attempt it. Approaching the heap of branches, I produced the scroll and opened its blank side. With a black brush, I inscribed various sealing characters, forming hand seals. The trees began to tremble, and with a swift sound, they vanished into the scroll, one by one, until the ground was devoid of logs. I inscribed the sealing mark, writing the character for wood, and exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from my brow, unable to fathom the reality before me as I gazed at my hands. I was not mistaken, was I, Tion? From now on, we shall rely on your ninjutsu. Indeed. Yet, I pondered what our next course of action should be. Sensing that this location might not be entirely secure, Niji was the first to speak. We have essentially achieved our objective for coming here, and our training has reached a satisfactory level. Although it has only been 4 days, this is far more substantial than a month of our usual training. In the time ahead, we shall cultivate our skills and engage with the fierce beasts that inhabit this area. Training? But what about when Teacher Kai and the others catch up to us? They intend to eliminate us. I protested. That is inconsequential. With my Byakugan, I can see over 100 meters away, so my responsibilities will be somewhat heavier. I must train while also keeping watch. Is that truly feasible? I countered. It is settled then. Let us train. To waste such a splendid opportunity for growth would be a travesty. Xiaoli felt invigorated, and the two of us silently followed behind as we departed. On the 7th day, it struck me as peculiar how tranquil everything had been lately. Today marks the final day, and despite our relentless search over the past 3 days, we have yet to catch a glimpse of them. Along our journey, we have encountered nothing but the remains of animals and the charred remnants of fires. Do you think they have chosen to avoid confrontation with us, Kakashi? Akai. Having known you for so long, I have come to a sudden realization that you have finally spoken wisely. Indeed. They appear to have no desire to engage us in battle, but rather have ventured off to contend with the beasts, leaving us entirely abandoned. Is it not outrageous to be forsaken in such a manner? Akai exclaimed with indignation. The Forest of Death is teeming with formidable creatures, and its vast expanse serves as an optimal training ground. Their previous skirmishes with us must have revealed their own capabilities, possibly driving them to seek an increase in strength over the past few days. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they are scheming something far grander. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Understood. As the two had suggested, the trio has spent the last 3 days in a state of near insomniac search for the brutalities of the animal kingdom, testing their enhanced abilities forged in the crucible of danger. Together, they can easily overpower a single beast. Yet they have encountered some of the more formidable creatures, those that reign supreme in the Forest of Death. These beasts, massive and fiercely powerful, have proven to be agile adversaries, leaving the trio battered and bruised, every inch of their bodies marked by conflict. With only an hour remaining until 6 o'clock, it seems our endeavors are nearing conclusion. Kakashi, unable to trace the whereabouts of the three, found no desire to encounter them. In stark contrast to his initial thoughts, he now held a newfound admiration for these young ninjas. In times of war, the emergence of such spirited youths would not surprise him. Yet in this era of peace, how formidable could those nurtured in a life of comfort truly be? As a survivor of the battlefield, he understood all too well the harshness and merciless nature of war, which births countless strong warriors while leaving innumerable weaklings to perish. Is this to be our final endeavor? Strike with all your might, and spare no mercy. Remember, once you make contact, unleash your assault without hesitation. Tian nodded earnestly, the youthful innocence fading from his face, replaced by a burgeoning resolve. Can we truly vanquish them? Niji inquired, a hint of wildness emanating from him. Over the past 3 days, they had slain numerous creatures, each a formidable opponent, thus cultivating a burgeoning aura of lethality akin to a poised predator. To eliminate them, we shall need at least 2 more years of training. Hence, we must give our all to ensure they experience some hardship. Shaoli replied with a cold smirk. But there is still an hour left. Why hasn't Dinglu arrived yet? When will those 3 youngsters return? Akai remarked, confusion etched across his face. They should be nearing. As I sense a fluctuation in chakra, Kakashi reassured, his tension easing. I too have sensed it. Splendid. Those 3 youngsters are finally returning. Half an hour passed. Did you not claim to sense their approach? Why have they not yet arrived? The 16th gate has been marked. Surely, they cannot have lost their way. The 2 waited for half an hour, yet still saw no sign of him. My instincts should not be mistaken. With only 10 minutes remaining, Dingla finally arrived. A middle-aged jonin approached from beyond the gates, and as he drew near, the 2 turned to look at him, only to be taken aback by the bewildered expression on Ding Li's face. Suddenly, they were jolted into awareness as a flurry of wooden branches erupted from behind them, soaring like arrows released from a bowstring. Doton, Doriheki, Kakashi, a formidable jonin, swiftly activated his Sharingan, completing the hand seals for a ninjutsu in the blink of an eye. A mound of earth rose from the ground, shielding the 2 from the incoming barrage. The wooden branches were thwarted. From the thicket emerged the figures of Lee and Niji, with Lee brandishing a kunai, simultaneously launching an explosive tag. Boom. Tian unfurled a scroll, unleashing a torrential wave of water that surged forth, transforming the land into an aquatic realm. The 3 stood upon the water's surface, mastering the ninjutsu with ease, their control over chakra allowing them to traverse it as effortlessly as one might walk upon solid ground. Well done, Tian. To summon such a powerful water technique is truly remarkable, exclaimed the vibrant Akai, who burst forth from beneath the water, hovering in the air. The trio momentarily lost their focus, Niji and Tian puzzled by Akai's crimson appearance, yet Lee understood, it was the 8 gates technique. Clearly, they had pushed Akai to his limits. I must commend your strategy, it is both ingenious and flawless. Even I am taken aback by your talent and newfound strength. A transformation beyond compare, Kakashi emerged from the water, his gaze cold and piercing as it fixed upon Lee and his companions. Indeed, you are formidable, teachers. Even if we exert all our strength to enhance our plan, we cannot harm you in the slightest, especially now that we have already lost. This time, Kakashi was not easily fooled. Having been tricked before, he was wary. However, Akai's surprise call drew Kakashi's ire. Akai, are you a fool? Niji unleashed a flurry of gentle fists, the water splashing violently. You are now within my bagua range, he declared with a fierce grin. This was dire. Having just activated the 8 gates, Akai found himself in a weakened state. As Niji launched a sudden attack, Akai retreated swiftly. In his usual condition, he would have been fine, but now he was significantly slowed, nearly halved in speed. Within the confines of the Bagua, Niji's relentless strikes surged forth like a roaring beast, each palm strike echoing with force. Damn it! Kakashi was enraged, not by Akai's foolishness, but by his own failure to act despite knowing it was a trap. Just as he was about to move, he flipped his body, revealing kunai to block an attack from the shadows. Xiao Li's kunai intercepted in front of him, while from a distance, another kunai was hurled. Boom! Kakashi retreated, pondering the peril of underestimating the situation. Faced with 3 lower-ranked ninjas, he found himself cornered, to the extent that he had to resort to his Sharingan. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. The A-rank ninjutsu was executed flawlessly, targeting him relentlessly. Among the trio, Kakashi deemed that the first threat to eliminate was Tian Tian, who had been persistently launching shurikens from the shadows. Unfortunately, Tian Tian failed to react in time. The Water Dragon Bullet was unleashed with impeccable speed, leaving no room for hesitation. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Tian Tian as a figure stood in front of her, the Water Dragon Bullet crashing into Xiao Li's back. Xiao Li did not stifle a cry. A tremendous pain surged through him. Had they not specialized in physical combat, a typical lower-ranked ninja would have perished under such a jutsu. Enduring the agony, Xiao Li leaned against Tian Tian's shoulder, forcing a pained smile. Are you okay? Xiao Li. Xiao Li. Ning Xiai, sensing something amiss, ceased his assault on Akai. Witnessing the scene before him stirred an inexplicable rage within him. Though he had always harbored disdain for Xiao Li, he now felt a profound anguish. Ignoring Akai beside him, he leaped forth, confronting Kakashi with his fierce 8 trigrams palm. Kakashi stood in a daze, caught off guard as memories of past events flooded his mind. Moments later, he was sent flying, the 8 trigrams palm striking his back with tremendous force. Enough. The 10 minutes are up. Akai was exceedingly tense, with the 10 minutes elapsed. It signified the end of everything. Ning Xiai rushed to Xiao Li's side, who had not lost consciousness but bore a heavy injury on his back. Tian Tian cautiously supported Xiao Li. He is not dead, is he? Ning Xiai approached Tian Tian, inquiring. Just barely. Well, the training is over. It's time for some proper rest. Xiao Li managed a strained smile. Hearing that Xiao Li was all right, Akai breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly recalling something, he noticed Kakashi slumped against a tree. He jumped up to assist Kakashi, asking, Kakashi, are you all right? You should be fine, right? Kakashi shot him a glare, retorting, Go ahead and let your gentle fist land a hit on me. I dare you. Yet, he was a man who preferred to bury his feelings. Responding with a wry smile, I suppose I've fallen to your students. I wonder what good fortune you possess to have gathered such exceptional pupils. He gazed deeply at Xiao Li's silhouette, feeling a sense of nostalgia for a past figure. Can I open the gate now? The Chunin Ding Lu was utterly stunned, bewildered by the fierce confrontation between the lower and upper ninjas, feeling as if he were witnessing a clash of equals. His face twitched, akin to being struck hard across the face. Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to leave us to perish here? Akai exclaimed in frustration while holding Kakashi. He then shifted his tone and urged Li and the others. Let's depart from this dreadful place. Finally, we have escaped that wretched location. Li, are you all right? He won't die. Niji scoffed, casting a disgruntled glance at Li, who was cradled in Tintin's arms, seemingly relishing the moment while others were concerned. Li offered Niji a faint smile in response. Well, you 3 rascals have completed your mission this time. You may take a few days to rest, but I have a few inquiries for you, Li. Kakashi spoke, approaching Li with a leisurely gait. Their eyes locked, and after a moment, Kakashi inquired, Li, I wish to know whether the various traps and strategies devised over the past 7 days were solely your creation or a collective effort among you 3. Kakashi sought to clarify, astonished at the prospect that an 11-year-old could possess such foresight and strategic prowess. With adequate training, Li could become a master strategist on the battlefield. Kakashi-sensei, I am hardly that remarkable. Whether in planning or setting traps, it requires collaboration. This time, the focus was on our synergy as a team. Without Tenon Scrolls, we would lack sufficient resources. Without Niji's Byakugan, we would constantly be in peril, perhaps already ambushed and eliminated. My plans and traps could only be executed under optimal conditions. Kakashi nodded, finding Li's self-assessment quite astute, particularly regarding the importance of teamwork, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. My subsequent question pertains to a personal matter. Why did you position yourself in front of Tintin? You must understand the potency of the water dragon bullet, particularly when wielded through my Sharingan. Its might surpasses that of a typical water dragon bullet and poses a lethal threat. Kakashi's query piqued Akai's interest, and even Ding Lu, standing nearby, was filled with curiosity. Well, the answer is quite simple. As a man, it is my duty to protect women. It is a natural obligation. If one cannot safeguard a woman, what distinguishes living from being a mere dog? Furthermore, we are comrades. Should I be under attack from the water dragon bullet, I am confident that my two companions would also bravely shield me. That is how it should be, don't you think? Niji was momentarily speechless, Tintin was taken aback, and Akai was left in a daze. Even Ding Lu, who had only met them twice, stood there, dumbfounded. You are far superior to me. Kakashi muttered a phrase only they could comprehend before vanishing from sight. As Kakashi departed, Akai's emotions surged once more. Lee's response had moved him deeply, and tears cascaded down his face like rain as he clasped Lee's hands tightly. My dear disciple, your words have profoundly touched me. Kakashi-sensei, could you refrain from being so overly sentimental? As tears streamed down his face, Shaoli felt an overwhelming sense of nausea. Yet, the thoughts swirling within his mind were complex, understood by none but himself. He recognized that this experience had been remarkable, despite some minor setbacks, which he deemed inconsequential. A new idea began to blossom in his heart. I took a look at the reports you submitted. It appears that the performances of these three young ones were quite commendable, inquired the third Hokage. Placing the documents on the table and observing Kakashi's expression with a measured gaze. Are you suggesting that Shaoli be recommended for the Umbu? Kakashi nodded solemnly, while Guy, standing nearby, seemed visibly anxious. Hokage-sama, I cannot agree. Shaoli is merely 11 years old. How can he possibly join the Umbu? His abilities are still lacking. It would be better for him to continue as a genin. Guy's heart raced with apprehension. If Shaoli were to enter the Umbu, he might one day become another Kakashi, a cold-blooded killer. He would not wish for his beloved student to turn into a heartless monster. Kakashi, I became a genin at the age of 11, fighting on the battlefield against enemies. Do you believe there is anything more brutal than Shaoli joining the Umbu? Kakashi retorted, you are undoubtedly a genius, but what of Shaoli? He is merely a student who has graduated from the Ninja Academy for less than 3 months. Are you hoping his early induction into the Umbu will lead to his demise? Guy exclaimed, outraged. He resolutely opposed Kakashi's proposal, preferring Shaoli to remain a regular genin rather than be thrust into the dark, perilous world of the Umbu. At that moment, Kakashi gazed at Guy in astonishment. Guy's expression was intensely serious, devoid of jest. As their argument escalated, the third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke and calmly interjected, how about this, as Kakashi mentioned. Shaoli possesses the qualifications to become an Umbu member, yet he is still lacking in strength. Let him hone his skills for a while longer. The next CH-NIN selection exam will take place in 5 months. We can allow Shaoli and his companions to participate. If he passes, he can directly enter the Umbu. If he does not, he will continue training under Guy. How does that sound? The third Hokage's proposal was indeed wise, yielding significant concessions from both parties. They nodded in agreement, recognizing that 5 months would likely lead to substantial advancements in their abilities. The anticipation of these 3 young ninjas' performances was palpable. The third Hokage smiled gently, the wrinkles of his face softening. Mijin has reached the mid-stage. Only one step remains to attain the pinnacle of the late stage. It seems further effort is required. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Shaoli felt the flow of chakra within his body, accompanied by the sensations radiating from his fists. After a week of rigorous training, he understood that he had progressed from the initial stage of Mingjin to its mid-stage, with indications of a potential breakthrough. Once he reached the pinnacle of Mingjin, his close combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of an average genin, with Kakashi and Guy being notable exceptions. He leaped from the bed, his legs bending like a bow, his hands poised as if to grasp, moving slowly and gracefully, akin to the gentle flow of water. When in motion, he faced resistance. Yet when still, he drifted with ease. He practiced the 8 trigrams palm thrice, the bones in his body resonating with a sonorous echo, then transitioned from palm to fist, honing his snake fist technique. The strikes were at times as fierce and violent as a flash of lightning, while at others, they lay in ambush, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After 3 days of recuperation, the trio had fully regained their vitality, especially after departing from the perilous Death Forest, where they felt a newfound distinction within themselves. Today, they arrived early at the training ground. Akai stood before them, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Let our youth explode forth. Our passionate youth requires no justification." "Hey, didn't Teacher Akai mention we have a mission today?" Tian began to complain. "A mission? It does seem like there is indeed something." Akai pondered for a moment. I recall now. Today's task is to assist a nearby ranch with weeding. It's a D-rank mission. The reward isn't substantial, but it is an excellent opportunity for us to train." "Oh, it's just weeding. Can't we switch to another task? What significance does this hold?" Tian's dejection extinguished Akai's previously fervent spirit. He too was reluctant to undertake these D-rank missions, but there was no alternative, after all. Xiaoli and the others were still genin. If they were all chunin, they could directly tackle B-rank tasks, which would provide a real challenge. "This is all arranged by Lord Hokage. I have no say in the matter," Tian, Akai explained. "Teacher Akai, I have a thought that has lingered in my mind unexpressed, and now I wish to share it," Xiaoli interjected. "What thought is that, Xiaoli?" Akai inquired. "Shouldn't you teach us ninjutsu? After all, in the future, we may encounter enemies who wield various ninjutsu, including some rather peculiar adversaries. If we only master taijutsu without any ninjutsu, we would be at a significant disadvantage. While Tian has a clear objective in practicing space-time ninjutsu, both Niji and I lack long-range offensive capabilities." Xiaoli's query struck a chord with Akai's pride. Little did they know that Akai's reluctance to teach ninjutsu stemmed from his own ignorance of it. He was solely proficient in taijutsu. Overwhelmed, he uttered a disheartening truth. "Actually, I, too, do not know ninjutsu." The trio stood in stunned silence, and Xiaoli could not help but exclaim, "What? Teacher, please tell me you're joking. You're a jounin, and yet you don't know ninjutsu? Are you pulling a fast one on us?" Tian gazed at Akai in disbelief. While Xiaoli found the situation absurd, he had always admired the bond between Akai and Xiaoli in the anime. Not merely for their spirited nature, but for their unwavering dedication, something that resonated deeply with him. In his past life, there was a saying that resonated with truth: effort never disappoints. He also held great admiration for Might Guy, who, without relying on any external aids or others, had completely unlocked all 8 gates, his power rivaling that of Uchiha Madara, which was nothing short of terrifying. Upon hearing that Akai lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, he had mentally prepared himself, yet the reality was indeed as he had anticipated. "I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly cannot perform any ninjutsu. However, I can teach you formidable taijutsu, which is my forte." Akai promptly regained his confidence, knowing he still possessed some impressive techniques to impart, such as the Lotus of the Blooming Petal and the forbidden technique Lotus of the Banishment, both of which were potent secret arts. "How about this, Akai-sensei? What I mentioned earlier about learning ninjutsu was not in pursuit of any offensive techniques, as that would conflict with our developmental goals. We merely wish to acquire a ninjutsu that could significantly enhance our abilities." What ninjutsu are you referring to? If possible, I shall seek permission from Lord Hokage. Perhaps he might grant it. At this moment, Niji and Tintin were filled with curiosity about which ninjutsu could lead to their remarkable advancement in strength. Among ninjas, the transmission of ninjutsu is strictly regulated. Typically, only instructors can teach their students or techniques passed down through family lineage. To acquire other ninjutsu, one must obtain approval, as indiscriminate sharing could lead to dire consequences, such as enemy spies infiltrating Konoha and acquiring numerous techniques to escape. Hence, the learning of ninjutsu is governed by stringent rules. Although Akai may not possess the techniques himself, he could apply for them. Once the application is approved and the ninjutsu scrolls are obtained, the trio would be able to learn. "Akai-sensei, the ninjutsu we desire is not particularly complex. We need to learn the shadow clone technique." "The shadow clone technique? Surely you jest. How could that possibly enhance your abilities?" Akai was perplexed, unable to fathom how this technique could elevate their strength. You should pay closer attention to the foundational teachings at the Ninja Academy. There is a chapter dedicated to the shadow clone technique, which you may have overlooked. It is, after all, an A-rank ninjutsu, and a powerful one at that. The clones produced through this technique share the user's chakra, each equating to half the original strength. Unlike other clone techniques, they can train simultaneously. For instance, if one person's training efficiency is 1, then with 2 shadow clones, the efficiency doubles to 2. However, the body must endure immense strain, as the original will receive 1/10 of the pressure experienced by the clones. Tintin and Akai were left in a state of confusion, while Niji appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, it is an impressive technique. The energy of an individual is finite. Employing shadow clones to assist in training would significantly reduce the time spent, leading to rapid improvement in strength, albeit at a considerable cost. The body must endure substantial pressure. Hey, what are you two talking about? I don't understand a word, Li and Niji. Tintin exclaimed. You'll comprehend it once you learn the shadow clone technique. Niji cast a disdainful glance at Tian, bemused that such a simple concept eluded her understanding. Despite this, they had all resolved to learn the shadow clone technique. I shall submit the application for you all tomorrow, he declared. However, today we must fulfill our weeding duties. Let us unleash the fervor of our youth. Akai agreed, and together with the trio, they departed from the gates of Konoha, heading straight to the fields for weeding. The following day, anticipation for the shadow clone technique bubbled within the trio, particularly within Shaoli, for the technique was undoubtedly his path to strength. Regardless of his lackluster talent for ninjutsu, he believed that with relentless effort, even if it required tenfold the time of others, he would master this art. The three stood in the training ground, where Niji and Tian engaged in combat practice while Shaoli continued to refine his martial arts. The atmosphere was entirely different from before. As the clock struck 9, Akai had yet to arrive, causing a twinge of anxiety among the three. Could it be that the application had failed? Even Shaoli, who typically remained unperturbed, felt a flicker of unease. However, at 10 o'clock, a figure ambled into the training ground, leisurely clutching a book. It was none other than Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Where is Akai-sensei? Tian inquired, astonished. The trio fixated on Kakashi as he nonchalantly set down his book and replied. Akai has some matters to attend to and may not be present for the next few days. I've been sent to teach you the shadow clone technique. That's the situation. Wonderful. I've heard that Kakashi-sensei is a renowned copy ninja, proficient in various ninjutsu. Having you as our instructor is undoubtedly superior to having Akai-sensei. Tian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If Akai were to overhear such words, it might very well break his heart. Kakashi instinctively rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile. Do not rejoice too hastily. Learning the shadow clone technique comes at a cost. After all, this is not your teacher imparting ninjutsu to you. It is I. So you must be prepared to pay the price for my instruction. A price? Shaoli interjected, curiosity piqued. What exactly must we offer for you to teach us ninjutsu? Kakashi regarded Shaoli with satisfaction, appreciating the shrewdness of his inquiry. Since you wish to know, I shall be forthright. The cost is not exorbitant. You are required to complete 15 D-rank missions within the next week. The rewards earned will not belong to you individually, but will serve as the price for acquiring this technique. It appears the cost is quite manageable. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Shaoli responded joyfully. Completing 15 D-rank missions within a week, with the rewards going to the higher-ups, hardly seemed a burden. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Kakashi. For the three of them, accomplishing this quota was not a formidable challenge. In fact, the abundance of tasks would provide them with valuable experience, facilitating their future endeavors with C-rank and B-rank missions. Shaoli, how could we possibly complete 15 D-rank missions in just 1 week? We still need to eat and sleep. Where would we find the time? Do not complain every day. Which do you think is more arduous? Spending 7 days in the Forest of Death or completing 15 D-rank missions within those 7 days? Tian remained silent. Shaoli was absolutely correct. Compared to the days in the Forest of Death, these 7 days of tasks were trivial. Enough of idle chatter. It is time for the tasks. Kakashi produced a list from his backpack, detailing exactly 15 missions. He cast a knowing glance at Shaoli, confident that he would agree, having prepared them well in advance. I shall take my leave now. Today is Monday. Should you complete the tasks by Sunday, I will teach you the shadow clone technique. If you have not finished by Sunday, you will need to complete all 15 tasks by the following week. I bid you farewell. With a poof, Kakashi vanished. Shaoli caught the floating list and signaled for the others to gather around. The time and locations of the tasks vary. Each of the 15 tasks is situated in different places. The farthest is at the relay station, while the nearest is in the village. There are 2 tasks at the relay station, scheduled for Wednesday and Thursday mornings and evenings. The remaining tasks are a bit more complicated, as their timing is rather intricate. We should prioritize completing the shorter tasks first, leaving the longer ones for later. These tasks do not have specific deadlines, meaning they can be accomplished any day this week. Shaoli took out a pen and made some notes, then pulled out a blank sheet to reorganize the 15 tasks. What do you think of this plan? I believe it is feasible. This will save us a considerable amount of time and enable us to finish the tasks ahead of schedule, Shaoli replied. And you? Tian, I will follow your lead. Very well, let us commence. Our first task is to escort children. Whoosh. The three figures vanished. From a distance, two shadows observed. And Kakashi commented, by subdividing the tasks and refining the approach, they are not blindly pursuing these 15 missions, especially in the absence of J-Nin guidance. These three young ones already possess the capability to operate independently. Indeed, my students are anything but weak. They truly reflect my teachings, exclaimed Guy with pride. Have you no shame? Kakashi, you scoundrel. I challenge you to a duel. The 15 missions proved to be a heavy burden for the trio, and they scarcely enjoyed a good night's rest. By the 6th day, they arrived at the training ground. Their expressions weary as they crossed off the final item on the list, collapsing onto the ground with a sigh of relief. It has been arduous to learn a single ninjutsu. If only Teacher Guy could teach us ninjutsu, we would not have to struggle so much. It's infuriating. Tian continued to grumble. Shaoli rose and addressed the two. The tasks on this list must be completed by this Sunday. Today is Saturday, and we have finished a day early. You should return to rest while I submit the tasks. Tomorrow, we should be able to learn the shadow clone technique, which will yield benefits far exceeding our current efforts, tenfold or even 100-fold. Agreed. The two exchanged nods, and Shaoli's figure vanished. Just after Shaoli departed, Ningxi inquired, Tian, have you developed feelings for Shaoli? Huh. At the Hokage Tower's mission reception. Genin, you must be Shaoli. Is there something you need? A staff member sitting across from Shaoli recognized the young boy, recalling vividly that he had been the underachiever in his class during his teaching years. At that time, Shaoli was quite the notorious figure in the Ninja Academy, albeit one who was often ridiculed. Shaoli offered a calm smile and handed the mission form to the staff member. This is the list of tasks we have completed this week. Please take a look. The mission form? Very well, let me see. The Chunin's expression shifted slightly. After all, it was merely a collection of D-rank tasks. Without much thought, he accepted the form, but upon reviewing it, his expression froze. 15 D-rank tasks completed in less than 6 days. You surpassed my expectations. Completing 15 D-rank tasks in merely 6 days without the guidance of a Jonin is quite impressive. I must say, this year's Genin are unmatched. In the training ground, Kakashi voiced his genuine thoughts, particularly praising Shaoli's performance. Kakashi-sensei, according to our agreement, you should teach us the shadow clone technique now, Shaoli inquired. Of course. I keep my promises. I will teach you the shadow clone technique right away. However, prior to that, I have learned from Guy about your reasons for wanting to practice this technique. Regrettably, while your intentions are commendable, you seem to have overlooked a critical issue. The three could not help but feel alarmed. What serious issue? First and foremost, your understanding of the shadow clone technique is insufficient. In the Hidden Leaf Village, it is classified as a B-rank forbidden technique. Yet, in other nations, the technique exists without such restrictions. Do you know why? The three shook their heads. Because the shadow clone technique divides a person's chakra evenly among the clones. If mishandled, the original can perish from chakra depletion. Originally, this technique was created by the second Hokage for espionage purposes, but it was discovered that not everyone can utilize it effectively. Only those with an extraordinarily vast chakra reserve can use it freely. For your current chakra levels, it is still premature, especially if you intend to practice it. It could be fatal. The trio fell silent. Shaoli remained resolute. Learning the shadow clone technique was imperative for him. As for Ningxi and Tian's decisions, he felt powerless to intervene. His understanding of the technique stemmed solely from the anime, and he was not fully aware of its dangers. Then, based on Kakashi-sensei's words, how should we decide? Shaoli's gaze was astutely perceptive. Kakashi had shared so much. There must be deeper reasoning behind his words, and more to come. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. You are three individuals. I can impart different techniques to each of you, but each person may only learn one. Little Lee's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it seemed that in Kakashi's eyes, the worth of the three of them was not insignificant. At the very least, the fact that he took the time to remind them about the shadow clone technique revealed Kakashi's regard for them, just as Little Lee had surmised. Kakashi truly hoped for his strength to continually grow, the reasons for which remained known only to himself. Kakashi-sensei, I have made my decision. I will learn the shadow clone technique, Little Lee declared resolutely. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningxi chimed in, I will also learn the shadow clone technique. Seeing that both Little Lee and Ningxi had chosen the same technique, he was about to raise his hand when Little Lee promptly interrupted, addressing Tian. Your space-time ninjutsu is predominantly weapon-based, lacking in ninjutsu techniques. You need to be cautious. The shadow clone technique is not suitable for you. You should consider a different ninjutsu. Tian was taken aback by Little Lee's words. Ningxi and Kakashi exchanged curious glances towards Little Lee. Isn't weapon proficiency related to accuracy? I should be hitting my targets, shouldn't I? What else must I be wary of? Tian replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved, sensing the unfairness in the situation. Why can they both learn shadow clones, but I cannot? Please listen carefully, Little Lee continued. While weapon proficiency is indeed about accuracy, it harbors a critical flaw. Against wind-release ninjas, you would be utterly at a disadvantage unless you can wield a greater array of ninjutsu scrolls to counter them. Otherwise, confronting a wind-release ninja would lead you to certain doom. In the upcoming Nin exams, your opponents may be formidable wind-release ninjas. Is it really that serious? Tian murmured softly. Very serious. I suggest you learn Earth-release ninjutsu, specifically Earth flow technique. It would provide you with a layer of protection. Your offensive capabilities are sufficient, but your defenses are lacking. Both Ningxi and I are close combat types and have our own means of defense, which you do not. Tian was uncertain if she fully comprehended his words, but she found herself inclined to heed Little Lee's advice. For some time now, it seemed as though Little Lee's words possessed a kind of magic that captivated her every time. Upon hearing Little Lee's guidance regarding Tian's strengths and weaknesses, Kakashi felt a profound sense of astonishment. Little Lee appeared more like a teacher imparting wisdom to a student. Very well, I shall learn Earth-release ninjutsu, Earth flow technique. Tian resolved after considering Little Lee's counsel, while Ningxi and Little Lee would proceed to study the shadow clone technique together. It seems you have all made your decisions. Now, I will begin to teach you the method of hand seals. With that, Kakashi created a shadow clone, instructing it to guide Tian. Let us move over there to learn. Tian understood and followed the shadow clone, leaving Little Lee and Ningxi behind. Kakashi demonstrated several hand seals and subsequently reminded them of the significance of chakra before departing. The hand seal method is quite simple, though the chakra requirements are somewhat daunting. Indeed, however, let us focus on mastering this technique for now, Little Lee remarked. As the two individuals exchanged glances, they entered a state of cultivation, forming hand seals and mastering the control of chakra. A morning passed, and Niji rose to his feet, executing the hand seal technique. Instantly, a perfect replica of Niji materialized before his eyes. He realized he had mastered this ninjutsu and turned to look at Lee, who had yet to grasp it. A flicker of pride returned to him. His innate talent was undeniable, for he had earned the title of genius. The Hyuga clan's physical techniques were learned solely through his own efforts. The shadow clone technique was not particularly difficult. Its hand seals were straightforward, provided one paid attention to chakra control. As for Lee, he too opened his eyes and stood up, gazing at Niji in astonishment, secretly impressed. Truly, a person adorned with the aura of genius could learn a ninjutsu in mere hours, while he himself had yet to master it, merely experimenting for now. Lee swiftly formed the hand seals, and soon a figure appeared. Regrettably, it collapsed to the ground and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lee felt an immediate exhaustion, as if something had been drawn from him. This was indeed due to inadequate chakra control. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lee noticed that Niji did not mock him as he usually would. Instead, he walked alone into the forest to commence his new training. My chakra was on par with Niji's, perhaps even surpassing it in some respects, yet I still struggled with chakra control, wasting a significant amount during the execution of techniques. It seemed I needed to focus on improving my chakra management first. Lee, possessing a decisive and vigorous nature, immediately began refining his chakra. Once it was restored, he attempted the shadow clone technique again. The outcome mirrored the first attempt. In an instant, the clone disappeared, leading him to repeat the endeavor. As the sun descended in the west, Niji emerged from the forest and observed Lee still practicing the technique. He chose not to comment and departed silently. Just after Niji left, Tian returned. Seeing Lee engrossed in his training, she contemplated greeting him but ultimately opted to leave quietly. As dusk fell and the stars illuminated the night sky, with the moon casting its silvery glow, Lee slowly rose, stretched his back, and attempted the shadow clone technique once more. This time, the clone succeeded. Lee managed a wry smile. However, the clone's duration was fleeting, vanishing after only 10 minutes, leaving him with a renewed sense of fatigue. Indeed, it was a matter of chakra. If only he had a tailed beast within him like Naruto Uzumaki, he would have chakra to spare. As Xiaoli conversed with himself, gazing at the moonlit sky, he realized that evening had arrived. His training for the day came to a close, and after tidying up his belongings, he departed from the training ground. On the desolate path, Xiaoli's mind was consumed with thoughts on how to enhance his chakra. The most effective method would be to acquire a tailed beast, though this notion was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Setting aside the fact that Naruto Uzumaki was still under surveillance at the Ninja Academy, he also harbored two formidable chakras concealed within him, alongside the Nine Tails. If Xiaoli were to provoke him, it would be a perilous game. And even if he managed to capture Naruto, how could he ever gain the trust of the Nine Tails? It would be far easier to smash his head against a wall than to attempt such a feat, however, aside from tailed beasts. There seemed to be other means to augment chakra. The cursed seal powers of Orochimaru were indeed potent, yet the challenges in obtaining such power were daunting. The simplest way to acquire these cursed seal powers would be to seek out Orochimaru, but where might he be? In the Sound Village of the Land of Rice. Who possesses his precise whereabouts? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoli shook his head, suddenly feeling that his journey through this world was rather mundane. Aside from his own martial arts experience, he lacked any particularly remarkable traits. A gentle summer breeze brushed against Xiaoli's face, and his expression shifted abruptly. His grip tightening around his kunai as an elusive presence drew near. Instinctively heightened, Xiaoli hastened to take refuge beneath an eave, his aura vanishing in an instant. As a skilled assassin, he possessed a unique talent for concealment. The approaching figure exuded an ominous aura, and Xiaoli instinctively sensed the threat posed by this individual. The street was nearly deserted, particularly the route Xiaoli took home, which transformed from a bustling thoroughfare in the morning to a shadowy realm at night. Illuminated only by the flickering glow of a few street lamps, two shadowy figures clad in black materialized on the street, one of whom radiated a palpable sense of danger and menace. Xiaoli, hidden beneath the eave, felt an instinctive wariness toward this formidable presence. Have we lost him? One of the figures queried. No, he is lurking nearby. I believe he has become aware of our presence. The mission must not falter. I understand, the other figure responded, forming a series of hand seals. Suddenly, the surroundings shifted, and a jarring sound wave reverberated through the air. Xiaoli's ears were assaulted by a violent tremor, and his expression changed dramatically as he swiftly darted from beneath the eave into the dim recesses of a narrow alley. There he is, moving quickly. A swift exclamation followed as two figures pursued him. The alley was heavy with moisture and littered with refuse. Xiaoli concealed himself within the garbage, his once clear eyes now turning pale. The night was as white as the moon, and his aura emanated a chilling coldness, as if he had melded into the damp environment, blending with the noxious odors of the refuse. He has vanished. I can no longer sense his chakra fluctuations. No chakra fluctuations? Could it be a high-level concealment technique? A mere genin? One of the black-clad figures scoffed. Perhaps this is precisely why we were dispatched to capture him, but I am certain he has not left this vicinity. The ground bore no footprints, and the air was devoid of any human presence, as if no one had ever passed through. Yet, as a sensory ninja, my instincts tell me he is right here. The self-proclaimed perceptive ninja was resolute, declaring that even the slightest possibility should not be overlooked. The figure in black turned to face a heap of refuse, removed the dark cloth from his face, and, with hands forming intricate seals, proclaimed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, the fireball roaring as it swept across the refuse pile, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Was there truly no one? As the inferno grew ever larger, the silence from within the heap was unnerving. The black-clad figure stepped closer to inspect, when suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as a kunai was pressed against his neck, silent and stealthy, with no warning whatsoever. The black-clad figure was struck by terror. Had he sensed any movement, he might have been prepared, but the kunai's appearance came without a hint. In fact, within their organization, those possessing such stealthy skills were surely no more than a mere handful. With a swift motion, the kunai pierced through, and in an instant, the figure vanished, leaving the black-clad man as a mere wooden statue. Xiaoli retreated into the shadows, revealing his pale eyes, and once again, he disappeared into the darkness. The attacked figure emerged from an unknown location, sweat dripping from his brow, drawing a terrifying conclusion. A formidable opponent. The perceptive black-clad figure approached his companion, equally startled by the earlier scene. Had it not been for the rigorous assassination training this individual received from a young age, he might have perished in that moment. Both felt an acute tension, wary of drawing too close to the shadows. "We bear no ill will. We merely seek to extend an invitation," spoke the attacked black-clad figure, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. Yet, what awaited him was the rush of Xiao Li's fist, propelled by the force of the wind, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the stillness of the darkness. The black-clad man furrowed his brow, drawing his long blade in response, aiming a swift strike toward the gust of air. Bang! Locate him, quickly. The black-clad figure felt a twinge of frustration. He genuinely meant to convey their peaceful intentions. But he had not anticipated the formidable resistance they faced. Initially believing their opponent to be merely a lower-ranking ninja, he was astounded by the proficiency in assassination displayed, especially in physical combat. "I've found him. He's approaching." "What? Be cautious from behind." The perceptive black-clad man shouted, his voice amplified within the narrow confines of the refuse heap. Intertwined with the roaring flames and flying sparks, a ghostly white figure emerging, wielding a streak of light. With a clash, the long blade sliced through the air, but the white figure dissipated before it could be struck. The perceptive black-clad man felt a weight in his chest as a kunai mercilessly pierced deep into his innards. The long-bladed black-clad man remained unfazed. Although they belonged to the same organization, he felt no emotional attachment. Death was merely a part of the game. Yet he had not anticipated how swiftly it would come. The perceptive black-clad figure collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "We come to invite you, not to engage in combat. You should cease your actions. If you can kill him, you certainly cannot kill me," the long-bladed black-clad man stated calmly, devoid of fear or anger at the loss of his companion. His words went unanswered, met only by the relentless assault of kunai and the explosive force of fists. "Hurry! It's on fire! It's on fire!" The dimly lit street gradually brightened, illuminated by surrounding lights. In the shadowy recesses, Xiao Li's silhouette appeared at the base of a wall, locking eyes with a figure clad in black, wielding a long knife. The figure sheathed his weapon and vanished. Evidently aware that many had arrived to extinguish the flames of chaos in this location, the confrontation between him and Xiao Li could only reach a temporary ceasefire. Xiao Li swiftly extricated himself from the refuse, bursting forth from the alley and merging seamlessly into the crowd, as if he bore no weight of the events that had just transpired. Upon returning to the relief house, he collapsed onto the ground, exhaustion overwhelming him. A trace of blood stained the corner of his mouth, and as he removed his clothing, a significant gash marred his back, crimson seeping into his white garb. His expression darkened. Who were they, and why had they come for him? Xiao Li pondered this perplexity, recalling the perceptive ninja he had slain and the cold-blooded demeanor of his companions, which offered him a glimmer of insight into a mysterious organization lurking in the darkest corners of Konoha. Root. "Danzo, Tenin is dead." Danzo sat in his chair, scrutinizing the documents in his hands. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, though he ultimately replied in a subdued tone. "Please elaborate on the situation." The black-clad individual recounted the events with meticulous detail. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo, gripping his cane, addressed the informant with an icy demeanor. "Tenin's death should provoke Saratobi's attention. Refrain from any rash actions." "Understood." In the Hokage's office, a report was delivered. "Lord Hokage, the investigation into the body has concluded. The cause of death mirrors that of the previous bandits at the relay station. However, there are discrepancies regarding the identity of this black-clad individual." "Oh? What issues have arisen?" "Their mouths bore seals, a mark you're familiar with." Kakashi handed the file to the third Hokage, who perused it, furrowing his brow and exhaling a heavy sigh. "I see. Kakashi, the alley you mentioned tends to be sparsely populated at night. Investigate if any suspicious figures have emerged in the vicinity." "Lord Hokage, I have already conducted an inquiry. There have been no notable individuals in recent days. The only concern is a nearby relief house, home to orphans of the war, where Xiao Li resides." Kakashi emphasized Xiao Li's name deliberately. It appeared that the issue was far from simple. "Investigate any recent information that may have fallen into Root's hands." The third commanded sternly. "Yes. What are you plotting, Danzo?" The third exhaled a plume of smoke, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. Back at the relief house, Xiao Li felt increasingly agitated. If his suspicions proved correct, trouble would soon find him. Given the preceding circumstances, numerous connections began to emerge. And while he had meticulously arranged his aspirations, he had not anticipated provoking the existence of Root. To clarify, Xiao Li held no fear of Root. On the contrary, he recognized that an encounter with them was inevitable. However, the timing felt exceedingly premature, leaving him somewhat disoriented. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed as he must. Little he made a resolute decision. The only individual capable of assisting him in resolving his predicament was none other than the third Hokage. With the third's compassionate nature, he would undoubtedly protect him. for he was a gentle soul. Coupled with little Lee's status as an orphan, being merely an 11-year-old boy, he could not bear the thought of allowing any contact between himself and the roots of his troubles. After formulating his plan, little Lee hastily bandaged the wounds on his back and retired for the night, recognizing that this was not an opportune time for training. Upon awakening the following day, he discovered that a fire in a nearby garbage heap was a mere 200 meters from his shelter. The streets buzzed with gossip about the events of the previous night. Feeling agitated by the incessant chatter, little Lee hastily made his way toward the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, a genin named Little Lee wishes to see you, a staff member reported upon entering the office. The third Hokage, squinting his eyes, replied, "Let him in." Yes. Little Lee entered the Hokage's office and pushed the door open. The third sat in his chair, exhaling wisps of smoke. His gaze fixed on Little Lee with an enigmatic expression. Without further ado, Little Lee approached him and began recounting the events of the previous night. Lord Hokage, I was attacked last night, he stated calmly. Oh. The third expressed mild surprise, taken aback by Little Lee's forthrightness. The unwavering determination etched on Little Lee's face, devoid of any hint of anxiety, prompted the third to regard him with newfound respect. I am aware of this morning's reports. Was it you who eliminated the figure in black? The third inquired. Indeed, they intended to kill me. I could not afford to hold back, Little Lee replied. However, you must understand that the individual you killed was no ordinary ninja. I am unaware of their identities. I only know that on my way back last night, I was nearly killed by them. Had I not reacted swiftly, it is likely that today would have been a day for mourning my own demise. Little Lee, we are already investigating this matter. Initially, we presumed it was a mere altercation, never anticipating that you were the one to vanquish the figure in black. Nonetheless, I have a query. You should have reported this last night. The Umbu requires timely information to take appropriate action. Little Lee said nothing, instead removing his white attire to reveal that his waist was entirely bandaged, the fresh blood staining the white fabric evident. His back was a gruesome sight, marred with crimson. The third, taken aback, realized that Little Lee's actions spoke volumes. His wounds indicated he had no time to report the incident. The distance from his shelter to the Hokage's office was at least a 10-minute walk, and his injuries clearly could not withstand such a delay. Prolonged bleeding could prove fatal. Little Lee, your wounds are grave. You must receive treatment at the hospital. He then signaled to a staff member to escort Little Lee for medical attention. Little Lee nodded, feigning discomfort as he exited the Hokage's office. Kakashi, I believe those bandits at the station were slain by Little Lee. I concur, Kakashi replied, leaping through the window and affirming the third Hokage's assessment. In truth, from the very first day of the 7-day training, following the tragic events, Kakashi had suspected that Little Lee was responsible for the demise of those bandits. Here's Little Lee's dossier. Kakashi handed over the documents regarding Lee to the third Hokage, who glanced at them briefly before letting out a sigh. The contents revealed that 11 years prior, both of Lee's parents, who were Chunin, perished in the Nine-Tails attack. Kakashi, please inform Danzo that I require an explanation from him, the third declared solemnly. Understood. Lord Danzo, the Hokage requests your presence. Danzo, somewhat surprised, maintained an impassive expression and nodded. An hour later, he arrived at the Hokage's office and took a seat on the chair that had been prepared. The third Hokage refrained from continuing to smoke and instead handed the documents about Lee back to Danzo. Catching the documents, Danzo looked at them quizzically and asked, why am I being shown the file of a mere genin? There are matters that do not require explicit explanation. He came to see me this morning. What I wish for you to comprehend is not merely his file, but that of his parents, who fell victim to the Nine-Tails attack 11 years ago. I hope you understand that these sacrifices represent the souls of Konoha. Their descendants deserve protection. I implore you to reconsider your actions. No matter what Lee has done to provoke your ire, I urge you to spare him. Saratobi, I do not comprehend your words. Why would I wish to eliminate a mere genin? I suggest you ensure your facts are accurate before approaching me. Danzo replied calmly, his expression betraying no hint of change. Last night, Lee killed a figure in black who spoke of sealing techniques. Those belong to your root, and I am certain of this. Now, Lee lies gravely injured in the hospital. Let this matter conclude here. Do not allow me to witness such occurrences again. The third Hokage's fury was palpable as he regarded Danzo, who remained silent, opening the door to exit. Damn that brat. How dare he preempt me? Danzo seethed inwardly, filled with ire. He had never intended to target Lee. His intention was merely to invite him. Had the boy been sensible, he might have been inducted into root. Recent intelligence and Kakashi's commendation for him piqued Danzo's curiosity. As such, praise from Kakashi implied extraordinary capabilities. Thus, he aimed to recruit Lee before the third could intervene. But now his good intentions had turned into a miscalculation, with the third already attributing the act to him. He found himself with no opportunity to refute, as the deceased were indeed his own, and the sealing technique mentioned was an undeniable fact. Furthermore, for a considerable time, he could not approach Lee again. Having clashed with the third for years, they knew each other's temperaments well. To be outmaneuvered by a mere child. How infuriating. Lord Danzo, here are the documents you requested. A ninja handed over some papers that Danzo examined carefully, a cold smirk creeping across his lips. Those incompetent fools from Yamaki were undoubtedly slain by this individual. Such remarkable assassination skills would make even Tenzin feel inadequate. Clearly, someone is nurturing him from behind the scenes. Tuanzo had come to a rough understanding that the past 11 years of this young Lee had been rather uneventful. However, in the last 2 months, following a hospital stay, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. The peculiar strength he exhibited, alongside his enigmatic assassination techniques, particularly highlighted by the deaths of Yamaki and others, as well as his confrontation with Tianwei, suggested that there must be someone supporting this youth from behind. Tianwei pondered whether it could be Sarutobi pulling strings. How could a mere genin, once regarded as the bottom of the class, suddenly awaken to defeat the self-proclaimed genius Niji Hyuga? Even Kakashi praised his agile mind and decisive actions, recommending him to the Umbu. While there are numerous instances of mediocrity transforming into brilliance, the idea that someone could ascend from being a weakling to a notable genius in just a couple of months seemed utterly absurd. Tuanzo speculated that there must indeed be someone backing him. With a thoughtful gaze, Tuanzo expressed his curiosity and caution regarding the individual behind Lee. Such a person capable of transforming a mediocrity into a genius was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Does that mean you wish for me to capture him? The cloaked figure Tianwei inquired. There is no need for haste. This is merely my conjecture. After all, there are alternative possibilities. Let us wait for now. The current batch of graduates is nearing their graduation, and I have been negotiating with Orochimaru during this time. We cannot allow Sarutobi to grow suspicious should our plans fail. It would all be for naught. Understood. Very well, you may withdraw and also summon Do for me. Understood. Lee Rock, with his peculiar strength and assassination skills, truly was a remarkable young man. Meanwhile, Lee stepped out of the hospital with a calm demeanor. The wounds on his back were not as severe as they appeared. He had merely feigned them for the third Hokage's benefit. Fortunately, the third had not approached him for a closer inspection, likely already working to resolve his troubles. Lee made his way toward the training grounds. Hokage-sama, what is the matter that you called for me? Is there an enemy lurking in Konoha? Akai, standing before the Hokage, suddenly became agitated, as if sensing a real threat. Akai, there is something I wish to inquire about. Lee's recent behavior has been quite peculiar, and as his teacher, you should be the most aware of this. Particularly, his transformation from a liability to his current state is hard to believe, and I require a detailed report from you. The third Hokage spoke with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, Akai's face turned serious, and he responded anxiously, Hokage-sama, you don't suspect Lee to be an enemy, do you? I assure you, with my integrity, that Lee is certainly not an adversary. Although his recent conduct has been strange, I have complete faith in my student. Observing Akai's flustered and impassioned demeanor, the third Hokage sighed, I do not suspect Lee, but rather seek to understand certain matters. There are individuals watching him, and if we do not clarify the situation, Lee may inadvertently attract deadly peril. Could it really be that serious? Indeed, it is. Let me now elaborate on Xiao Li's situation. Akai meticulously recounted Xiao Li's behaviors and actions since his last hospitalization, including his performance during missions and his progress in training. This discourse lasted for an entire hour. Initially, Akai intended to elaborate for nearly 3 hours, but was abruptly interrupted by the third Hokage, who urged him to get to the crux of the matter. Now it becomes clear. You mentioned that Xiao Li possesses an unusual martial technique. And during your battle with him, you even found yourself at a disadvantage, particularly when he was laden with weights while facing Niji of the Hyuga clan. No wonder. It appears that there are indeed numerous peculiar occurrences surrounding Xiao Li. The third Hokage contemplated not merely these matters, but rather the account of Xiao Li's performance on the final day of the 7 trials, which was precisely what he yearned to hear. Even the dialogue with Kakashi profoundly moved the third Hokage, eliciting a faint smile. Akai was perplexed by the third Hokage's smile. As if an internal volcano was about to erupt, he fervently hoped the third Hokage would swiftly arrive at a decision. Very well, Akai, you may return. I shall personally address the situation regarding Shaoli, allowing you to focus on your training and missions with peace of mind. Is this truly the case? Thank you immensely. Lord Hokage, I am profoundly grateful. Akai departed, his spirits soaring with excitement. Kakashi, what Akai mentioned earlier must be true, correct? Kakashi's figure appeared. Casting a glance at the distant Akai, the Lord Hokage is undoubtedly aware of his character. Just as Akai stated, it is indeed as such. A person willing to sacrifice their life for their comrades. Do you truly believe he could be a spy or a traitor? I surmise he possesses innate talents, which he simply chose not to reveal until now. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi? The third Hokage smiled. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the third Hokage would go to such lengths to protect Shaoli. It is more plausible that his reluctance to disclose his talents is linked to the loss of his parents at an early age. This is for the best. Please report the situation regarding the bandit mission to Danzo. I believe you will understand how to proceed. Understood. The Lord Hokage is willing to offend Danzo for the sake of a mere child. It seems Shaoli has indeed saved himself. Kakashi recognized that he had only met the other party twice. Although he held a favorable impression, dealing with Root was no trivial matter. Root represents the darkest aspect of Konoha, independent to the extent that even the Elder Council cannot intervene. Only the third Zumbu can contend with it. On the surface, the two factions appear to coexist peacefully, yet unbeknownst to many, they have engaged in a silent struggle for countless years, each party well aware of the other's intentions. The third Hokage's request for him to deliver a report to Danzo was merely a clear indication. I stand by this individual. In the training grounds, Shaoli felt a slight enhancement in his chakra. Indeed, combat is the swiftest means to elevate one's strength. He murmured to himself, noting that the amount of chakra he possessed was evidently greater than the previous day. Due to his attainment of a heightened state of awareness, he possessed a subtle sensitivity to the changes within his body. Though it may not be as extreme as the Byakugan, it is certainly not something an ordinary person could compare to. Regarding the events of last night, Shaoli did not utter a single word to either of the two individuals, for he deemed it futile. Surprisingly, today he refrained from practicing those peculiar martial arts forms. Tian, filled with curiosity, mused that perhaps the shadow clone technique had yet to be mastered. Ningxiai cast a disdainful glance at Shaoli and remarked to Tian, "Ha. It seems Shaoli's talent for ninjutsu remains as abysmal as ever. Fortunately, I practiced at home last night. With another day of training, I shall be well prepared." Upon hearing their banter, Shaoli opened his eyes, rose slowly, took a step forward, and swiftly formed hand seals. With a sudden poof, a perfect duplicate of Shaoli appeared beside him. Ah, Shaoli actually succeeded. My heavens, I am once again the last. Tian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her expression tinged with disappointment, as she had hoped to regain some confidence, only to realize she was still the slowest learner. Shaoli flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, Tian, I am not the last. Just then, a figure rushed towards Shaoli, a swift green light striking him like lightning, startling everyone. Thank you, dear reader Pugonging. Tomorrow I shall return 4 chapters. I have just recovered from illness and will share one today. Teacher Akai, what transpired? Shaoli is injured, yet he stands here perfectly fine. Tian queried with a furrowed brow, her heart racing anxiously. Ningxiai also turned to face Akai. It seems my little mishap during training has reached your ears, haha. Only you could have known, Teacher Akai, Shaoli replied, shooting a sharp glance at Akai, who hesitated, covering his mouth, swiftly grasping Shaoli's intent, and gazed skyward. Hey, Teacher Akai, I am inquiring about something. When did Shaoli get injured? Why are we unaware? There must be some concealment. Speak quickly, Tian urged. Catching up to Akai and gripping him tightly, beads of sweat trickled down Akai's forehead as he recalled Shaoli's inadvertent revelation. He understood that Shaoli wished to keep it private, knowing that divulging such matters would lead to unfavorable outcomes for all involved. Though Akai may be simple-minded, he was not foolish. Did Shaoli not say he was injured during training? What? How could this be? He was perfectly fine yesterday. Could it be? Tian's face turned anxious as she glanced at Shaoli. Shaoli, you didn't sustain injuries while practicing the shadow clone technique, did you? I heard from Kakashi-sensei that it can be lethal. You should refrain from practicing it. Oh, Tian is so concerned about Shaoli. Could it be she has developed feelings for him? Ningxiai pondered this, while Shaoli nodded in agreement. Is everything all right? Would you like me to accompany you to the hospital? Upon uttering those words, Tian sensed something amiss, as Shaoli, Ningxiai, and Akai regarded her with peculiar expressions. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? Aren't you concerned about Xiaoli's injury? Tian. I'm not injured at all. It is merely fatigue. As you mentioned, it is indeed the shadow clone technique that could lead to demise. So there is no need to make a fuss. A bit of rest will suffice. Xiaoli approached Tian with an apologetic demeanor. Tian fixed a penetrating gaze upon him and exhaled in relief, muttering, could we perhaps refrain from practicing the shadow clone technique? Xiaoli feigned ignorance and turned to Akai, saying, Teacher Akai, didn't you mention yesterday that you would teach us a formidable taijutsu today? Our morning exercises have concluded. Did I say that? Akai pondered, however. I recall that I have not been here for several days. Xiaoli felt frozen. He thought to himself that this fool was as dim-witted as a pig, clearly attempting to sidestep the topic. How could he not realize such an obvious maneuver? Meanwhile, Niji's white eyes gleamed with insight. Perhaps Xiaoli was indeed concealing an injury. Unlike Tian, whose mentality resembled that of a child, Niji had endured the harsh realities of life in the Hyuga branch family, fostering a mature mindset from a young age. In this respect, only Uchiha Sasuke's intellect could rival his own, possessing a keen sense of perception. Oh, by the way, I happen to have a remarkable technique to impart to you. As my students, it is imperative that you all become extraordinary ninjas, Akai proclaimed grandly. Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, seemingly having forgotten the earlier conversation. While Niji was momentarily taken aback, Xiaoli felt a wave of relief wash over him. Akai had finally diverted the topic, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. What kind of formidable taijutsu is it, Teacher Akai? Please tell us quickly. All right, Tian, do not rush me. I will explain it in due time. After being shaken about, Akai felt slightly dizzy. He cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. Listen closely, you three young ones. The technique I am about to teach you is called the Hashiman Tonk, a forbidden art within the realm of taijutsu, possessing immense power. Hashiman Tonk? Niji murmured. Hashiman Tonk? Tian echoed in surprise. Xiaoli's heart surged with enthusiasm, his hands trembling. The moment he had awaited had finally arrived. The Hashiman Tonk, a formidable forbidden technique, was undoubtedly among the most powerful taijutsu arts, though there might be other techniques. He was convinced that he had never encountered one as terrifying as the Hashiman Tonk in the anime thus far. Yes, it is an extremely powerful and fearsome technique. Just how powerful is it? Tian retorted. If utilized to its fullest potential, it can surpass even the strength of a Hokage. Would you not agree that is impressive? Akai's tone was heavy, his expression brimming with pride. The Hashiman Tonk had been passed down to him by his father, the man he admired most in his life. His father, as a low-ranking ninja, had been able to open the 8 gates and defeat the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, an achievement that had astonished the entire ninja world. The sudden demise of these formidable sword-wielding ninjas left everyone in disbelief that a mere Leaf Village genin could bring them to their end. Huh, Teacher Akai, you are boasting again. You think a single taijutsu can surpass the Hokage? You must be joking. Every day, Tian's initial anticipation gradually waned into desolation. Ningxiai remained indifferent, while Xiaoli trembled with an inexplicable exhilaration that coursed through his veins like a fiery dragon yearning to pierce the heavens. Noticing Tian's skepticism, Akai chose not to elaborate. Those who had witnessed the 8 gates of Duanjia had perished, as had the one who wielded them, leaving only the legacy of the technique behind. Teacher, could you demonstrate it? Xiaoli steadied his racing heart and inquired. Akai glanced at him and smiled faintly, certainly. He approached a grand tree and delivered a powerful kick, severing it. After removing some branches, he was left with a smooth, elongated trunk. Taking a deep breath, he cautioned, this forbidden technique is perilous, thus it cannot be tested on a person, only on wood. The three watched intently as Akai's composure transformed into fervor. The veins on his forehead writhed like serpents. The wood soared into the sky, and in an instant, Akai vanished, reappearing upside down. Legs poised to strike the wood. His force was measured, for a careless move could shatter the trunk, yet to the onlookers, his speed was simply unparalleled. As he halted approximately 10 meters above ground, Akai clutched the wood tightly, causing the trio to gasp in astonishment. A tremendous whirlwind erupted from the sky, the gusts swirling fiercely, causing the grass and trees in the training field to sway and dust to rise. What a powerful wind! What technique is this? Ningxiai shouted. Xiaoli's eyes blazed with fervor as a deafening sound erupted from the training ground, enveloping it in a cloud of dust, obscuring their vision. Only Akai emerged slowly from the swirling debris, brushing off the dirt from his body. Once the three regained their composure, the dust settled, revealing a massive spiral pit beside Akai, with the wood reduced to splinters scattered around. Incredible! How terrifying! Truly the strongest forbidden technique of taijutsu. Akai elaborated on the technique, expressing the necessity of swift leg strikes to target an opponent's chin, performing aerial flying kicks, and moving behind the adversary while securing a tight grip. This grip requires 2 critical points, he instructed. What are those critical points? Tian immediately inquired. During high-speed movement, immense self-control is required, especially in mid-air. Furthermore, if one does not secure their grip tightly, the adversary may regain their composure, which could be disastrous, as they might unleash ninjutsu at a crucial moment. The burden of high-speed motion can inflict significant pain on one's bones and body. Is it truly so? This technique sounds rather peculiar. From what I observed, it seemed that all one needed to do was hold onto the opponent and drop from a height, correct? Tian. Allow me to finish before questioning, Akai replied, slightly irritated. He aimed to convey 2 pivotal points. The one he had just mentioned was a flaw of the technique, highlighting the peril of high-altitude execution. However, the second critical point was of utmost importance, and he wished for no interruptions. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Every day, I obediently keep my mouth shut, presenting an appearance that seems unaffected, yet beneath the surface, I endure immense pain, which I suppress. This is another crucial aspect of the technique known as Hyuka. Once the practitioner employs Hyuka, their body succumbs to agony, rendering them incapable of further action. This technique is a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to vanquish an adversary. With a loud exclamation, Tintin's expression became grave, while only Lee understood Akai's words. In the original narrative, Lee was the sole recipient of Akai's teachings on Hyuka. Although Hyuka appears deceptively simple, it conceals the immense effort and sweat required to master it. Niji Hyuga may be a prodigy, yet in terms of willpower and dedication, he pales in comparison to Lee. From a young age, Lee has meticulously honed his resolve, transforming his raw potential into a polished gem. It is imperative to immobilize the enemy, preventing the use of ninjutsu and jinjutsu, to truly unleash Hyuka's devastating power. Now, you may attempt it. Upon finishing his statement, Akai's gaze shifted to Lee. In his view, Lee was the only one worthy of his trust, as if fate itself indicated that only Lee could inherit his legacy. Tintin and Niji were not contenders. Noticing Akai's gaze upon him, Lee looked up at the sky and sighed. Subsequently, Niji and Tintin began their practice, while Lee refrained. The wound on his waist could not withstand vigorous movements. Thus, he chose not to train in Hyuka today, opting to wait until his injury healed before resuming his practice, lest he suffer further ailments without mastering the technique. Time flowed by. A week passed, during which Niji and Tintin diligently practiced Hyuka, yet none succeeded. They observed Akai's demonstration and perceived no difficulty, only to discover the insurmountable chasm when attempting it themselves, as if they inherently lacked the talent to learn this forbidden technique. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared mind. Their gazes shifted to another direction, where 2 Lees were present, one seated in meditation, while the other executed a series of flying kicks against a wooden post. Just as they believed Lee would maneuver behind the post, he performed a peculiar gesture, unwinding a white bandage from his hands and enveloping the wood entirely, resembling a mummy. Hyuka. A powerful centripetal force unleashed a tempest, stinging Tintin's eyes. As dust swirled and foliage danced in the air, enveloped in smoke, Lee's heavy breathing transformed his once white attire into a muddy hue, his body marred with scars. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Lee's eyes sparkled with joy. He had succeeded. He had finally mastered Hyuka. It appears that only Lee is destined to learn Hyuka, while Niji and Tintin ultimately lack this opportunity. Hyuka is the key to unlocking the first and second gates of the 8 gates. Without mastering Hyuka, one can never surpass the barriers to learn the 8 gates technique. Lee, have you succeeded? Every day, Niji would rush to support Lee, who was bending down and kneeling on the ground. It seemed that Niji sensed an inexplicable crisis, reminiscent of the peril he felt during their training in the Forest of Death, a sensation akin to nearly being slain by Kakashi. He turned his attention back to practicing the Lotus technique. Lee, take a break. I have something important to discuss with you shortly, Guy said with a serious expression. Lee nodded in acknowledgement. According to the original story, after Lee had completed the Lotus technique, Guy would impart to him the 8 gates technique, not out of favoritism, but because, if Niji and the others could master the Lotus, he would selflessly teach them as well. Unfortunately, they lacked the aptitude for the 8 gates. Such a technique was not suited for geniuses, but rather for those who were diligent and tenacious. Only such perseverant individuals could grasp it. For the arrogance of geniuses could never comprehend the relentless spirit of those who strive tirelessly, step by step, to unlock their potential and realize the fruits of their labor. After 2 hours had passed, Lee felt a reduction in the pain coursing through his body. He stood up and glanced at his shadow clone. While learning various techniques, Lee had not forgotten the significance of martial arts. The shadow clone was employed to hone his skills in this domain. The practice of martial arts was akin to physical techniques, not merely a reckless pursuit of power. Teacher Guy, what is it you wish to discuss? The two made their way to a tranquil grove, where a gentle summer breeze stirred, elevating their spirits and alleviating their worries. Lee, you are a perceptive child. I valued you in the past because you, like me, belong to a certain type of person. However, in recent days, I have come to recognize your uniqueness. You not only share my qualities, but your innate talent surpasses that of your teacher. You see, my own knowledge is rather limited, primarily encompassing only physical techniques. Do you know why? Lee paused, feeling a sense of peculiarity, although he understood that Guy intended to teach him the 8 gates. This statement led him to reflect on Guy's extraordinary nature. Once an individual reaches a certain level, their thoughts and insights become distinctly unique. Much like the difference between a child and a mature adult, a child is instinctively drawn to play, to seek food and entertainment, whereas an adult grapples with the harsh realities of life and the brutal struggles of society. In truth, whether you have previously concealed your talents or learned peculiar skills from others matters not to me. I have faith in you because you are my student. Your heart undoubtedly yearns for righteousness. You abide by the principle of non-aggression. This is something I can perceive, Guy declared. His words, though simple, left Lee in awe. A master of physical techniques, he understood that the path to enlightenment could vary, yet ultimately converge at a higher realm. Even a seemingly foolish person, upon attaining a certain level of understanding, perceives and contemplates matters in a way that is profoundly different from the ordinary. In the presence of Guy, Lee felt as though he were a true disciple absorbing wisdom from a master, for Guy's own level of understanding was profound, and he was no fool. Indeed, there were but a few capable of imparting such knowledge. Only 2 or 3 grandmasters of martial arts in his past life could enlighten him and He Wuchang. These masters had attained the sublime state of unity with the cosmos, their every action seamlessly intertwined with nature, as gentle rain falls silently. While Guy may not have reached the ultimate state of unity with the heavens, his mastery certainly surpassed Li's. He embodied a complete affirmation of his own spirit, preserving a pristine inner sanctum, ever vigilant in its guardianship. I hope you will never betray Konoha, he said. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept through, casting the world into a serene silence, a profound communion of souls. Lee's face was as tranquil as a still ancient pond, while Guy resembled a vast lake, equally undisturbed. Thank you, Teacher Guy. He expressed earnestly, his gratitude emanating from the depths of his heart, devoid of any ulterior motives or worldly entanglements. To thank me now is premature. First, tell me, what is your philosophy of ninjutsu? Guy prompted. Although Lee had shared it before, he yearned to hear the truth of Lee's sentiments. To become a strong warrior is to rise above all worldly illusions. That night proved restless. Upon hearing Lee's philosophy, Guy said nothing, reminiscent of an anime as he began to elucidate the 8 gates. The first gate, the opening gate, was the gateway to the 8 gates of liberation. The second was the rest gate, followed by the life gate, which represented the inner lotus. The fourth was the wound gate, marking the transition from the inner lotus to the true 8 gates, collectively known as the 8 gates of liberation array. The burden was immense. Even though he had anticipated the outcome, he had not expected the weight it would impose upon his heart. Mastering the 8 gates was essential for Lee. Yet his emotional heaviness stemmed not from their training but from Guy's earnest gaze, as innocent as that of a child, which remained fixed upon him. Perhaps he would not allow Guy to alter his fate, and perhaps the future remained uncertain, just as in his previous life as an assassin, where he had no inkling of what awaited him. He could perish at the hands of an ally or fall victim to an enemy's bullet at any moment. As dusk approached, Guy departed after imparting the teachings of the 8 gates. Lee too left, his solitary figure appearing forlorn and helpless under the waning sunlight. Once, he pondered such thoughts in the flow of life. Where lay the direction of his existence? Standing atop a lofty perch, one may behold a vast expanse. Yet those grounded may observe with greater discernment. A broad mind necessitates the relinquishment of certain things, just as paths do not exist until many tread upon them. To forge a path, one must walk it. I yearn to solidify my own journey. I cannot afford to lead a mundane existence in this life. I seek a renewed self, one capable of perceiving the world's inherent illusions. Thus, I, Rock Lee, must grow stronger, aspiring to be one who stands at the pinnacle. What of Uchiha Madara? What of the sages? What of the protagonists? Sooner or later, I shall tread upon your bodies, gazing down upon the heavens and the earth. As he wandered through the derisive streets, Shaoli ambled aimlessly, his gaze lost in the faces of parents tenderly holding their children. Observing the exuberant youths joyfully recounting the day's events as they departed in pairs. Only a solitary figure, mirroring his own loneliness, lingered in the distance. Aglow with a golden hue. Under the twilight's embrace, this solitary youth drifted away from the throng, heading towards an unnamed corner. Upon returning to the training quarters, Shaoli resumed his practice as usual, yet his heart was beset with uncertainty. In that moment, as he once again conjured a shadow clone for training, he was momentarily taken aback. He had broken through to the pinnacle of his bright strength. This sensation was distinctly different from previous breakthroughs. It arrived even sooner than when he had transcended to dark strength. The path of mastery demands relentless refinement and unwavering perseverance. And he understood the reason for his ascent to the apex of bright strength. Today, the words of Akai and his profound self-realization had undergone a transformative shift. It was his steadfast spirit and the synthesis of past training experiences that facilitated this remarkable breakthrough. Typically, practitioners of martial arts require 5 to 10 years to reach the summit of bright strength, yet he had already traversed that phase. For him, the challenge of transcending bright strength was no longer merely a matter of experience or training. It was a profound shift in his spirit. 3 weeks elapsed. On this day, Shaoli procured bandages anew, not for the formation of calluses on his hands, but rather for the cultivation of his petal blossom technique. In contrast, Ning Ji and Tian Tian had yet to master the same technique. Their jealousy towards Shaoli was fleeting. They had reverted to their previous training regimen. Having relinquished the endeavor and unwilling to expend further energy upon it, day by day, during the final week of the month, Shaoli formally commenced his training in the 8 gates of Duanjia. The month served to solidify the power of his bright strength. With past experiences guiding him, he could now harness the strength equivalent to dark strength. The effects of physical burdens became increasingly apparent. His speed had significantly improved. If he were to shed his weight, his velocity would rival that of his past life, far surpassing that of the character Li Lok from the original narrative. In terms of offensive capabilities, he had outpaced him by countless streets. Notably, during this period, he sought opportunities to spar with Akai daily. Even when unleashing the full force of his bright strength, he found himself unable to best Akai, whose speed exceeded his own by at least a factor of 2, and whose reflexes were astonishingly formidable. Achieving a state of awareness akin to hearing the whispers of the wind and the stillness of the grass. Each day, as he observed the fierce clashes between Li and Kai, Niji felt as though his heart was being pierced by 1,000 needles. He could sense that Li's strength was escalating at an alarming pace, while Kai was equally astonished, baffled by the inexplicable surge in Li's abilities. Over the past month of physical confrontations, Li had at least doubled his prowess. With every encounter, Kai experienced the undeniable progress of Li, who had now reached a level where he could stand toe-to-toe with him. Tian Tian speculated that Kai was deliberately holding back, oblivious to the fact that even if Kai wished to ease the pressure, it was no longer an option. Li's attacks were enigmatic, and his mastery of the gentle fist technique grew increasingly formidable. Each clash felt akin to striking a boulder, leaving a searing ache in his body. That will be all for today, Teacher Kai. I still have other techniques to practice, Li declared. The two suspended their sparring, landing on the ground, both panting heavily. Kai wore a wry smile, conceding, let this suffice for now. Niji approached, his gaze fixed intently upon Li, his heart aching in torment. How could someone once deemed the underdog possess such overwhelming strength, upending his beliefs about fate? Li, let us spar. I wish to discern the extent of our disparity, Niji proclaimed, his Byakugan radiating fervent determination. Unfortunately, his desires were met with rejection as Li waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for a battle between us. You are not yet my equal. I believe the time for our duel will come when you truly awaken your potential. Awaken my true potential? Is my current strength not my own? Are you attempting to evade me? Or do you believe you have surpassed me? Much like during your training with the shadow clone technique. Niji retorted, his frustration boiling over at Li's refusal. His relentless training over the past month had been driven by a singular goal, to defeat Li even once. In the past, it was Li who challenged him. Now the roles had reversed, yet Li offered no opportunity for him to prove himself. Do not allow yourself to be shackled by a fate you deem unfortunate. Once you break free from these constraints, I shall gladly engage with you. Until then, I will refrain from further sparring, as such actions would only plunge you deeper into darkness. Surely, you comprehend this, especially as you have recently lost your tranquil demeanor during your gentle fist training. Becoming overly impatient. Wait until your heart finds peace before we clash. No amount of pleading will sway me otherwise. You, Niji exclaimed, his ire ignited. Lee, could you and Niji not behave in such a manner? In the face of the escalating tension between the two, Tian felt increasingly superfluous. Within this assembly, there were only Kai, Lee, and Niji. She realized her presence was virtually non-existent. Previously, she had not noticed, but recently, it dawned on her that Lee had grown more reticent than ever, while Niji was fervently dedicated to his gentle fist training. Teacher Kai only appeared when there were tasks or training to be undertaken, leaving her in solitude for the rest of the time, even when she wished to engage. Both men seemed oblivious to her presence. If you refuse to fight, I shall compel you to take action. As soon as the words left his mouth, Niji struck with lightning speed, his feet spinning as he approached. However, the imposing figure of Lee Kai blocked Niji's path, grasping his hand with a grim expression. Seething with anger, Niji, your actions have gone too far. Just as Lee has said, your recent behavior has raised considerable concern. Your gentle fist has lost its fundamental essence. What has happened to you? Frustrated by Akai's intervention, Niji's fury surged, and he disregarded any hesitation, launching an attack against Akai. Startled, Akai vanished in an instant, only to reappear with a swift kick that sent Niji flying. The impact rattled Niji's head, and he tumbled through the air, landing in a disheveled heap. What is happening? Why are you all acting this way? Why? He cried out, his heart aching with indignation. The unity of their team felt shattered, as if they had become mere shadows of their former selves. What was going on? Niji sank to the ground, overwhelmed by tears and sobs. Transitioning into the main plot. Chapter 33 has nearly reached its conclusion. Initially, I intended to commence the story after Chapter 50, but due to the events of the previous chapter, I have chosen to dive directly into the narrative, allowing everyone to witness the imminent display of prowess. I prefer not to elaborate on the training process of the 8 gates, as it would only serve to dilute the narrative. Thus, it is unnecessary to linger on it. Irika, the graduates will begin their final exams in 2 days. Your school must prepare diligently, especially for those few troublesome students. You are most aware of them, remarked Mizuki with a smile. Oh, it's you, Mizuki. Rest assured, I am confident that those few challenging students will pass their exams, given their prestigious lineage within Konoha. However, Naruto remains a concern. That boy still has not mastered the shadow clone technique, which is quite vexing. I hope he surprises me when the time comes. I, too, await with bated breath. With the graduation exams approaching, it seemed time for action. Calculating the timeline and drawing from the information gathered since his elementary school days, Lee recognized that in 3 days, Naruto Uzumaki would attempt to steal the sealing scroll. Yet, he remained under the watchful eye of the Hokage, classified as a dangerous individual. Should he become entangled with Naruto? Lee knew he might have to prepare for a hasty escape. In the forest, 3 days hence, Naruto would make his move to pilfer the sealing scroll, seeking the jutsu contained within. Success would hinge upon his formidable memory and swift execution, achieving his goal without arousing suspicion. Though the plan held promise, Lee understood the perilous journey ahead. Beyond the significance of the sealing scroll itself, Naruto posed a substantial risk, being closely monitored by the third Hokage. Even if the Umbu were absent at that moment, the crystal ball of the third would reveal everything with clarity. He could only seek blind spots. Every jutsu has its weaknesses. Lee was resolute in his belief that the third Hokage could not perceive every detail in the surroundings, especially in the darkness, where even the mightiest techniques would diminish with distance. After deep contemplation, Shaoli divided himself into 2 shadow clones. One clone dedicated itself to mastering traditional martial arts, while the other focused on refining chakra. Meanwhile, his original self continued the rigorous training required for the 8 gates technique. 3 days later, Irika's thunderous voice echoed throughout the classroom. Naruto, you fool, who told you to use the seduction technique? You imbecile. Now, demonstrate the shadow clone technique. If you fail to do so, it proves you are unfit to be a ninja. Before Irika stood a youthful boy with golden hair, wearing a forehead protector, squinting with his fox-like eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched as he hastily formed hand seals. Pfft. You idiot. How can you expect to succeed without putting in the effort? Look at your performance over the past 3 years. You can't even master a simple clone. It's infuriating. You're unqualified. Hey, Irika, there's no need to be so harsh. He's already taken the exam several times. Just let him pass. After all, he's been trying his best. Hasn't he? Mizuki interjected, though internally his thoughts differed, merely putting on a facade. Mizuki, that's not acceptable. If he hasn't passed, then he hasn't passed. If he were to become a ninja without proper training, he might just meet his end at the hands of an enemy. Naruto, return to school and retake the course. With Irika's firm rejection, Naruto Uzumaki lowered his head, his resentful gaze fixed on Irika as he trudged out of the examination room. On his lonely path, he observed the joyous figures of others, accompanied by their parents. His eyes glazed over, and he saw an unoccupied swing set in the distance. Sitting on it, he pondered the earlier glance he received from Irika. Irika's heart was tumultuous. He questioned whether his actions were right or wrong. Yet, for the sake of Naruto's future, he felt compelled to act this way. Reflecting on his own background, he considered how others viewed him as a despised monster, burdened with suffering since childhood. Was it humanity's fault or the world's? At this moment, Irika's thoughts spiraled too far, and he only snapped back to reality after assessing 3 other students. In a hidden shadowy corner, a figure stealthily lurked under the twilight glow. It seems that only that child has failed the exam. Indeed. But if he were to become a ninja, it would be disastrous. He is. Don't say it. That's a taboo. Then let us depart. Mizuki's figure appeared beside Naruto, offering a warm smile. What are you thinking about, Naruto? Shall we have a chat? Oh, it's Teacher Mizuki. What brings you here? Hee Naruto. Don't harbor resentment towards Irika. He doesn't intend to make things difficult for you. He merely wishes for you to grow stronger. But I'm the only one who hasn't graduated. Isn't that bias? Naruto retorted, visibly dissatisfied. All right. I'll share a monumental secret with you that will surely help you pass the exam. Mizuki's enticing voice whispered into Naruto's ears. In the distance, a concealed figure flickered into view. It's time to set the plan in motion. In the darkness, the white impermanence wandered at night, the harbinger of souls. Although the night was no longer shrouded in darkness, the heart remained shadowed. Wherever there was darkness, the white and black impermanence would ever linger. Ha ha ha. It was remarkably simple. A mere technique of seduction sufficed to deal with that old man. However, I must first find a secluded place to learn a ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Soon, he discovered an abandoned warehouse, seated himself upon the grass, and prepared to unroll the scroll. Suddenly, a figure appeared, delivering a swift blow to his back, rendering him unconscious. The shadow of Lee, clad in black, descended without hesitation, unsealing the scroll. And soon a multitude of ninjutsu flooded his mind. Of course, he was selective in his choices, for the scroll contained an overwhelming number of techniques, leaving him no time to memorize them all. He found the Flying Thunder God. Indeed, this was the very technique Lee sought. With his formidable memory, he firmly committed the hand seals of the Flying Thunder God to his mind and quickly sought another ninjutsu, the Impure World Reincarnation. He had found it. This next technique, the Impure World Reincarnation, led Lee's heart to race. The ethereal technique was the ninjutsu of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju's lover. There was no time to waste. 1 minute later, the hand seals of 3 ninjutsu were firmly imprinted in his mind. He flipped back to the first page of the scroll and lightly slapped Naruto's face. As Naruto's eyes fluttered open, he gazed in confusion at the sealing book in his hands, exclaiming, "How can I sleep at a time like this? I must learn a powerful ninjutsu to earn Irika-sensei's recognition. What follows is your destiny. I wish to see whether you shall stand taller or I shall." Lee's figure vanished into the darkness. Subsequently, the plot unfolded. Irika appeared, observing Naruto as he practiced his ninjutsu, feeling somewhat helpless. Mizuki appeared, attacking Irika. And Naruto unleashed a powerful shadow clone technique to save Irika. Returning to the refuge that night, no one was aware of what had transpired. Lee swiftly created 3 shadow clones. Without having practiced the national arts or the 8 gates, he needed to quickly master these 3 ninjutsu, especially the Flying Thunder God, which he valued most. A formidable jutsu that allowed him to traverse space and appear before his enemies, far surpassing the strength of attribute-based attack techniques. The following day, news of the previous day's upheaval spread. Mizuki had betrayed Konoha and was imprisoned. Lee returned to his daily training. As the next Nin exam approached, the most pressing matter was to seize the time for cultivation. Lord Hokage, wasn't Mizuki captured? And the sealing book returned? Is there still something amiss? The 3rd Hokage summoned several jonin, including Kakashi, who inquired, "Mizuki has indeed been captured, and the book has been reclaimed. However, I discovered that others have also tampered with the sealing book." The third Hokage replied sternly. What? The Jonin were taken aback. Could someone still be manipulating the sealing book under their very noses? Of course. The theft of the sealing book by Uzumaki Naruto could only be blamed on the third Hokage's inability to resist the allure of seduction. Or perhaps the third Hokage had deliberately allowed Naruto to steal it, given the Hokage's immense power. I suspect it is someone behind Mizuki. He merely claimed to have been tempted by Orochimaru. It seems there is an 80% chance it is indeed Orochimaru, Kakashi remarked. Orochimaru. A group of elite ninjas stood, their necks glistening with perspiration, particularly the one at the center, Mitsuhashi Azuki, whose entire being trembled. Was it too premature for Orochimaru to be concerned? It seemed necessary to have the Umbu conduct a thorough investigation. However, with all the graduates now out in the field, senior ninjas were required to lead the way. Kakashi, Asuma, and Sakura. Tomorrow marked the beginning of class assignments, and they could hardly attend to these matters. I have resolved to assign this reconnaissance mission to Guy's team. Lord Hokage, this is a judicious decision. Guy, do not become overly exhilarated. I must emphasize that if you uncover even the slightest hint linking this search to Orochimaru, there will be no need for further inquiry. The Umbu will handle it. I understand. If Orochimaru were indeed involved, Guy might find it difficult to restrain himself. Nonetheless, having a mission was preferable. For it was certainly better than those dreary D-rank tasks. His team had recently grown rather monotonous, and even he could no longer tolerate it. A mission would provide a welcome diversion for the three of them. That will be all. Yes. Azuki touched the cursed mark on her neck, biting her lip before departing. In the training room, it became evident that none of the three ninjutsu were particularly easy to master. Especially the Flying Thunder God technique and the Spirit Transformation technique, one involving space and the other, the soul. Only the impure world reincarnation was somewhat simpler, however, at this moment. My chakra reserves were insufficient to sustain even one of these techniques. Little Lee's hands moved through the hand seals for different ninjutsu. His primary focus was the Flying Thunder God. As two shadow clones vanished, he realized that even if they learned the other two techniques, the challenge would be immense. As these were S-rank jutsu, far more complex than ordinary techniques. To master them would require considerably more time. Perhaps I was being overly impatient. I had yet to fully grasp the Flying Thunder God, and was already attempting to learn two other techniques, both of which were largely irrelevant to me at this stage. Contemplating this, Little Lee paused to rest, channeling his chakra before creating two shadow clones. This time, all three would practice the Flying Thunder God together. With his current strength, mastering this technique would make his upcoming objectives much more manageable, especially with a significant battle awaiting him in the Forest of Death. Thus, a day passed. The following day, I summoned the trio. You must have heard about the events from 2 days ago. We now have a critical mission to undertake. Little Lee's heart skipped a beat. Upon hearing Guy's words, he could not help but exhale in relief, for the Hokage had actually assigned them to investigate this task. Was this not akin to a thief calling out to catch a thief? The mission itself was straightforward. Begin by searching for suspicious individuals within the village. Anyone leaving the village would be required to log in with their real name. In a situation where everyone was essentially calling out for a thief, failure seemed inevitable. The task was inherently fraught with complications, Nine Tails, Orochimaru, the Book of Seals. Internal strife among the higher-ups. Entrusting a small team with the investigation suggested that the Hokage merely wished to placate the pressure from the upper echelons. On the third day, Akai eagerly made his way to the Hokage's office, submitting the report with a fervent request for alternative assignments. The current task was exceedingly monotonous, devoid of any spirited engagement, which only served to deepen the silence within the team. Speaking of the team, the third Hokage inquired about Akai's situation. After Akai recounted the events, the third Hokage burst into hearty laughter, growing increasingly fond of Lee. He had already resolved to recruit Lee into the Umbu. Having gathered intelligence on why Danzo sought to eliminate him, the issue with the Yamaki bandits was trivial. The real concern lay in the insatiable desire for talent. However, today, Kakashi was officially leading a team on a mission. The third Hokage, exhaling a puff of smoke, remarked, "What? That guy is actually leading a team? Didn't he say that all his students failed?" He cautioned Akai, "Be careful. If Kakashi's students catch up with yours, it could turn out poorly." The third Hokage intentionally aimed to pit Akai against Kakashi, believing it would drive both to exert themselves and enhance their skills. "Hokage-sama, please assign me a task swiftly. Whether it be D rank or C rank, a C rank would be preferable." The third Hokage shook his head with a wry smile, explaining, "Currently, All D-rank missions have been claimed by the J-Nin leading the new recruits, and the CH-Nin are engaged in C-rank missions. What remains are B-rank and A-rank missions. For your team, C-rank tasks pose no challenge. How about I assign you a B-rank mission? B-rank mission? Akai exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement, grasping the third Hokage as if he were a long-lost father. Yes, indeed, a B-rank mission. Ordinarily, you would not qualify for such a task, but considering your team's circumstances, your overall strength now rivals that of an average CH-Nin. Listen carefully. Akai promptly stood at attention. This mission involves a lookout post on the border of the land of Earth, where unusual activities have been reported. Our sentinels have been inexplicably dying, possibly at the hands of ninjas from the land of Earth. I want you to investigate the situation, and should any issues arise, act decisively. A B-rank mission signifies genuine danger. Initially, the third Hokage had intended to dispatch a J-Nin team, but due to the overwhelming volume of tasks, all were currently occupied, leaving only B-rank missions for Akai, which were relatively perilous. We will accomplish the mission, Hokage-sama. Excellent. Prepare yourselves today. You will depart in 3 days, with an estimated duration of 1 month. Given the impending CH-Nin exams, you must exercise utmost caution, especially in facing the ninjas from the land of Earth. Although there has been no contact for decades, you are well aware of their knowledge regarding Konoha. Akai nodded gravely, recalling the last Shinobi World Wars battle at Kamikaze and swallowing hard. Can we truly act decisively? Indeed, go forth. Tomorrow, I shall provide you with the relevant information. If you encounter any difficulties comprehending it, you may appoint Lee as the team leader. I believe he would be more than willing to assist. Ah, excellent. Thank you. Lord Hokage. In the face of Guy's exuberance, the third Hokage couldn't help but chuckle, deeply admiring Guy's unwavering spirit. It is those unbound by the shackles of authority who possess the true qualities of a formidable warrior. His suggestion to have Lee take his place stemmed not only from a recognition of Lee's remarkable talent, but also from a desire to observe how Lee would tackle the forthcoming challenges. Should he successfully navigate this trial, Lee would undoubtedly earn his rightful place within the Umbu, a position coveted even by Danzo himself, or how could he possibly let it slip away? Regarding Lee's appointment as captain, Guy felt an authentic joy. The focal point of the entire team had shifted from himself, the instructor, to Lee. With Lee's astute judgment and Niji's Byakugan, their team was impeccably cohesive, igniting a fervor of youthful passion within him. Onward. A B-rank mission? Teacher, you must be jesting. We are merely genin. Tintin exclaimed, disbelief etched upon her face. No. The teacher speaks the truth, and Lord Hokage has declared that Lee shall lead this mission. Not me. This means I must heed Lee's commands. Is this truly happening? How can Lee, just like us, be appointed as captain? Tintin protested, yet deep inside, she felt a surge of joy for Lee. Niji, taken aback momentarily, regained his composure, astonished that the Hokage had specifically chosen Lee for this task. Could there be some ulterior motive at play? Contemplating this, Lee felt an ominous premonition overshadowing his initial excitement. Now was not the time for such doubts. I would like to hear your opinions. Lord Hokage has stated that we have the right to choose whether to undertake this B-rank mission or to forfeit it in favor of continuing with our D-rank tasks and some moderately challenging C-rank missions. I don't know. Tintin felt helpless in the face of this decision, unable to gauge the sentiments of her companions or validate her own. The truth is, everyone harbors a competitive spirit, especially when a B-rank mission is assigned to a team of genin, which exceeds their capabilities. Yet, on the contrary, if they succeeded, their reputations would soar, stirring a mix of envy and aspiration within her. What about you, Niji? Guy inquired, turning to him. I'm in. Such opportunities are rare. Guy smiled and then looked at Lee. I understand. We shall participate, but I will not assume the role of captain. That responsibility remains with you. Teacher, I will support you as best I can. Upon hearing Lee's response, Guy sensed that Lee might be deliberately evading the role. But Lord Hokage has entrusted you with the captaincy. Why would you decline? You are far superior to teacher, Guy. Tintin pondered, baffled by the opportunity that so many would yearn for, yet Lee seemed to shy away from it, even causing Niji to furrow his brow in confusion. Are you aware that the last war was instigated by the land of Earth and the land of water? We possess no knowledge regarding the circumstances of the land of Earth, and at that time, Master Guy had already engaged in battle, confronting numerous ninjas from the land of Earth. It is indeed prudent to have Master Guy leading us, especially given the critical nature of this B-rank mission, where no errors are permissible. It seems to make perfect sense. The mere mention of war brings a sense of trepidation. Master Guy nodded. Originally, The third Hokage intended for Lee to assume responsibility should Guy falter, so he readily designated Lee for the task, which would also serve to hone Lee's skills. However, the current situation described by Lee caused a weighty concern for Guy. Lee's observations were not without merit. The last war was indeed incited by the land of water and the land of earth, and especially the individuals from the land of earth exhibit an overbearing arrogance, as if they are inherently superior. Lee and his companions have yet to encounter ninjas from the land of earth, leaving him feeling quite apprehensive. Regardless of what Lee said, we shall convene at the gates of Konoha in 3 days, departing at 7 in the morning. In the meantime, you should prepare your ninja tools and take care of your health. However, before that, I have some delightful news to share with you. What good news? The eager Lee inquired. Please, do not rush, Guy replied with a slight chuckle. In fact, it seems that I have yet to treat you all to a meal during our time together. Today, I would like to invite you to celebrate our first B-rank mission. Is that true? How splendid! Lee exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. But where shall we dine, Master Guy? Guy offered a wry smile, only to notice that Lee and Niji appeared not to be listening. Niji was fixated on Lee, while he seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Lee. Niji, our teacher has invited us to dine. Why are you both dawdling? Let us hasten to the meal. Indeed, we must hurry. Lee concurred. Dining is also a form of training. A good meal fuels a good practice. Go. With that, Lee pulled Niji and Lee along by their sleeves, trailing behind Guy towards the streets. Asuma-sensei, I want barbecue. I want barbecue. A slightly plump boy shouted at a middle-aged man with a full beard. All right, Choji. I concede, Asuma replied with a weary smile. You've already completed 2 D-rank missions today. Aren't you tired? You only want to eat barbecue. I wish to return home for a refreshing bath. Ugh, dealing with women is truly vexing, the brooding Shikamaru sighed. Let us first enjoy a meal before heading home, Ino. It is already evening, and returning home only to eat is less appealing than dining together. Fine, Ino relented, seeing no alternative in Asuma's insistence. While Choji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Shikamaru wore a look of hesitation. Asuma-sensei, those individuals also appear to be genin. In the bustling atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant, Ino's attention was drawn to 4 figures outside, with Guy's eccentric appearance standing out remarkably. Prompted by Ino's observation, Asuma turned to look and recognized Guy, greeting him with a playful tone. Hey, Guy, you're here for barbecue too. Are you treating us today? Asuma, with a hint of mischief, approached Guy, who, upon realizing it was Asuma, frowned at the immediate expectation of a treat. Asuma, you still owe me the money you borrowed last month. Is that so? When did I ever owe you? Asuma retorted, feigning innocence. You can't be serious. You clearly borrowed money from me to buy flowers for. Asuma suddenly realized the precariousness of the situation and quickly covered Guy's mouth, whispering, How could you speak so carelessly in front of my students, you rascal? Your students? Guy's curiosity piqued as 3 youngsters approached, reigniting his enthusiasm. So, you are Asuma's students. Let me tell you, your teacher is quite. Hey, Guy. It's just a little debt I owe you. Is it necessary to be like this? Fine, I'll treat today, but please keep quiet, I beg you. Huh. That's more like it. Guy replied with a smug grin. You always know how to take advantage of me. Everyone says you're a bit foolish, but I seem to be the real fool for letting you play me. Lee, Niji, Tenten, your teacher Asuma is treating today, so don't hold back. Enjoy to your heart's content. All right, Tenten cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Niji and Lee paid little heed to the banter and simply walked into the barbecue restaurant, finding a table to sit down. Once settled, Lee casually glanced at Shikamaru and the others but quickly turned away. Asuma, are these 3 students from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? Guy remarked, somewhat astonished. Indeed, they are Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, Asuma replied with a sly smile. I didn't expect you to be their teacher. Having a good father really makes a difference. What are you talking about? Is there something unusual about the 3 of us? Nara Shikamaru questioned, sensing something was off. Don't listen to Guy's nonsense. Oh right, aren't we here to eat barbecue? Perfect, we can all dine together. Great idea. The group arranged themselves at a large table, seating 4 on each side, gazing at one another as 2 barbecue grills filled with sizzling meat slices occupied the center. Guy, why don't you introduce your students? This is quite dull otherwise. Guy was about to speak when Asuma interjected. Let us do this. I'll have these youngsters introduce themselves. Come on, Shikamaru, start. With an air of impatience, Shikamaru replied, I'm Nara Shikamaru. I'm Akimichi Choji. I'm Yamanaka Ino. In contrast to the introduction of Nara Shikamaru, the voices of these two individuals carried a more fervent tone. However, just as the introductions concluded, Akimichi CHG's chopsticks swiftly snatched up some half-cooked grilled meat, which he promptly devoured in one bite. CHG, how could you be so rude? Everyone is still watching. Yamanaka Ino, visibly annoyed, scolded him for disregarding the presence of Might Guy and the others before even picking up his chopsticks. No harm done. A hearty appetite is a blessing. I'm Rock Lee. Hijie Niji. Tenten. The three introduced themselves briefly, though they found CHG's eating habits rather exasperating. Might Guy, however, smiled approvingly. By the way, Guy, what brings you here for barbecue? We just completed 2 D-rank missions today, so I treated them to a meal. What about you? Did something good happen? You treat them after just 2 D-rank missions? That's favoritism, Guy-sensei. We had to struggle through a B-rank mission before you treated us. How unfair. Tintin exclaimed passionately, slamming the table as she stood up. Her outburst left the opposing 4 wide-eyed. Realizing her slip, Tintin bit her lip, but the words had already escaped. Might Guy could only offer a wry smile. Well, you heard it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at the barbecue place. Though Guy wore an expression of resignation. Inwardly, he was gloating. They get a meal for 2 D-rank missions, while we took on a B rank, 100 times more challenging. Don't joke around, Guy. Your team is still a Jinin squad. How could they possibly take a B rank mission? That defies logic. Asuma refused to believe it. He had heard of the 3 youngsters in Guy's team, rumored to be quite exceptional, even earning high praise from Kakashi. But no matter how talented, sending Jinin on a B rank mission was practically suicidal. Don't underestimate my students. If I were to face all 3 of them alone without going all out, I'd stand no chance. Even Kakashi and I once suffered a major setback against these 3. Asuma froze, though he recognized Guy's pride in his students. Such an outrageous claim, 2 J-nin struggling against 3 Jinin, was almost laughable. Yet Guy stated it so boldly, without hesitation. That's precisely why the Hokage assigned us a B-rank mission. Or so it seems, Asuma, Guy added with a grin. Are your students truly that strong? Asuma scrutinized the 3 youngsters before him, his mind racing. Having recently returned from long-term missions, he was unfamiliar with the latest graduates. Now leading his own team, heirs of the prestigious Inoshika CH trio, he had taken great pride in their legacy, renowned across the shinobi world. Only then did Asuma truly observe Lee, Niji, and Tenin. To his astonishment, their chakra reserves were nearing CH Nin levels, a detail discernible from their aura. As a seasoned J-nin, Asuma possessed the keen perception to gauge such strength, for those who survived the battlefield were never weak. Are teacher Asuma and the others really that formidable? Dingji inquired, his mouth full of meat. Upon overhearing their conversation, he noticed that the trio seated before them, also Jinin, appeared rather impressive. Why are you asking such a foolish question? Dingji, didn't you hear what Tintin just said? They've already accepted a B-rank mission, while I've only taken on a D-rank task. They must be exceptionally strong. Chastised Dingji. However, the question lingered in the air. Were these 3 truly as powerful as suggested? The evaluations from 2 J-nin and Asuma's demeanor indicated they were undoubtedly formidable. Nara Shikamaru, who usually exuded a languid demeanor, suddenly adopted a serious expression. The 3 Jinin before him commanded an undeniable presence. The girl, Ten, seemed unremarkable, but the boy from the Hyuga clan radiated an air of coldness and arrogance. As for the other, Lee, Shikamaru was surprised to sense that even the Hyuga boy held a certain reverence for him, as if he were the leader of their group. Entirely unperturbed by the conversation between the 2 J-nin while he casually picked up his chopsticks to eat. All right, enough of this. In 3 days, we shall embark on our mission, and who knows how long it will take us to return. Today, Asuma, let us indulge in a drink. Asuma nodded, finally shifting his gaze away from the trio of youngsters. 5 bottles of sake, please, he called out. Soon after, a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying 5 bottles of white sake. The 2 poured themselves a glass, but just as they were about to drink, Lee gazed at his cup, seemingly struck by a thought. For the past few days, visions of his training with the Flying Thunder God technique had been swirling in his mind. He had neglected the practice of traditional martial arts. But now, the sight of the sake triggered a significant memory from his past life, a pivotal moment in an anime where Lee, after drinking, faced off against Kimimaro. In that state, Lee seemed invincible. Had it not been for Kimimaro's bizarre bloodline and cursed techniques, he would have stood no chance against Lee. Drunken fist? Lee murmured, prompting Tenten to inquire, what did you say, Lee? He merely shook his head, fixating on the sake bottle, and replied flatly, Teacher Guy. I would like a glass as well. Lee, you want a drink? Tintin exclaimed, astonished. The trio across from them appeared equally taken aback. You want a drink? But the village has a rule against alcohol consumption for those under 18. How can you even consider it? Guy admonished, his serious expression hinting that the atmosphere had shifted. Bring another cup. Guy, have you lost your mind? How can you allow a child under 18 to drink? Asuma sought to intervene, but Guy waved him off dismissively. Lee, why would you want to drink something so unpleasant? Just stick to soft drinks, Tintin urged. I simply wish to conduct an experiment. If I happen to get drunk, you all must restrain me. Teacher Guy must exert all his strength. Otherwise, something truly terrifying may occur, as even I cannot predict what might happen, Lee stated emphatically. Each word resonating in the ears of the 7 present, leaving them puzzled. Is it just a glass of sake? Surely, nothing significant could arise from that? Nara Shikamaru murmured. Let Xiaoli drink, it's fine. Today, the teacher has made an exception. A glass of wine rested in his hand, with all 7 eyes fixated on Xiaoli. He paid no heed to their gazes, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Would he, like in the original anime, unleash a drunken fist after drinking? Or had my presence caused Xiaoli to lose the innate ability to perform such moves? For the former Xiaoli, a single cup of alcohol was inconsequential. He had consumed stronger spirits in his past life. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gripped his heart, not due to his tolerance, but rather an inner turmoil. The intoxicated, in their revelry, find their spirits lifted. A toast to the 8 immortals. The neck, once graced by the heights of the northern show, who among them dares to spar? The shoulders, as steadfast as iron, the elbows, like thunder, fists like pillars, palms akin to smoke. The knees rise, lifting others, the feet hook, causing harm. With claws and palms, the shoulders lead the charge. The body dances, wild and erratic, steps taken, pulling east and west, leaving onlookers in a state of longing. The 8 immortal trails, woven into a celestial crown. The drunken 8 immortals sing and revel in their intoxication, their spirits soaring to the heavens. As he downed the drink, a warmth enveloped Xiaoli, his mind seemingly ablaze with an inferno. He attempted to maintain clarity through sheer will, yet the fire in his mind grew boundless. His demeanor shifted, and those seated nearby sensed an alarming fusion of ice and fire emanating from him. Struggling against the consuming flames, Xiaoli succumbed to the intoxication. Asuma and Kai had already risen, and Xiaoli followed suit, while the remaining 5 remained oblivious to the brewing storm. Yet Asuma and Kai's expressions were fraught with tension. I'm drunk, I want to drink more. Xiaoli's powerful aura surged forth. Ino, Shikamaru, CHG, Tenten. Niji, danger is near, retreat immediately. Kai exclaimed. What is happening? Ino queried, bewildered. Why must we leave? Even Niji was perplexed. Yet his keen eyes quickly discerned that something was amiss with the now standing Xiaoli. What is going on with you all? CHG asked, puzzled. Alas, Xiaoli warned you against drinking. Look at you now, utterly inebriated, Tintin remarked, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She attempted to push Xiaoli back into his seat. But a terrifying scene unfolded. With mere centimeters between them, Xiaoli, in his drunken stupor, suddenly struck out. A punch erupted forth, swift as lightning. The force akin to a tiger's roar. The blow was so fierce that its trajectory was nearly invisible. However, Kai's reflexes were equally swift at that moment. His heart inexplicably quivered. Tintin's movements felt akin to crossing a forbidden boundary with a fierce beast, and as Kai pulled her away, she narrowly avoided Xiaoli's devastating punch, sending her sprawling. All eyes in the establishment turned towards the commotion. Xiaoli, what are you doing? Niji shouted. Rising in fury, only to be sent flying by a kick, his mind unable to process the attack in time. Xiaoli, Kai bellowed in anger. Get out of here, Shikamaru. Ino, CHG. Asuma exclaimed, his scalp tingling with an overwhelming sensation. What was this feeling? A formidable adversary exuded a pressure that could only arise in the presence of the strong. How could a single cup of wine cause a youth to become so inebriated? And that terrifying speed of attack. Everyone in the shop, vacate this place immediately. Quickly. What's going on? Why should we leave? Just because you consider yourselves ninjas. Does that grant you the liberty to act as you please? A man retorted, evidently under the influence himself. Teacher Asuma mentioned before drinking that we should do our utmost to restrain him. It seems he was already aware of the situation. Yet I fail to comprehend why he would still proceed in such a manner. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji had already moved aside, while Ino dashed towards the direction where Niji and Tintin had flown out. Shikamaru, use your ninjutsu to halt his movements. Asuma commanded without hesitation. Nara Shikamaru's mind raced as he retreated, forming hand seals. Shadow imitation technique. Huh? Lee instinctively dodged the dark shadow, his body moving with astonishing speed, surpassing everyone's imagination. In an instant, Shikamaru was struck in the chest by a powerful punch, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Shikamaru, what the hell are you doing, Guy? Hurry up and wake him. Guy, more anxious than anyone else, wondered how 1 cup of wine could transform Lee in such a manner. He rushed to Lee's side, his expression darkening as he realized Lee had turned aggressive, moving with an unprecedented swiftness. After blocking 3 strikes, he was sent flying. A Jonin had been knocked back. Choji stood there, dumbfounded. Such incredible speed, far beyond Guy's. What on earth is happening with this kid? Asuma prepared to intervene, but before he could act, Lee appeared before him unexpectedly. With a bizarre yet amusing method of attack, he engaged Asuma. While Asuma was adept in physical techniques, he was utterly unprepared. It was not that his skills were lacking, but rather that Lee's prowess was overwhelmingly superior, rendering his movements nearly invisible. Pain coursed through Asuma's body as if struck by lightning. Asuma was flung away, wearing an expression of shock similar to Guy's. The entire barbecue restaurant descended into chaos, with patrons fleeing as Lee rampaged, shattering tables, glasses, and chairs, while he somehow procured another bottle of wine and downed it in one gulp. Shikamaru, are you all right? Choji shouted as he helped Shikamaru to the door. Guy also retreated to the entrance, and Asuma joined them. The restaurant was now nearly empty, with only the 3 of them remaining as customers fled in haste, those slower to escape already lying on the ground. What in the world is going on? Asuma fumed. Damn it, who can I ask if you're questioning me? Guy snapped back, his gaze fixed on the center where Lee continued to drink, his demeanor utterly enchanting. He showed no concern for the quantity of alcohol consumed, taking one bottle after another as the strong scent of spilled liquor filled the air. Come on, let us restrain him together. Guy, you hold him down, and I shall attack. All right. Without uttering a word, the 2 immediately sprang into action, apprehensive that Lee might once again engage in some peculiar behavior. At that moment, Niji and Tintin also regained their senses, their expressions a mixture of shock and anger upon witnessing Lee's current state. They were astonished by his appearance and furious that he would dare to attack them as well. Niji, lend a hand to subdue him. Use the gentle fist. Upon hearing Akai's urgent call, Niji swiftly positioned himself where Lee stood. Akai attempted to seize Lee, yet Lee's reflexes had transcended their previous limits. Akai's speed was no match for Lee's newfound agility. Punches and palms intersected in the void. Fists met resistance while palms dissipated like smoke. The sound of ferocious roars emanated from Lee, forcefully repelling Akai. Asuma approached Lee's feet, aiming to strike his abdomen with a powerful blow, only for Lee to raise his knee, sending Asuma soaring. Seeing 2 elite Jonin forced back by Lee in the blink of an eye, Niji unleashed his gentle fist without restraint. Despite his efforts, he realized that he lacked the strength to close the distance against an opponent who had evidently grown exponentially stronger. With unwavering precision, Niji executed a series of bagua palm strikes, only to find them evaded effortlessly by Lee, who countered with lightning-fast elbows that disrupted Niji's technique. A swift kick followed, causing Niji immense pain in his lower body, tears streaming down his face. With a swift motion, Lee transformed his punch into a cloth, snagging Niji's clothing and throwing him aside. In the midst of this chaos, Ino recognized the dire situation and activated her secret technique. I did it. Well done, Ino, exclaimed Choji. However, confusion gripped Ino as she questioned, why am I not in control of his consciousness? Why is it so dark here? Entering Lee's mind felt surreal. The darkness enveloped her like an endless abyss. Suddenly, an icy gust swept through, sending shivers down her spine, as a pair of white eyes flickered before her. Ghost. Ino's consciousness jolted back to her physical form. After a moment of hesitation, Lee's eyes seemed to regain focus, curiously regarding Ino while setting down the bottle in his hand. This darkness within his consciousness is terrifying, akin to a hellish abyss, Ino lamented. How can this be? Choji, supporting Shikamaru, was equally astonished to learn of Lee's formidable strength. What can we do? Even the Jonin cannot halt him. Shikamaru endured the pain in his chest, contemplating potential strategies to restrain Lee. Numerous plans flitted through his mind, all dismissed as unfeasible. His speed is beyond what the eye can follow. The body flicker technique is ineffective. It seems our only hope lies with us too. Akai turned to Asuma, who had just stepped through the shattered doorway, his expression grave. Akai, do you intend to open the 8 gates? Asuma inquired, momentarily taken aback. Akai nodded. At his current speed, He could not keep pace with Li, especially given the formidable power infused in Li's attacks, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to close in. Only by unlocking the 8 gates can he fully subdue Xiao Li. To suppress and to defeat are two distinct matters. Should one wish to eliminate Xiao Li, there would be no necessity to unlock the 8 gates, as several individuals employing ninjutsu could easily overpower him. However, the person before him is not an enemy but his beloved disciple. He is, after all, your student. Would it not be excessive to unlock the 8 gates? Asuma remarked with caution. It is precisely because he is my student that I would consider unlocking the 8 gates. If he were an enemy, I would have long cast aside all reservations and engaged him in a decisive battle. Everyone, step back and do not approach here. Asuma conveyed his message. Once Tenten, Niji, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji retreated to the far back. Only Kai and Xiao Li remained in the barbecue shop. Xiao Li, oblivious to the looming crisis, drunkenly scoured the ground for a bottle, exhibiting an exceedingly comical demeanor. What does Teacher Kai intend to do? Does he really mean to harm Xiao Li? Fear was etched across Ten's face, terrified that Kai might actually injure Xiao Li, who was inebriated and utterly defenseless. I doubt it, Niji replied, his body marred with wounds, particularly the throbbing pain from his lower body that made him feel too embarrassed to remain there. Yet now was not the time to leave. The priority was to awaken Xiao Li. Shikamaru, do you think Teacher Kai can restrain that person? He is incredibly strong. I believe there must be a way to handle this. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been instructed to retreat to such a distance. What has transpired here, Asuma? Just as Kai was preparing to strike, a figure emerged from behind Asuma. It was none other than Kakashi, followed by 3 other genin, all curiously observing the situation within. Kakashi, your arrival is fortuitous. The situation has deteriorated significantly. Kai's student is intoxicated and rampaging, and no one can restrain him. Even in collaboration with Kai, we are outmatched. Please use your jinjutsu to see if you can rouse him from this stupor. Asuma seemed to have found a savior. Kakashi, taken aback by Asuma's words, glanced at the chaotic scene and then at Niji and the others, whose chakra levels were exceedingly low, clearly having endured arduous battles. Drunk and reduced to this state, Xiao Li truly is a source of concern. Hey, what are you doing in there? Why have you made such a mess of everything? A loud voice resonated from behind, and a boy with golden hair stepped forward, shouting, Naruto, what are you doing? With little regard for others, Naruto leaped onto a table, pointing at the inebriated Xiao Li. Unfortunately, Xiao Li remained oblivious, continuing to drink. At that moment, Sakura swiftly pressed down on Naruto's head, pulling him back down. Naruto, don't act recklessly. The situation seems dire. Sasuke spoke coldly, having discerned the severity of the situation. However, what shocked him most was that, judging from the earlier exchange between Kakashi and the man named Asuma, it was evident that the latter was also a genin. And the individual at the center should be as well. Why can't they control a drunken genin? Kakashi has arrived. There is no need to unlock the 8 gates. Now, the 3 of us will attempt to subdue him. You all should step back. Who are you to make us step back? That guy in the middle actually turned a perfectly fine shop into this. I want to beat him up, exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki in frustration. Naruto, stand down. Naruto was about to continue when he felt the terrifying presence of Li, prompting Shikamaru and others to restrain him and prevent any reckless outburst. Asuma's condition is alarmingly severe. Guy might have to open the 8th gate. I'll find a way to trap him in a jinjutsu for now. As you suggested, we can only use illusion techniques to pacify him temporarily. Asuma moved to Guy's side, with Kakashi following suit, facing Li, who was still on the ground, desperately searching for his drink. Alcohol, I want a drink. He's completely intoxicated, Kakashi sighed. Be careful, Kakashi. Li is far too terrifying now. I can barely handle a few moves. Asuma and I will take the lead, while you cast genjutsu from the rear. Understood. Seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, he dared not let his guard down. Perhaps the situation was indeed dire. What on earth happened here, Ino? Why are the teachers dealing with that genin? Sakura Haruno hurriedly inquired. Ino sighed, fear etched across her face. That person is called Li. We were just eating barbecue together, and after a single drink, he became like this. He is attacking anyone who gets close. Neither Asuma-sensei nor Guy-sensei can handle him. He's too terrifying. Is he really that formidable? Even Jounin can't match him? I think you all are just weak, Naruto mocked, visibly irked. Weak? Naruto, you could try it yourself, and you wouldn't even know how you died, Shikamaru retorted angrily, followed by a fit of coughing. Li's strikes were devastating. Just one punch had left him injured, and that was merely a casual counterattack. Humph. Who's afraid? After saying this, Naruto rushed forward, forming a simple hand seal. Shadow clone technique. He produced several shadow clones that leaped over Kakashi and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned, followed by an outburst of rage. What the hell is that idiot doing? The numerous clones of Naruto launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Lee. Lee's body twitched, bending at an odd angle as he rapidly exchanged blows. In mere moments, the shadow clones vanished at an astonishing speed. Not stopping, Naruto shouted, "You bastard. I'm going to smash you." However, he was soon sent flying, tumbling to the ground as Lee shifted his position, standing before Naruto. "Naruto, watch out." But it was too late. Naruto was engulfed in darkness, feeling a barrage of fists and palms raining down upon him at a speed beyond the naked eye's grasp. In an instant, he was hurled outside onto the street. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out anxiously as she rushed outside. "Who is this person? He's incredibly strong." Uchiha Sasuke found himself engulfed in shock, completely disregarding the flung Naruto, his gaze fixated on the inebriated Rock Lee. Sasuke referred to him as Lee, one of the lower-ranked shinobi led by the J-nin clad in green. Ino softly elucidated for Uchiha Sasuke. "He is a Genin. It is impossible. How could a Genin possess such strength?" Upon hearing this, the flames of intensity ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Although the strength of Naruto Uzumaki was undeniably feeble, he had failed to perceive how Naruto was propelled away in mere moments. Was such speed even attainable by a human? We should refrain from moving for now and observe how the teachers manage the situation. Cough, cough. "Shikamaru, are you all right?" "Humph. I am not one to sit idly by. As a fellow Genin, I am eager to witness the true extent of his power." Uchiha Sasuke, equally indignant, graduated at the top of his class. Hearing Ino declare that the other was also a Genin, his pride would not allow him to succumb. He firmly believed his abilities surpassed those of his peers. Restless, he could no longer contain himself and dashed forward, only to be met with Niji's cold scoff from behind. "Fool!" Uchiha Sasuke halted, turning to glare icily. "And who might you be? Seeking death, are you?" Niji raised his chin, responding with a nonchalant air. "Who I am is of little consequence. What I wish to convey is that you are courting disaster, fool. Ignorance may not be a sin, but knowingly challenging an opponent you cannot defeat is sheer folly. Niji, hold your tongue. At least we are a year above them." Shikamaru interjected, attempting to restrain Niji. Aware that things were spiraling into chaos, should Niji engage with this individual named Sasuke, it would be trouble upon trouble. "Ah, so you are a graduate from the previous year? Apparently you are not as formidable as you claim. Care to test your mettle against me?" Uchiha Sasuke taunted, provoking Niji. In response, Niji chuckled, feeling both infuriated and stifled. The repeated setbacks caused by the underperforming Lee were one thing, but now even a freshly graduated youth looked down upon him, challenging his self-esteem. He too was a person of considerable talent. What on earth is happening here? Why are they arguing? Asuma fumed, observing the three as they scrutinized Lee's actions, preparing for a coordinated effort. The disruption caused by Uzumaki Naruto had already thrown their rhythm into disarray, and now this conflict emerged. "Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We must first rouse Lee," Guy stated gravely. "Sasuke, this is not the time for bravado. There will be ample opportunity for competition later. Settle down," Kakashi added, equally exasperated. Sometimes, those endowed with genius could be quite troublesome, much like their present predicament. The two exchanged a glance before turning away in unison, while Shikamaru and Ino let out a sigh of relief. Action! Guy was the first to spring into motion, leaping forward with a mighty kick. Leaf hurricane. Asuma. Understood. Asuma raised his legs above the ground, causing a slight tremor to ripple through the earth. The immense strength in his legs made Shaoli, positioned at the center, wobble momentarily. There is a saying that the strength of drunken boxing lies in the intoxication. The more one drinks, the stronger one becomes. At present, Shaoli was thoroughly inebriated, lost to the world, his consciousness enveloped in a haze, relying solely on instinctive movements. Asuma's subtle actions had little to no effect on Shaoli. In fact, they were almost negligible. Shaoli swiftly countered with a reverse grip, his fingers curling into a claw, reaching for the leg that was flying towards him from behind. Disaster struck. Akai's right leg lost its strength as Shaoli's claw gripped it tightly. Akai attempted to break free, but found the force of the grip even more potent than before, rendering him immobile. In a state of urgent despair, he sought help from Kakashi. "Kakashi, use Genjutsu." Kakashi was already prepared, his hands forming seals, ready to unleash his technique. Transformation technique. Heavy. A cup of tea's worth of time passed. He did not move. Asuma sighed in relief, But Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Asuma has not succeeded." What? The claws that had ensnared Akai flung him away as if he were a stone, sending him flying into the street outside. Damn it. Even the genjutsu is ineffective. Asuma cursed, a wave of overwhelming helplessness washing over him. Kakashi appeared beside Asuma, analyzing the situation. It's not that the genjutsu failed, rather. He himself is akin to being trapped in a genjutsu, his senses dulled to the point of numbness. The technique has no effect on him whatsoever. What on earth is this boy, human or monster? Unable to use ninjutsu, unable to best him in taijutsu, and now even genjutsu is futile. He is still a genin. Yet I'm utterly astonished by Akai's student, a true oddity, with his students reflecting his eccentricity. Asuma felt tears of frustration welling up, wishing to slap Akai. It seemed that now was not the time for complaints. He was about to retaliate, so caution was in order. Xiao Li's body moved once more, shouting at Asuma, "If you won't let me drink, why did you stop me? I want a drink." "Asuma, you hold him off for a moment. Let me think of a way to sober him up." Sensing the situation escalate, Kakashi darted aside, inadvertently pushing Asuma up. "Why do you want me to hold him off? You bastard? And you push me." Kakashi had already returned to the position of Niji and the others, leaving Asuma standing there in a state of confusion. Xiao Li, oblivious to everything else, unleashed a flurry of strikes, palms and fists flying, fists like the wind and palms as swift as lightning. Though Asuma was also adept in taijutsu, his approach emphasized power over speed. However, against someone like Xiao Li, who prioritized speed, his strength was rendered ineffective, akin to a mere hindrance. Unable to match the opponent's velocity, he could only endure the onslaught. Asuma, possessing a high level of combat awareness, did not retaliate but instead adopted a defensive posture. In terms of physical endurance, his strength was indisputable. Xiao Li unleashed countless fists and palm strikes, albeit in a mindless fashion, the force of his strikes varying in intensity. Not every move imbued with the strength of intent. After taking several breaths, Asuma found himself cursing Akai countless times in his heart. No matter how resilient he was, he could not withstand such an onslaught. It was akin to a frenzied bull in heat, rampaging without restraint. Even in chaos, the speed of the assault was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Earth release, beheading technique. Kakashi emerged from beneath the ground, seizing Li's legs. Asuma felt a surge of joy and swiftly retreated beyond Li's attack range. But something was amiss. Kakashi's hold on Li's arms was instantly broken, and Li's legs transformed into shadows, crashing down towards the ground. Realizing the peril, Kakashi abandoned the technique and retreated awkwardly back to Niji and the others. "Even ninjutsu is futile. I am truly defeated." Li, in a frenzy, stomped upon the ground, causing cracks to spread. Observing this, the nearby genin expressed their astonishment, questioning Li's humanity, as even ninjutsu was powerless against him. How did Kakashi fail? Asuma inquired anxiously. "I have no idea. His legs are incredibly heavy, and I simply could not maintain my grip. His reactions were too swift. Before I could pull him down, he had already escaped," Kakashi replied, bewildered. Li's legs felt as heavy as 200 pounds of granite, making it impossible for him to pull such weight in an instant. "Ah, Kakashi-sensei. Li's legs are bound with 200 pounds of weights," Tenten exclaimed, revealing the reason. The revelation left Shikamaru and the others nearly slack-jawed. Was it even permissible for someone to be so powerful while carrying such a burden? Open the sixth gate. A fiery figure burst into the scene from the street, emanating steam, flushed in complexion, with eyes void of pupils. The atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, sending shivers through the assembled ninjas. Niji muttered, "What kind of formidable technique is this? Why have I never seen Teacher Akai use it before?" If Li's speed had previously been reduced to mere afterimages, now Akai's swiftness was such that he seemed to vanish altogether. In an instant, he stood before Li, commanding, "Wake up." Though Li had lost consciousness, his combat instincts remained undiminished. On the contrary, spurred by the alcohol, his speed and strength surged to new heights. With a resounding crash, every chair, table, and cup in the barbecue shop was sent flying, a whirlwind of debris enveloping the scene. The chaos rendered visibility near impossible, and some began to grasp the severity of the situation. Kakashi shouted, "Everyone, evacuate this barbecue shop quickly." Akai's unleashing of the 8 gates extended far and wide, particularly within the confines of the cramped establishment. The pandemonium was overwhelming, even spilling into the streets, where curious civilians gathered to witness the commotion. Some ninjas rushed over to assess the situation, but Kakashi disregarded their inquiries, instead instructing them to disperse the crowd immediately. This was a matter involving a drunken incident, and if it escalated, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially involving higher authorities. Understood. 3 arriving ninjas, all of them nin, immediately complied with Kakashi's orders. You lot. Do not just stand there in a daze, disperse the crowd. He also issued commands to Niji and the others. Asuma approached Kakashi, his expression laden with worry. It seemed that a significant upheaval was imminent. As long as there were no casualties, the situation could be contained. The formidable Might Guy, having opened the 8 gates, would surely bring clarity to the chaos. Kakashi was resolute, possessing a profound understanding of Guy's true strength, particularly when he had unlocked the 8 gates, which amplified his power exponentially. The cacophony within was deafening. Sounds of destruction and explosions rendered the barbecue shop unrecognizable. After approximately 5 minutes, the tumult subsided, and from the haze emerged Guy's figure, bearing the weight of Rock Lee over his shoulder, panting heavily. Exhaustion overwhelmed him as he collapsed onto the ground. The effort had been immense. Had he been facing an enemy, he would not have felt such fatigue. In the throes of the 8 gates, his speed had surpassed that of Lee, and his strength was far superior. Yet, fearing for Lee's safety, he had to restrain his own power, meticulously avoiding impactful strikes to Lee's vital areas, which ultimately left him utterly drained. What a troublesome situation you've created. I am truly in awe of you, Guy. Asuma remarked, approaching him with a seemingly harmless demeanor, which was a thinly veiled jest at Guy's expense. After all, it was Guy who had caused him so much distress. Had Asuma not possessed a resilient constitution, he might have been rendered as incapacitated as Shikamaru. The crowd quickly dispersed from the barbecue shop, which had been filled with onlookers. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the wreckage of her establishment, her face contorted in grief. What sin have I committed? You wretched ninjas. Compensate me for my shop. Compensate me. She cried, rushing towards Guy and grabbing at his clothing in a frenzy. Ma'am, I will compensate you. Just name your price, and I shall pay, Guy stammered, taken aback by her fierce demeanor and the intensity of her gaze. The sheer intensity of her anguish sent him stumbling backward, nearly dropping Lee in his panic. Kakashi, unable to contain himself, stifled a laugh behind his hand. Compensate? Can you even afford it? The woman bellowed, her voice echoing through the street, resonating in the ears of all present. Ma'am, please, do not be agitated. Just tell me how much, and I will pay, Guy pleaded, attempting to placate her. Finally, the woman ceased her wailing, her eyes glinting with a fervent desire as she fixed her gaze upon Guy, declaring, 200,000 Rio. What? That is robbery. 200,000 Rio. Guy exclaimed, taken aback. He pondered how many missions he would need to undertake to amass such a sum. At that moment, Lee, finally roused from his stupor, stood unsteadily, his gaze accusatory. This is all your fault. Your drunken antics have ruined my shop. You owe me. The woman rushed towards the now upright Lee, raising her hand to strike him, but he swiftly grasped her wrist, his grip icy. How much will it take for me to compensate you? He asked coolly. You. Let go, it hurts. Please, release me. She pleaded. Tears began to flow once more from the elderly woman's eyes, as Xiaoli grasped her hand with an intensity that caused her considerable pain, aware that he had inadvertently hurt her. He released her grip and glanced at the barbecue shop behind him, where a scene of devastation unfolded. A flicker of remorse washed over him. But as he turned his gaze, he was taken aback to find several ninjas before him. To his astonishment, he recognized Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno among them. Observing Sakura supporting the unconscious Naruto, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. I sincerely apologize. How much do you require for the damages? I shall compensate you. Xiaoli stated with a calm demeanor, his face devoid of any expression, showing no surprise at the chaos he had caused. He had anticipated such an outcome. Though he had not expected the presence of Naruto and the others, this was the only unforeseen element. The elderly woman, seemingly intimidated by Xiaoli, summoned her courage and declared, 200,000 silver notes. Not a penny less. Upon hearing the sum, Xiaoli didn't dwell on it. He recognized it as a consequence of his actions and noted that he had over 200,000 silver notes on him, which served little purpose beyond daily expenses. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a pouch, and extracted 20 notes of 10,000 each, placing them in the woman's hand. This is the compensation. He then took out another note of 10,000 and added, this 10,000 is my apology. He gently placed it in her palm. The woman, now holding the money, felt slightly dizzy. 210,000 silver notes represented 3 years of her operational costs, if not more. The additional 10,000 made her realize that Xiaoli was, in fact, rather endearing. It appeared that the bandit group's silver notes had indeed been taken by Xiao Li. Kakashi mused silently. Although he was not overly concerned by this turn of events, for all information regarding the bandit group's operations had vanished without a trace. Lost in thought, Xiao Li did not consider this aspect. Initially believing he would require a substantial sum, he later realized that he needed far less. Any excess funds would be of little use, and although they were ill-gotten gains that might invite trouble, he deemed the ability to validate the prowess of the drunken fist worthwhile. Damn it, being strong is one thing, but being a wealthy brute is another, Ino lamented. 210,000 just like that. Even when I combine my allowance with my mission earnings, it barely adds up to 2,000. It's infuriating. Her complaints drew the attention of her comrades. As for Sasuke Uchiha, any lingering thoughts of confronting Xiao Li had dissipated. He was simply outmatched. Far too powerful for him to contend with. Reflecting on the explosive strength exhibited by Guy, he suddenly felt an intense yearning for such power. A desire to acquire it to vanquish that man. It seems I won't be having dinner with Guy-sensei after all. I think I shall return home, he concluded. Xiao Li inquired of Kai, realizing that given the circumstances, he could not leave. However, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, compelling him to seek immediate rest. Xiao Li, as long as you are fine, you may return. The teacher will handle the subsequent matters, Kai reassured him, noticing a hint of weariness in Xiao Li's eyes. The exertion from drunken boxing bears resemblance to the strain of opening the 8 gates, both imposing significant burdens on the body. Xiao Li was evidently experiencing this predicament. Hey, you scoundrel, you've ruined someone else's shop and expect to walk away? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki awoke from his stupor, spotting Xiao Li before him and immediately shouting in outrage. Xiao Li glanced back at him, offering no further attention, and departed alone. You dare disregard me? I will make you pay, Naruto shouted. Naruto, quiet down. Kakashi pressed Naruto's head down, displaying evident discontent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk settled in, and night gradually descended. The cleanup in the rear was managed by Kai, Kakashi, and others, while Asuma had already taken Shikamaru to the hospital for recuperation. The events of the evening's meal left a lasting impression on several, but there were exceptions. Naruto's relentless declarations of wanting to pummel Xiao Li were met with indifference and disdain, particularly from Sasuke Uchiha, who, having just learned from Kakashi about Xiao Li's team, recalled Kakashi's assessment. Xiao Li was resourceful, an exceptional talent with a peculiar strength. Hinata Niji was the top graduate of the previous class, and finally, there was Tenten, who had the potential to evolve into a formidable space-time ninja. The evaluation from Kakashi raised some skepticism among the trio, as their acquaintance with him was brief, leaving them somewhat uninformed about his past and capabilities. Nevertheless, Sasuke deeply felt the weight of strength. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to engage them in combat to gauge the disparity between us. As he spoke, a sense of pride surged within him. He was determined to surpass them. Exactly. I want to take him down. Just looking at him irks me. Naruto chimed in. Sasuke is so cool. He speaks with such conviction. It's incredible. Sakura Haruno murmured, her thoughts swirling. As anticipated, Kakashi paused, observing Sasuke's intentions. Regrettably, the harsh reality was that with their current strength, confronting Xiao Li's team would be tantamount to courting disaster. Battling Naruto and the others would be akin to child's play. Such endeavors were unnecessary and would only extinguish the fervor of these newly minted genin. They were scheduled to undertake a B-rank mission the following day. If they wished to challenge Xiao Li's team, they would need to wait approximately a month, during which they should diligently enhance their skills. B-rank mission. Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be serious. They are merely genin. How could they possibly undertake a B-rank mission? Is it truly the case that even genin can accept B-rank tasks now? Sakura Haruno wore a look of astonishment, and even the remaining 2 stood there in a daze. They were capable of undertaking B-rank missions because their overall evaluations had reached the level of a CH Nin. Particularly, Lee, Niji, and Tenten worked together seamlessly. Lee devised the plans, Niji conducted reconnaissance, and Tenten was responsible for ambushes and logistics. This combination was indeed perfect, provided they shared sufficient team synergy. Humph. Kakashi-sensei, tomorrow we shall also take on a B-rank mission. We must not allow them to underestimate us. Naruto Uzumaki shouted exuberantly. If they can take on B-rank missions, we certainly cannot fall behind. Sasuke Uchiha smirked. Indeed, Naruto is right. Kakashi sighed, yet he felt a sense of gratification. Although they were unaware of the severity of the gap in their abilities, this indomitable spirit would ultimately foster their growth. Very well. Let us see if we can secure a more advanced mission tomorrow. For now, let us return and rest. All right. Damn it. How could they be so strong? Just a single punch misaligned my ribcage. No way. Although we are still Jinin, we absolutely cannot lose to them. I will be discharged tomorrow and begin undertaking missions. Nara Shikamaru declared, his frustration palpable. The sense of helplessness he felt was overwhelming, making him acutely aware of his own insignificance. In the past, he would have dismissed such feelings, but now, a surge of passionate determination coursed through him. The three sitting beside his hospital bed stared blankly at Shikamaru, astonished to hear such words devoid of his usual indolence. Choji, I will be discharged tomorrow, and we must begin accepting more missions. We cannot lose to Team Guy. It was remarkable that this little fellow had ignited a fighting spirit. Such a team was indeed what Asuma wished to see. After all, the Ino Shikicho trio was a formidable formation renowned throughout the ninja world. If nurtured well, these three youngsters could become powerful ninjas in the future. Guy, you rascal. It seems I must thank you once again. Indeed, there are benefits to your eccentricities. At present, the power of drunken boxing eluded Shikamaru's grasp. To master such strength, one's mental fortitude must be significantly enhanced. Lee sat on his bed, his expression grave. Each individual harbored immense potential within their bodies. Some could awaken it, while others might never encounter it in their lifetime. The power within Lee could be triggered through alcohol, yet the cost was substantial. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by drowsiness. However, he resolutely suppressed his fatigue, refusing to succumb to slumber. His mental will could not withstand the intoxication for even a moment, and he realized his training was insufficient to harness the formidable strength of drunken boxing. He needed to undergo extensive training to fortify his willpower or transcend to a state of harmonious connection between body and spirit, controlling the mind with the heart. The pinnacle of transformation energy represents the realm of the Grand Master, a true embodiment of the unity between heaven and humanity. In my previous life, the number of individuals who reached this zenith was scarcely more than 5. These exceptional beings either lived in their organizations, imparting wisdom to their disciples, or secluded themselves in serene and picturesque locations. As for me in this moment, the aspiration to reach the transformative energy seems utterly unattainable. However, I might seize the opportunity during this month-long mission to attempt a breakthrough into the dark energy realm. In my past existence, I had attained the peak of dark energy, standing but a step away from the pinnacle of transformation energy. Yet, that single step is akin to an insurmountable chasm, a profound abyss. I once sought guidance from an adept of transformative energy who merely uttered a cryptic phrase, "The way follows nature." To this day, I remain perplexed by his words. Reflecting on this, I found myself overwhelmed by an immense fatigue and succumbed to slumber upon my bed. Third Hokage, what does this mean? I've heard you assigned a B-rank mission to that class. We demand a B-rank mission as well. Hurry up. Naruto Uzumaki's voice erupted in the mission reception area. Naruto. You ruffian, be quiet. You stand before the Hokage. Show some respect. Irika admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Naruto. Humph. If you don't give me a B-rank mission, I'll just stay here. Kakashi scratched his head in exasperation, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse. He feared he would face a scolding later, as Naruto seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Naruto, if you continue like this, we may not even be able to accept any missions, so please be quiet. Kakashi exclaimed, delivering a light punch to Naruto's head, which immediately swelled, causing the boy to yelp in pain. Naruto, do you understand the mission hierarchy? B-rank missions are not to be trifled with. They are assessed based on a ninja's overall strength. You have only completed 4 D-rank missions in the past few days. Now you wish for a B-rank mission? That is against protocol. Additionally, B-rank missions carry life-threatening risks, unlike the D-rank missions, which entail no such dangers. The third Hokage patiently explained to Naruto, who, regrettably, paid no heed, only managing a wry smile in return. How about this? I have a C-rank mission available. An escort tasked to the Land of Waves. Let you 3 undertake it. Is that true? Excellent. That's wonderful. But Hokage, this is against the rules. Irika protested. Not a problem. Let these youngsters venture beyond the village and witness the world outside. Kakashi's team will now be assigned a C-rank mission to escort the client to the Land of Waves. Yes, 3 days elapsed, and the trio gathered at the village gate at 7 o'clock. Guy was the last to arrive, claiming he had overslept. The others exchanged exasperated glances. With a B-rank mission ahead, this was no trivial matter. Observing the determination on the faces of the young ones, Guy felt a swell of joy. However, before we set off, could you enlighten us about the mission details, Teacher Guy? Lee inquired eagerly. Very well, let us discuss it as we journey forth. Onward. Bordering the land of fire are the lands of earth, wind, and lightning, while the land of water resides overseas. It can be asserted that the land of fire serves as the nucleus among the 5 great nations, endowed with abundant resources and lush forests, devoid of the treacherous mountains and desolate landscapes that plague the wind country, characterized by arid deserts and scarce water. The earth country is littered with rocky terrain and lacks vegetation, while the lightning country is inhabited by perilous mountainous regions that render access exceedingly arduous. Similarly, the water country suffers from a dearth of flora, plagued by excessive water and severe soil erosion. These nations stand on the precipice of instability, often embroiled in conflicts instigated by others, driven by envy of the land of fire's enviable resources and strategic location at the heart of the 5 great nations. This central position has fostered a sense of discontent among the other nations, which, in the past, dared not challenge the land of fire, especially under the formidable leadership of the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, times have changed. The land of fire is no longer the indomitable force it once was. The last great war took a heavy toll, claiming the lives of many, including the strongest among them, the Yellow Flash, who perished in a surprise attack by the Nine-Tails. The land of fire has weakened considerably, its elite ranks diminished, while the strength of the lightning and earth countries has steadily increased. Each nation has established lookout points along the borders, and recently, a ninja stationed at one of the lookout points in the land of fire has mysteriously vanished. Our mission is to investigate the situation and ascertain whether it is related to the land of earth. Moreover, the Hokage has instructed that if a problem arises, it should be dealt with decisively. This directive suggests that the issue may not be as straightforward as it appears. Indeed, muttered Lee, it will take us at least 4 days of travel to reach the lookout point. We must endeavor to arrive swiftly. The 3 nodded in agreement. Typically, it would take 5 days for ninjas to reach the border, but the remarkable stamina and speed of Team Guy allowed them to quicken their pace. 3 days passed as they traversed dense forests and rugged mountains, and at last, the 4 arrived at their destination, a base marked by the emblem of Konohagakure. Their arrival immediately caught the attention of 2 ninjas, who emerged from a larger encampment, their expressions grave as they regarded the approaching quartet. Upon recognizing them, one of the ninjas visibly relaxed. "AKA, I didn't expect it would be you sent here," he remarked. "Ah, it is you," Sasuke Suzuki, AKA replied. Sasuke, a Nin, had been stationed at the border for 3 years and had previously partnered with AKA on missions, thus they were familiar with one another. However, upon noticing the presence of 3 younger ninjas without any other Nin, he furrowed his brow. "Did the Hokage dispatch you?" Sasuke inquired. "Indeed. We were sent by the Hokage," came the response. "What a jest. Surely these 3 are mere genin. The Hokage must be exceedingly reckless to send them. It's tantamount to sending them to their doom." As Suzuki Sasasa erupted in a fit of rage, perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude of recent events that had rendered his emotions unstable. He found himself incensed at the realization that the visitors were not the elite ninjas he had anticipated. "Calm down, Suzuki," he admonished himself. "The Hokage must have his reasons." At that moment, another seasoned ninja approached, placing a reassuring hand on Suzuki's shoulder, silently urging him to temper his agitation. "I have heard of you, Akai. I am Hifumura from the Hyuga branch family." As he spoke, he scrutinized the trio of young ninjas behind Akai, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "Ninji-sama, what brings you here?" It became clear that Hifumura was also of the Hyuga clan, which had its own head. Ninji, the last scion of the previous head of the branch family, was known to him, albeit from his childhood. The Hyuga clan's branch members were often dispatched on missions, a fate they could not escape. The sight of Ninji being sent to this perilous locale only intensified his ire. "Hifumura, uncle," Ninji exclaimed, recognizing him. In his youth, these individuals had been his father's subordinates, accompanying him on numerous missions. The sight of Hifumura stirred deep emotions within him, causing his heart to race with excitement. How could the main family be so ruthless as to involve you in this? How despicable. Lord Nichi is dead, and still, they do not relent. These scoundrels deserve nothing less than death. Hifumura's fury ignited, his eyes blazing with indignation. He too had been seething with anger in recent days. Yet as a member of the Hyuga branch, his fate was dictated by others, leaving him with no opportunity for change. Deployed to guard the borders, he bore no complaints. He would rather await death in obscurity than be toyed with by the main family. However, witnessing the son of the late Lord Nichi assigned to this dangerous post stoked the flames of his wrath. Since Nichi's demise, the branch family had been in disarray. Nichi had secured countless benefits and dignity for them. Now, with his passing, their destinies had once again shifted. Hifumi, your uncle, how is it that you are here? I heard you had perished years ago. Ninji approached, scrutinizing Hifumura with disbelief. He had known several key members of the branch family who had accompanied his father, all of whom had treated him with kindness. Despite the whims of fate, they had encouraged him to train diligently and become a formidable ninja, much like his father. As old acquaintances reunited, the once aloof and proud Ninji found tears streaming down his face. Indeed, I have died, in a manner of speaking. Had I not come to guard this place, it might have been another branch member who met their end. Ninji-sama, this location is fraught with danger. You must return at once. Lord Nichi is gone, and I cannot bear the thought of your peril here. If anything were to befall you, I would have no face to show to Lord Nichi. In that moment, silence spoke louder than words. Neither the agitated Suzuki nor the weary Lee dared to utter a sound. Eikai gestured for Suzuki and his companions to enter the camp, granting the two men a moment of solitude. Eikai-sensei, why does Ninji speak in such a peculiar manner? What is this talk of branch families and main families? Upon hearing this, Sasuke, Sakura, and Akai fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Niji's fate was also one that seemed subject to the whims of others. In the past, Akai had never reprimanded Niji for his rebellious or unconventional actions, for he understood the burden of Niji's destiny. Thus, he sought to help Niji forget that unbearable fate through training. In time, you will comprehend that this is not the moment for such discussions. Let Niji find some peace. I believe he is suffering greatly at present, Akai said bitterly. Indeed, in due course, you will come to understand. It is best not to inquire further now, as it would only serve to deepen our sorrow, Sakura added, nodding obediently as she followed Akai into the camp. Sasuke, how many shinobi remain to defend the camp? Akai inquired, noticing the absence of others within the encampment. Originally, there were 10, but now only Hifumura and I are left, Sasuke replied, taking a solitary sip from a water flask, his expression heavy with sorrow. After a moment of silence, Akai remarked, it appears the situation is more dire than I had anticipated. Alas, we are unclear about the current circumstances. 10 days prior, 3 elite shinobi were dispatched for routine patrols, but they have not returned. By the time we discovered them, their bodies had been ravaged beyond recognition by wolves, Sasuke explained, his voice laden with grief. The following days brought even more misfortune. We have remained exceedingly vigilant, dispatching 4 elite shinobi for the next patrol, yet the outcome was still. As he spoke, Sasuke took another sip, tears streaming down his face. Among those sent out was his sister, Sasuke Rin. Now, only the 2 of us remain. We huddle here in fear, waiting for reinforcements from other shinobi. Who would have thought that the Hokage would make such a decision? It seems our fates are of no concern to anyone now. Very well, if death is to come, let it come. It is preferable to endure suffering in silence. Sasuke cried out in anguish. Let us patrol tonight, he suggested. Enough. Akai. With just you, and these 3 young ones, especially Hifumura, I cannot permit that boy Niji to venture out. It would be best to reconsider. You should return to report to the Hokage tomorrow. The 2 of us are sufficient, as long as we remain within the confines of the camp. We face no mortal danger, Sasuke countered. What are you saying, Sasuke? Is this not dereliction of duty? What kind of shinobi are you? Akai retorted angrily, but was met with Sasuke's scornful gaze, extinguishing his ire. Despite the disregard, it seemed pertinent to inquire about the situation. At the very least, you ought to patrol those areas. Sakura stepped forward and calmly asked, you think it matters if I tell you? Very well, if you wish to know. I shall share what I can. Sasuke relented, moving to a nearby bed, lying down, and reaching for a cup to pour himself a drink. To the rear of the camp, 10 miles away, lies the encampment of the Land of Earth. The patrol area spans that 10-mile stretch, which falls within the jurisdiction of Konoha. If you wish to patrol, that is where you should go. As the tension escalated, Akai was on the verge of losing his temper when Lee restrained him, signaling that further words were unnecessary. The trio then exited the camp, with Ningzi and Fatsuin seated on a nearby stone, engaged in conversation. Teacher Akai has asked me to patrol alone tonight. I wish to ascertain the situation, Lee stated calmly. Absolutely not. Lee, you heard Senior Suzuki's words. 8 jonin have perished. If you venture out alone, you would be courting death, Ningzi interjected. Tian concurred. Indeed, Lee. You must not act recklessly. Although you have proven yourself to be quite exceptional, our teacher forbids such perilous behavior. Observing the serious expressions on Tian and Akai's faces, Li urged, please allow me to explain. They have not patrolled for 4 days, if it truly is the people from the land of Earth causing mischief. Their vigilance must be quite low by now. Moreover, the enemy is undoubtedly aware of the situation within the Land of Fire's encampment. They may anticipate reinforcements, but they would not expect them to be mere chunin accompanied by one jonin. This would catch them off guard and heighten their alertness. Hence, I believe we can deliver an unexpected blow. What kind of blow? Both Tian and Akai inquired simultaneously, intrigued. This is why I insist on acting alone. As long as I am not confronted by a shadow-level adversary, I can evade capture. Given my extensive experiences, you should be acquainted with my capabilities. In this scenario, we must not afford the enemy the opportunity for a comprehensive strike. I believe it would be prudent to let the teacher handle this, Ningxi suggested. Your reasoning is sound. We cannot allow the enemy to mount a coordinated assault. Li shook his head resolutely. Teacher Akai, no one is more suited for nighttime operations than I. The two locked eyes, and Akai paused momentarily before instinctively nodding in agreement. It is out of the question to permit you to act alone, for even jonin have fallen in such perilous circumstances. It would be exceedingly dangerous for you, Li. I must accompany you, Akai insisted. Tian, do not be foolish. I have my reasons, and I assure you that should danger arise, I will retreat immediately. At most, I will shed my burdens. My speed is not to be underestimated. Well, Tian, I believe we should trust Li. Let him proceed alone. I do not believe he is so easily defeated, Akai asserted, flashing a confident smile. Very well, but Li, should you encounter any danger, you must return at once. Do you understand? Otherwise, I will come looking for you. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Tian clamped her mouth shut, her face flushed with embarrassment, unwilling to continue. Rest assured, it is not so simple to bring about my demise. Nightfall approaches, and I must prepare myself. With that, the conversation between Ningxi and Feitzuan drew to a close. Akai summarized the situation, and Feitzuan expressed his agreement, acknowledging that this young fellow named Li had made astute observations. However, he remained uncertain about Li's actual strength. Nevertheless, he was relieved that Ningxi would not be accompanying him on the patrol, fearing that Ningxi might insist on joining the mission. Ningxi wore a peculiar expression. His conversation with Fei Village left him profoundly sorrowful, harboring an intense loathing for the practices of the clan. Regrettably, he felt utterly powerless, devoid of any inclination to speculate on Xiao Li's actions or to engage in patrol duties. Consequently, Xiao Li could venture forth as he pleased, which mattered little to him. As nightfall gradually approached, Xiao Li did not don his forehead protector, but instead opted for a night suit from the camp before setting out. Teacher, Xiao Li should be fine, right? One inquired. The teacher hesitated, uncertain, yet believed in Xiao Li's capabilities to return alive. They awaited news in silence as they returned to the camp. Night belonged to the realm of assassins, a domain where shadows thrived. In the dense forest, a pair of pale eyes moved silently, each step as subtle as falling leaves. One would scarcely discern any sound without careful listening. Kakuzu, why haven't those fellows shown up lately? The evil god requires offerings. Why don't we invade their camp? A man clad in a red Akatsuki cloak remarked to the middle-aged figure beside him, whose face was partially obscured. Humph, if you wish to breach the agreement, go ahead. But remember, this is a collaboration with the Land of Earth. If things go awry, we might incur the wrath of the leader. Consider the consequences of your actions. Upon mentioning the leader, the man let out a long sigh, feeling helpless, as the opposing party was significantly stronger than himself. However, Kakuzu, it has been 10 days since then. The people of the Land of Fire should have sent some jonin to provide support by now. According to your earlier speculation, they should have arrived by now. Phaeton, the treaty states that we are only responsible for causing disturbances and assassinating the ninjas guarding Konoha. We must not interfere in any other actions. Moreover, do you realize how much we would lose if we breach the agreement? 100,000 Rio. A full 100,000 Rio. Can you ever think of anything other than money? You would perish without it. Phaeton retorted, visibly displeased. Humph. Your kind's blasphemy against wealth will inevitably lead to retribution. You cannot comprehend the sensation of having an abundance of money. That exquisite feeling of counting until your hands cramp. All right, I concede. You are indeed obsessed with money. My only reverence lies with the evil god. Anyone who disrespects the evil god shall not be forgiven. Phaeton scoffed, to hell with your damned evil god. Do not insult my materialism. You bastard. How dare you insult the evil god? Are you seeking death? Humph. Do you wish to fight? I wouldn't mind sending your head flying again for the wolves to feast upon. Then let us see if you possess the ability. The tension between the two escalated, while a figure lurking nearby suddenly appeared. Upon noticing the two men, the pale eyes widened in surprise before quietly retreating to concealment. Faden, Kakuzu. It seems the Akatsuki is up to no good. The situation is more troublesome than I had anticipated. Before them stood two pivotal figures of the Akatsuki, the immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu. After a brief skirmish, Kakuzu whispered to Haiden, "There are insects approaching, well concealed, yet my Doton can sense the slightest disturbances in the wind." Haiden chuckled. "Indeed, it seems only by engaging with you do these insects dare to show themselves, reveal their position. I wish to offer them as a tribute to our esteemed Lord Jashin." At 6 o'clock, 50 meters away, Kakuzu replied. The two momentarily paused, and suddenly, Haiden vanished, wielding his scythe. Nearby, Lee, who had been observing, was startled to realize he had been discovered. He was well aware that his concealment skills were top tier, however. Facing a shadow-level foe, he surmised that the opponent possessed some extraordinary means. With a surge of strength in his legs, he began to retreat. Once you arrive, there's no escaping. Haiden's figure materialized behind Lee, yet they remained about 20 meters apart. Ignoring Haiden's taunt, Lee continued to flee. The distance between them and the village of the Fire Country was approximately 5 miles. Lee was unafraid of Haiden, as he was eager to test his own might against him. After all, as long as he was cautious not to bleed, he could contend with Haiden. For Haiden possessed but one true ability, immortality, a perplexing enigma. No matter how grievous the injury, be it decapitation or dismemberment, he would not perish. This remained one of the great mysteries within the Naruto universe. "Don't run. Play with me," Haiden shouted, pursuing Lee. In response, Lee spat, "Idiot." Enraged, Haiden retorted, "You dare call me an idiot? You seek death." Fueled by rage, Haiden accelerated, intent on capturing the shadow ahead and tearing him apart. As they sprinted for approximately 2 miles, Lee noted that only Haiden was in pursuit. Kakuzu was nowhere to be seen. It appeared that Kakuzu deemed Haiden capable enough to handle the situation alone. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lee's mind. He wished to gauge Haiden's true strength. "Idiot. Care to face me?" Lee taunted, turning back to mock Haiden yet again. Haiden, panting, was infuriated. The speed at which Lee escaped far surpassed his own, and the taunts were a further insult to his pride as a shadow-level warrior. "If you're brave enough, stop running. Let us fight, and you shall witness the might of a servant of the great Lord Jashin." Haiden bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the dark forest. To his surprise, Lee halted, turning to face Haiden. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched an attack. Haiden, overjoyed that this elusive opponent was finally willing to engage, raised his scythe, striking chaotically in the air. Lee swiftly assessed, this guy's taijutsu is abysmal, that scythe merely complements his peculiar abilities. In the midst of their confrontation, the scythe of death suddenly soared forth, accompanied by a blood-red chain that shot out with ferocity. Lee remained unfazed, gracefully maneuvering through the air to evade the attack, then closing in on Fei Duan to unleash a powerful punch. Yet, he was met with Fei Duan's sinister grin as he proclaimed, "Fool, you're doomed." Lee retorted with a disdainful gaze, "You are the fool here." In an instant, he vanished, landing deftly on the ground. Just as the blood-colored chain of death whirled back, striking Fei Duan instead. Enraged, Fei Duan bellowed, "You wretched scoundrel. You made me hit myself. I shall ensure your demise, leaving you in a state of utter disarray." With that, he withdrew the scythe embedded in his chest, directing his furious glare at Li, seething with anger. "Come. Do not hide." Although blood flowed incessantly from the wound on his chest, he felt no pain, his vitality undiminished as he continued his assault. The scythe of death swung relentlessly, forcing Li to retreat repeatedly, evading the lethal strikes, which only fueled Fei Duan's fury. He knew well that Li possessed formidable martial arts skills, a testament to his status as a shadow-level powerhouse. Despite his own unique abilities, it was this very prowess that allowed him to attain such a rank. "You dare to face me?" Fei Duan attempted to provoke his opponent with taunts, aware that a single drop of Li's blood would grant him control over the situation. Gladly, Li responded, launching a counterattack. He deftly dodged another strike from the side, his hands weaving through the air. Employing the 8 trigrams cloud stepping technique, he manifested a white phantom in the darkness. Fei Duan's spirit soared. If he could just close the distance, he would surely obtain the blood he sought. At that moment, Li's hand latched onto Fei Duan's wrist, where the scythe was gripped. A surge of vital energy erupted forth, accompanied by a fierce roar. causing Fei Duan's hand to go numb, losing its grasp on the scythe, which clattered to the ground. Xiao Li pressed his advantage with a relentless assault, his strikes infused with immense vitality. Each palm strike rending the air and echoing the sound of fracturing bones as Fei Duan was forced to retreat. Radiant Palm. His palms, charged with a formidable chakra, unleashed the most powerful force, propelling Fei Duan away. Without his scythe, Fei Duan found himself vulnerable and defenseless, unable to draw blood, his strength diminished to a pitiful state. Though his physical prowess was not particularly strong, he possessed an immortal body that rendered him impervious to harm. Regrettably, he lacked the insight to leverage this advantage effectively, ultimately leading to his downfall at the hands of Nara Shikamaru. Fool, you are truly pathetic. I tire of this game. Your companions are approaching. Not far away. Xiao Li sensed an overwhelming presence drawing near, realizing that Kakuza had arrived. With that, he swiftly took his leave, leaving Fei Duan in a state of bewilderment. The insult stung. How could he be deemed weak when he was a shadow-level warrior? Cursed scoundrel, do not flee. I demand another round. Though injured by Xiao Li's formidable strike, the pain was merely a temporary discomfort for him, as the power of the malevolent deity would soon facilitate his recovery. Regrettably, no matter how frantic he became, Xiao Li had already vanished from sight. The figure of materialized before Fei Duan, observing as Fei Duan picked up the fallen scythe of death, his mouth spewing curses. Where is that rascal Fei Duan? He queried with confusion. He fled. That despicable wretch dared to claim I am weak. Should I encounter him again? I shall rend him to pieces. It infuriates me. Furrowed his brow, incredulous that anyone would deem Fei Duan feeble and that Fei Duan had evidently suffered a significant setback. Pray, allow me to analyze the situation, he implored. Unlike Fei Duan, who acted impulsively, relying on his immortality to instill fear, was composed and judicious in his approach. Thus, Fei Duan, brimming with dissatisfaction, recounted his predicament to him. Such a person exists. Perhaps they possess a profound understanding of you, or their strength surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Your martial skills are evidently lacking, allowing them to toy with you. In my opinion, you must diligently train upon your return to the organization. What do you mean? Are you questioning my strength? Shall we settle this in combat? Fei Duan, already in a foul mood, felt his anger flare anew at words. Fool, have you not caused enough commotion? Frankly, that individual's assertion of your foolishness holds a kernel of truth. There is no insult in it. Being bullied to such an extent without striving to enhance your prowess, yet targeting your comrades. What else can you be called if not a fool? Thus, the two engaged in another bout of conflict. Even Akatsuki became embroiled in the fray, anticipating an eventual encounter with the organization but never expecting it to occur so swiftly. Particularly with the indomitable duo. No wonder those elite shinobi met their untimely demise under perplexing circumstances. Meanwhile, Xiao Li returned to camp, shedding his dark attire. Upon seeing him return unscathed, Akai and the others gazed at him with wide-eyed astonishment, particularly Hinata, Fei Village, and Sasuke Suzuki, who were incredulous at his safety. I am relieved you are unharmed. I have been incessantly worried for you, they exclaimed. Now that you're back, did you uncover anything unusual? Akai inquired, prompting everyone to lean in attentively. Xiao Li nodded, seated himself upon a nearby bed, and declared, I encountered two suspicious individuals of considerable strength, likely of the shadow rank. They donned crimson cloud garments and detected my presence from 50 meters away, compelling me to retreat. What? Shadow rank individuals? Impossible. If they were of that caliber, how could you have returned alive? Sasuke Suzuki gasped. Xiao Li shot him a glance. Am I only deemed normal if I perish? I apologize for my earlier words. Could you elaborate on the situation? Sasuke, realizing his error, promptly sought forgiveness. The untimely demise of his sister weighed heavily on him, and with someone returning alive bearing intelligence, he could hardly contain his eagerness to hear Xiao Li's account in detail. Xiao Li ignored him as several others gathered around to listen to his intelligence. According to the information previously shared by Teacher Akai, those two individuals were likely not ninjas from the land of Earth. They might be hired mercenaries. Xiao Li analyzed. At which point Sasuke interrupted. How do you know they were hired? Xiao Li furrowed his brow and shot him a displeased glance. I believe it is not only our Konoha ninjas who patrol. Those from the land of Earth would also be on patrol. Why is it only our people who are falling victim to attacks? Unless they are hired by the land of Earth. Who would be so bored as to venture into such desolate areas to commit murder? Unless they are insane, in which case, would they even differentiate between friend and foe? Surely, there would be casualties among the people of the land of Earth as well. Would an insane person selectively kill? Sasuzuki promptly closed his mouth. At that moment, Hinata Hifumura looked at Shaoli with astonishment, realizing how remarkably adept he was at analysis, which explained why he had been dispatched by the Hokage. Let Shaoli finish his analysis without interruption. Sasuzuki was reminded by Akai, who noted that Shaoli was particularly irritable about such matters. When he analyzed, he had his reasons, and analysts despised being interrupted, as it disrupted their thought process. My apologies, Shaoli, Sasuzuki said once more, genuinely remorseful. Everyone understood his feelings. Who would not be anxious when their loved ones died under mysterious circumstances? The bonds of blood are profound, and the ties of familial affection are even stronger. Senior Sasuzuki, I empathize with your feelings, and I hope no one interrupts my analysis going forward. The group nodded in agreement. Before coming here, Teacher Akai had briefed me on certain conditions in the land of Earth, and coupled with the unexplained deaths along the border, I have come to a possibility. The land of Earth is likely testing the limits of our Konoha. Thus, the two hired ninjas would only target Konoha's ninjas. Yet they would refrain from taking any extreme actions, for should they provoke a significant response from Konoha, it could very well lead to war. As he spoke, beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of the group. Shaoli's words seemed rather grave. May I interject, Shaoli? Why would the land of Earth wish to test our limits? Are they attempting to instigate war? Akai inquired. I believe there are two reasons. Among the 5 great nations, the land of Earth and the land of lightning are undoubtedly the most formidable, especially the land of Earth, which is in close proximity to Konoha. The two nations exist in vastly different environments. The land of Earth is riddled with rocks, has sparse vegetation, and lacks agricultural production and resources. Thus, waging a war for national and civil interests is a significant motive. We are aware of this reason, but what could the other reason be? Hifumura asked, captivated by Shaoli's analysis, as he became the focal point of attention, while Niji and Akai remained somewhat indifferent. The seasoned shinobi Sasuzuki and Hifumura were notably impressed by the extraordinary analytical prowess displayed by Shaoli for the first time. The upper echelons have devised a strategy for negotiation, initially employing individuals to assassinate the Leaf Village ninjas, thereby instilling fear within their ranks. The hired ninjas will bear the blame for the murders, absolving the Earth Country of any involvement, allowing them to spectate from the sidelines as the Leaf engages in battle with these mercenaries. Should the Leaf react, they will unwittingly fall into the trap set by the Earth Country, depleting their forces and ultimately weakening the power of the Fire Country. When the Earth Country resumes hostilities, the Leaf will have no choice but to confront the impending war. This outcome, while unfortunate, is somewhat preferable, as both sides will suffer losses. However, the true concern lies with the possibility of other nations intervening, which would exacerbate the situation. Calmly, Shaoli articulated this analysis, leaving the others in shock. Who among them could analyze such a complex situation? Could it be that he is not merely a genin, perhaps emerging from an intelligence unit? Just as their astonishment lingered, Shaoli dropped another bombshell. The stakes of the negotiations, if the Fire Country were to be defeated, surrender and heavy reparations would be the only recourse, including the cession of territory and exorbitant compensation. Silence enveloped the group, as Shaoli's revelations were grave. Entangled with the prospect of war, matters far beyond their jurisdiction as mere genin. Should war actually erupt, they might find themselves branded as criminals. The Earth Country was evidently testing their resolve, observing their response to the two hired ninjas. If they managed to eliminate them, the Earth would have no grounds for complaint. Yet it would be the Leaf that ultimately bears the loss. Despicable rock ninjas! How utterly contemptible! Exclaimed Sasuke and Suzuki, their fists pounding the ground in frustration. What should we do? Should we immediately report this to Lord Hokage? Asked Tion, aware of the dire situation but delivering her words with urgency. Yes, we must report to Lord Hokage at once and seek his judgment. Akai felt an overwhelming urge to rush back to the Leaf to convey the severity of the matter, never expecting the situation to escalate so drastically. There's no need. Teacher Akai, do you recall what Lord Hokage instructed before we departed? Strike first and report later. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, if the Earth Country's ninjas wish to engage, let us confront them head-on. Let's storm their encampment. At this point, Shaoli's eyes gleamed with ferocity, while Sasuke, Suzuki, and Hinata mirrored his murderous intent. Shaoli, maintain your composure. While Lord Hokage did advocate for striking first, we should await his decision before taking action, Tion interjected, her perspective shaped by her desire to avoid conflict. I am composed. My intention to act serves to remind the Earth ninjas that Leaf ninjas are not to be trifled with. They initiated the assault on us. and they would never anticipate a direct retaliation. They are burdened by significant apprehensions, compelling us to take the initiative. If we continue to appear weak, we shall only invite further bullying. We must seize control of the situation, the more vehement our response. The more the Earth country must contemplate whether it truly wishes to instigate war. You speak wisely, Shaoli. The ninjas of the leaf are indeed not to be underestimated. Since they wish to engage us, let us accompany them to the end. Let us see who possesses greater resolve. Suzuki Sasasuke roared. His fears dissipated after listening to Xiao Li's analysis. Even if he were to venture alone into the Earth Country camp to meet his demise, he would not falter. Those accursed rock shinobi have long been targets of my wrath, Hifumi sneered. However, we ought to report the situation to Lord Hokage. I possess the swiftest lightning eagle for communication, Akai noted anxiously. Xiao Li nodded, indicating that he could convey the situation. At this moment, everyone gathered around Xiao Li, adhering to his every word, as he had emerged as the central figure. Xiao Li, I have a question. Why do those hired ninjas not assault our camp directly, but rather linger in patrol areas, ambushing Konoha ninjas? After a prolonged silence, Niji finally voiced his thoughts. Indeed, why do they not come directly at us? This seems rather peculiar, the group echoed with curiosity. As previously mentioned, who would be so bored as to commit murder at the borders? The area is patrolled solely by ninjas from the Earth and Fire countries. Should one side suffer an attack, it would ignite the flames of war. Do you think they dare to strike directly? The hired ninjas are confined to their patrol zones. Any transgression would provoke a war, which they cannot afford given the wrath of the two great nations. I see. However, if you suggested we directly assault the Rock Ninjas camp, would that not also instigate war? Tian felt dizzy, struggling to keep pace with Xiao Li's line of reasoning. The Earth country seeks to test our limits precisely because they still regard Konoha with caution, probing whether we are truly weakened. Had they genuinely comprehended Konoha's condition, they would have already launched a war rather than employing ninjas for reconnaissance. In essence, they are bullies who prey on the weak. Indeed, they are cowards who shy away from the strong. Suzuki Sasasuke and Hinata Hifumi exclaimed in unison. The Lightning Eagle's message reached the Hokage's office. The third Hokage scrutinized the intelligence from the border, his expression grave. Within it lay the reports penned by Akai, alongside Xiao Li's analysis. He slammed the document onto the table with force. Gunma, quickly convene a high-level meeting. Gunma appeared, contemplating why the Hokage was in such a fury. Could something have transpired at the front lines? He dared not ponder too deeply, knowing that a high-level meeting signified a significant incident. Half an hour later, all high-ranking officials gathered in a concealed office, each finding their place to sit. Noticing that the third Hokage occupied the central position, his countenance extremely grim. Sarutobi. What transpired that necessitated such urgency for a high-level meeting? Mito Minyin and T-Sun Komatsu approached, but Sarutobi remained silent, gesturing for them to take their seats. Once all high-ranking officials had arrived, including Danzo, unease gripped their hearts. Had something serious occurred? Typically, high-level meetings are rare, and each convening signifies a grave incident. What could have happened to warrant such an assembly of us aged veterans? An anonymous high-ranking official posed a question. Sarutobi tossed the document he had just received onto the round table, and Mito gate and picked it up, his expression gradually shifting as he examined its contents, eliciting curiosity from the others present. What is the situation, Gaiden? Please elaborate. You may read it for yourselves, he responded. Subsequently, each individual perused the document, and eventually, it came to Danzo. His demeanor remained largely unchanged, yet he appeared somewhat taken aback upon reading the analysis attributed to that young boy. I would like to hear your opinions, Sarutobi intoned solemnly. Given the analysis by a mere child, I believe the situation is not as dire as we might presume. We should observe developments before making further plans, remarked a conservative member. I concur with this viewpoint. I too agree. The conservative faction comprised 6 members, while the Hokage faction also had 6. With 5 conservatives endorsing this perspective, only Danzo remained silent, composedly seated and meditating. Gaiden, Kocho, what are your thoughts? Sarutobi inquired of the Hokage faction. Mito Gaiden and Zenkai Kocho responded. In light of the underling's assertions, I find the assessment rather hasty. Moreover, he is not a professional intelligence officer, and many aspects cannot be thoroughly addressed. We must prepare for unforeseen circumstances and adopt a wait-and-see approach. Mito Gaiden aligned himself with the conservatives, acknowledging the necessity for prudence despite the ongoing rivalry between the factions. Zenkai Kocho also concurred with Gaiden's stance. And what say you? Sarutobi questioned the remaining Hokage faction members, who merely shook their heads, uncertain. I actually find this unexpected turn of events quite advantageous, Sarutobi remarked. Indeed. It is quite fortuitous, another echoed. What? Danzo, you. 12 individuals, 2 factions, 2 leaders, found themselves in unexpected agreement, leaving the assembly in bewilderment. As none had anticipated Danzo's alignment with the others, this was uncharacteristic of him. Even the third Hokage regarded Danzo with mild astonishment. Then I propose we deliver a measured blow to the Earth Country, the third Hokage suggested with a slight smile, surprised that Danzo would concur with him. Throughout the decades, they had seldom found common ground, but this unity hinted at deeper issues. He valued Lee highly, yet this talent he would never relinquish to Danzo. With the 2 leaders having spoken, the remainder could only serve as a backdrop. Any dissatisfaction with their decisions would prove futile, as the ultimate resolution rested solely with them. Gama, immediately dispatch a message. All actions shall align with Lee's directives, and report any significant developments. Gunma, also AJ Nin, was well aware of Lee's potential, but the Hokage's order sent ripples of shock through the assembly, as they recognized the cultivation of new talent, reminiscent of the training bestowed upon Minato Namikaze. Understood. The 6 individuals donned their nocturnal attire, and Shaoli had meticulously devised a plan for everyone. Reporting intelligence was merely a procedural step. As the third Hokage had previously stated, it was essential to strike first and report later. Shaoli intended to cleverly exploit this principle to undermine the ninjas of the Land of Earth. According to the previous arrangements, the 2 hired ninjas would be countered by the 3 of us, allowing you to advance directly to the enemy's camp, catching them completely off guard. Sasuke Suzuki and Hinata Hifumi, you 2 are responsible for assisting Teacher Ikai, who will undoubtedly unleash the utmost combat prowess to deliver a devastating surprise attack. The consequences of failure would be dire. I understand. Ikai replied gravely, fully aware of the stakes involved. This was the moment for the blossoms of Konoha to flourish. Tian and Ning Ci, you 3 will depart first. While we hold back the 2 hired ninjas, you may commence your operation. Time is of the essence. You have only 10 minutes. Within that span, eliminate as many as you can. Shaoli declared coldly, I shall make the rock ninjas taste the bitterness of death. Finally, the moment had come to shed blood after so many days of pent-up frustration. Prepare yourselves, for I am on my way. Sasuke Suzuki and Hifumi radiated an intense aura of killing intent. They were seasoned operatives, having participated in the last war. And the aura of death that clung to them was indelible, etched deep into their very beings. Tian and Ning Ci instinctively took a step back, overwhelmed by the palpable killing intent, while Shaoli remained unfazed, possessing a killing aura even more formidable than theirs. However, such an aura, when unleashed, would drain one's mental fortitude. Against weaker foes, it could be wielded to intimidate without direct confrontation, but for Sasuke and Hifumi, their long-held grievances necessitated the expression of their fierce resolve through their own killing intent. Ning Ci, be cautious. If any issues arise, retreat immediately, Shaoli implored. Hifumi, pulled from the depths of that intense aura, turned to Shaoli. Shaoli replied calmly, Ning Ci and Tian, we often coordinate well. Containing the enemy is not a challenge for us 3, but eliminating them is beyond our capacity. Our team does not engage in uncertain endeavors. We only dare to take risks when success is assured. Upon hearing Shaoli's words, Hifumi exhaled in relief. He could perish, but Ning Ci must survive. Without Ning Ci, his own existence would be devoid of meaning. He was the last hope of the branch family, the final chance to resist the overwhelming brilliance of the main clan. If Ning Ci were to fall, how could he face Lord Nichi? My life is not so easily claimed, Ning Ci snarled, his anger towards the main clan intensifying after conversing with Hifumi. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the branch family's plight, but now he seethed with indignation. If not for the caged bird seal upon his forehead, which dictated their fates, he would likely seek vengeance against the main family. Such a family was not worth preserving. The caged bird had condemned countless branch family members to a fate of servitude, leaving them no different from slaves. Enough talk. It is time for action. With a commanding voice, Shaoli ordered, and 6 figures vanished into the camp. In the 10-mile forest, a chilling wind howled, and the ferocious beasts roared under the night sky. This night was destined to be another bloodbath. Each individual bore the weight of their own fate, wandering through a world devoid of stability. In the vastness of life, some fought for their families, others sacrificed for their loved ones. and some ventured down irreversible paths in search of broader horizons. Was it merely the caprice of fate, or the torment of human nature? How infuriating. How utterly tedious. Kakuzu grumbled, how much longer until our mission concludes? Konoha has yet to send anyone for patrol. Are we to remain here, idly waiting? Kakuzu shot him an exasperated glance, aware that this fool was likely seething with frustration. Here was a formidable figure, a shadow-level warrior, being toyed with by a cloaked adversary, knocked down and taunted. Had it not been for the mission, one could only imagine how many lives he might take to quell his fury. Spare me your worthless ramblings. Time is of no consequence when there are rewards to be earned. Once Konoha patrols again, we should be able to fulfill our obligations after eliminating a few targets. Just then, a long, black, whiskered appendage emerged from behind Kakuzu, his Doton, Yominuma. Haiden, noticing the appearance of the Doton, felt a surge of excitement. Something promising was about to unfold. Looks like they have arrived. The two swiftly moved, shedding their previous lethargy. After days of solitude, even the usually composed Kakuzu felt a craving for action. I'll go ahead. Let it be that same fellow from yesterday. Wait, Haiden. But Haiden had already dashed forward. Grumbling a few curses, Kakuzu followed closely behind. 50 meters apart, Haiden spotted 3 shadowy figures, all clad in black. Kakuzu, catching up, also discerned the 3 figures. His brow furrowing slightly. The Doton sensed more than just these 3. There were likely 3 others concealed nearby. Furthermore, the chakra of the 3 before them was not particularly strong, and they were not wearing the Konoha ninja attire. Who could they be? Haiden, be cautious. They might also be hired ninjas. Haiden, preparing to shout boisterously, wore a puzzled expression upon hearing Kakuzu's warning. Aren't we hired ninjas? Could it be that Konoha has their own as well? That is a possibility, and with 6 adversaries, 3 of whom are hidden. While you may have no fear of death, I do not wish to see you suffer, especially since you've already clashed with one of them. Just because I fought him doesn't mean anything. He dodged all my attacks and avoided losing a drop of blood, but he remains unaware of my true abilities. This time, I shall take the blood of all 3, and you can handle the hidden ones. At last, you seem to be thinking clearly. Just evaluate the strength of those hired ninjas. Both were prideful and self-assured individuals, eager to measure their prowess against the hired ninjas. Haiden, unafraid of death, initiated his assault, sending his scythe flying through the air, carving a trajectory through the void. Shaoli muttered, Niji, that person behind you is your responsibility. Just hold them off. 10-10. Support Niji while remaining vigilant of your surroundings. That individual possesses unique abilities. Understood. In truth, Lee could have elaborated in greater detail about the enemy situation, allowing the two to be better prepared. Yet he dared not do so, no matter how formidable one's deductions may be. It is impossible to thoroughly investigate an enemy's capabilities based solely on a single night's patrol. Such an act would inevitably expose numerous inconsistencies, drawing the attention of certain high-ranking figures in Konoha. Thus, Lee could only offer subtle hints, urging them to remain vigilant. With a powerful push of his legs, Lee propelled himself forward like a bullet, charging toward Haiden with a mocking laugh. Fool, why is it always you? How dare someone as weak as you take up mercenary work? A roar like the wrath of death itself. Never before had Haiden felt such fury. Such an overwhelming desire to kill. Even insults directed at his deity had never provoked this level of rage. His crimson cloak billowed unnaturally as an oppressive wave of killing intent surged forth. An absolute Kaga-level threat, such terrifying bloodlust. Hidden in the shadows. Mike Guy and the others were stunned. The sheer intensity of this man's aura was no weaker than that of a Kaguya. Previously, they had doubted Lee's claim of facing 2 Kaga-level opponents. Now, they could only marvel at his ability to escape such adversaries alive. Should we assist them? Hate noticed Niji beginning to move, his trajectory aimed at the figure standing behind the enraged Kaga-level combatant. If the first man was a volcano of fury, the second was a tranquil river, their temperaments polar opposites. No, Guy replied calmly. Lee has his own plans. If he deliberately engages Kaga-level opponents, he must have confidence in his strategy. He doesn't act recklessly. We proceed as planned. The two nodded silently. I am not weak. Die. Another roar erupted as Haiden's scythe slashed through the air with even greater speed. Yet Lee was no slower. Ducking beneath the blade, he launched 3 kunai, each tipped with explosive tags. Haiden's eyes widened. Though his immortal body rendered him impervious to fatal wounds, pain was still a factor. He twisted aside, sneering. You think such petty tricks can catch me off guard? You're a century too early. Fool, who said we were targeting you? Lee remarked coolly. Only then did Haiden realize his partner stood directly behind him. "Kakuzu, watch out," he bellowed. But Kakuzu was no reckless fool like Haiden. He had already sensed the danger. A grotesque, stitched creature emerged from his body, spewing a torrent of water that swallowed the kunai hole. Haiden exhaled in relief, only for a voice like death itself to whisper in his ear, "Fool, your eyes are in the wrong place." Lee's body coiled low, his right palm weaving through emptiness while his left solidified into a devastating strike. A thunderous impact, like the roar of a beast, resounded as the blow landed squarely on Haiden's abdomen. Blood sprayed from his lips as his body was sent reeling. Lee gave no quarter. With blinding speed, he seized Haiden's wrist. The force of his grip grinding bone against bone. A surge of raw power wrenched the scythe from Haiden's grasp, rendering him powerless, stripped of his most fearsome weapon. Indeed, this is no ordinary ninja. His vigilance towards Haiden is remarkable, even managing to deflect his scythe. This individual possesses profound knowledge of Haiden's capabilities. As Kakuzu summoned the spirit of vengeance, he sensed that today's adversaries were far from simple. He noted that the chakra levels of the three before him were not particularly formidable, instilling a sense of unease within him. Clad in dark, stealthy garb that obscured their features, he found it difficult to ascertain their ages. Nevertheless, their seasoned and synchronized coordination suggested that they were likely 3J Nin. Had they been privy to Kakuzu's assessment, they would have been both amused and perplexed, for they were merely genin. With a sudden activation of Byakugan, Niji's vision expanded, allowing him to perceive the chakra points along the meridians, reaching the second stage of Byakugan activation. He focused intently on Kakuzu, his body trembling slightly in disbelief. How could this be? It was inconceivable for one person to possess 5 hearts. Niji gasped in astonishment, with Tenten equally taken aback. "Niji, Tenten, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking?" Lee exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he observed the two lost in thought. Haiden had already launched himself into the fray, crashing to the ground. Kakuzu, observing the fallen Haiden, expressed his dissatisfaction. "I told you to practice your taijutsu, yet you refused to listen. Do you see now that without it, you are merely a liability? Allow me to take over." As Kakuzu positioned himself in front of Haiden, the latter spat angrily. "I will offer this guy to the evil god." It appeared there was no alternative, with their actions deviating from his instructions. Niji and Tenten had not executed the plan as he had envisioned. Lee, likely aware of the situation, speculated that something must have frightened Niji and Tenten. In that moment, he swiftly unfastened the 2 heavy weights weighing down his legs, each totaling 200 pounds. With astounding speed, he launched himself forward, his agility unencumbered by the considerable weight. Kakuzu and Haiden watched in astonishment as the weights fell, realizing they were indeed heavy burdens. They were taken aback by the speed of this individual, especially as his attack came so swiftly that they could barely respond before being sent flying. Who would have expected that this person was capable of such rapid movement while tethered to such a significant load, weighing no less than 200 pounds? As Xiao Li's figure vanished, Kakuzu and Haiden, with their keen eyesight, could only faintly perceive his movements, akin to confronting a formidable foe. Xiao Li relentlessly advanced, causing the two to huddle together. Kakuzu swiftly formed hand seals, while the Earth Grudge Fear stood protectively before them. His speed was remarkable, persistently closing the distance. Kakuzu assessed the situation and rapidly completed his hand seals. At a distance of 3 meters, Xiao Li circled around them at a breakneck pace, raising clouds of dust from the ground that obscured their vision. "Action! Move!" he shouted, a signal for Akai, Hinata, and Sasuke to commence their mission towards the Earth Country's camp. The trio dashed through the thickening smoke. At this moment, Niji, recovering from his shock, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The earlier standstill had thwarted their plan. Xiao Li had deliberately obscured their vision in hopes of providing a chance for Akai and the others to reach the Earth Country's camp. "This is troublesome. 3 have escaped." Kakuzu's expression darkened. He was uncertain of the adversary's intentions, but it seemed clear that their aim was to distract them, allowing the other 3 to undertake a different task. He contemplated the nature of the plan. Was it directly aimed at the 2 of them? Although both he and Haiden were formidable, they were not invincible. "I will intercept those 3. Haiden, deal with them," Kakuzu declared, preparing to leave the smoky haze. Suddenly, Niji's silhouette emerged. The dust cloud affected everyone's visibility, yet for Niji, blessed with Byakugan, there were no obstructions. He positioned himself before Kakuzu, unleashing the gentle fist technique with a ferocious force, his palm striking like thunder, an unstoppable torrent of power. Kakuzu, ever vigilant, was no slouch in martial arts. Faced with unseen threats and assaults within the haze, he adopted a defensive stance. A trigram's palm. Xiao Li launched an assault on Haiden, their teamwork seamless and flawless. Relying on his extraordinary perception and speed, Li executed a flurry of attacks, hooks, jabs, and flying kicks, relentless and brutal. Niji, methodically delivering precise strikes to Kakuzu, sensed something amiss. The impact against Kakuzu felt peculiar. It seemed as though he could not locate any chakra points on his body. It was not that he couldn't find them, but rather that Kakuzu possessed fewer than usual, all cleverly concealed and absent from the typical meridian pathways. How could such a being exist? As the dust began to dissipate, Niji commanded, "Retreat." The two swiftly withdrew from the shroud of smoke. Haiden lay on the ground, coughing blood profusely, while Kakuzu fared slightly better, having been on guard from the outset. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "Hinata's clan, Haiden and the others are not mercenary ninjas but rather from Konoha. Possibly from the Umbu. You bastards. Again and again, I will ensure the demise of all Konoha ninjas. They will all be sacrificed to the Dark God." Kakuzu recalled the sheer power of the Hinata clan during the First Ninja World War, second only to the Senju and Uchiha. Niji's strikes were reminiscent of the clan's most ancient form of gentle fist. "Fool, you are utterly laughable. If you possess true skill, reveal it. In all honesty, you are pitifully weak, inferior even to the most common of ants." Retreating to Tion's side, the two men were breathless as Li continued to ridicule Fei Duan. Ning Si and Tian were perplexed by Li's relentless scorn towards this individual. In the past, Li had never resorted to such vitriol, for it was not in his nature. Yet today, he had not only once but multiple times hurled insults at this person. Tian, unleash your power." Tian nodded, and the colossal scroll behind her unfurled. Fire style, fire dragon technique. A long dragon of flames roared and lunged at the two adversaries. The previously encountered Dihuanyu reappeared, executing the water-style, water dragon bullet technique with astonishing speed, without the need for hand seals. What? To conjure such a formidable water jutsu in a place devoid of water? How remarkable! Tian was taken aback. She had seen Kakashi employ this technique, but only after he had summoned water using the scroll's power. "This is not the time for astonishment. We must withdraw," Li murmured. The two realized that now was not the moment for their surprise. Their immediate priority was to escape. Li had warned them of the terrifying prowess of these two, albeit they had not yet unleashed their full potential. After the recent skirmish, they felt that the two were not as formidable as Li had described. Yet out of trust in Li, they chose to believe his words. The mere ability to execute a water jutsu in a parched environment was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Without further ado, the three retreated. Tian flung 3 more shurikens, using the water dragon bullet to counteract the intensity of the fire dragon technique. The vapor dissipated, leaving only the ominous presence of Jiaodu and the menacing visage of Fei Duan. The two easily intercepted Tian's shurikens. "Do not flee. I will kill you." "Wait." "Fei Duan," Jiaodu shouted, but Fei Duan had already surged ahead. How could he let Li escape? He had never endured such humiliation. The disdain and contempt directed at him were unbearable. He was enraged and sought to defeat his opponent, inflicting upon him the greatest suffering imaginable. To make him understand that he was no weakling. This must be a trap. They surely understand Fei Duan's temperament. It was a setup from the very beginning. Provoking him with insults, driving him to madness. How infuriating. Although he recognized it as a trap, he felt compelled to step into it. How could anyone devise such a scheme, exploiting the weaknesses of human nature? It is terrifying. Jiaodu, once a member of the Umbu and experienced in intelligence analysis, deduced that the true plan was not theirs, but that they were mere obstacles meant to restrain himself and Fei Duan. He recognized that the most dangerous elements were the 3 who had departed earlier. However, Fei Duan was now wholly consumed by rage, disregarding both the mission and the situation. Even Jiaodu could not contain him. Fei Duan's abilities were alarmingly formidable, and even he felt a measure of trepidation. Ultimately, Jiaodu had no choice but to grit his teeth and pursue Fei Duan. After all, the mission was undoubtedly significant, and finding a compatible partner for someone like him was a rarity. He certainly did not wish for Fei Duan to fall victim to their adversaries. That would be a tragic outcome indeed. Grasping the fallen scythe of the Grim Reaper, he departed. Meanwhile, at the Earth Nation's encampment, the ninjas of Konoha must surely be in a state of turmoil, never anticipating that we would enlist ninjas to confront them. They are now cowering within their camp. Too fearful to venture out. What a delightful situation indeed. A particularly unattractive rock ninja guffawed, joined by several others who shared in the merriment. None among them held any admiration for the Konoha ninjas, who had long monopolized the bountiful resources, causing profound discontent among both the commoners and ninjas of the Earth Nation. Why should your nation thrive in such splendid territory while we are relegated to a life amidst rocky desolation? Let them engage in a fierce battle with the hired ninjas. Surely, we shall have the last laugh. Another rock ninja chimed in. However, it has been several days since we last patrolled. Should we not be concerned about potential repercussions? The others regarded him with indifference. We must remain concealed. Any appearance would attract the attention of the Konoha ninjas. It is best to let the hired ninjas entertain themselves with Konoha's forces. If they discover our involvement, the situation could become dire. Well, since you've brought it up, I shall venture out to assess the situation. One rock ninja volunteered, prompting nods from his companions. As he unfastened the tent flap, darkness enveloped him, and a gleaming long blade grazed his throat, accompanied by a furious utterance. You all shall perish. The group was taken aback, their previous composure shattered, plunging the Earth Nation's ninjas into chaos. 6 gates, open. Morning Peacock. A dreadful omen began to instill fear and panic among the rock ninjas, reverberating through the Earth Nation's encampment. Lee, are you so certain that individual will pursue us? Tintin, at the forefront, appeared bewildered, while Niji turned to the lagging Lee. Lee smiled faintly, while Haiden, the Akatsuki's most terrifying member, ranked second in fear. He was notably less formidable in strength and temperament. From their first encounter, Lee had calculated a grand scheme, eager to gauge the prowess of Akatsuki members. Compared to their own might, Haiden might lack in physical prowess. Yet his strength was undeniably formidable. Had Lee not possessed prior knowledge of him, it could have been they who were in peril. He will undoubtedly pursue us, for he is a shadow-level ninja. The likes of us, mere genin, would hardly provoke his patience. Huh, Lee, you truly astonish me. But are those two truly shadow-level? They seem rather ordinary, at least not as daunting as our battles against Kakashi-sensei and Gai-sensei. Tintin, do not underestimate them. Their terror may not stem from sheer strength but from other capabilities. That said, why did you both deviate from the plan and remain there in a stupor? Tintin stammered, struggling to articulate an explanation. As you said, their horror may not lie in their strength but in the fact they are monsters with 5 hearts. And they are now less than 200 meters from us. Should we not hasten our pace? Spoke in a low voice, revealing that it was indeed this that had frightened him. In truth, you are unaware that my assessment leads me to believe that the one wielding the scythe is potentially the most perilous. Hence, I aim to disarm him from the outset. And as I anticipated, once he lost his weapon, his composure faltered, and his strength significantly diminished. There is no need to hasten. Let them catch up for a moment. Xiaoli remarked with an air of tranquility. Upon hearing his words, the two others realized that Xiaoli was becoming increasingly inscrutable, even capable of perceiving the depths of shadowy figures. Returning to the matter at hand, how could one individual possess 5 hearts? Were it not for Ningxi Kugen? I would find it hard to believe. Yet you assert that the individual you faced is even more terrifying. In what manner is he so? I seem to have noticed nothing amiss. How could a human possibly possess 5 hearts? That is no longer a person, but rather a monster. In contrast, the individual Xiaoli faced seemed far more ordinary, behaving like a typical human. In fact, during last night's patrol, I engaged with him, allowing him to strike his scythe against his own chest. Yet today, I find him standing there, entirely unharmed. Is that not frightening? The two pursuing us are indeed formidable monsters. One wrong move could spell disaster. Xiaoli's remarks, though seemingly jesting, sent chills down the spines of the others. Should we not quicken our pace to shake them off? Indeed, Xiaoli's fright had genuinely unsettled Tian. We cannot afford to lose them. Let us not forget our objective is to buy time until Teacher Akai and the others return. Moreover, we cannot waste the traps we have set, which consist of 20 explosive tags. I am concerned for their loss even if you are not. Xiaoli, you are insufferable. It's my money being spent, not yours. Why should you care? Xiaoli, if these two truly are shadow level, what are our chances of escape? While we may be swift, their speed is not to be underestimated, and their chakra reserves are nearly threefold that of each of us. Ningxi maintained a level head. At their current pace, they could safely return to camp. Xiaoli had previously mentioned that mercenaries cannot reach enemy territory, and now they must delay to allow Akai and the others to regroup. This is another matter entirely. The enemy's chakra reserves far exceed theirs, and despite their remarkable stamina, they cannot sustain such an immense expenditure of energy. Thus, traps must be laid to ambush them. Although their power is considerable, we are not without our strengths. In truth, you two may not have realized that it is not the enemy's weakness that is evident, but rather your own growth and strength day by day. Your perception and instincts are clearly beyond that of a mere genin. Xiao Li's words ignited a flicker of excitement in the two. Regardless of the veracity of his claims, everyone appreciates flattery, especially someone like Tian Tian, who is in her blossoming youth. Is it true? Have I truly grown stronger? Daly still wanted to inquire further when Xiao Li interjected. I sense their presence drawing ever closer. We must hasten to the location of the trap. Ning Si adjusted their formation, instructing, you, take the rear. Daly, search for the trap's position. Very well. Now is not the time for incessant questioning. This adversary is far more formidable than the Kakashi and Kai we previously encountered. Were it not for Xiao Li's presence, they would likely be oblivious to their impending doom. At this moment, Xiao Li's word is law. As they altered their formation, the trio pressed onward, while behind them, a cacophony of roars echoed ominously. You wretched fiend. Halt. The distance between them was merely 100 meters, with Jiaodu closely tailing Fei Duan. Fei Duan, do not fall into their trap. The enemy's intent from the outset was to divert us. The trio fleeing behind are the primary targets. Do you truly wish to defy the leader's command? In response to Jiaodu's warning, Fei Duan retorted with anger, to hell with the leader. I am determined to vanquish that individual. Should anyone dare obstruct me, I shall not hesitate to offer them to the evil god, including you. Humph. I merely sought to assist, yet you dismiss my goodwill. However, should our mission fail and the reward elude you, be wary of your own head. If the leader refrains from intervening, I shall take matters into my own hands. As the two bickered, Xiao Li and his companion swiftly widened the gap between them. It is all your fault, Jiaodu. You have caused me to lose focus. Amidst their pursuit, Xiao Li and Daly suddenly vanished from sight. Wait, Fei Duan, something is amiss, Jiaodu called out. Fei Duan too sensed an unsettling disturbance ahead, as though something were indeed wrong. Standing before Jiaodu, he peered into the open expanse ahead. Allow me to summon the earth grievance vines to investigate. With a series of black, vine-like appendages emerging from the ground, they writhed into motion. Before them lay an open area, with relatively sparse trees surrounding it. The number of earth grievance vines exceeded 100, slithering toward the clearing. One of them struck a steel string with a resounding clang. Boom. The entire clearing erupted in an explosion, leaves swirling chaotically as smoke enveloped the area. They have laid traps, yet they are unaware that our capabilities far surpass their imagination. The explosion's reach was extensive, causing both Jiaodu and Fei Duan to retreat approximately 10 meters, gazing bemusedly at the traps ahead. What if Xiao Li and the others did not fall into the trap? Ning Si, with his Byakugan, observed the situation ahead and relayed it to Xiao Li. Xiao Li remained silent. Although Fei Duan and Jiaodu possessed their shortcomings, they were still shadow-level warriors. To employ such trivial tricks against them was akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guan Gong absurd. After all, shadow-level ninjas are not to be underestimated, Xiao Li softly remarked. The previous traps were effective against Kakashi and Kai due to their lower vigilance. Against genuine enemies, they would not be so easily ensnared. I still have yet to adequately acknowledge the true strength of shadow-level warriors. The trap has unfortunately failed. We can only bide our time until Teacher Akai and the others return. Leave that white-haired man to me, while you two deal with the half-masked individual. His strength is rather peculiar and remains an enigma to me, so exercise caution. Xiao Li is aware of Kakuzu's situation, yet he cannot reveal too much, as he is still too weak and must not raise any suspicions. The two nodded in agreement. Tian, you should remain hidden and launch your projectiles. Niji and I will take the lead. Whoosh. Haiden and the others have escaped again, Kakuzu sneered. Continue the pursuit. Suzuki, how many have you slain? Withdrawing the long blade embedded in a rock ninja, Haifeng cast his gaze towards Sasuke Suzuki, who was drenched in the scent of blood. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of rock ninjas. Not enough for my taste, but Akai has taken down the most, at least 6. I never imagined that activating the 8 gates would make him so formidable. They both turned their attention to Akai, who was seated on the earthen ground, breathing heavily. The toll of opening the 8 gates had left him temporarily fatigued. Now that we've achieved our objective, we should regroup with Xiao Li and the others. Akai spoke gravely, his fatigue not overshadowing the mission's purpose. Especially considering the two individuals Xiao Li and the others faced were of the shadow level, far beyond the mere rabble they had just dispatched. The rock village will likely respond swiftly, and reinforcements will arrive. We must retreat. Whoosh. Sasuke, Suzuki, and Haifeng supported Akai as they vanished into the depths of the forest. An hour had passed, and the speed of the three had diminished significantly. Moreover, Kakuzu noticed they seemed to be circling back. Observing his surroundings, he sensed something amiss. These places felt familiar. Quickly contemplating, he whispered to Haiden, "Haiden, it appears the enemy is stalling for time, likely awaiting reinforcements. If we wish to eliminate them, we must accelerate our pursuit. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications." Haiden, though dismissive of Kakuzu's words, was eager to quicken their pace. His heart burned with a desire to find a crowded place to unleash his pent-up frustrations, having never felt this constrained before. "Shaoli, our chakra reserves are severely depleted. Must we continue to flee?" Tian spoke weakly, her chakra being the lowest among the three and her stamina lagging behind. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as a gaping fissure appeared ahead. "There is a crevice in front of us." With her exclamation, the two halted as well. The chasm was at least 20 meters wide, stretching endlessly into the distance. "It seems we have reached our limit. This may be the gravest crisis we have faced since becoming ninjas. Prepare yourselves for battle and summon all your strength." The two nodded resolutely, their gazes sharp as they faced the pursuers. "Aha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Let us see how far you can escape, you wretched sinners." Haiden and Kakuzu, upon witnessing the deep chasm ahead, were filled with unrestrained joy. Although the chakra levels of their three adversaries were not particularly high, their stamina was remarkable. The speed at which they pursued their opponents came at the cost of chakra depletion. However, for the two of them, whose chakra reserves were relatively vast, this expenditure was inconsequential. Haiden's cunning eyes glimmered with greed as he gazed at the trio ahead. "Leave the one in the middle to me. You handle the rest, Kakuzu. I am determined to tear him to shreds." With that declaration, Haiden surged forward. It appeared that their foes were also targeting him. "You two, be cautious. Always remember to exert your utmost effort in assisting Niji. The enemy's strength is far beyond what you perceive." "I will. Let us go, Niji." The two leapt in opposite directions, mindful of Haiden's deadly scythe. They merely needed to avoid being drained of their blood, and their numerous advantages in terms of attack and reaction would surpass that of their opponent. However, what most concerned Lee was Niji's confrontation with Kakuzu, a figure who had once battled the first Hokage, possessing formidable strength and a calm demeanor, capable of manipulating 5 chakra natures. Encountering such an individual was best approached with powerful ninjutsu users, which would not be overly taxing. Regrettably, among the three, only Tintin could be considered adept in ninjutsu. "You pitiful loser, I have no interest in you whatsoever. Why do you always rush in to stir up trouble? Compared to your companions behind you, I would much prefer to engage him. Weaklings should remain behind and observe the strong fight. How tragic." Lee continued to mock the advancing Haiden. However, Haiden recognized this as Lee's attempt to provoke him, and he could no longer contain himself. As the saying goes, a person has 9 parts dignity and 1 part perseverance. Haiden felt that his dignity had been trampled upon without a trace. "You detestable scoundrel, I shall kill you. No, I will torment you. 10-fold, 100-fold. I will make your life a living hell." Haiden erupted, an immense chakra radiating from his body, gradually materializing and becoming distinctly visible, a rare black hue. What astonishing chakra! This is the chakra of a shadow-level ninja, truly incomparable to that of a mere genin, Lee thought, taken aback. Haiden was genuinely enraged, and his adversaries were not merely ordinary foes. Kakuzu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Lee, unaware that he too was being vigilant. Both were acutely aware that the true menace lay within each other. Haiden's attacks remained relentless, despite the surge of powerful chakra enhancing his physical capabilities and doubling his strength. He was still unable to match Lee's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lee effortlessly evaded Haiden's strikes. A punch, a palm strike, infused with hidden strength, landed on Haiden, producing a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds from his body. Cursed be this. Though I am immortal, this fellow's methods are most peculiar. His fists and palms inflict direct damage to my bones. I must quickly extract his blood, only then will his demise be certain. Faden vaguely sensed the immense agony emanating from his body. Yet, this pain was trivial compared to the real torment of being unable to strike at Shaoli. The fellow was as elusive as a monkey, darting about and evading his attacks. Had Shaoli not shed his burdens, Faden might have had a chance to injure him. For at that moment, Shaoli unleashed all his chakra, significantly enhancing both his speed and reflexes. However, the unencumbered Shaoli was even more terrifying, his fists moving with such swiftness that they became mere shadows, leaving Faden to endure the blows in silence. Seething with frustration, Faden swung his scythe wildly, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Ning Xi stood resolutely before Jiao Du, his voice cold. Jiao Du shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, "The Hyuga clan, and a coward hiding in the shadows. I wonder what attributes your hearts possess. It has been a long time since I last replenished my supply of hearts. I hope yours are not too inferior." From Jiao Du's back, grotesque black masses emerged, morphing into two hideous, masked creatures, their bodies as dark as ink. "I shall use these two to deal with you," he scoffed. "Humph. I know not what manner of creature you are, but within this domain, you shall have no opportunity to escape." Ning Xi's Byakugan flared fiercely, a faint aura erupting from him. "From the sound of your voice and your actions, you appear to be no older than 15. It is commendable that you stand before me with such courage. I have battled the Hyuga clan before, yet I am curious to know how far your prowess has come." Jiao Du's voice resonated with a magnetic tone as Ning Xi lunged forward, shouting, 8 trigrams 64 palms. One of the black creatures, the Earth Grudge Fear, positioned itself before Ning Xi, unleashing a bolt of lightning from its mouth, resembling a venomous serpent bearing its fangs. Ning Xi steadied himself, inhaling deeply. Heavenly Spin. With a formidable rotational force, a protective barrier akin to wind enveloped him. This was a newly acquired technique of Ning Xi's, a powerful defensive maneuver from the Hyuga clan. And it was finally put to the test today. To think you have mastered such a technique at such a young age is impressive. However, how effective is it? As another Earth Grudge Fear emerged, 3 kunai affixed with explosive tags flew from a distance. Just as I suspected, there is another assisting you. Your battle strategy is flawless. Had you encountered other ninjas, you might have succeeded. But alas, you have met me. The incoming kunai targeted Jiao Du's vital points. While the newly emerged Earth Grudge Fear emitted a powerful jet of water, capable of unleashing formidable jutsu, mirroring the previous one. The 3 kunai with explosive tags were quickly engulfed by the torrent. "To wield dual-element ninjutsu is truly fearsome," muttered Tian from afar, her heart racing. Typically, it is not unusual for a ninja to utilize dual-element ninjutsu, but the ease with which he executed it was extraordinarily rare. Tian dared not let her guard down, swiftly unfurling a scroll to prepare for an opportunity to assist Ning Xi. 8 trigrams empty palm. The effects of the lightning strike had dissipated. Yet Niji's offensive momentum remained unabated. For reasons unknown, his body did not succumb to the electric shock. Instead, it invigorated his cells, rendering him more agile. Very commendable. But do not underestimate me, Kakuzu taunted, as another figure emerged from behind, a creature clad in black and masked. Wind release, wind hole. A fierce gale surged forth, repelling Niji's chakra-infused strikes, forcing him to retreat against the overwhelming tempest. At that moment, the lightning-wielding creature unleashed an even more potent bolt, lightning release, lightning fang. The being plunged its hands into the ground, causing a serpentine electric current to erupt from beneath. Wind release, lightning release, water release. How is this possible? Tian exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the 2 ninjutsu working in tandem, rendering Niji immobile and unable to close the distance to Kakuzu. As the gap widened, the relentless lightning continued to surge, prompting Tian to spring into action. "Niji, over here." Niji swiftly retreated to Tian's side. In a moment of urgency, Tian performed hand seals and cried out, "Earth release, earth wall." A massive stone barrier rose from the ground, effectively shielding them from the onslaught of lightning and wind. That was close. This person can utilize water, lightning, and wind release. We must remain vigilant, Tian cautioned, exchanging a wary glance with Niji before they distanced themselves from Kakuzu and the stone wall. "Ah, choosing to distance yourselves from me? How unfortunate. You are merely digging your own grave. Long-range attacks are my forte," Kakuzu remarked coldly. "Allow me to demonstrate true power." Behind Kakuzu, 2 more shadowy figures emerged, bringing the total to 5. Niji furrowed his brow, a cold sweat trickling down as he muttered, "This individual possesses 5 hearts. Could each heart correspond to a different elemental affinity?" "It is plausible," Tian responded after a moment of contemplation. Both had grown adept at analyzing situations through their experiences with Li. Yet, they hoped their conjecture was misguided, for if it were true, Kakuzu would indeed be a formidable adversary, rendering them helpless against such power, especially with Li currently restrained by another foe. "A mere ant. Allow me to grant you a more formidable challenge." Li's voice echoed in Haiden's ears, igniting his fury. I can't hit you. Haiden seethed, unable to contain his frustration, especially upon hearing Li's condescending tone, which now struck him as a silent fury. However, Facing Li this time, he gripped his scythe tightly, enduring several attacks without relinquishing his weapon. Having learned from previous encounters, he was determined not to let his opponent disarm him again. Don't run away. Face me, Haydn. In a duel, he bellowed. Very well, I shall indulge you this once. I hope your body is resilient enough. Suddenly, Xiaoli appeared before Fei Duan, startling him as if he had encountered a ghost. Two ethereal white bandages enveloped Fei Duan's entire body. You seek death by making me bleed. Fei Duan disregarded the bandages. The mere presence of Xiaoli signified his impending doom. The Grim Reaper's scythe swung down, yet Xiaoli swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the lethal assault. Escaping is not so simple, Fei Duan bellowed, releasing the scythe like a loose arrow, hurtling towards Xiaoli. With a cold smirk, Xiaoli extended the bandages, and Fei Duan, realizing the danger too late, attempted to break free. However, the scythe plummeted to the ground before it could reach its target. I promised to show you something grand. With a swift motion, Xiaoli vanished, reappearing before the bound Fei Duan. He grounded himself and executed a rapid series of flying kicks. Their ascent into the air drew the attention of 3 others nearby. What astonishing flying kicks! Kaido marveled. This is not the time to be distracted. Niji recognized an opportunity and accelerated towards Kaido. In front of him, 5 peculiar creatures seemingly moved without Kaido's control. 2 black monsters leaped into action. Earth style? Earth Dragon Bomb. The ground transformed into a quagmire, with a muddy dragon head emerging, unleashing a barrage of earth projectiles. Simultaneously, another black creature emitted a towering column of flame. Niji used the combined jutsu to escape. Tian shouted from behind. The combined jutsu, a fusion of 2 elemental natures, significantly amplified the technique's potency. Damn it, Kaiten. However, even the formidable Kaiten could not withstand the power of the combined jutsu, and Niji was struck by an Earth Dragon firebomb, sent flying backward as Tian rushed to support him, retreating several dozen meters. Cough. Niji, are you alright? The direct hit from the Earth Dragon Bomb left even Tian pale with shock. The strength of this adversary was overwhelming. Not only did he wield 5 elemental chakras, but he could also employ combined jutsu. He won't die. Niji exhaled, his complexion ashen. As Xiaoli said, this person is too powerful for us to contend with. Kaiten may be formidable, but how many hits can you endure? 1 or 2, perhaps? Better to try again. Kaido's voice echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines. If he attacked again, it would truly be their end. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from 20 meters away. Lotus of the surface. The magnificent lotus, akin to a flower bud on the verge of blooming, began to emit layers of mist. Xiaoli emerged, taking deep breaths to replenish his energy. His expression weary as he gazed at Fei Duan, who had just endured the devastating blow of the lotus. This was his first successful application of the lotus of the surface using another as a medium, albeit at a significant cost. A profound fatigue coursed through him. But he understood he could not rest. Fei Duan was undeniably resilient. This immense damage would only temporarily incapacitate him, and once he regained his strength, he would likely return with renewed vigor. Splendid. Xiaoli has taken one down. Every day brings astonishment and joy. Niji glanced at Xiaoli, then turned his serious gaze towards Kakuzu. Kakuzu was fixated on Xiaoli, astonished by the terrifying physical technique displayed. No, this technique surpasses ordinary physical skills. It may very well be a forbidden technique. Kakuzu quickly noticed something amiss with Xiaoli from a distance and immediately understood. Indeed, it was a forbidden technique. If Haydn cannot deal with you, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you. Kakuzu sprinted forth, leaving 2 earth grudges, one of fire and one of earth, to confront Niji and Tian, while the remaining 3 followed him towards Xiaoli. This is dire. I have heard from Teacher Guy that after performing the lotus of the flower, there will be a period of discomfort, and the body must endure tremendous fatigue. Tian said anxiously, rising and disregarding her injuries as she rushed towards Xiaoli. A sense of unease gripped my heart, a foreboding feeling creeping over me. Clinging to Sasuke's back, Guy's face was pale, gazing at the powerful aura permeating the air, an unsettling sensation rendering him restless. I feel it too. It seems to be an extremely terrifying chakra fluctuation, Sasuke agreed. The chakra in the air was infused with murderous intent and malevolence, sending shivers down one's spine. Guy, we must hasten our pace. Can you endure? Hifumi shared the sense of foreboding, his sole concern being Niji. No matter how exceptional Tian and Xiaoli were, in his eyes, none could compare to Niji's esteemed position. Thus he needed to reach Niji's side swiftly. No problem. Then let us quicken our pace. Shall we? The three black earth grudges unleashed simultaneous attacks, lightning, torrents of water, and fierce winds, all converging upon Shaoli. A faint, grim smile graced Shaoli's lips, while Kakuzu's alertness heightened. Sensing something amiss. Boom. Shaoli. Tian called out repeatedly. As the attacks dissipated, only a charred piece of wood remained. Kakuzu was taken aback. Turning to behold Shaoli's figure behind him. Leaf Gale. With the weight lifted from his legs. Shaoli's speed was such that he could only be perceived as a fleeting shadow. Kakuzu raised his arms to shield his head, bracing himself against Shaoli's strike. Skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. What a clever fellow. He feigned vulnerability to deceive me. In the brief interlude of his ninjutsu, he executed a substitution technique and darted behind me for a surprise attack. This individual is dangerous. Kakuzu regarded Shaoli, his expression growing increasingly grave. This person demanded his attention. Unlike Niji and Tian, whose abilities, while commendable, were far from warranting his respect, this cloaked figure radiated an aura of danger. Typically, only formidable opponents evoke such a sense of peril, and though Shaoli was not yet a formidable warrior, he instilled a sense of threat in Kakuzu. Unlike Haiden's brash and arrogant demeanor, Kakuzu swiftly recalled the earth grudges he had dispatched to confront Niji and Tian. Crouching down, his voice resonated with a magnetic authority. You are, apart from a few others over the years, the only one worthy of my attention. To perish at my hands is a privilege you should feel fortunate for. Upon hearing this, Shaoli scoffed disdainfully, suggesting that it was likely due to having encountered no formidable opponents over the years that led to such arrogance. He presumed that the individual before him was as weak as his companions. Although Shaoli spoke with an air of nonchalance, it was merely a facade to mask his physical condition. His body was utterly fatigued, while shedding the burden had indeed enhanced his speed several-fold. Such swiftness demanded immense stamina to sustain. Additionally, the recent exertion of the Biao Linhua technique had exacerbated his exhaustion. With only Jiaodu remaining, and Fei Duan momentarily incapacitated, Shaoli knew that Jiaodu was not as easily dealt with as Fei Duan. You seek death. As a being of the shadow level, Jiaodu held a certain dignity that Shaoli's underestimation ignited his ire. His past adversaries included the first Hokage and other renowned shadow-level powerhouses, each a figure of monumental significance. Today, however, he found himself humiliated by a masked individual, and it was no wonder that Fei Duan was incensed. Such a person could only be subdued through overwhelming strength, leading them to perish in disbelief. This time, you shall not escape using the substitution technique. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, earth release, water release. The earth trembled, fierce winds swirled, flames erupted, water surged skyward, and lightning snaked through the air. Shaoli realized the peril too late. Attempting to move but discovering his body had seized up. What was happening? No. He was immobile. Was it due to the overexertion of his physical techniques? Indeed. The toll was undeniable. Employing such potent techniques would invariably yield adverse effects on the body. Die. Jiaodu, observing Shaoli's paralysis, let out a cold laugh. With his body rendered weak, Shaoli once again confronted the specter of death. Though he harbored no fear of death, the moment was not his to succumb. At that critical juncture, Ningxiai appeared, positioning himself before Shaoli. Return heaven. A thunderous explosion ensued, the force of 5 elemental attributes converging in a terrifying display. In the wake of this formidable ninjutsu, both Shaoli and Ningxiai vanished from sight amidst the aftermath. I am not like Fei Duan. I prefer to obliterate my opponents outright, denying them any chance for retaliation. Alas, only 2 hearts remain, Jiaodu lamented, surveying the desolate ruins where not a soul could be seen. The ground was enshrouded in smoke, under such overwhelming ninjutsu. Not merely the Umbu, but even shadow-level beings would find themselves severely compromised. Jiaodu doubted the survival of the 2 amidst such a cataclysm. Turning his gaze towards Tian, who swallowed hard and fled towards the cover of the forest, Jiaodu gestured, and a Jiaoyu swiftly pursued her. Stretching his languid limbs, Jiaodu remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last exerted myself. It seems I ought to engage in more training." As he turned to approach Fei Duan's location, his footstep froze midair. The Jiaoyu he had dispatched to eliminate Tian plummeted, its mask shattered. Jiaodu was struck with disbelief. Impossible. My Jiaoyu has been defeated, and its greatest vulnerability, the mask, has been destroyed. That figure in black is not as formidable as presumed. 3 chakra signatures remain alive. The recent display of ninjutsu was undeniably of S-rank caliber, rendering even the most formidable shadow-level ninja at a loss. Particularly, Kakuzu had effectively barred his opponent from employing body flicker and substitution techniques. Suddenly, Kakuzu crouched low, causing Niji's gentle fist to miss its mark. Damn it! Kakuzu seethed with rising ire. You ought to pay attention below. Lee's voice echoed ominously in Kakuzu's ears, akin to a terrifying incantation, as a kunai pierced Kakuzu's chest. In a moment of distraction, Lee seized the rare opportunity, delivering a series of rapid punches that struck Kakuzu like a serpent, before swiftly retreating. Niji, not to be outdone, also distanced himself from Kakuzu, his taut nerves finally relaxing as he regarded Lee with a newfound admiration. This was all part of an elaborate scheme, which had initially seemed perplexing, but was now revealed to be a masterstroke of strategy, with every detail meticulously accounted for. To be struck by a kunai was one thing, but to be battered by Lee's peculiar martial arts was an utter disgrace. Kakuzu let out a terrifying roar, his demeanor darkening as he demanded, "How did you evade my attacks? I have sealed off all avenues for you to use ninjutsu." Faced with Kakuzu's formidable heart wound and Lee's potent strikes, both Niji and Tintin were left incredulous, soon enveloped by a sense of inexplicable dread. Lee, however, remained unfazed. The mere fact that they had managed to incapacitate one of Kakuzu's hearts exceeded their expectations. Frankly, Lee would prefer to confront someone as brash as Haiden rather than someone as terrifying and contemplative as Kakuzu. Taking a deep breath, he calmly stated, "You were merely attacking our shadow clones." "Shadow clones? Impossible. How could you have the opportunity to use them?" "Wait." Kakuzu suddenly realized when the shadow clones had been employed. "Was it that kick you delivered earlier? Did you calculate everything into that?" Regaining his composure, Kakuzu was now certain that the figure before him was an intellectual ninja. Typically, such strategic ninjas were highly valued by the great ninja villages, as they sought 2 types of elite talents, the shadow-level powerhouse and the cunning strategist, whose strengths complemented one another seamlessly. You are only partially correct. Every situation bears unpredictability. I merely devised a general strategy to counter you. Your companion was factored into this plan, contingent upon him taking the bait. And indeed, he did. Had he not, all our subsequent calculations would have been in vain. So a word of thanks is due to your companion. At this moment, Shaoli did not hesitate to share the situation of his plans, as numerous unforeseen circumstances had arisen during the course of strategizing. For instance, he was taken aback when Niji and Tintin showcased their prowess by utilizing 5 different elemental jutsu. This was one instance, and another occurred when Tintin leapt to rescue Niji, causing a significant deviation from the original plan. Consequently, Shaoli hastened the deployment of his technique, the SH Rinka. Now that the plans had smoothly resumed their course, it was not that Shaoli harbored no desire to eliminate the two. Rather, it was simply unfeasible at this juncture. None among the trio possessed abilities as formidable as those of Naruto Uzumaki, who could vanquish a foe like Kakuzu. And Kakuzu had 5 lives while they had but 1, an untenable situation. Lastly, there was Haiden, who could not be easily defeated. He could only be temporarily incapacitated. Thus, the primary objective during the planning stages was merely to buy time. With all strategies exhausted, revealing their intentions could still serve to alert the adversary and perhaps create opportunities. Such meticulous calculations, alas, individuals of this caliber either meet an untimely demise or inevitably rise to prominence within the ninja world. Yet today they must perish. Kakuzu, who was fervently determined to see Shaoli dead, simultaneously harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards him. Such a person would undoubtedly reserve a contingency for moments of life and death. Kakuzu contemplated this possibility as 4 of his Doton, Yomi, stood before him, forming a triangle. The shattered Doton, Yomi, was of the lightning attribute, and the heart that had just been destroyed was also of the lightning attribute. If one of his Doton, Yomi, were to be obliterated, it would merely require some time for recovery and re-emergence, as the lightning attribute heart remained intact. However, with both the lightning attribute heart and the Doton, Yomi, annihilated, the blow to Kakuzu was staggering. Had a stronger opponent been responsible for the destruction of a heart, he might have accepted it. Yet, none standing before him possessed the strength of a Kaguya, and their success had only come through careful planning that had led him and Haiden into this predicament. What would Shaoli plan next? They had no backup strategies. Niji, battered and bruised, had just utilized the shadow clone technique, suffering some backlash, and his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He inwardly hoped that Xiaoli had some contingency plan in mind. Xiaoli feigned nonchalance, scratching his head, and casually remarked, "Your strength is impressive. You have earned our recognition. I believe you should not remain a mere hired ninja. Why not join us in Konoha? It would be a pity for someone with your capabilities and intellect to be our adversary." What? Tintin and Niji exchanged bewildered glances. What was Xiaoli saying? Even at this juncture, he still. However, based on past experiences, they chose silence, and observing Xiaoli's composed demeanor instilled a profound sense of confidence in them. Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback before coldly retorting, "Your recognition? Do you not find your words ludicrous? I require your approval." The younger generation truly grows increasingly arrogant. "Allow me to enlighten you. I'm a rogue ninja. Do you truly believe any ninja village would dare to accept me?" After finishing his words, Jiaodu adjusted his forehead protector, gesturing for the three to observe. It turned out that they were rogue ninjas from Takigakure, which explained their willingness to work as mercenaries. "However, we in Konoha bear no ill will toward your past actions, for we are part of the Roots, the shadowy faction of the village. Should you choose to join us, I assure you of your safety." Xiaoli emphasized the term Roots with great weight, causing Jiaodu to shudder. The individuals before him were indeed from the Roots, a powerful organization under another formidable leader of Konoha, known for its secrecy. Moreover, within the Roots, as a ninja of elite caliber, one could enjoy substantial benefits, such as wealth and companionship. "We can provide all of this," Xiaoli asserted. "Wealth? How much are we talking about?" Jiaodu's eyes sparkled with greed. No one loved money more than he did. It was his beloved, and he never grew weary of its presence. As long as he could embrace riches each night, he would be content. He immediately shot back. And seeing Jiaodu gradually being lured in, Xiaoli sighed dramatically. "For us second-rate subordinates, the annual income is merely 7 to 800,000. What do you think of that? 7 to 800,000? Surely, you jest." Jiaodu trembled, pointing incredulously at Xiaoli. The thought that a second-rate subordinate could earn such a sum in a year was astounding. The Roots must be incredibly wealthy. If Danzo were aware of Xiaoli's exaggerations, he would likely be furious. Yet, Xiaoli was intent on dragging Jiaodu deeper into his web of temptation. "Why would I lie to you? 7 to 800,000 is just the beginning. A first-rate subordinate can earn nearly 2 million a year. As someone of your caliber, you wouldn't need to toil like us. You might be fortunate to receive a task once a year. Yet the benefits you could enjoy would be unparalleled. At least 5 million in silver a year." Xiaoli extended 5 fingers. Jiaodu was completely astonished, calculating the figures in his mind. They were being paid 100,000 for this mission, yet they would be stuck in this remote area for several days. Though the organization covered their expenses, the difference between 100,000 and 5 million was staggering. For someone who valued money above all, this revelation was far more devastating than the loss of a heart. Lost in contemplation, Jiaodu was indeed trying to grasp the magnitude of wealth being discussed. After a moment of frantic thought, he exclaimed, "You must tell me, is your organization truly wealthy? I cannot say for certain, as I am not in charge of finances. But you seem intrigued. I doubt you earn much as a mercenary. Join our Roots, and you could attain immense wealth and power. With your strength, becoming the head of the finance department is not out of reach." Xiaoli continued to speak effortlessly, his voice dripping with temptation. "Wealth? So much wealth. All right, all right, all right." Jiaodu exclaimed, his face contorted with greed as he gazed at Xiaoli and the others. "Your organization possesses such riches, then I must say, Jiaodu, have you lost your mind? This fellow is clearly trying to entice you, and you're foolishly falling for it. I now realize that the greatest fool here is not me, but you." Faden's silhouette had risen at an unknown moment. Wielding the scythe of death with a disdainful gaze directed at Jiaodu. Upon hearing this, Jiaodu's expression shifted from a ferocious grimace to a sullen demeanor. Finally realizing that this young man was attempting to deceive him. "You insolent wretch, how dare you tempt me with monetary gain? I shall end your life." Indeed, this was the right sentiment. However, one could not deny that the individual was formidable. Acknowledging the truth in that statement, he conceded that he could not match Faden's strength. Reflecting on this, he thought it prudent to hone his physical combat skills, entrusting the task to the other party while he dealt with Faden's 2 companions. Faden's temperament underwent a complete transformation, prompting Jiaodu to muse that even a stone could find enlightenment at times. Could it be possible that this man, having endured such a vigorous assault from Xiaoli, could still stand? Ningxiai and Tian gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Faden rise unscathed. "That despicable fiend has rendered me unconscious, though my head still aches," Faden thought, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Xiaoli quickly grasped Ningxiai and Tian's hands, urging them to retreat. Xiaoli had not anticipated Faden's swift recovery. His words swiftly dismantled the allure he had previously wielded. Moreover, Faden now exhibited a newfound cunning. Xiaoli resolved to challenge him once more and, having created some distance from Jiao Du, continued to taunt. "Ant, you have finally recognized your own limitations. Yet, even in your awakening, you cannot alter the fate of being an ant." Xiaoli's voice dripped with sarcasm, and as his words reached Faden's ears, the latter's countenance twitched as he struggled to suppress his rising fury. "Once I have slain your companions, you shall understand the true meaning of being an ant," he retorted disdainfully. The scythe of death surged forth, aiming at Xiaoli, causing the trio to gasp in alarm. "To desecrate wealth is a sin. You shall not escape." Fire erupted from the earth, engulfing the area in a ferocious blaze, swiftly blocking the retreat of the three. "What do we do, Xiaoli?" Tian exclaimed, panic-stricken as the flames ensnared them. "Utilize water-based ninjutsu to extinguish the flames." Tian grasped the scroll in his hand, ready to unleash its power when suddenly the ground trembled, causing the three to sway unsteadily. "This is futile. My body has yet to recover," Xiaoli lamented, attempting to flee the Inferno's grasp with utmost speed, but fatigue held him back, compounded by the presence of Tian and Ning Xi. "I shall no longer grant you any opportunities. Prepare to perish." The scythe of death plunged into the flames. Xiaoli reacted swifter than his companions, ducking to evade the lethal arc. The scythe whirled through the air, and from outside the flames, Faden's cruel laughter echoed as he yanked the scythe back into the inferno, this time targeting Ning Xi. The earth quaked, leaving the trio unable to execute their swiftest evasive maneuvers. Die. Water release. Iron cannonball. A colossal sphere of water descended from the heavens, extinguishing the raging flames below. Sensing the dire situation, three figures reappeared, those who had departed earlier. Jiao Du was taken aback as he prepared to unleash his wind-based ninjutsu. In the distance, Faden's terrifying laughter rang out. "At last, I have drawn blood." The inferno was extinguished, and three figures stood before the trio. Before Niji, a cloaked figure shielded him, a grim reaper's scythe embedded in his back. With a swift motion, the scythe returned. "Uncle Hifumi, is that you?" Niji exclaimed in a flurry, supporting Hifumi as he stumbled. The scythe had previously targeted Li, yet now aimed for him. Under normal circumstances, he would have evaded it effortlessly, as his reflexes and speed were only marginally inferior to those of Guy and Li. However, ensnared by Kakuzu's earth-style jutsu amidst the raging flames, the trio struggled to maintain their footing. Yet, Niji had not anticipated Hifumi's timely intervention. "At last, the ritual may commence. Almighty malevolent deity, accept the most loyal offering from your servant." The incantation echoed ominously, "Blood of the dead." A grotesque scent of iron wafted through the air as Haydn yanked the scythe back, its blade drenched in Hifumi's blood. He caressed the weapon, intoxicated by its essence, savoring the taste. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, "This blood brims with rage, sorrow, and suffering. So, this is the kind of person you are. Allow me to liberate you. Kakuzu, fetch me the blood of others." "Humph, fetch your own blood. I intend to slay that ninja." Kakuzu disregarded Haydn's words, his desire to eradicate Li overshadowing all else, his gaze cold and menacing as it fixated on Li. "Uncle Hifumi, are you all right?" Hifumi coughed blood, his eyes glazed, the scythe's blade deeply embedded in his back, a grievous wound indeed. Niji supported him, anxiety and concern etched upon his face. Hifumi was his sole remaining family member, and he could not bear the thought of anything happening to him. Gai-sensei, Senior Suzuki, Hifumi-senpai, Niji, Ten, brace yourselves. These two are problematic. And I noticed a complete transformation in their demeanor after the scythe pierced Hifumi. They have become utterly confident, which undoubtedly signals trouble ahead. There is certainly a problem. Haydn is about to unleash his curse. No one can save Hifumi now. If only we could pull him out of the curse's reach like Shikamaru did in the original story, there might still be hope. Alas, Kakuzu is now fully engaged, and he will not allow anyone to rescue Hifumi. The situation will only worsen for us from here. Li's words heightened the group's vigilance. Senior Suzuki also sensed the alteration in the two foes. However, the thought of their assassination of numerous Konoha ninjas, including his own kin, was intolerable. "I care not whether you are hired ninjas or something else. You have no right to assassinate those Konoha ninjas. Today, I shall ensure your demise here. In honor of the fallen spirits." He raised his long blade, a gleam slicing through the moonlit night. The katana in Senior Suzuki's hands glimmered with lethal sharpness beneath the lunar glow, its blade radiating a brilliance akin to fresh snow. The white light reflected off Kakuzu's ominous cloak, causing Suzuki's pupils to constrict as he executed a series of formal and exquisite sword techniques. Each strike accompanied by a surge of wind-style chakra to amplify the blade's lethality. In the era of samurai, the moonlight sword technique was revered. Kakuzu stated solemnly that after the age of Onmyuji faded away, the age of samurai emerged. Shortly thereafter, the age of ninjas dawned. There had been intense conflicts between the samurai and ninjas, and for reasons unknown, the samurai began to decline in this rivalry. In the present day, only the Land of Harmony retains the samurai tradition, with their prowess primarily centered around swordsmanship. The swordplay of the individual before Kakuzu was something he had witnessed throughout his long life, yet it was still destined for demise. Moonlight Gale. Sasuzuki intensified his ferocity. The frequency of his longsword S-swings accelerating, the blade flashing like a tempest, slicing through the air with the intent to cleave any obstruction in its path. Kakuzu's expression grew grave as he faced the dual threat of wind and fire, who stood before him. In an instant, they executed a combined ninjutsu technique, merging fire release with wind release. The flames surged forth with immense speed, the amalgamation of these two elemental techniques forming a formidable assault. Sasuzuki was taken aback. As he leaned forward, he instantly retreated, believing his swordsmanship and the wind-natured chakra he wielded to be extraordinary. His blade moved with the swiftness of lightning, empowered by chakra that generated razor-sharp sword energy. However, he did not anticipate that his adversary would effortlessly achieve the combined ninjutsu form in the blink of an eye. The need to retreat was further compounded by the realization that the speed of the combined ninjutsu was on par with, if not superior to, his sword energy. This disparity in power elucidated why ninjas ascended while samurai fell into decline. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Tion, sensing the imminent danger, dashed behind Sasuzuki, forming hand seals and shouting loudly as a wall of earth erupted from the ground. Yet, facing the might of the combined ninjutsu, a mere B-rank ninjutsu like the earth flow wall was insufficient to block its expansive assault. Tion's aim was not to halt the combined technique, but to buy time for everyone to evade the incoming attack. Quickly, retreat, Akai shouted. Though the fatigue and side effects still lingered, he was now able to move slightly. As Akai's called out, several individuals sprang into action, fleeing in all directions. Phew. We've narrowly escaped. Behind them, a vast forest erupted in flames, the power of the combined ninjutsu undeniable. Such techniques were beyond the casual utilization of even a jonin. While the opponent remained composed, exhibiting no signs of fatigue from the exertion of ninjutsu. I once thought Lee was exaggerating when he spoke of shadow-level prowess. But now I am convinced. These two are undoubtedly of that caliber. Sasuzuki exclaimed in astonishment. Cough, cough, shadow level indeed. I believe we should consider retreating. Engaging with shadow level opponents leads only to certain doom. Moreover, this grave situation must be reported back to Konoha, so that the Hokage may make a decisive judgment. Fei Village coughed softly, blood continuously oozing from the wound on his back. His expression momentarily froze, as if he had perceived something horrific. Ningji gazed at him in confusion, his countenance shifting dramatically. Uncle Fei Village, what is happening? Why is there so much blood flowing from your chest? Ningji exclaimed in panic, his hands trembling as he attempted to support Fei Village. I do not, no. Fei Village stammered, he has already been cursed. Bound to life and death together, ha ha ha. From the other side, the voice of Fei Duan erupted arrogantly. The crowd turned to behold him. Utterly transformed, a terrifying sight with white lips and a dark face, blood pouring from his own body. He held a black kunai, plunging it into his own heart. Beneath him lay a bizarre formation drawn in his own blood, resembling the six-pointed star array. Is he a lunatic? Except for Shaoli. Everyone else was horrified at Fei Duan's appearance, grappling with whether the figure before them was human or spirit. Not only was his visage terrifying, but he also thrust a kunai into his own chest. What curse? Shaoli queried coldly, shattering the fear that enveloped them. The others quickly regained their composure, realizing that the being before them was indeed human, not a ghost. Aha, a curse? It's rather complicated to explain, but I can demonstrate for you. With that, Fei Duan laughed heartily and produced another black kunai. Watch closely, this time I will pierce my left eye. Indeed, Fei Duan drove the kunai into his own eye. Ah, my left eye? No. What is happening to my eye? Ningji exclaimed, witnessing Fei Village's eye overflow with blood, accompanied by an enigmatic liquid. He covered his eyes in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Uncle Fei Village. Uncle Fei Village, you. Ningji attempted to assist him, but Fei Village fiercely resisted. As Ningji moved closer, He realized Fey Village lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Uncle Fey Village. Ha, how useless. Just piercing the heart and left eye. And you can't take it. It seems I have overestimated you, Fei Duan taunted, also sustaining injuries from this life and death technique. However, to him, such pain was trivial. He had endured far greater torment. Scoundrel, what sorcery have you employed? I will break you. Sasuke Suzuki discerned that Fei Duan was up to no good and sought to draw his sword, yet a sudden gust of wind appeared before him. Unleashing a wind release technique without hesitation, Sasuke was violently hurled away, grievously wounded by the sharp wind blades. Damn it! Curses are the most enigmatic and mysterious powers in the world, seemingly intertwined with fate itself. Ninji's eyes widened as he observed Fey Village's dire condition. He noticed the chakra within Fey Village dissipating at an alarming rate. Stop! Stop now! Spare Uncle Fey Village! Niji roared, his heart heavy with sorrow. Witnessing Niji's emotional turmoil, Lee silently shook his head. The situation was dire. Kakuzu's interference rendered any attempt to reach Haiden futile. The hope of saving Fey Village had all but evaporated. Moreover, Haiden had already plunged 1,000 needles into his heart and left eye. Even if they managed to rescue Fey Village, he would not survive long. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lee felt a tempest of emotion surge within him, as if Niji's roar had pierced his very soul. Spare him. Haiden laughed derisively. His life is already steeped in suffering. I merely hasten his release. In fact, you should be grateful to me. Haiden, with the needles embedded in his heart and eye, seemed utterly unfazed by the torment. He spoke with meticulous precision, reveling in his satisfaction. Indeed, he found joy in witnessing the anguish on others' faces, the manic expressions born from familial bonds. In the fury of comrades, I will kill you, Niji declared, stepping forward, but the onlookers sensed the impending danger. Kakuzu, ever vigilant, would not allow them to approach Haiden. Hold Niji back, Eikai shouted. Sasuke Suzuki, nearest to Niji, attempted to restrain him, but his hands fell numb. He has honed the gentle fist to such an extent. A tidal wave of astonishment surged within Sasuke. Having spent years guarding the borders alongside Fey Village, he possessed a profound understanding of the gentle fist. It was the most ancient of martial arts, and when combined with the Byakugan, it allowed chakra to be refined to a degree unattainable by others, enabling subtle and precise attacks. For instance, the most fundamental technique of chakra points could seal an opponent's chakra pathways, rendering them powerless. Furthermore, the gentle fist's soft, gentle strikes concentrated chakra into a singular point, akin to dispersed chakra coalescing into a minuscule dot that could penetrate an opponent's internal organs, where the body is most vulnerable. The chakra emanating from Niji was remarkable, entirely refining the chakra to protect the body externally, akin to the principles of the healing palm. Noticing that Sasuke failed to restrain Niji, Eikai rose to pursue him. I shall not allow you to pass. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind attribute ninjutsu manifested before Niji, unleashing a fierce hurricane. Undeterred, Niji charged forward, disregarding the wind-based technique. Niji, Tintin cried in panic, but it was too late. Cursed be it. I cannot falter. I must save Uncle Fey Village. I will rescue him. A powerful conviction anchored him to the ground. As the tempest raged, wind blades cut across Niji's body, leaving one scar, then 2, 3, 4. Niji lost count of how many wounds the wind blades had inflicted upon him. However, none struck a fatal point. The breadth of the great breakthrough was too vast. Sasuke held back Eikai and Tintin, ensuring they remained grounded, while Lee clung to a sturdy tree, resisting the gusts. Return to heaven, Niji shouted, adopting the gentle fist stance amid the roaring winds, and suddenly unleashed the technique. The whirring force of return to heaven dispelled the entirety of the great breakthrough's wind pressure as he stepped forward slightly. To utilize return to heaven under such conditions impressive. But how will you respond to this? Fire release. Fireball. Wind release. Great typhoon. The fire attributes resentment. You approached the wind attributes resentment. You. Simultaneously unleashing two formidable ninjutsu. Run, Niji. Niji. The agonized cries echoed, for if Niji were to fall victim to this composite ninjutsu, his demise would be inevitable. I cannot retreat. I must save Uncle Isashi. I absolutely cannot perish. Even in death, I fear not. Typically composed and proud, Niji's inner voice fervently urged him not to falter, to never succumb. G. Young master. Flee. Run. On the ground. Isashi regained a flicker of consciousness, hearing the desperate shouts and recognizing Niji's selfless dedication. His heart bled for his student. and an indomitable will compelled him to rise once more. Dai Niji. The combined wind and fire ninjutsu unleashed a terrifying force, engulfing Niji in overwhelming power, rendering him invisible to all. Damn it! Aki cried out in anguish, striking the earth with his fists, cursing his own impotence for allowing his student to face death before his very eyes. Tintin stood in stunned disbelief, unable to grasp the reality unfolding before her. While he chose silence, his eyes betraying a flicker of rage. As the residual force dissipated, Niji's presence remained shrouded in a hazy mist, obscured from view. How comfortable indeed. Kakuza remarked, I see you are even more ruthless than I, Haiden. Kakuza grunted, disregarding Haiden's words, his expression darkening. The destruction of his lightning attribute heart had inflicted severe damage upon his body, and having already exhausted several composite ninjutsu. Even his chakra, 5 times that of an ordinary J-nin, could hardly withstand such depletion. It couldn't be. As the smoke cleared, Haiden's eyes widened in disbelief, and Kakuzu stared in astonishment at a charred body, blood drained, clutching Niji tightly, shielding him. It was Hisashi, propelled by an unknown force, who, against all odds, had reached Niji's side. Yet at that moment, no one spoke, for Hisashi, embracing Niji, was devoid of life. Survive. With a heavy thud, Hisashi's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as the smoke scattered, crystalline tears cascading down. No. Niji succumbed to unconsciousness. The opening of the life gate. The 4th gate, the wound gate. Lee's body glowed crimson, steam billowing from him as he instantaneously reached Niji's side. Cradling both Niji and the deceased Hisashi, his expression void of sorrow or joy. Swish, swish, swish. Lee's speed was beyond the naked eye, and in an instant, he bore Niji and Hisashi's bodies before Sasuke and the others. Take them back to the camp with you. Leave the rest to me. With that declaration, Lee vanished, reappearing before Kakuzu and Haiden. At that moment, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the two adversaries. This individual was indeed a formidable foe. Even the arrogant Haiden felt an acute sense of vigilance, for this enemy had transformed into 100 times more formidable than before. Kill. Clang. As the kunai was revealed, Xiaoli was truly enraged. He brandished the kunai, and with overwhelming speed and strength, the very ground split apart. The 4 Earth Grievanceyu, who were about to strike, were instantly hurled away by the powerful gust of wind. Suzuki, we must flee, Akai exclaimed, astonished that Xiaoli could unlock the 8 gates. Although he had taught the technique, he never anticipated that Xiaoli would reach the 4th gate in just a few months. He was acutely aware of the terror that the 8 gates embodied. Xiaoli urged them to escape, fully cognizant that he could not sustain this form for long. In that moment, no one dared to linger. They hurriedly made their way back to the camp. Boom. This time, we miscalculated. We never expected such formidable taijutsu. That fellow surely has pursued us, has he? Haiden, leaning against a large tree, gasped for breath, his body riddled with wounds. Deep gashes exposing bone oozed fresh blood. For an ordinary person, such injuries would be fatal. Yet for Haiden, it was merely a trifle, the pain stemming from the agony throughout his bones. Remembering the combat prowess of those earlier foes sent a chill down his spine. Surely he has followed us, nor detected any trace of our presence. It seems that Konoha has dispatched such a powerful expert. Indeed, one must not underestimate the great ninja villages, especially Konoha. Previously, it was said that Konoha was in decline, but now those claims appear to be mere slander. Kakuzu was not faring any better. His wounds were no less than Haiden's, and 2 of his hearts had been destroyed. This revelation sent shivers through Kakuzu, though they were dubbed immortal monsters. It was clear that the true monster was the one they had just encountered, with his bizarre attack methods, imperceptible speed, and immense explosive power, coupled with a calculating mind. If it were merely swift speed and strong power, they would not have found it overly difficult to contend with him. However, the elusive nature of his attacks, coupled with his strategic calculations after each strike to predict their escape routes, left them no opportunity to retaliate. Best not to linger, Haiden sighed, utterly exhausted. Collapsing to the ground. Get up, Haiden. I sense several presences approaching us. They seem to be IWA shinobi, Kakuzu said weakly. Huh, what do they want? Haiden, indifferent to the IWA shinobi, only wished for a moment's respite. I feel their aura is saturated with murderous intent. It's rather peculiar, Kakuzu continued, his eyelids flickering, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint the issue. Moments later, 7 IWA shinobi arrived before Haiden and Kakuzu. They were taken aback upon seeing the 2 heavily injured individuals still alive. However, their purpose was not to rescue these hired ninjas, but to interrogate them regarding the demise of the 10 Jonin who were guarding the camp. I am Jonin Tsuchi-sanpei. Can you explain why the 10 ninjas stationed here were all slain? One of the IWA shinobi stepped forward, tall and imposing, with dark skin and triangular eyes, exuding an intimidating aura meant to instill fear in the two mercenaries before him. He had not anticipated this. His presence did not even cause a flicker of change in the expressions of the two hired ninjas, who paid him no heed. Nevertheless, the necessary task must be accomplished. All 10 guarding ninjas were slain, and it dawned upon Kakuzu that it must have been the work of the 3 who had departed. Thus, he declared, it was the ninjas of Konoha who did this. Indeed, the detestable ninjas of Konoha. Brothers, let us march upon the Konoha camp and exact our vengeance. Kill. Dat Samping Wang seethed with rage, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him. The 6 Jonin beside him similarly exuded a fierce bloodlust. Dat Samping Wang did not dwell on Kakuzu's words. He was aware of the 2 hired ninjas and recognized their allegiance to the rock village. Knowing they would not dare to act contrary to their interests, for they could not withstand the wrath of the Earth Country. Very well. But I have another question for you. When my companion was slain by the ninjas of Konoha, where were you? Your wounds appear grievous, yet you speak as if unscathed. Dat Samping Wang said coldly. As a Jonin, he possessed a keen perception. He was uncertain of Kakuzu and Haiden's abilities. But he understood that a person suffering such severe injuries would either be bedridden or already deceased. Are you insinuating that we have breached the contract? Kakuzu replied grimly. Haiden rose, casting a displeased glance at the 7 Jonin. Truth be told, had it not been for the contract and the leader's intimidation, he would have already wreaked havoc in the rock village. A contract? Humph, you dare to speak of contracts? Our men are dead, rendering the contract void. I care not whether you fled in the face of danger. The agreement with our rock village is null and void. Do not let us lay eyes upon you again. Humph, we depart. Dat Samping Wang intended to lead the 6 rock ninjas toward the Konoha camp when he heard Kakuzu's cold voice call out. So, you mean to say you will not provide compensation? Not a single coin? They say the people of the Earth Country are tyrannical. Now I have witnessed it firsthand. Haiden, I am furious. Eliminate them. Uncle Kakuzu, you have finally come to your senses. I have long harbored disdain for these scoundrels who treat us like fools. Ha 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 ha. Do you wish to die? We can certainly oblige you. Dat Samping Wang and the 7 Jonin regarded the 2 with disdain. I wonder if you possess earth, fire, or lightning attribute hearts. I happen to be in need of 3 hearts. Another battle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Guy and his companions had just returned and were elated to see a dozen figures at the campsite. This sight filled them with joy. Upon noticing this, Sasuke Suzuki hastened his steps. Although this operation was a success, it was also a bitter failure. Of the 10 who had come with him, he was the sole survivor. An indescribable sense of desolation and sorrow enveloped him, for the only concern of Hifumura before his demise was Niji. He vowed to ensure Niji's safety and shouted, "Prepare medical assistance immediately. Quickly, quickly." At Sasuke Suzuki's roar, everyone in the camp became alert, opening the tents to witness Guy, Sasuke Suzuki, and the others approaching in disarray, their faces etched with despair. The gravity of the situation began to sink in for all present. Hey, Dingzhua and Lugio. It is truly wonderful to see you. Please prepare the medical assistance swiftly. My student is in dire need of treatment. Additionally, mobilize the search teams at once. I still have another student patrolling the area. Hurry, dispatch someone to search. Akai, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly fainted. The 3 individuals emerging from the tent were none other than the Zhu Ludi trio, who, upon witnessing Akai's distress, were taken aback. Initially believing that only a minor disturbance had occurred at the border, they now realized the gravity of the situation was far worse than they had imagined. Akai, are you all right? Hei was about to approach when another voice rang out. Seniors, please hurry to save Shaoli. I beg you, please save Shaoli, quickly. Tian could no longer contain her sobs, overwhelmed by the brutality of events that far surpassed ordinary missions, particularly for someone so young, merely 12 years of age. After her heartfelt plea, she succumbed to the overwhelming stress and fainted. Seeing 2 individuals collapse, one lifeless on the ground and the other, Suzuki Zwa, wearing an expression of stoic indifference, Lugio furrowed his brow and issued a command. Hey, Dingzhua. You 2 must gather the remaining 3 and head to the patrol area to search for Shaoli. Remember, do not split up. Lugio spoke gravely. Aware that Akai's fainting signified the seriousness of their predicament, He feared that if Dingzhua and the others acted alone, they might encounter danger due to their limited strength. Though the search area would be smaller, traveling together ensured their safety. Upon hearing Lujio's orders, Dingzhua and Hei swiftly assembled 3 upper ninjas to proceed to the patrol zone. Understood. The remaining members immediately commenced treatment for the injured. Suzuki, could you kindly inform me of the specific circumstances? Suzuki Zwa, with a forlorn expression, sighed deeply as he entered the tent with Lugio, recounting the sequence of events. After Suzuki disclosed the details to Lugio, the latter gasped in shock. Before arriving, he had only followed the Hokage's orders, with no inkling of the situation until they reached the border, as the Hokage had divulged not a word. Recognizing the urgency, they had rushed over without a moment's rest. Xiaoli's analysis was quite astute, and his actions were decisive. However, I did not anticipate that the Land of Earth would hire ninjas, 2 formidable individuals of the shadow level, to assault our leaf ninjas. I must report these developments to Lord Hokage. Suzuki, you should rest well. We will take care of the rest. Lugio understood Suzuki's emotional state and exhaled deeply as he exited the tent. In the patrol area, a figure, appearing on the verge of losing consciousness, staggered through the underbrush. His movements were as sluggish as that of a mindless corpse, devoid of agility. Blood continued to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and each step required immense willpower to persevere. I never imagined I would feel such anger over these matters, companions, bonds. A laughable predicament indeed, compelling me, the white impermanence, to exert myself for such trivial matters. Life is truly filled with astonishing and absurd moments. Alas, I, the white impermanence, remain fundamentally myself, a solitary specter wandering through the night, surrounded only by companions who serve a purpose. As for emotions, ha ha ha. The figure moving through the shadows murmurs incessantly, lifting its gaze towards the boundless horizon. Little Li's form gradually collapses as the sky begins to brighten. Dingzhua and Hai sensed a faint chakra fluctuation. Nin trailing behind them inquired, how far is it from here? 200 meters, to the 12 o'clock direction. The Nin replied, very well, let us proceed immediately and continue to survey our surroundings, lest we encounter an explosion. Understood. The 5 of them hastened along their path. However, upon passing a location where Little Li and others had previously fought, they were struck with astonishment. The ground lay utterly devastated. A once thriving forest reduced to nothingness, an evident testament to the ferocity of the battle, heightening Dingzhua and Hai's vigilance. The faint chakra fluctuation was not far from their current location and had ceased to move. Hai, your perception surpasses mine. You take the lead. I am somewhat fatigued. The Nin admitted wearily. It was not entirely his fault. The group had journeyed tirelessly through the night to reach their camp, and upon arrival, they immediately resumed their duties. Fatigue was only natural. Hai nodded in agreement. Let us go. Having vacated the area, the 5 continued their search and finally discovered a youth clad in a white robe lying in the grass, his presence alarmingly faint. It was indeed Little Li. We must take him back to the camp for treatment, Hai said solemnly. This young lad, whom they called Little Li, was nearly the same age as his daughter. Igniting in Hai a blend of admiration and ire toward the unforgivable actions of IWA shinobi, Dingzhua lifted Little Li and signaled for the others to return to the camp. Retreat. On the other side, the immortal duo rested upon a rock, feeling somewhat weary after an exhausting commission. Before them, 7 corpses were being devoured by wolves drawn by the scent of blood. Faden, inhaling the blood-scented air, boasted, were nearly restored. Uncle Kakuzu, should we not head to the Konoha camp and eliminate those few individuals? Among the 7 bodies, 6 possessed earth-type hearts and 1 a fire-type heart, replenishing Kakuzu's vitality significantly. Hearing Faden's suggestion, Kakuzu regarded him with an incredulous stare. We have enemies on both fronts now, and I suspect Konoha's Nin will soon arrive as well. IWA Shinobi has suffered significant losses. Do you truly believe we can continue our slaughter? You may wish to perish, but I have no such inclination. You've already botched the commission. The leader has decreed that you shall receive no wages for the next year. Now, return to headquarters. Damn. Why am I the one losing wages? Why not you, Kakuzu? Explain yourself. Although Haydn does not place great importance on wealth, there are instances when he too requires money. Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, his expression soured instantly. If you contest my claims, allow me to recount our previous encounter with the Leaf Ninjas. You disregarded my counsel and breached our contract by allowing those 3 ninjas to proceed to the Rock Ninjas encampment, resulting in significant losses. The remuneration for our services has essentially been squandered due to your actions. Even though you have regained your senses, you have now killed 7 Rock Ninjas. which will undoubtedly incite retaliation from the Rock Village against our Akatsuki. This displeases the leader greatly, and upon our return, I am certain he will reprimand you. I have been adversely affected throughout this ordeal, and as the treasurer, I manage the funds. How could my wages possibly be withheld? You scoundrel! I can overlook the previous incident, but these 7 rock ninjas. At this point, Haydn realized the gravity of the situation. As it appeared he was indeed responsible for their deaths, with Kakuza merely assisting in the blood collection. Once again, I have been deceived. You rogue! How dare you betray me? Haydn fumed, his rage palpable as he glared at Kakuzu, wishing he could strike him 100 times. Enough with the meaningless chatter. We must hasten our departure from the border. The leader is preparing for a gathering, and tardiness could result in wage deductions, Kakuzu coldly stated. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Meanwhile, in the land of Earth, A.J. Nin delivered the latest intelligence to a diminutive old man, the Tsuchikijinoki. Upon reviewing the documents, his anger surged, and he crushed the papers in his grip before slamming his fist onto the stone table. The surrounding ninjas were perplexed by Inoki's sudden fury, questioning what had transpired. I intended to gauge the situation in the leaf. Yet their response has been overwhelmingly aggressive. 17 Nin have perished. Damn the leaf. Inoki seethed. His original plan was to allow the hired ninjas to clash with the leaf's forces, intending for the land of Earth to reap the benefits. The unanticipated outcome. Losing 17 Nin left him bewildered, as his spies had reported that the leaf would not react so vehemently. Could it be false intelligence? Inoki pondered, shaking his head in uncertainty. Another report has arrived for the Tsuchikage, announced a new intelligence officer, who entered the room. Inoki swiftly seized the documents, scanning them before erupting in fury. Cursed Akatsuki, how dare you employ such tactics? Once I resolve the border situation, you shall know the might of the rock ninjas. With a sudden twinge in his back, he lamented, oh no, not again. Meanwhile, in the leaf, the third Hokage examined the latest intelligence report. After a thorough review, he exhaled in relief. Gunma, send a dispatch to Kakashi and the others, instructing Guy and his team to return. They have completed their mission and deserve a period of respite, the third commanded. Yes, Hokage-sama. With a sigh, he contemplated the need for a serious negotiation with the land of Earth. The third Hokage took a drag from his cigarette, his expression growing increasingly grave. The following day, Tian and Akai carried Niji and Xiao Li back to Konoha. Upon their arrival, they rushed to the hospital, where Xiao Li and Niji had been in a state of unconsciousness for a full day and night. While their lives were not in immediate danger, they remained unresponsive, and their injuries were severe, some burns, some with necrotic muscle, and damaged meridians. This was quite troublesome. Upon reaching the hospital, they found the medical team already waiting at the entrance, with even the third Hokage present inside. He stepped forward, gazing at the unconscious forms of Xiao Li and Niji, and immediately instructed the medical personnel to exert their utmost efforts in treatment. Akai, you performed admirably on this mission. You may take a well-deserved rest. And Tian, you two have done well. It would be best for you to return home and rest. Your parents are quite worried about you. Tian, feeling dazed, watched as the medical team carried Xiao Li and Niji into the hospital. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet a bitter sensation lingered in her heart. Observing their departing figures, she felt like a burden, the most useless person. Yes, Lord Hokage. Akai approached Tian, gently patting her shoulder. You are weary as well. Go home and rest. The teacher will look after them. Tian nodded, leaving in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wished she were not a burden, but could stand shoulder to shoulder with them in battle. As she walked, she had never felt such helplessness and resentment toward her own inadequacy. With only 2 weeks until the Chunin selection exam, Akai mentioned, let us allow you, Xiao Li, and the others to recover during this time. I eagerly anticipate their performance in the exam. After speaking, the third Hokage turned and gradually departed. In a high-level meeting between the land of Earth and the land of Fire, after much discussion, both sides reached a peaceful resolution regarding their border issues. 4 days had passed since Xiao Li and the others completed their mission, yet they remained hospitalized. Both Niji and Xiao Li's injuries were quite serious. Fortunately, they had begun to regain consciousness. In a ward, the two lay side by side. You're awake? Niji, having awakened slightly earlier than Xiao Li, lay in bed, his body bound in bandages. Xiao Li, equally injured and more extensively wrapped, opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. After a long silence, Niji spoke, Xiao Li, I have a question I wish to ask you. His gaze, filled with confusion, met Xiao Li's. His heart had been wrestling with the meaning of his existence. The death of Hinata had returned him to square one, making him realize how naive and foolish his past self had been. In contrast, he now perceived Xiao Li's previous demeanor as far more mature. "Go ahead, but I may not answer," Xiao Li replied softly. "I know you are an orphan. Have you never resented the unfairness of fate?" "Unfairness? You know full well that fate is inherently unjust, so why ask me? If fate is a knife, we are but dancers upon its edge. One misstep could lead us to the abyss." Xiao Li spoke softly, pondering the nature of fate. In this world, is there truly any semblance of fairness? If everyone harbors resentment towards the inequities of destiny, what then becomes of him? He has never complained about his past life. From a young age, he endured harsh training, devoid of the joys of childhood, the scholarly pursuits of youth, or the romantic endeavors of adolescence. He has continuously accepted the dictates of fate, experiencing grievances, yet what remedy is there? Should he seek vengeance against those whom fate has favored with fairness? Niji was taken aback. He had hoped Xiao Li would echo his sentiments. Yet Xiao Li's response struck with such clarity that Niji found himself at a loss for retort. The Hyuga clan, with its main family shackling the branch family, treating them like dogs and controlling them as slaves, had endured a protracted struggle for autonomy. Nevertheless, no branch family had ever triumphed, the root cause being the caged bird upon their foreheads. At that moment, neither wore their forehead protectors. Niji's white bandage gradually unraveled, revealing the green curse mark as he pointed to his forehead. Xiao Li was aware of the caged bird and nodded. "I have heard of the caged bird. The Hyuga clan employs it to bind the branch family members. Should any harbor malicious thoughts, this curse can be invoked to render them miserable." Xiao Li's tone was calm. Yet Niji gazed at him in astonishment. How could Xiao Li be so familiar with the caged bird? While it was not a secret, many ninjas were aware of it. Primarily the elite, Niji was curious about the depth of Xiao Li's understanding but refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he continued, "Do you think I can find a way to break free from the caged bird?" Throughout the long struggle between the main and branch families, countless powerful branch members have attempted to escape its control, yet all have met with failure. Even those of the highest caliber, including elite ninjas, have sadly been unable to sever the chains of fate. Xiao Li paused, surprised that Niji would confide such thoughts. If someone from the main family were to overhear, Niji would undoubtedly face obliteration without mercy. "This should be your own battle," he replied. "The caged bird's seal is beyond even the elite's capabilities. As a mere genin, what power do I possess to assist you?" Niji shook his head resolutely. "Were it anyone else, I would not believe, but I feel a connection with you. If you are willing to aid me, I trust you can help me lift the seal of the caged bird. Of course, I would not ask for your help without recompense. Should you succeed in freeing me, my life will be yours to command." Niji's determination was evident, devoid of jest, as both were not prone to frivolity. "It seems that the death of Hinata has intensified your hatred for the main family. But have you considered that even if I could assist you in lifting the caged bird's seal, the main family would swiftly take notice? Once you break free, you might find yourself the target of the entire Hyuga clan. Are you truly unafraid of that? At worst, I would face death, yet I harbor no fear of it. However, I refuse to perish in a state of disgrace. If my demise were to result from breaking the cursed seal, I would prefer such a fate. This shackle is an indelible mark upon my soul for eternity. I long to bestow new hope upon the branch family. They are not slaves, nor mere hounds serving their masters. They possess thoughts and emotions of their own, and if it is achievable, then it must be done." Hinata Niji's expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity. "At last, you are awakening, Hyuga Niji. This is the true essence of your being. Not the resigned acceptance of a tragic fate as depicted in the anime." Xiao Li gazed earnestly at Niji. "If I had the ability, I would assist you. But not at this moment. We are both too feeble. The price we have paid is monumental, and the loss of life has merely left 2 shadow-level ninjas slightly wounded. Do you not agree that we are rather weak?" Xiao Li looked at Niji with a teasing glint. He required a Niji of this caliber, one imbued with inherent pride, yet capable of redemption. Such individuals, once they commit, seldom betray. Now, Niji finally possesses the capacity to command respect. "You speak truthfully. Our strength is indeed insufficient. It appears we must diligently enhance our training." Niji nodded gravely. Xiao Li shook his head. "Consider gazing out the window at the vast sky. How expansive is the sky? And how confined is the village of Konoha? If we remain within the confines of Konoha, our potential for growth will be limited. Only by venturing beyond can we truly become stronger. Reading countless tomes pales in comparison to traversing 1,000 miles. Outside, are we not frequently tasked with missions beyond the village? Yet, To leave Konoha without cause would brand us as rogue ninjas. Niji regarded Shaoli with caution. Outside of missions, ninjas are forbidden to leave their villages unless they are powerful. No one would dare challenge them. Unfortunately, neither of us holds such power at present. It is premature to discuss this now. We should wait until we are discharged from the hospital. The Chunin selection exam is approaching, which should bring some exhilarating surprises. The Chunin selection exam? Niji realized that the biennial exam was indeed drawing near. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open, causing both to startle. Had their conversation been overheard? The two exchanged anxious glances, and as the door opened, a young girl emerged, prompting a sigh of relief. It was Tin-In. She entered, bearing a bouquet and a basket brimming with fruit. Upon seeing Shaoli and Niji awake, she exclaimed with delight, "Wonderful! You two have finally awakened." Tintin explained that although she had known they had regained consciousness the previous day, she had only come to visit today due to the demands of her family's business. Additionally, today, Gai-sensei had a commitment, so she had come alone. Tintin, did you hear what we were just discussing? Shaoli inquired with a smile. Tintin's expression was one of confusion. She shook her head, indicating she did not comprehend his words. Shaoli felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was better this way. Otherwise, matters could become complicated. Even though he believed Tintin would not speak indiscreetly, he would have had no choice but to eliminate her if she had heard anything threatening, as he preferred to eradicate any potential dangers preemptively. Ningji was somewhat startled by Shaoli's inquiries to Tian. The conversation between the two could certainly lead to complications if overheard by a third party. To his surprise, the visitor was indeed Tian. Nevertheless, Shaoli continued to question her, revealing that if Tian were to overhear their dialogue, it could pose a significant danger, particularly as they were comrades. Ningji found it impossible to be as heartless and unfeeling as Shaoli. "What is going on with you two? I brought you a bag of fruit." Tian exclaimed excitedly as she approached Shaoli's bedside and began chatting with them. A week later, the medical prowess of Konoha was indisputably formidable, far surpassing the medical standards of his previous life. Ningji was discharged a day earlier than Shaoli, who fully recovered by the following day. The prior forced activation of the 8 gates had inflicted severe injuries on him, muscle strains, damaged meridians, and broken bones, but fortunately, he had returned to his former condition. In the recovery room, Shaoli sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in contemplation, reflecting on his battles against Fade 1 and Jiaodu. This confrontation was the most brutal and closely matched to his own strength since arriving in this world. The might of the 8 gates exceeded his expectations. Merely opening the 4th gate in conjunction with assassination techniques and the power of Ming Jin had far surpassed the strength depicted in the original narrative. Though the price was steep, the rewards were undeniably significant. He could distinctly sense that after this mission, his Ming Jin power had begun to loosen, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough into the realm of Anjin. Anjin, the subsequent stage after Ming Jin, operates silently, aiding combat without a sound. Its principle is akin to Ningji's gentle fist, both focusing on damaging the internal structure of the opponent's body. Despite the similarity in principle, their applications diverge. Gentle Fist requires the cooperation of the Byakugan and intricate chakra control. In contrast, Anjin power solely consumes physical stamina, much like the initial Ming Jin power. Without the need for chakra, a distinct advantage over Gentle Fist. To transcend this thin barrier, he must adhere to the path he previously tread. Yet his prior understanding of Chon Alfuja remains uncertain. The cultivation of Ming Jin demands relentless practice over time, while the mastery of Anjin requires a cleansing of the spirit and an elevation of one's realm. In his past life, Shaoli had achieved a breakthrough into Anjin through spiritual purification. Another method involves the ascension of one's realm, yet regrettably, this approach has never been successfully realized. The essence of one's realm is profoundly enigmatic, reminiscent of a tale from Buddhist teachings. Once, a woodcutter encountered a young monk sitting beneath a great tree, gazing at distant mountains. Intrigued, the woodcutter asked, "What do you see, monk?" "The mountains," replied the young monk. "Mountains are everywhere. What is there to see?" The woodcutter chuckled. Departing, the young monk was momentarily taken aback, pondering the woodcutter's words, which, though seemingly mocking, resonated with truth. Thus, the young monk continued on his way. 20 years later, the woodcutter, now in his middle age, ventured into the mountains to gather materials. He spotted a middle-aged monk seated beneath a large tree, gazing into the distance at the high mountains. Curiously, he approached and asked, "What do you see, monk?" The middle-aged monk solemnly proclaimed, "To see the mountain is not to see the mountain." This statement elicited a hearty laugh from the mountain man, who retorted, "Here, all is mountain. How can one claim to see what is not a mountain? The towering peaks loom above, while the smaller hills lie below. Do not mistake me for a fool. Afterward, the mountain man departed, leaving the monk gazing gravely at the fading figure, then turning his attention back to the mountains, sighing, "The mountain remains a mountain. Why, then? Does it appear as something else at this moment?" 20 years passed, and the mountain man entered his twilight years. One day, he ventured up the mountain with his young grandson, only to discover the same old monk in a tattered robe beneath the great tree, gazing at the distant high peaks. The old mountain man approached calmly and said, 40 years ago, I saw you here observing the mountains. 20 years ago, you were also here. Yet claim not to see them. Now that we are both aged, I wish to ask you, what do you seek to see this time?" The old monk smiled gently, his expression radiant as flowers blossoming under the nurturing warmth of spring. The essence of the mountain transcends ordinary understanding, akin to the profound truths of martial arts. Simplicity and complexity intertwine, leading all experiences back to their inception. It seems straightforward, yet it encompasses a vast philosophy. Conversely, the path of spiritual cleansing may appear less arduous. My journey of purification resembles the ascent of Mount Everest, where upon reaching the summit, my spirit underwent a radical transformation, entering the realm of hidden strength. This time, I too seek to embark on a journey of cleansing. With merely a week remaining before the CHNEAN selection exam, I felt the need to venture out. Perhaps to seek a tranquil, secluded spot to cleanse my soul. My spirit felt cluttered, burdened by myriad distractions, particularly since my arrival in this world. As though a veil had shrouded my essence, obscuring the path to hidden strength. Little Lee inhaled deeply, conjuring 2 shadow clones to hasten his training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Through recent battles, he gained a deeper understanding of the power of ninjutsu. As for the cleansing of his hidden strength, he needed to find a new location. Clearly, climbing mountains would not suffice for purification. The following dawn, Little Lee stepped onto the street, intent on procuring new ninja tools. He had discarded the 200-pound weight he carried during missions, necessitating a new burden, as well as some specialized shuriken, for the Flying Thunder God technique required uniquely crafted shuriken, despite his current lack of mastery over it. He entered a ninja tool shop, distinct from the one he frequented before. Inside, a middle-aged man was polishing the tools with a cloth. Noticing the young boy's entrance, he politely inquired, "Young ninja, are you looking to purchase any tools?" Little Lee nodded, unconcerned by the title. His youth and headband made the term young ninja quite fitting. "What tools do you require? Our selection is comprehensive. Shuriken, kunai, scrolls, explosive tags, and more." The middle-aged owner began his introduction. Little Lee chuckled and replied, "I need a 200-pound weight for my legs." A 200-pound leg weight? The boss thought he had misheard. However, Xiao Li's tone was anything but jesting. "It's 200 pounds. Provide me with a set. And I also require some specially crafted shurikens." Specially crafted shurikens? The boss pondered for a moment. "You will need to provide a design for us to create them, and the material costs will be your responsibility." Few individuals sought such custom items. Xiao Li had not anticipated that he would need to draw the designs for the specialized shurikens. No wonder the shurikens used by the 4th Hokage in the original work differed from the ordinary ones. They were of his own design. "Boss, I will draw the designs for you now. Please create them as per my drawings, and I will pay you accordingly." With that, Xiao Li retrieved a pen and a notebook from his waist pouch and began to sketch. The middle-aged boss was taken aback to see Xiao Li drawing without hesitation. But being a businessman, he knew it was essential to meet the customer's demands without delving into unnecessary details. Shortly after, the boss prepared a 200-pound weight set and placed it on the floor. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. 200 pounds was no trifling weight. Watching Xiao Li engrossed in his drawing, the boss smirked internally, curious to see how he would manage to carry such a load. After 20 minutes, Xiao Li completed the sketches, tore them out, and presented them to the middle-aged boss. The boss squinted at the designs, incredulous that someone so young could produce such impressive schematics. Grabbing the shuriken design, his pupils dilated with astonishment, not because Xiao Li's drawing was poor, but due to the captivating nature of the design itself. "Are you certain you want this type of shuriken, this specially crafted one?" Seeing the boss's excitement, Xiao Li felt perplexed. His design was based on the shurikens used by the 4th Hokage. "Yes, this is the one. Is it possible to produce it?" Xiao Li inquired cautiously. "Absolutely. After so many years, someone finally wishes to order such shurikens." Noticing the middle-aged boss's enthusiasm, Xiao Li decided against further inquiries. "Including the weight set and the cost for the specially crafted shurikens, could you calculate the total? I have matters to attend to and need to leave soon." The middle-aged boss, absorbed in the designs, seemed momentarily oblivious to Shaoli's words. Eventually, he snapped back to reality, staring at Shaoli in shock, then shook his head. Does this kid possess the Flying Thunder God technique? Surely, it must be for some high-ranking ninja. After all, only the 4th Hokage has ever conceived such shurikens. He must be purchasing them for someone else. With this possibility in mind, the middle-aged boss felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. All right. Let me calculate that for you. The boss approached the counting table, taking up an abacus to perform the calculations, while Shaoli casually secured the weight to his legs, bouncing lightly to test the feel. All done. The total comes to 20,000 taels. The boss, having put away the abacus, glanced just in time to see Shaoli practicing with the weight strapped to his legs, standing there in a stupor. How old could this kid possibly be? In a moment of sheer astonishment, under the boss's vacant expression, Shaoli placed 2,000 silver notes upon the table and inquired, "When may I retrieve the specially crafted kunai?" The boss, snapping back to reality, gazed intently at Shaoli and stammered, "You may collect it in 3 days." "Very well. I shall return in 3 days." "Thank you," Shaoli responded, not lingering any further as he departed towards the training grounds. On his way, he noticed an influx of peculiar figures within the village of Konoha. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were foreign ninjas, participants in the Chunin exams. This revelation weighed heavily upon Shaoli's heart, for the Chunin exams would precede the impending collapse of Konoha's plans. He pondered whether that renowned Sannin had already arrived. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain unperturbed. Overthinking would prove futile. The vibrancy of this village was seldom witnessed in his previous life, which explained why so many nations eyed it covetously. A slight show of weakness would invite oppression. At last, they had returned. Their mission in the Land of Waves had been successfully accomplished. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto returned to the village, brimming with pride. The trials in the Land of Waves had significantly enhanced their abilities. Unlike the brash Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and said to Kakashi, "Kakashi, may I meet that Shaoli? I wish to challenge him." Uzumaki Naruto, sensing the rivalry, exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to beat him too." Sakura, enamored, gushed over Sasuke's charm. Kakashi, rubbing his forehead, mused that Sasuke had not forgotten about Shaoli. The disparity in their abilities was indeed vast. Despite Sasuke having awakened his Sharingan, he would still fall short against Shaoli. However, if Sasuke could harness the true potential of his Sharingan, the tables might turn. He decided it would be beneficial for them to face some setbacks. "You wish to challenge Shaoli? That must wait until tomorrow. Today, we have just returned to Konoha, and there are many matters to attend to. I need to report our mission status to the Hokage. Let us convene at the training grounds tomorrow, and I shall take you there." "All right," came their enthusiastic reply. "Kakashi-sensei is the best." With a puff, Kakashi vanished, and the 3 youngsters returned to their respective homes. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere was bustling. Upon Kakashi's entrance, several individuals turned to greet him. Kakashi felt a twinge of confusion at the gathering of so many Jonin, including the esteemed Jiraiya, the strategist of Konoha. "It seems I have missed a significant event," he thought. Approaching the group calmly, he spoke, "Third Hokage, it appears I need to be apprised of the situation." The 3rd Hokage tapped his pipe and coughed lightly, saying, "Kakashi, your return is timely. You must be made aware of this matter. Previously, Rikuju, Dingzhou, and Hai returned to Konoha a day ago, where matters at the border had been temporarily resolved peacefully. Both sides suffered losses of Jonin, with IWA Shinobi enduring the more severe toll of 17 fatalities compared to Konoha S9. When the 3rd Hokage briefed Kakashi on the situation, Kakashi was taken aback, unable to fathom that a mere mission could escalate to the brink of war. At that moment, he reflected on his students, particularly on Lee's judgment and abilities, realizing how immature their actions had been. "Furthermore, I have an announcement to make. The next Chunin selection exam will occur a week earlier than originally scheduled. You may inform your students to submit their self-recommendation slots by tomorrow." The assembly nodded in understanding, fully aware of the procedures involved in the Chunin exam. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe and continued, "This is indeed the Chunin selection process. However, I wish to gather your opinions. I am inclined to promote Guy's 3 students directly to Chunin. What do you all think? This requires a vote. And on my desk are the documents detailing their task completion records and the standards we use." Asuma, Kakashi, and Hong, along with other Jonin, nodded in agreement. The purpose of the Chunin exam is to select Chunin, yet if a team's strength and cooperation meet specific criteria during their missions, they may apply for direct promotion. However, Guy was absent today, Otherwise, his exuberant reactions would surely have ensued. After reviewing the task records of Guy's team, it was evident that their performance in the first month was average, but thereafter, their evaluations consistently reflected D-rank tasks, with an impressive 60 out of 65 tasks rated A. The final task, a B-rank mission, had an S-rank completion level. This astonishing evaluation left the gathered ninjas in awe. Despite being Jinin, they had exhibited capabilities worthy of Jonin. Even the Jonin couldn't suppress their amusement, realizing that Guy had indeed struck gold with these three students, who were now poised for Chunin promotion, a feat that had only occurred once in history with the legendary Sannin. Now, the 32 of you may cast your votes. Simply raise your hands to indicate your agreement for their promotion to Chunin. Hong was taken aback and whispered to Asuma, "Is this the little prodigy you mentioned? I initially thought you were jesting. Now, I see that Guy's team is indeed the strongest among this year's Genin. Sensory ninjas, strategists, and reserve ninjas. They are practically akin to an entire battalion. Unconventional individuals often produce equally extraordinary students. Fortunately, Guy was not present today, otherwise, he would surely have been moved to tears." After a brief discussion, voting commenced, and the first hand raised in support was the most unexpected of all Kakashis. Asuma cast his vote, followed by Hong, Rikuju, Shinkai, Atrin, Dingzhua, and Hai. Ultimately, 26 votes were in favor, 4 abstained, and 2 were against. It appeared that the consensus favored their promotion to Chunin, and following the Chunin exam, the announcement of their advancement would be made. The third generation chuckled, satisfied with the outcome. As long as Shaoli became a Chunin, he could directly enter the Umbu. Such a talent as Shaoli needed to be controlled immediately. If Danzo managed to snatch him away, the loss would be substantial. Well, there was nothing more to discuss. For the next week, vigilance should be heightened regarding the village's defenses. After all, the Chunin exams were not only a significant exchange, but also a covert operation for intelligence gathering. And we must not allow the enemy any opportunity. Yes. In the route, Danzo remarked, "Lord Danzo, 32 Jonin voted, 26 in favor, 2 against, and 4 abstained." Danzo nodded, wearing a peculiar smile. "Your people, Sarutobi, will ultimately be in my grasp. Do not celebrate prematurely. Tianyu, send this letter out." "Yes." The cloaked ninja vanished with the letter. Danzo gazed into the dark room, resigned. "A new trial. I hope my actions are justified. Sarutobi, I apologize. My dear disciple Shaoli, you have finally returned. Your teacher has missed you dearly." On the training grounds, Ning Xiai and Akai were engaged in a spar. Upon noticing Shaoli approaching, they cheered loudly. Ning Xiai seized the moment, shouting, "Empty palm." Akai panicked, unable to defend against the strike, and was sent flying by Ning Xi's attack. Ning Xiai shrugged, looking slightly bemused at Akai. "How could you be caught off guard? This isn't my fault. The teacher was distracted. One must never let their guard down in battle." Ning Xiai explained. "All right, I won't say more." Tian sighed in resignation. Shaoli, witnessing Ning Xi's decisive blow against Akai, felt somewhat speechless. However, such harm was inconsequential to Akai. He had nearly fully recovered and should focus on training, for they were to participate in the Chunin selection soon, and they could not afford to lag behind. Indeed, thus, the three paid no mind to Akai, entering their training phase. After a while, Akai regained his composure, observing his 3 disciples training diligently, filled with pride. As for Ning Xi's empty palm, he had long since brushed it aside. "My dear disciples, today I shall introduce you to something extraordinary. Its power is formidable." Akai whispered, capturing the trio's attention as they looked on with curiosity. "What does teacher Akai have for us to train with?" they inquired, puzzled. Typically, Akai was all about intense, vigorous training or extreme exercises. Such a suggestion was rare, piquing their interest. "Wait a moment, let me summon it first." Fixing his gaze on Akai, he bit his thumb, blood oozing forth, and swiftly performed hand seals, exclaiming, "Summoning technique." As white mist dissipated, a turtle appeared before the trio. The creature was red, appearing half asleep, seemingly dozing off. Akai announced, "Little ninja, these are my disciples. The one in white is Shaoli, the dashing one is Ning Xiai, and the adorable one is Tian. Allow yourself to witness them." "Haha. Teacher, why did you summon a turtle out of nowhere?" Every day, Tian inquired about the art of spirit summoning, a technique that Niji encountered for the first time. Compared to the others, Shaoli was somewhat exhilarated. Spirit summoning was indeed a formidable ninjutsu. Its potency in future battles would undoubtedly position it at the pinnacle of combat prowess. The half-asleep, Crimson Turtle seemed to perceive Tian's words with displeasure, scolding Akai, "You scoundrel! What kind of students have you taken in? They lack manners." Do they not know to pay their respects? Well, well, little ninja, must you be so stern? After all, we have known each other for many years, haven't we? Humph. Were it not for your deceased father pleading on his knees, I would never have considered signing a contract with you. Our Ninja Turtle clan is a powerful spirit beast. The red turtle scoffed. Enough, enough. Today, I merely brought you here to observe my 3 students and see if they are worthy of entering into a spirit summoning contract. You did promise me last time, did you not? My students are exceptionally strong. With their lack of manners, there's no way they could ever sign a contract with my clan. Come on. Are you trying to deceive me? Last time, I spent a considerable sum to treat you to a feast. Isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to backtrack now? Akai became somewhat anxious. He was the type to be soft-hearted, especially towards those close to him. Wait, Teacher Akai. Why should we enter into a spirit summoning contract with this feeble turtle? Why should we care about its opinions? Tian protested defiantly. Silence, Tian. How can you be so disrespectful to little ninja? Akai reprimanded, to which Tian stuck out his tongue. Haha, Teacher Akai, we appreciate your good intentions. I have studied spirit summoning and learned that entering into a contract requires mutual acknowledgement. However, this turtle seems to look down upon us, and truthfully, we also regard it with disdain. Those who are excessively arrogant are often cowardly when faced with strength. We can seek other opportunities. Xiaoli stated, gazing disdainfully at the crimson turtle. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, the turtle became enraged, nearly ready to explode. You dare call me a coward? Very well. Let me show you 3 insolent brats the might of Ninja Turtle, little ninja. What? Are you planning to make a move because you cannot argue with us? Just as I suspected, you are indeed a coward. Xiaoli sneered. I'm furious. Furious. Akai, I have decided to teach these 3 brats a lesson. If you dare interfere, don't expect any spirit summoning from me in the future. Xiaoli, what are you? Akai began to fume again. But Xiaoli raised his hand and whispered something in Akai's ear. Akai's eyes lit up, and he gave Xiaoli a thumbs up. Little ninja, if you wish to teach them a lesson, then go ahead. However, should you lose, you must fulfill the contract as agreed. Humph. I do not know what that little brat told you, but I will ensure they suffer dearly. Rest assured, I will not be as untrustworthy as you. Akai nodded in satisfaction, signaling to Xiaoli. Xiaoli acknowledged with a nod, grasping the hands of Ningxi and Tian, whispering a few words that sparked a gleam in their eyes, causing Tian to stifle a laugh. Xiaoli, you truly are mischievous. Is this even possible? As you suggested, we shall subdue it until it submits. Now, let us commence our endeavor. Forming a triangular formation, Xiaoli, Tian, and Ningxi positioned themselves, while Akai stepped aside to observe. The turtle-like ninja, Xiaorun, sensed something amiss, feeling as if it had fallen into a trap. However, the audacity of this fellow named Xiaoli, clad in a white robe, filled it with indignation, prompting it to launch the first attack. Despite its cumbersome size, the turtle moved with surprising speed. Turtle spin ball. Xiaorun began to spin, floating into the air and creating a spiral ball that hurtled towards Xiaoli with remarkable velocity. Yet, Xiaoli never underestimated his opponent. Akai had summoned it for a reason, suggesting it possessed formidable strength. Swiftly, Xiaoli evaded the spinning ball. The turtle's quick reflexes adjusted its trajectory. As Xiaoli positioned himself beside Tian, their eyes locking in understanding. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground surged upward, erecting a formidable stone wall. Humph. You think a mere stone wall can hinder me? Break for me. The turtle's spin ball collided with the wall, shattering it into fragments. At that moment, Xiaoli, Tian, and Ningxi exchanged gleeful glances. Tian unfurled a scroll and with a flourish produced a bag made of snake skin. Seizing it, she tossed it to Ningxi, who leaped into the air to catch the snake skin back. Xiaoli shouted, Stinky turtle, come here. I'm right here. How dare you insult me? A sister can endure, but an uncle cannot. Infuriated by Xiaoli's taunt, Xiaorun prepared to retaliate. However, as it attempted to launch another attack, its vision abruptly darkened, accompanied by a sensation of legs striking its shell. Boom. The turtle's spin ball was halted, leaving it bewildered as darkness enveloped its sight. Did these 3 little brats ensnare it in an illusion without its realization? The game of kicking the turtle commenced, with Ningxi catching the ball. Xiaoli exclaimed. Thus began a whimsical activity of kicking the turtle. Weighing at least 200 pounds, the red turtle proved a challenge for the trio, despite their regular training. Yet, Xiaoli was an exception. His leg muscles were honed to a formidable state, akin to steel, burdened with an additional 200 pounds. Ningxi and Tian, however, were not as fortunate. The turtle, confined within the snake skin bag, finally grasped its predicament, feeling a mix of shame and fury at being toyed with by three youngsters. With a powerful kick, Shaoli sent the hefty turtle soaring, its disoriented form propelled towards Ningxi, who lowered his body, adopting a posture of readiness. Return Sky. In a moment of celestial intervention, the serpent skin bag soared into the air, only to be redirected towards Tian Tian. His expression turned grave as he swiftly unfurled the scroll. With a puff, a metal rod emerged, which Tian Tian grasped firmly, wielding it with vigor. A resounding thud echoed as the rod struck. Inside the serpent skin bag, the turtle Shaoran felt the impact on his head, leaving him reeling in agony, cursing vehemently. You three scoundrels, once I am free, I shall make you pay dearly. Enough of your prattle. Now it is my turn. With that, Shaoli unleashed a powerful kick. Ningxi, returning to the fold, and Tian Tian brandished the iron rod. With Tian Tian bearing the brunt of the effort. After 3 vigorous attempts, fatigue began to set in for Tian Tian. Observing this, Shaoli called out, Tian Tian, take a breather. Allow me to engage Ningxi in a proper sparring session. This is a rare opportunity for training. With a shy smile, Tian Tian retreated to stand beside Akai, whose expression was beyond words. Shaoli had just whispered to him that he had a plan to bring him forth. Thus Akai acquiesced, unaware that Shaoli would resort to such methods. Ningxi, I must accelerate my pace. This is an invaluable training chance, Shaoli casually remarked, gazing at the serpent skin bag hovering above. Come forth. I need to hone the power of my celestial return. Meanwhile, the turtle Shaoran, eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a surge of trepidation and exclaimed, Please, cease the kicks. I yield. Just let me out, and I shall sign a contract with you. The relentless back and forth had nearly exhausted him. Oh, but what if you regret it once released? Shaoli questioned skeptically. I am not like Akai, who lacks integrity. I assure you, I shall sign the contract. Came the thunderous roar from within the bag. Shaoli delivered one final kick, sending the bag veering off course and crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. All set. Akai, Shaoli proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Akai stood frozen, recalling the arduous process of signing contracts with the Ninja Turtle clan, during which his father had pleaded on his knees and he himself had endured numerous trials. He never imagined Shaoli would employ such a method, yet he found it rather gratifying, as if reclaiming the interests owed from his father's past struggles. Shaoli approached the serpent skin bag and untied the rope. At that moment, the turtle Shaoran, dizzy and disoriented, was abruptly flipped over by Shaoli's sheer force. What is Shaoli doing? Tian Tian inquired, puzzled. I fear it might not uphold its end of the bargain. Turtles do not typically flip over, Shaoli replied with a smile. After a few minutes, the turtle Shaoran regained his senses, realizing he was no longer confined within the bag. Just as he was about to express his anger, he discovered himself helplessly flipped upside down. You wretched fool! How dare you turn me over? What is your meaning? I fear you may have second thoughts. I am not so naive. Let us sign the contract now. All 3 of us must commit. It is a jest. Who would willingly enter into a contract while being subjected to such torment, unless one were a fool or deranged? Furthermore, given the turtle's notoriously irascible temperament, it is inconceivable that it would acquiesce without resistance. I refuse to sign. The turtle, Shaoran, seethed with indignation. It was the first time it had been so humiliated. Initially, it had intended to teach Shaoli a lesson upon emerging, but to its dismay, the latter proved to be exceedingly astute, managing to flip it over, which incensed Shaoran further. Very well, bring the snake skin bag and continue kicking the ball, Shaoli remarked nonchalantly, finding the situation quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Shaoran became alarmed again, cursing under its breath. Must I indeed sign? Cease this at once. Had you spoken thus earlier, we would have avoided this predicament. Where is the contract? Shaoli inquired. Are your eyes blind? This scroll hanging from my neck is the contract. Do you expect me to retrieve it myself? With another roar, Shaoran's voice resonated so loudly that Shaoli covered his ears and swiftly detached the contract. How astonishingly quick! How could this fellow be so shrewd? Earlier, when Shaoran had plotted to bite Shaoli's hand while he was reaching for the contract, it had not anticipated that Shaoli would dislodge it with such speed, thus thwarting its plan. Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. I am not so naive, Shaoli sneered as he unfurled the crimson contract scroll. As it opened, Akai and others gathered around. Few had signed this red scroll, fewer than 10 individuals, including Akai's father, with Mike at the end. How does one sign? Ningxi inquired. Akai paused, a hint of nostalgia sweeping over him as he spotted his father's name. he replied. First, inscribe your names with black ink. Then press your 5 fingers with blood upon it. That will suffice. Ah, how simple. Allow me to try first. Tian was eager. But Xiaoli immediately halted her. Let me proceed. I sense that signing this contract is not as straightforward as it seems. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Akai nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a typical summoning contract poses no issue, yet the Ninja Turtle Clan's contract is somewhat unique. Signing it simultaneously extracts a significant amount of chakra as payment, which could potentially lead to perilous consequences. Akai, why did you speak so carelessly? I am curious to see how these brats will face their demise. Silence. Upon hearing Xiaorin's retort, Akai's anger flared. These were his students, and the thought of any misfortune befalling them was unbearable. To him, they were akin to his own children. Despite their treatment of Xiaorin, he would prefer to prevent them from entering into the contract altogether. Akai, how could you? Seeing Akai so enraged left Xiaorin bewildered. He had always been courteous towards it, yet today he was inexplicably different. Had it erred in judgment? Xiaoli took the ink brush, inscribed the name Li Locke, and bit his thumb, pressing his 5 fingers onto the contract as Naruto did in the original tale. Whoosh! As the 5 fingers pressed down, the crimson scroll emanated a peculiar suction force, rapidly draining the chakra from Xiaoli's body. Sweat cascaded down his forehead as his chakra continued to dwindle. Yet, he underestimated Xiaoli's resolve. With a flicker of thought, he focused intently on the red scroll. After 2 minutes, Xiaoli slowly retracted his fingers, gazing at the scroll with astonishment. His body wavered, almost collapsing to the ground, but fortunately, Akai was there to steady him. Xiaoli shook his head, acknowledging the overwhelming chakra consumption of the contract, yet he ultimately succeeded. Seeing Xiaoli's achievement, Tian and Ning Xi rejoiced and eagerly approached to sign the contract, only to be met with Xiaoli's cautionary voice. If you too wish to sign this contract, you must proceed with utmost caution. Especially you, Tian. Your chakra reserves are minimal, and should anything go awry, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Akai concurred. Xiaoli is correct. The pressure during the signing is immense, requiring a substantial amount of chakra. A misstep could endanger your life. Xiaoli and Ning Xi are better off, but for you, Tian, I suggest waiting for another opportunity. Akai's intention was to allow Ning Xi and Xiaoli to sign the contract, with the hope that they would protect Tian. However, unexpectedly, Tian glared at them in frustration. I have grown stronger and do not wish to hinder Xiaoli and Ning Xi any longer. I must sign this contract. The 3 exchanged dry smiles. Tian's display of determination took them by surprise. Very well, but you must restore your chakra before proceeding. We will look after you, and should anything go wrong, we will stop you from signing. Akai relented. Tian nodded in agreement. Next, it was Ning Xi's turn to press down with 5 fingers. His experience mirrored that of Xiaoli, and he too successfully signed the contract, but staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale and nearly retching. Humph! You 2 little brats managed to sign this contract. It seems you possess some strength. But even if you do sign, I won't allow you to summon me. I am the formidable Turtle Ninja. The boastful Turtle Ninja lay upside down. Yet the 4 ignored its words, leaving it feeling quite insignificant. An hour later, Tian, it's your turn. Give it your all, Akai urged. I will. You can count on me. With that, Tian stepped forward, biting her thumb and pressing it against the red scroll. A wave of energy surged through her as her chakra rapidly dissipated. Despite her awareness of the situation, she was taken aback by the speed at which her chakra was being absorbed. Fortunately, Akai, Ning Xi, and Xiaoli stood behind her, ready to intervene should any unexpected events arise. 1 minute elapsed, then 2. The pact that Tian had forged endured far longer than that between the 2 individuals, for she had depleted her chakra, leaving her entirely reliant on sheer will to remain standing. This spectacle drew the attention of Xiaoli and the others, who marveled at how unexpectedly formidable Tian had become. In recent months, the trio had danced perilously close to death countless times, emerging from each encounter unscathed. They were no longer the same 3 individuals from the original narrative, but rather a triumvirate far more powerful than their former selves. Success. Exhausted, Tian retracted her fingers, her face radiant with joy as she turned to face the trio. Yet, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. Akai gently lifted her, his heart swelling with satisfaction as all 3 had successfully entered into the pact. This outcome surpassed his expectations, for they were his disciples, and through the bond of the Ninja Turtle clan, they would gain formidable support in future confrontations. Akai laid Tian down upon the grass to rest peacefully. then approached the overturned little turtle. Before the turtle could unleash a tirade, Akai interjected, "Little turtle, my 3 students have passed their trials. Let bygones be bygones. After all, you are the elder and they are the juniors. A wise adult overlooks the missteps of youth." Upon hearing this, the little turtle turned away with a disgruntled expression. Nevertheless, Akai's assertion held truth. Only those with extraordinary willpower could forge a pact with the Ninja Turtle clan, as most ninjas struggled to manage the clan's temperament. This, in turn, granted them a form of approval from the Ninja Turtle lineage. "Very well," the turtle conceded. "If you insist, I suppose I have no further objections. However, should they continue to display such rudeness, I may very well lose my temper. Am I to be treated like a mere plaything?" Akai chuckled. "Come now, little turtle. After all these years, I shall make amends." Upon hearing the word amends, the little turtle's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I demand 100 servings of steak." "Are you out of your mind?" Akai exclaimed, startled. It was well known that turtles were herbivorous, yet this ninja turtle had an unusual predilection for meat, steak, no less. Eager to maintain harmony, Akai was reluctant to offend the little turtle. 50 servings at most. Akai extended his fingers in negotiation. "Not enough. 90 servings. No. 60 servings. 70 servings. Deal." 70 servings of steak left Akai both amused and exasperated. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Niji exchanged incredulous glances at the absurdity of a turtle craving steak. "Remember, 70 servings of steak. This is none of my concern. I'm leaving," the little turtle declared, preparing to return to Ninja Turtle Mountain. Akai, in a moment of urgency, blocked its path. "Little turtle, it seems you've forgotten something important." "What now?" "At the very least, you should introduce my disciples to the specifics of the Ninja Turtle clan." Akai sheepishly scratched his head. "You utter fool. How could you be so dense as to forget our previous discussion? It's infuriating. Add 10 more servings of steak." "Not a problem." "Indeed. You are my most cherished companion, little ninja." Akai, filled with excitement, dashed forward, ready to embrace, only to be sent flying by little ninja, who utilized a spinning ball technique. "Do not engage me with your nauseating antics," he retorted, casting an irritable glance at Li Ning and Niji. "Humph. You 2 brats have witnessed my prowess, haven't you? Now listen closely, for I shall only explain the situation of the turtles from Ninja Turtle Mountain once, to prevent any future summons that may offend the turtles and lead to a demise you cannot fathom." Surprisingly, Li and Niji remained silent, attentively listening to little ninja's elucidation. Ninja Turtle Mountain is broadly categorized into 5 types of ninja turtles, corresponding to your human chakra attributes: the wind turtle, the fire turtle, the lightning turtle, the water turtle, and the earth turtle. I am the wind turtle, adept in the art of wind release ninjutsu. Each of the other turtles excels in their respective elemental jutsu, adhering to their nature. However, heed this warning. The wind turtle possesses a volatile temperament. The water turtle is arrogantly dismissive. The earth turtle is indolent and gluttonous, while the fire turtle displays a gentle disposition, often suited for females. Lastly, the lightning turtle is prone to extreme rage. Provoking them may lead to conflict. Therefore, when summoning our clan, never invoke the lightning turtle, for to summon them is to invoke death. If you do not slay, they will surely slay you." Li and Niji stood in stunned silence, astonished by the peculiarities of the ninja turtles. Logically, water is typically gentle and fire is known for its fury. Yet these ninja turtles defy convention, particularly the lightning turtle, whose madness is unparalleled. In the realm of summoning beasts within the Naruto universe, one has rarely encountered a spirit capable of such treachery against its master. Do you comprehend? Yes. This time, the 2 responded with remarkable courtesy, pleasing little ninja, who then vanished with a soft puff, leaving the 2 in deep contemplation regarding the ninja turtles. The following day, Akai imparted the summoning techniques for the ninja turtles to his companions. Due to the nature of the summoning technique, Li's initial plan to seek a perilous location for mental clarity was postponed. In the ensuing days, Akai engaged in training sessions with each of the 3, practicing one-on-one with Li. Despite Li's peak mastery of the Mingjin technique and proficient national martial arts, he could not surpass Akai's formidable physical prowess. However, when joined by Niji, the pair could nearly match Akai's strength, and thus, further training ensued for 2 more days. On this particular day, Akai summoned Li to a secluded area to inquire about the 8 gates. Li candidly explained that while the opening of the 8 gates may be arduous for others, those who practice national martial arts discover that its training is not solely about superficial techniques, but also about internal dynamics. The 8 gates represent 8 acupoints within the body, which remain tightly sealed until subjected to intense stimulation that forces them open. Unlike the original depiction of Li, who required the lotus to stimulate his body, Li discovered that he could also open the gates through the power of Mingjin, targeting the acupoints directly. Previously, I observed your initiation of the 8 gates, likely spurred by the stimulus of the lotus of the temple. The repercussions, I trust, you comprehend. The instructor summoned you today with the hope that you grasp the necessity of self-restraint when wielding the 8 gates, a notion I have previously imparted to you. Akai's demeanor was gravely serious as Shaoli nodded in acknowledgement. The 8 gates represent forbidden techniques, imposing significant hazards upon the body. Without a mechanism of self-imposition, one may become excessively reliant on the 8 gates, ultimately leading to bodily collapse, a lesson imparted to Akai by his father, which he now seeks to convey to himself. A caution against employing such techniques unless absolutely imperative. Upholding one's own path of endurance serves as the finest constraint. You have performed admirably. In such circumstances, activating the 8 gates was undoubtedly the correct choice, and the instructor is gratified. Thus far, I have essentially imparted all that I can teach you. During the upcoming Chunin exam, you, Ningxi, and Tian may all ascend to Chunin status, at which point you will each lead your respective teams. Akai sighed. Having received yesterday news from other Jonin, revealing that Shaoli, Ningxi, and Tian had been voted through by the Jonin and could directly advance to Chunin. This is indeed a positive development, one that should elicit joy. However, he found himself unable to feel elated, experiencing a sense of solitude and melancholy, attributing it to the exceptional nature of his students. Nevertheless, this information remains under wraps and unannounced, meaning it will only be disclosed post-exam. For the 3 of them, the participation in the Chunin exam now bears little significance. Inwardly, Akai resolved to afford Shaoli and the others one final opportunity for honing their skills during the Chunin exam. Shaoli nodded, perceiving much from Akai's expression. It appeared that Akai was concealing something, yet he chose not to pry. If there were matters to be shared, Akai would surely disclose them in due time. Many things, in the end, resolve themselves. Teacher, I believe this sentiment should be directed towards all 3 of us, rather than solely to me. Akai's smile broadened. Indeed, Shaoli, you know your instructor well. Regrettably, I hesitate to convey this to them, fearing it might inflate their pride. Yet, I feel at ease expressing it to you. The Chunin exam is on the upcoming Monday, and this period was originally designated for you to enhance your training. However, I trust you each have your own training regimens by now. The peculiar martial arts you have been practicing is a formidable physical technique. I have long wished to learn your unique style, yet I have struggled to grasp it, feeling somewhat embarrassed to seek your guidance. Might you share a glimpse of what it is that you have been studying? Shaoli was taken aback, surprised that Akai sought to inquire about traditional martial arts. Previously, he had briefly mentioned the concept of Mingjin, but it was a rudimentary explanation. Now, his instructor sought knowledge from him, prompting Shaoli to reflect on the wisdom that the adept serves as the teacher, regardless of the order of attainment. If you are interested, Akai-sensei, let us sit down and discuss it thoroughly. This is merely my personal perspective, and I hope you will excuse any inaccuracies. Shaoli promptly seated himself on the ground, smiling. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Shaoli. In truth, Akai had long harbored the desire to inquire about a particular matter from Shaoli. Yet, due to his respect for the teacher, he had hesitated to voice his thoughts. Today, he mustered the courage to broach the subject with Shaoli, initially anticipating rejection. To his surprise, Shaoli readily acquiesced. The 2 of them settled onto the ground, a gentle breeze sweeping through, leaves fluttering like delicate feathers, while petals danced in the air. Shaoli began by elucidating the fundamental principles of Guoshu, eventually delving into the methods of its practice. Their conversation flowed seamlessly until dusk fell, and it was only when their friend called for them that they snapped back to reality, having lost track of time. Guoshu, akin to physical techniques yet distinct from them, intrigued Akai, a fervent practitioner of martial arts. Such individuals deserve respect, especially considering how beloved Akai is among fans of Naruto. I too hold a fondness for him, thus it seems fitting to impart the philosophy of Guoshu to him. Bai Wu Chang, a character marked by gratitude yet cold-heartedness, recognizes the importance of repaying debts. He owes Akai a favor, and thus chooses to share the knowledge of Guoshu, allowing Akai to make strides in his martial arts journey. Some may find this narrative arc unappealing, but the essence of Guoshu has never been a secret. Furthermore, this Naruto tale will not incorporate any elements of time travel or similar themes. It is a pure Naruto narrative, rich with ninjutsu, names, and much more that can be explored. Even if this novel does not secure a publishing contract, I will see it through to completion. Persistence is key. Just as the original, Xiaoli embodies passion and unwavering effort in the face of adversity. My gratitude extends to the supportive readers. Your encouragement sustains me. I may have digressed, but I shall continue with the updates. As Akai rose to depart, Xiaoli solemnly expressed, "Thank you, Teacher Akai, for your unwavering guidance." Akai's steps faltered mid-stride, tears of emotion unexpectedly welling in his eyes. He extended a hand in a gesture of affirmation and departed with purpose. At the Hokage office, Irika was reassured by a fellow Chunin. "You need not worry excessively. Kakashi-sensei has affirmed that Naruto and the others are exceptional. Trust that they will excel in the Chunin exams." Irika could only muster a strained smile in response. Just then, a green figure sped through the Hokage's gates, startling both Irika and the Chunin. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a person, not a wild beast. You must be Teacher Akai?" The newcomer panted, having collapsed beneath a desk clad in green attire. "Has the self-nomination for the Chunin exam concluded?" Akai immediately seized Irika, inquiring urgently. "I'm afraid the self-nomination has already ended," Irika replied, but Akai, panicking, dashed up the stairs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Irika and his friend, the Chunin, stood there in stunned silence. "Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama!" Akai burst through the door, startling the third Hokage, who was in the midst of a smoke break. The two accompanying ninjas were equally taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of ire. Upon recognizing Akai, the third Hokage huffed, "How many times must I remind you to knock before entering?" "My apologies, Hokage-sama. I am truly sorry. I am here to recommend 3 of my students for the Chunin exam." Guy stood upright and spoke earnestly. "Oh, I have already registered Lee and the others." "You weren't aware?" Guy froze, and in an instant, tears of excitement streamed down his face. "Hokage-sama, you are truly magnificent. You are like a second parent to me." "Stop with the sarcasm. How could you only remember this now? You made me take the initiative to recommend you. Are you trying to wear out my old bones?" The third Hokage feigned annoyance, yet Guy paid no heed, weeping profusely. "In Bishi, this person named Guy is indeed a peculiar character," murmured one of the female ninjas standing nearby to her scarred, burly companion. Unfortunately, the burly ninja, Inbishi, ignored her and focused his gaze on Guy. "Humph. If you choose to ignore me, so be it." With merely 3 days remaining until the Chunin exam, the village of Konoha was bustling with excitement. The streets were more vibrant than ever, filled with ninjas from various countries, eliciting immense pride among the villagers. That morning, Lee visited the ninja gear shop to collect his specially ordered kunai and to purchase additional equipment. The Chunin exam, a significant event in the original anime, and the Konoha collapse plan were known to him. However, his interest lay solely in the Chunin exam, dismissing the latter entirely. After retrieving his special kunai, Lee ambled down the street and noticed some peculiar figures. These individuals did not wear the Konoha headbands and appeared rather odd in both appearance and attire. Casting a glance, he continued on his way to the training grounds. As he passed a certain street, he spotted 3 individuals that surprised him: Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Shino from the Konoha 12. The 3 were leisurely strolling, and as Lee brushed past them, he turned to glance at them before proceeding toward the training area. "Hey, my bugs are trembling?" Shino, being exceptionally sensitive to the presence of chakra, sensed something unusual. The boy clad in white robes had caused a reaction in his insects, which was quite alarming. "Shino, what's the matter?" Kiba inquired, noticing Shino lagging behind. The person who just passed by seemed quite formidable, Shino replied flatly. Kiba scoffed. "I think you've been playing with your bugs too much. That was just an ordinary kid passing by. We need to hurry to our training." Woof. Akamaru, perched atop Kiba's head, barked loudly. This bark was only comprehensible to Kiba, who was momentarily startled. Dogs possess an acute sense of smell and are highly perceptive to danger. Akamaru's bark confirmed that Shino was indeed correct. The boy who had just walked by posed a significant threat. "You all seem overly dramatic. Let's hurry and find Teacher Kurenai. She has a special training session planned for us today, and I certainly do not wish to be late." With swift strides, Kiba moved ahead, while Hinata, feeling bashful and at a loss, hurriedly followed in his wake. Could it be that my insects have encountered a problem? Shino pondered to himself, perplexed. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, didn't you promise us that we would get to challenge that guy named Lee? It's been days, and yet you haven't taken us," Naruto exclaimed, raising his voice at Kakashi on the training ground, while Sasuke observed him with keen interest. Kakashi, scratching his head with a look of exasperation, admitted that he truly did not wish to dampen his students' spirits. Presently, pitting them against Guy's team was devoid of any chance of victory. He had already assessed the conditions of B-rank missions. Lee could now open the 8 gates. Even combined, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would not stand a chance against Lee. Especially considering that Lee's team boasted the prodigious Niji Hyuga, whose calm demeanor and commendable strength made him qualified as an average chunin. As for Sakura, Kakashi chose to disregard her entirely. It's not that I don't want to take you. It's that they, too, are preparing for the chunin exams. I briefly explained the situation to you yesterday. They're engaged in specialized training for the exams and do not have the time to attend to you. I suppose you will encounter them during the chunin exams, which is why I haven't taken you along. Oh, I see now. That makes sense, Sakura responded. Hey, Naruto. Stop pretending you understand. She chided, delivering a playful punch. Why are you hitting me, Sakura? Naruto protested, shielding his head. Humph. Who told you to show off in front of me? She retorted. Realizing they were preparing for the chunin exams, Sasuke coldly remarked, let us meet during the chunin exams. I too wish to see how many moves he can withstand under my Sharingan. Alright, that's the situation, Kakashi concluded. With 2 days remaining, I will provide you with some specialized training to ensure you won't be at a disadvantage during the chunin exams. Great. Kakashi-sensei, let's begin now. They chorused. That's the spirit. It should have been like this long ago, he replied. Upon returning to the training ground, Lee discovered only Tintin and Niji present. Realizing that Guy had not shown up, he quickly recalled their conversation from the previous day. For the trio, there was nothing more he could impart, so he decided to let them train diligently on their own. Lee, why did you arrive so late today? Tintin asked, crossing her arms as she approached him. I had to grab something, hence the delay, he explained. It's infuriating that Guy-sensei is absent today, especially with the chunin exams approaching. How can he take a day off while we're not even training? Tintin expressed her frustration. Unbeknownst to many, Akai is currently honing his skills in martial arts upon a certain mountain, as per the guidance of Xiao Li. Akai has informed me that for the next couple of days, we are to train in our own manner. Tian. You should continue to enhance your physical fitness and fortify your mental strength, for your endurance is your greatest power. As for Ningxi, we must engage in frequent sparring to enrich our combat experience over these 2 days. It seems Akai had already instructed you. I had mistakenly judged him. However, why is it that only you two can spar while I cannot, Xiao Li? What do you mean by that? Tian protested. Xiao Li, adopting a serious demeanor, replied. Because your expertise does not lie in close combat. Ningxi and I specialize in melee engagements, necessitating more practice, whereas you excel in ranged attacks. Yet physical training can also be enhanced through combat. Is that not what Akai said? Tian quickly countered, recalling Akai's teachings. At this moment, Xiao Li found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while mental fortitude can be improved through combat, it is effective only under life and death circumstances. Routine sparring lacks any sense of urgency and serves merely to drain one's mental and physical energy unnecessarily. Very well. How about this? You and Ningxi can launch an attack on me, and I shall point out your shortcomings during the sparring. I trust you will have no objections to this arrangement. If you had said that earlier, it would have sufficed. Just then, Ningxi approached, observing Xiao Li without uttering unnecessary words. Xiao Li's prowess indeed surpasses that of the two, granting him the qualification to coach them. Moreover, he possesses unique insights, often identifying issues with remarkable precision. Ningxi and Tian held no resentment. Rather, they were filled with anticipation, hoping their combined efforts could defeat Xiao Li. Thus, their training commenced. On the eve of the examination, all the genin received their notifications, including Xiao Li and others. The bearer of these notices was not Akai, but another Nin. On the following day, July 1st, the trio gathered early at the designated meeting point and proceeded towards the ninja training building. It was rumored that this Nin exam would attract many ninjas from various villages, leaving one to wonder about the caliber of their opponents. As they traveled, Tian initiated a conversation, while Ningxi, clutching the Nin notification, bore an expression of excitement. Upon hearing Tintin's words, Ningxi turned to Xiao Li, only to find him unperturbed, walking calmly as if the upcoming Nin exam stirred no emotions within him. Xiao Li, do you not wish to witness the ninjas from other villages? I am quite curious. Tian exclaimed, suddenly linking her arm with Xiao Li's. Xiao Li shook his head, responding coolly, I am contemplating that the Nin exam, following customary tradition, will consist of 3 parts. The first may very well be a written test. What do you think? The two individuals found it difficult to respond, shaking their heads in confusion regarding the specifics of the situation. I have investigated some materials related to the Chunin exams, and it appears that there is consistently a hiatus during each examination session. The last Chunin exam's first stage was not a written test, while the one prior featured such a test. This pattern has largely persisted over the past 5 years, leading me to believe that this year's first stage will also be a written examination. Originally a written test, it is primarily designed to assess trust among comrades. The presence of the interrogator, Marino Abiki, inherently instills a sense of pressure, stemming from the trust placed in one's companions. Doubts cast upon one another can amplify this tension. Moreover, the exam is predicated on the notion of cheating, aimed at providing ninjas with a goal to aspire to, thereby showcasing their capabilities. Those adept at deception will naturally feel no fear, while those lacking in skill risk being disqualified. This invisible pressure from Abiki aims to undermine one's confidence in truth. The first round is relatively straightforward, persevering until the end guarantees success, even if one submits a blank paper, for it is the 10th question that holds the key to advancement. Of course, Lee would not disclose these insights to the two individuals, as doing so might sow seeds of doubt in their minds. His intention in raising this matter was merely to instill a sense of vigilance. In reality, he harbored no significant concerns, as this phase primarily tests the trust among comrades and the dedication of the ninjas. But Lee, you say it will be a written test? I haven't even reviewed, Tintin exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She had been so engrossed in her training in recent days that she had scarcely found time to study the material from her previous learning. Niji frowned slightly, realizing that even with his self-proclaimed genius, he had nearly forgotten the textbook knowledge. You need not worry, Lee reassured them. The Chunin exams will not pose such simplistic questions. A careful examination of past written tests reveals that, despite being written, they are largely influenced by environmental pressures, an intangible sense of oppression. For instance, examiners might utter certain phrases designed to provoke stress among the candidates. To clarify, when we graduated from the Ninja Academy, why were we divided into teams of 3? It is because a solitary ninja cannot possibly possess the capability to handle every task alone. Collaboration is essential to complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. The Chunin exam is structured for teams of 3 to tackle the challenges together. You have likely heard that this year, all 9 newly minted genin will be participating in the Chunin exams together, an unprecedented occurrence in 5 years. Typically, a new participant must complete 8 tasks to meet the standard, 16 for satisfactory performance, and 24 for perfection. Naturally, when new ninjas take part in the Chunin exams, the Jounin will present them with a trial, allowing anyone to choose whether to participate. However, should one member opt out, it poses a problem. All 3 would lose their eligibility to compete in the Chunin exams. I trust you both understand the implications of this. Upon hearing Xiao Li's explanation, the two nodded in agreement. Xiao Li's inquiries were always grounded in solid reasoning, which had undoubtedly earned their complete trust. Moreover, his analyses frequently approached the topic from alternative angles, enhancing the credibility of his arguments. According to your suggestion, if the first stage is a written test, can we disregard the questions on the paper and simply wait until time is up? Ningxi, quick to react, immediately inquired. Is that true, Xiao Li? With a smile, Xiao Li replied, You two are not as foolish as I thought. You've finally grasped the concept. He articulated his thoughts with clarity, inciting a playful frustration in the two, who retorted, Damn it. All right, the jesting ends here. What I mentioned was merely speculation. The specifics will depend on the circumstances. We've arrived at the teaching building. Let's go report in. I wonder if Teacher Akai is waiting for us. Xiao Li softly murmured as he took the lead, stepping through the grand entrance of the teaching building. Hello, Sasuke. Are you here to take the CH9 exam as well? Approximately 10 minutes after Xiao Li and his companions entered the building, Naruto and the rest of Team 7 arrived. However, unlike the original narrative, they did not encounter Team 8, the Inuzuka, at the outset. Hey, who told you to hug Sasuke, you idiot Ino? Ino wasted no time in giving Uchiha Sasuke an enthusiastic embrace, which stirred a surge of jealousy in Haruno Sakura, leading to a tug-of-war that left Sasuke utterly exasperated. Hey, how come you 3 from the weakest team are also here for the CH9 exam? Naruto boisterously challenged Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Unfortunately, Shikamaru merely yawned languidly, while Choji was preoccupied with snacks. This is troublesome. I was hoping to enjoy a nap. Thanks to my annoying father, Shikamaru sighed. But on another note, why is your team participating in the CH9 exam? Didn't they say few newcomers take part? Humph. Shikamaru, you better not cross paths with our team, or you won't even have a chance to run away. We are quite strong now. Observing Naruto's smug demeanor, Shikamaru sighed again, noting the persistent obliviousness of his friend, who seemed to have missed the point entirely. After finishing another bag of snacks, Choji squinted and remarked to Shikamaru and Ino, "There are still 45 minutes until reporting time. Perhaps now is not the moment for idle chatter." The five quickly recognized this, and Ino loosened her embrace around Sasuke, affectionately saying, "Sasuke, make sure you wait for me during the Ch-Nin exam." With that, she pulled Shikamaru and Choji towards the building. "Damn, Ino, Sasuke won't wait for you." She turned back, her cheeks flushed, looking bashfully at Sasuke. "This jerk has been showing off. I must demonstrate my prowess in the Ch-Nin exam to win Sakura's affection." Yes, that's the plan. This Ch-Nin exam was unlike the original tale. Xiaoli had no intention of engaging in trivial pursuits to test Naruto's team's strength, for he had his own objectives. However, upon ascending to the second floor of the teaching building, he found it already teeming with people. What transpired earlier? It remains unclear. It seems there was a declaration that those lacking strength were not permitted to enter the reporting area, which is quite infuriating. Nearby, individuals were murmuring in discussion, naturally falling within the earshot of Xiaoli and his companions. It appeared that the room before them was room 201, precisely as indicated on the notification in their possession. Tian, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, "Oh, I thought I had ventured to the third floor. If we are indeed on the second floor, then we shall proceed directly inside." Xiaoli responded nonchalantly. Observing Xiaoli's indifferent demeanor, the two companions, not being children, found this situation rather trivial compared to the tasks and dangers they had previously faced. Thus, the trio gradually navigated through the crowd until they reached the center of room 201, where they were met with a throng of onlookers, all gazing at them in astonishment. "Ah, it's the Akai class. I've seen them a few times before." Some examinees of the same grade as Xiaoli whispered among themselves. At the entrance stood two youths, actually two Chunin in disguise. Their transformation technique was quite rudimentary, sufficient to fool some genin, but still a setup orchestrated by these two Chunin. Upon noticing Xiaoli and his companion's arrival, they exchanged knowing smiles. As they awaited this very trio, having heard from a Jounin that they were approaching Chunin level and could forego the Chunin exam. Naturally, some Chunin harbored resentment towards this situation, particularly two from the previous year who had successfully passed the exam. Ninjas are no mere child's play. If you cannot even pass through a door, how do you expect to participate in the Chunin exam? You should return to Ninja Academy for further training. Indeed, lest you end up in peril during the Chunin exam without even understanding how it happened, be gone. The two young ninjas stationed at the entrance scoffed coldly. "We possess a certificate of passage," Tian stated, scrutinizing the two, feeling that they were not to be underestimated. Yet, she refused to show any sign of weakness, her voice resolute. After speaking, the trio attempted to advance further. "Stop. If you have proof, present it." One of the guards at the door stepped forward, his expression haughty and eyes filled with mockery, eager to witness what these three were capable of. "Here's the proof," Niji replied, displaying the certificate in his hand. The approaching ninja frowned slightly and continued, "You must bring it closer. How can I examine it thoroughly?" At this moment, Niji smiled faintly, his tone dripping with disdain. "How can you claim not to see the certificate at such a close distance? Perhaps you should also consider returning to Ninja Academy for a refresher." The guard seethed with rage, feeling the sting of Niji's retort, which was a blatant affront. His face flushed with anger. He was about to act when another ninja behind him grasped his arm, saying, "Do not act recklessly." The irate ninja glared at Niji, but Niji paid him no heed. Continuing, "Your transformation techniques are utterly pathetic. Do not obstruct us. We are pressed for time." As Niji's words echoed, an air of confusion enveloped the unknown genin surrounding him. They had all heard of Ninji's prodigious reputation, as they were contemporaries of Lee. Upon hearing Ninji's statement, many were taken aback, questioning whether the individual blocking the entrance had truly transformed. What nonsense about transformation techniques. Do not spread alarmist tales here, lest we lose our civility, scoffed one ninja. Though internally he was astonished. Their transformation techniques were flawless. How had Niji discerned the truth? Yet they would not concede, for they still needed to probe further. Reflecting on all previous Ch-Nin exams and their accompanying reports, I realized that I had perused numerous accounts, none of which mentioned any barriers preventing students from registering. I believed that this year's registration would be no different. The notion that only the capable could participate was merely a disparagement of those of us aspiring to partake in the Ch-Nin exam. Such obstacles did not arise for participants from other villages. It seemed our own village held us in contempt. Why should we endure such trials? Enough is enough. Let us return, spoke Lee, turning away. Ningji and Tian exchanged a knowing smile before following suit. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. For Li had spoken the truth. Why should those from other villages be exempt from such hurdles while their own can face discrimination? Well said. Why must we endure such indignities when reporting for the Ch-Nin exam? You two are unworthy of being Konoha ninjas. We leave. The crowd, now swelling in numbers, echoed their sentiments, incensed by Li's words. At least 20 individuals surrounded them, and after Li's declaration, they all turned to exit, leaving only a couple behind, which startled the two figures blocking the entrance. Their initial intent had been to gauge the resolve of these candidates, particularly focusing on the Might Guy class. Yet they had not anticipated such a turn of events. Merely due to Li's utterance, a considerable uproar ensued. Should these individuals choose not to participate? The repercussions for the two obstructing the entrance would be severe. It would reflect not their refusal, but rather the indignities inflicted by their own village. It seemed their days as ninjas were numbered. Thus, stripped of their earlier arrogance, they called out, "Please, wait. We were merely jesting. You may now proceed inside." The candidates, still seething with anger, glared at the duo. Li, turning back with a mocking demeanor, retorted, "What is this? One moment you deny us entry, the next you grant it? You truly hold us in contempt. You are unfit to be called Konoha ninjas. Return to the Ninja Academy and retrain. Curse you. Speak another word, and you shall face my wrath." This time, the two genuinely ignited with fury, all stemming from Li's provocations. Had he not uttered such words, they would not have felt compelled to retract their previous stance. In essence, they had forgotten the purpose of their probing, now glaring at Li. "And what if I continue to speak? You two truly ought to return to the academy for re-education. What right do those who lack respect for ninjas have to claim the title of ninja, though we are merely Genin? We have invested immense effort to qualify for this Chunin exam, finally earning the village's recognition to participate. And you? Relying on a modicum of strength to bully the true ninjas of our village is utterly disgraceful. Your behavior is beneath contempt, unworthy even of dogs, who understand gratitude. Can you truly compare yourselves to them? Indeed, you are less than dogs." Yes. Xiaoli is absolutely right. The crowd echoed in agreement, a chorus of youthful voices, all around the tender age of 11 or 12, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Niji observed Xiaoli quietly, noting the subtle smirk that played upon his lips, which only deepened the sense of pity felt for the two gatekeepers. Why provoke Xiaoli of all people? Those vile creatures dare to slander us. I can hardly restrain myself. Provoked by the multitude of insults and realizing their attempts to test the waters had failed, the two were caught off guard by Xiaoli's unexpected outburst, leaving them with no avenue for retreat. In a fit of rage, one of them shouted and disappeared in an instant, appearing beside Xiaoli. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into a hush. With lightning speed, the assailant launched a flying kick aimed at Xiaoli's abdomen, thinking to humiliate him. Yet, his expression shifted dramatically as Xiaoli, seemingly out of nowhere, seized his leg. A thunderous crack reverberated from the bones of the attacker, who screamed in agony, "Let go of my leg, you bastard." Xiaoli gazed at him impassively, tightening his grip, unleashing another surge of force that echoed with a sharp crack. The sound resonated clearly for all to hear. With a pop, the transformation jutsu dissipated, revealing the ninja's true form. A man in his early 20s, his face obscured by a white bandage, sporting a striking head of black hair. Is he a Chunin? What is happening? Indeed, it was a transformation jutsu. Another voice called out as the second individual also dispelled his transformation, exclaiming, "You are Xiaoli, correct? We are Chunin. Release us at once." "Chunin? Present your credentials," Xiaoli replied calmly. Xiaoli's words ignited the fury of the Chunin before him. Did the Chunin still require proof? They possessed distinct identities, though neither was adorned with their usual attire that day. "What proof do you seek? Release Zidi's leg." "Crack. You scoundrel. I will end your life for this. You have twisted my leg." Zidi, consumed by rage, felt his captured limb fade into numbness, as if it were non-existent. The intense pain radiating from his leg nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He barked, "Izumo, hurry and save me. Let go." At last, another Chunin, Izumo, sprang into action. The Chunin earned their title through recognized teamwork and commendable qualities. In an instant, Izumo vanished, reappearing right before Xiaoli, his fist raised with incredible speed. Simultaneously, Ningji's figure also disappeared, executing a swift kick. Izumo's expression shifted dramatically. He prided himself on his speed, yet Ningji's strike was swifter. He adjusted his footing, sliding backward. "What is happening on the second floor? It appears quite lively," Haruno Sakura observed, her attention captivated by the throng gathered. This piqued the curiosity of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. "Let us go take a look," Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, hastening forward. Hyuga. The genius student from the previous cohort demonstrated formidable prowess. His speed and reflexes surpassed Naruto's, complemented by the Byakugan, a bloodline limit that favored close combat. Izumo was drenched in sweat, realizing Ninji's speed far outstripped his own. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd, calling for aid. "You're up to no good again. You vile creature. This time, I shall crush you." Naruto and his companions arrived just in time to witness the scene, Shally clinging to someone's leg, leading them to suspect he was once again engaging in mischief, reminiscent of the incident at the barbecue shop where he had wreaked havoc. Fueled by indignation, Naruto charged forward. Sakura attempted to call out to him, but alas, Naruto had already formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Shally cast him a glance, feeling utterly exasperated by his comrade's lack of awareness. Suddenly, another ninja appeared before Naruto, blocking his path with a serious demeanor that commanded attention. "How long do you intend to cause this ruckus? If you do not report immediately, you may lose your eligibility to participate in the Chunin exam." Kakashi-sensei. The arrival of Kakashi brought a sigh of relief from Izumo, who stood up to address him. However, before he could explain, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am already aware of the situation. I will report this to the Hokage. Be prepared for whatever consequences may follow." Izumo said nothing, simply nodding heavily in acknowledgement. "Shally, you may now release your hold. There is no malice intended. You should hurry and report," Kakashi urged, feeling uncomfortable. Although it was common for Chunin to test Genin during the exam, such antics involving Shao Li and his friends proved ineffective. It was unfortunate that Izumo and Ziti had chosen the wrong individuals to provoke. As Shao Li released his grip, Zitai immediately clasped his foot, glaring intently at Shao Li. If it weren't for Kakashi's presence, a fierce battle would likely have ensued between them. Kakashi, that rascal, was utterly despicable. He was always up to no good. I yearn to confront him, and you must not hinder me. Uzumaki Naruto, feeling indignant on behalf of Chu-Yun and Zitai, expressed his grievances, yet his words failed to resonate with those around them. Some even retorted angrily, "You, a newcomer, should best keep your mouth shut. Shally is standing up for us. Do you dare to lay a hand on him? Do you wish to challenge us as well? Indeed. If you wish to confront Shally, you must first contend with us." Instantly, the hallway before classroom 201 erupted into chaos. The trio had just arrived and was oblivious to the specific circumstances. Now, they had incited the ire of the crowd, which comprised fellow Genin, not mere passersby. Uzumaki Naruto finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Why did these individuals support Shally so fervently? He had only witnessed Shally striking someone, oblivious to the reasons behind it. Even Kakashi was taken aback. If matters continued down this path, they would only escalate further. He commanded, "There are 20 minutes remaining until the exam report time. If you wish to participate in the Chunin exam, make your way to the report. Those uninterested in the exam should vacate the building." With the wrath of a Jounin, the Genin fell silent. "Niji, Tinten, let us proceed to report." Throughout, Shally had only cast a glance at Kakashi, showing no interest in others such as Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke. He turned and entered classroom 201, murmuring to himself about the troublesome youngsters. Kakashi sighed, running a hand across his forehead. "Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you three should hasten to classroom 301 for your report. The exam is about to commence," Kakashi urged. Naruto wished to say more, but Kakashi vanished in the blink of an eye. "Let us make haste to report then." Indeed, the trio departed, leaving behind Chu-Yun and Zitai. Chu-Yun assisted Zitai to his feet. Zitai's face was ashen, seething. "I will find an opportunity to teach those two a lesson for daring to twist my leg." With a heavy sigh, they both left, heads downcast. 10 minutes later, most had gradually arrived at the examination venue. Uzumaki Naruto, reminiscent of his original persona, shouted, capturing the attention of all, drawing a throng of onlookers. As the 9 new Genin from Konoha gathered, "I say, you lot chattering away must be this year's newcomers." At that moment, a silver-haired youth with glasses approached, exuding an air of self-importance that irked Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto. "Who are you?" "Huh, I am Kabuto. You might want to observe your surroundings." Hearing this, the 9 turned to gaze around. The eyes of many in the examination hall were upon them, causing an immediate sense of tension, particularly from the Rain Village ninjas behind them, who were not to be trifled with. "I suggest you keep quiet." Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura noticed the Rain Village ninjas, who scrutinized her with malicious intent, leaving her feeling quite intimidated. You are Do, the senior, and you must have participated in the Chunin exams. May I inquire how many times you have taken the Chunin exam? Is this your first or second attempt? Do adjusted his glasses and replied, This is my 7th time. There are 2 exams held each year, and this marks the 4th year. Humph, I thought it was something extraordinary, muttered Naruto and Kiba, rolling their eyes. Well, Do, you must be quite knowledgeable about the Chunin exams by now. Could you share some detailed insights with us? Sakura's eyes lit up as she pressed for more information. All right. Let me divulge a bit of information about the Chunin exams using my ninja knowledge cards. Ninja knowledge cards? What are those? Kiba asked, perplexed. To put it simply, they are cards that record information obtained by ninjas using special symbols. Hence, they are called ninja knowledge cards. I possess 200 cards that I have collected over the past 4 years. Currently, they appear blank, but watch this. Do produced a white card and pressed his fingers against it. Puff. An image materialized on the once blank card, instantly captivating the attention of his peers. Wow, this is incredible. How did you do that, Do? As you said, there should be some personal information within, Sasuke inquired. Do smiled. It seems you have a target in mind. Who do you wish to know about? I would like to learn about Gaara from the Sand Village, Rock Lee from Konoha, and the one with the white eyes who is on the same team as Lee, came the response. Knowing their names makes it significantly easier. Allow me to assist you. Do said. Swish. The first card was completed. Gaara of the Sand, who has executed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Quite impressive for a genin to accomplish a B-rank mission. As he is a ninja from another country, gathering information was somewhat challenging. However, it is noteworthy that he has completed all tasks without sustaining a single injury. Truly a formidable genin. A single injury? That is rather terrifying, Kiba remarked, perspiring. How can there be such a vast difference among genin? Afterward, Do retrieved another card. Swish. Rock Lee, an orphan from Konoha, graduated in the last class. Ranking last in his year, he is the leader of his team under Jonin Gai, excelling in taijutsu, nearing the strength of a Jonin. He has completed 64 D-rank missions, most receiving an A-rank evaluation. His latest mission involved delaying 2 shadow-level adversaries to allow his comrades to escape, and he was subsequently rescued, suffering injuries that led to a week's hospitalization. The completion rating for that B-rank mission was an S-rank perfection. Everyone was left in a state of shock, even Do, who questioned the accuracy of the information card. Are you certain that your ninja knowledge card is correct? Ranking last in graduation, yet being a team leader, and delaying 2 shadow-level opponents? The crowd at the examination venue was drawn to the conversation, intrigued by the mention of delaying 2 shadow-level ninjas. A genin? Is such a thing possible? Even Gaara from the Sand Village was stirred with excitement. Who is this Rock Lee? I believe my shinobi identification card is in order. There is an additional piece of information. Lee Rock has completed every task flawlessly, with his teammates being the previous year's top genius, Hyuga Niji, and the exceptional female student. 1010. You just mentioned Niji. As Do spoke, he produced a white card containing Niji's information. Hyuga Niji, a member of the branch family, graduated as the top genius of the last cohort, boasting strength nearing that of a Jonin. His mission record includes 64 D-rank tasks, which is roughly akin to that of Little Lee, so I shall not dwell on that. I believe you are more intrigued by the B-rank situation. He survived a battle against a shadow-level powerhouse, emerging grievously injured, and spent a week in the Konoha hospital post-battle. At this revelation, the 9 young ninjas were left in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. Even Naruto, who was unaware of what a shadow-level ninja entailed, was astonished, not at Little Lee's prowess, but rather at the realization that Lee Rock shared a similar background with him, both being orphans. A twinge of regret surfaced in his mind regarding his previous actions towards Little Lee. Is 1010 also formidable? Ino inquired, her voice trembling. 1010, the top female graduate of the previous year, excels in both taijutsu and space-time ninjutsu, playing a pivotal role in every mission. Her mission record is similarly impressive, and it is noted that she has reached the rank of Chunin, making her the most powerful kunoichi of this Konoha cohort. Impressive. These individuals are truly remarkable. The 9 felt a burning sensation of embarrassment on their faces. For Sasuke Uchiha, however, it stirred a different emotion, clenched fists, a sense of defiance. Not against Little Lee and the others, but against his own perceived weakness. The Uchiha name must not be tarnished. He would not allow himself to fall into disgrace. Even the typically composed Do was taken aback. He had collected these shinobi identification cards, some of which were acquired through special means, but he had not anticipated such intelligence. It was imperative to report the situations of these 3 to Lord Orochimaru, Konoha's prodigious talents, particularly little Li, who at merely 13 years of age possessed such formidable combat prowess. There is no need for undue concern. They are merely a year older than you and have undergone a year of training, having not participated in the previous Chunin exam. You have only graduated a few months ago and are daring to enter the Chunin exam. Have faith in your own abilities. Do shifted the topic and continued. This year's Chunin exam will gather ninjas from various nations: Konoha, Sunagakure, Takigakure, Husugakure, Amagakure, and Otogakure. Except for Otogakure, which is a newly established small nation with limited intelligence, other countries have dispatched their finest genin. One could say that all present here are elite genin. Do not underestimate them. I'm losing confidence. They are all so strong, Ino murmured. Even Naruto, who typically lacked focus, felt the pressure. Sakura noticed Naruto trembling and unable to articulate a word. Relax, Naruto. It's going to be okay. Sakura began to approach him to offer comfort when Naruto burst into a hearty laugh, pointing at everyone in the examination hall and declaring, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will never lose to any of you. A hush fell over the crowd. I said not to associate with that fool. Upon hearing Naruto's words, they became the focal point of the scene, as one cruel ninja sneered, declaring that their sound village was merely a small nation, reminiscing about past trivialities with a mocking laugh. So, you imply that the three of us are second-rate ninjas? He taunted, his eyes glinting with malice. Very well, let us be a bit more ruthless. Naruto, you fool, how dare you speak like that? I shall never succumb to you, he exclaimed with spirited resolve. Everyone, ignore him. He is just an idiot. Sakura interjected, covering Naruto's mouth to prevent further provocation. That Uzumaki Naruto is quite intriguing, Lee remarked softly, raising his chin. Indeed. We must not underestimate him, he added calmly, leaving Neji and Tenten momentarily taken aback. Tenten had merely jested, yet Lee's serious appraisal caught them off guard. He may not be formidable now, but in the future, his strength will be formidable. Just then, some individuals could no longer restrain their urge to engage. Neji and Tenten turned to see three figures darting forward, confronting the group. One ninja, clad in yellow and emblazoned with the character for death, launched two shurikens targeting Kabuto, who deftly evaded the assault. It's from the Sound Village. Another ninja materialized, his body swathed in white bandages, his left hand pressing against his right arm, while his right hand bore a weapon riddled with holes. Kabuto quickly reacted, parrying the attack. I evaded it, but my strike is not so easily thwarted. The bandaged ninja sneered. Indeed, after blocking the attack, Kabuto staggered back, his glasses shattered, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Are you all right, Kabuto-senpai? Inazuka wondered aloud. But you clearly dodged it. Why then did your glasses break? Sasuke pondered as the group gathered around. You, who have been a student for 4 years, are rather underwhelming, one of the Sound ninjas jeered. Lee, sensing a fleeting aura of concealed menace, swiftly turned to identify its source. Spotting a peculiar man with long black hair licking his lips, staring intently at him. Startled, Lee turned to Neji and Tenten, asking, Do you wish to avoid some trouble during the exam? Of course, too much trouble is undesirable, they replied. What are you planning, Lee? Neji questioned, sensing something amiss. However, in the next moment, Lee vanished. The three Sound ninjas, their smug expressions plastered across their faces, regarded Kabuto with disdain. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions, filled with rage, were captivated by the scene before them as a shadow emerged behind the trio of Sound ninjas. Leaf Village Kick. What? Lee's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. And before the Sound ninjas could react, they were all propelled against the wall with a thunderous crash. Neji and Tenten stared in shock at Lee, bewildered by his sudden actions. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang from their seats to join Lee's side. Upon entering the Leaf, one must adhere to its rules. Likewise, those from the Leaf are not to be trifled with by you insignificant Sound ninjas. Xiaoli's icy voice resonated, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace that suffused the examination hall with a nauseating atmosphere. The previously stifling environment grew increasingly oppressive and ferocious. In his past life, Xiaoli had taken countless lives, his presence heavy with malice, particularly the horrifying killing intent concealed within him. The hall, filled with lower-tier ninjas, had many who had never encountered such a palpable aura of death. As this killing intent erupted, the examination venue seemed to descend into an endless abyss, instilling fear even in Neji and Tenten, who had always been by Xiaoli's side. He had transformed into a person they had never seen before. Neji and Tenten felt the dread, and nearby, the trio known as the 9 Little Strong were rendered motionless, trembling in terror as they gazed at Xiao Li. Was he human or a monster? His aura of death surpassed even that of his brother. Who was he? In the examination hall, only two individuals could withstand Xiao Li's menacing presence, Gaara of the Sand and a grass ninja who had previously exuded a similar killing intent. Both were rendered speechless, their pupils constricted in shock. Xiao Li's murderous intent targeted 5 individuals, 3 sound ninjas, along with Gaara and the grass ninja. Damn it, I will kill you. One of the 3 sound ninjas, the hot-tempered Saku, vowed, yet he found himself unable to escape the grip of Xiao Li's overwhelming aura. He locked eyes with Xiao Li, whose colorless, ghostly gaze pierced through him, accompanied by a devilish smile. Since you wish to kill me, I trust you won't mind if I kill you first. With a swift motion, a kunai appeared in Xiao Li's hand, and in the blink of an eye, he had slashed it across Saku's throat. The speed was astonishing. No one could comprehend how Xiao Li had moved. The crowd was captivated by his actions. It seemed as though he truly intended to end Saki's life. Devoid of any jest in his demeanor, which only heightened the terror among the onlookers. Some, unable to withstand the mounting dread, began to retch amidst the suffocating atmosphere of death. Silence, you ruffians. A new group of individuals emerged, evidently impatient. I am Bishi, the proctor for this examination, announced a burly ninja at the forefront. You sound ninjas would do well to rein in your antics, and you in the white garb, put down that kunai, or you will be disqualified from the exam, shouted one of the proctors, pointing at Xiao Li. As this new presence arrived, the eerie atmosphere that had pervaded the hall vanished instantaneously. Xiao Li glanced up at them with piercing eyes and a light chuckle directed towards Saku. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Saku could hardly believe that this individual dared to threaten him in front of the proctors. With a swift stroke, blood spattered across the wall, leaving everyone in a state of shock, including the leaf ninjas who had just arrived. This utterly exceeded all expectations. Xiao Li had disregarded the proctor's warning. Niji and Tintin could only think of the trouble Xiao Li was in, but they knew he must have had his reasons for such actions. You truly killed Saku. TOS could hardly believe it. He thought he had been ruthless enough, yet unexpectedly, Xiao Li proved to be even more merciless. Another female ninja stood there, dazed and unconscious. How dare you commit murder? Your examination qualification is hereby revoked. An examiner exclaimed angrily. This individual showed utter disregard for their authority. And even the usually composed Bishi frowned deeply. Who was this student, so audacious as to kill in broad daylight? Xiao Li withdrew his kunai, while Ning Xiai and Tian stood beside him. With a light chuckle, Xiao Li addressed them. Ning Xiai, what should we do in this situation? Ning Xiai was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. Xiao Li stepped forward and spoke to the proctors. This individual sought to kill us, the ninjas of Konoha. Without provocation, I was left with no choice but to retaliate. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with them. Am I mistaken? As he spoke, Xiao Li's gaze swept across the examination hall, where everyone was now drenched in cold sweat, too frightened to respond. He was nothing short of a devil. The examiners looked at Xiao Li in astonishment. His audacity in justifying the murder was appalling. They had witnessed the events unfold and had anticipated the moment to intervene. But they were taken aback by Xiao Li's boldness. However, you have committed murder, which violates the rules of the examination. Internal conflict is strictly prohibited within the testing grounds. Bishi interjected. You are mistaken. I was not the one to strike first. The true culprits are those 2 sound ninjas. I believe you can revoke their examination qualifications instead, Xiao Li replied. The lower-ranked ninjas were rendered speechless, and the atmosphere of the examination grew tense once more. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the many witnesses present. Surely, their words will not deceive. Preposterous. After committing murder, you dare to argue so defiantly. Your examination qualification is to be revoked immediately. Another examiner shouted. This individual was none other than the previously encountered Chu, while the other Chunin had likely gone to recuperate. Realizing he was familiar with his opponent, Xiao Li chuckled inwardly. So it is you, the one who bullied our Konoha ninjas. How curious that you are now an examiner. From where does your sense of pride stem? Bullied our own ninjas? What do you mean by that? Bishi and the others were puzzled by this turn of events. You are slandering me. It is clearly your fault. She retorted. How am I slandering you? I have nothing to hide, so why should I fear speaking the truth? Xiao Li scoffed. You, Shu, be quiet. What I wish to discuss is that your actions have already violated the village's regulations by unlawfully killing a foreign ninja. You no longer have a place in this examination. I can officially arrest you now, Bishi stated. Fully aware of Konoha's laws and eager to avoid further entanglement with Xiao Li, especially since this was a critical moment in the Chunin exams. As the two Chunin moved to apprehend Shaoli, he calmly said, "Wait, you must be In Bishi. I wish to ask, what wrong have I committed?" "Humph. You ask this knowing full well. To kill a foreign ninja without permission is a grave offense. But what if a foreign ninja attempts to kill me? And I defend myself? How would that be judged?" In Bishi furrowed his brow. This could be deemed self-defense, and there was no fault in it. He had also heard Sak declare his intent to kill Shaoli. Suddenly, In Bishi perceived that this subordinate was far from ordinary, as he cleverly employed the concept of Dali to exonerate himself. Indeed, there was no wrongdoing. Shaoli nodded, asserting that if there were no fault, how could there be a crime? On the contrary, this individual disregarded the examination rules and attempted to take the life of a Konoha ninja. He merely sought to rectify the injustice inflicted upon him. Little did he know that this man, with a heart as fierce as a wolf's, would dare to kill him. Thus, he was compelled to strike back. That was the essence of the matter. If one were to doubt, they could inquire of all present. The entire venue was left in shock, as the two exchanged words, weaving a tangled narrative. The younger ones were already dizzy, while the more seasoned subordinates grasped the underlying intricacies but dared not speak out. In truth, had I been writing Naruto fanfiction, I could easily update 6 to 7 chapters a day. Unfortunately, the dilemma arises. If I were to write recklessly, numerous flaws would be left behind, making subsequent rectifications exceedingly arduous. I find myself revisiting Naruto daily on my phone, which sometimes slows my progress as I contemplate how best to enhance the narrative. I kindly ask for your understanding in this regard. In Bishi glanced around, only to find that none within the examination hall dared to utter a word. Seemingly paralyzed by Xiao Li's earlier murderous intent, having witnessed the events unfold, he realized that everything had not escaped his notice. Regrettably, Xiao Li held the reins of authority, and even as an examiner, he could not abuse his power, for this was Konoha's territory. Should ninjas from other villages attempt to slay a Konoha ninja while the Konoha ninja remained passive, ultimately falling victim, it would tarnish Konoha's reputation. Konoha would undoubtedly investigate such an incident, but should that time arrive, it would surely dishearten many Konoha ninjas. It would not merely be a matter of losing face. It would pertain to Konoha's dignity. Xiao Li had effectively cornered the situation with his words, and In Bishi recognized that if they were to revoke Xiao Li's examination eligibility, it would spell grave trouble. All the proctors were sweating profusely, gazing at Xiao Li, whose expression remained calm. Yet no one dared to voice the cancellation of his examination eligibility. In Bishi, being a person accustomed to grand affairs, and as an interrogator of the Umbu, had a sharp mind. He bellowed, "Remove the deceased from the premises. The rest of you, return to your seats. The Chunin examination now commences." His voice resounded powerfully, jolting all the candidates back to reality. Witnessing the examiner's fury, the ninjas promptly returned to their seats. The 9 young ninjas of Konoha exchanged nervous glances at Xiao Li and the others, scurrying to their seats as if they had seen a ghost. "Xiao Li, I believe this is the outcome you desired," Niji murmured. "Xiao Li, you really are quite mischievous. You even frightened me," he added. Xiao Li gently patted Tion's head and remarked, "Isn't this merely a matter of eliminating trouble? I suspect that from here on, no one will wish to cross paths with us, especially those 2 sound ninjas who must be quaking in their boots." The remaining 2 sound ninjas, Jin and Tuasi, glared at Xiao Li with venomous eyes. Naturally, Xiao Li paid no heed to such insignificant figures. His actions were not motivated by a desire to assist Naruto and his companions, but rather for his own benefit. At that moment, Xiao Li sensed 2 pairs of eyes directed at him, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. For someone like Xiao Li, who could emanate a formidable killing intent, such hostility was inconsequential. He glanced in both directions. One was the dark-eyed Gaara, and the other was the androgynous grass ninja. "Let us proceed. The examination is about to commence." Tion, her cheeks flushed from Xiao Li's gentle touch, was visibly anxious, while Niji offered a faint smile. Indeed, the 3 of them gradually returned to their seats. "Gaara, what troubles you?" Tamari inquired with concern. Gaara's eyes were wild, his body trembling uncontrollably, embodying the rhythm of a killer. Such a powerful individual. "I must eliminate him to affirm my existence." Kankuro exclaimed, gripped by terror, fearing Gaara would disregard the examination and unleash carnage. Fortunately, Gaara soon calmed down and took his seat. "The Chunin exam has commenced. Humph. I shall take a moment before the examination begins to clarify the rules. Without the proctor's permission, you are forbidden to ask questions or engage in personal combat. Should you choose to fight, do not deliver lethal blows. Otherwise, Do not blame me for being unyielding. I will send you directly to the Leaf Sumbu for a brief respite, Inbishi stated coldly, his words diverging slightly from what he originally intended. He cast a warning glance at Shaoli. Now, submit your application forms. Proceed in order to collect your identification tags and find a seat accordingly. The written examination papers will be distributed to you shortly. No. A written exam, Naruto exclaimed, feeling despondent as he sensed the two auras of hostility again. The participants took their seats, and the papers were handed out. Naruto dreaded the written portion, realizing that he and Sasuke would have to strive together. Sakura whispered anxiously, unable to quell her worries for Naruto. Do not begin the exam just yet. I have several matters to clarify with you, Inbishi announced, chalk in hand against the blackboard. There are several important regulations concerning this examination that you must heed. And questions are strictly prohibited. The prohibition on questions heightened attention among many. Initially, each participant starts with 10 points. Each question is worth 1 point. And this examination employs a point deduction system. In other words, if all answers are correct, you will retain the full 10 points. However, for each incorrect answer, 1 point will be deducted, reducing your total score accordingly. Lastly, the final evaluation will be based on the total score of each group of 3. Should any individual within a group score 0, or if all answers are incorrect, that group will be disqualified from the examination. What? Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback, feeling as though his very life was at stake. Suddenly, 2 more waves of menacing intent surged towards him. Furthermore, during the examination, any instances of cheating or misconduct would result in the proctor deducting points from the participants' scores. Once their points were exhausted, they would lose their eligibility to continue the exam. Poorly conceived cheating methods should not be employed in the presence of the proctor. If one wishes to ascend to the rank of nin, they must demonstrate authentic skill. The exam has commenced. The duration is set for 1 hour. In response to Inbishi's words, the majority of the candidates felt a heavy sense of pressure and anxiety, while only a few remained remarkably composed and unfazed. Little Lee had previously mentioned that if the proctor uttered words intended to induce stress before the exam, the candidates could simply disregard them, for the true essence of the examination would not hinge on mere answers. Particularly, the last statement regarding the necessity of showcasing genuine talent to ascend to nin seemed to imply a veiled suggestion that one should employ real skill if they wished to cheat. Indeed, Little Lee's astuteness was commendable. Merely speculating allowed him to discern so much. Tian chuckled inwardly, recognizing that if she could perceive the underlying issues, then Niji had undoubtedly grasped them long ago. Both of them directed their gazes towards Little Lee's desk, only to find him sprawled across it, fast asleep. Ah, it's fine. The crucial part has begun yet. I might as well take a nap, Tian mused. She then noticed Niji had also laid down to rest, leaving her speechless. As a diligent student, she was reluctant to succumb to slumber like them, even if she was aware of the underlying issues. She picked up her pencil and began to write. A duo of students napping together was indeed a peculiar sight. It seemed that the Hokage's words held true. This group, whether in cooperation or in confronting challenges, exhibited an extraordinary level of calmness and had already discerned the problems from her remarks. Inbishi thought to herself with a silent nod. The atmosphere in the examination hall was stifling. Some candidates had already resorted to various underhanded tactics. Uchiha Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to replicate answers. Gaara employed his sand manipulation for copying, while Shino Aburame relied on his insects. And Kiba used Akamaru to intercept the information transmitted by Shino. Various ninjutsu techniques were on display, emerging one after another. Amidst the bustling examination, Little Lee was genuinely fatigued, resting his head on the desk. In that fleeting moment, he had unleashed all his murderous intent, necessitating timely respite. The expenditure of murderous intent drained mental energy rather than physical strength. Fortunately, he possessed a certain understanding of this energy. And considering his current capabilities far surpassed those of his previous life, he had mastered the control of his murderous intent, rendering him unafraid of succumbing to madness and becoming a harbinger of death. It appears I cannot afford to be as idle as Little Lee. I ought to attempt some questions. Niji lifted his head from the desk, a smile playing on his lips. It seemed that the majority had recognized the problem and were already resorting to copying. The purpose of this examination was to test everyone's ability to gather intelligence. Yet the final question would prove to be the pivotal one. Byakugan. Well, the time is nearly up. Those who were meant to leave have already done so. 45 minutes have passed in the examination, and now I shall announce the 10th question. However, before that, there are a few rules that need to be clarified. The 10th question will be disclosed after another 45 minutes, and many await its revelation, while Inbishi prepares to articulate the rules, inadvertently adding another layer of pressure upon the candidates. In the 10th question, prior to its announcement, you have the option to choose whether to take the exam or not. Inbishi stated. At this juncture, someone immediately inquired why one would choose to take the exam or not, asserting that, of course, one would choose to take it. Silence. I have yet to finish my words. The individual, realizing their error, promptly fell silent, for one must not offend the proctor. The reason for allowing you to choose whether to take the exam or not is that if you opt to take the 10th question and answer incorrectly, your entire group will be disqualified and will not be able to participate in the Chunin exam in the future. However, if you choose not to take it, you will have the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam next time. What? How can this be? Are there not candidates from the previous session present? Why can they not participate in the Chunin exam again? This has never happened before. Because I am the proctor this time, and I set the rules. If you are dissatisfied, you may choose not to take it. Upon hearing this from Inbishi, many felt a sense of trepidation. The choice between risking disqualification from future Chunin exams or opting out and preserving the chance for future participation was a decision that sent shivers down their spines. Those opting out may raise their hands, while those wishing to take the exam should remain. The opportunity is but a fleeting one, Inbishi reiterated, causing a significant stir within the examination room. After a minute or two, individuals began to raise their hands. For the reality of failing the exam meant forfeiting any chance to attempt it again, relegating one to the status of a genin, a heavy burden for anyone to bear. What to do? Xiaoli is still asleep. Is he truly going to disregard everything? The anxiety weighs on me daily. Yet I choose to trust Xiaoli and await the outcome. Ning Ci shared a similar sentiment with Tian, while other candidates, lacking resolve, began to declare their decision not to participate. Naruto, if you raise your hand, we shall not blame you. After all, the 10th question poses an insurmountable challenge for you. And neither Sasuke nor I will hold it against you. Naruto, come on, just raise your hand, Sakura urged, her gaze fixed on him. You must not underestimate yourself. I will not falter at the brink. Even if I am destined to remain a genin for life, I shall not relinquish my dreams. Nor will I abandon my aspiration to become Hokage. Pose the question. Uzumaki Naruto stood up, his expression grave, completely disregarding Inbishi's words. His voice was commanding, instantly resonating with many, offering encouragement to those who had contemplated surrendering. Your spirit is commendable, lad, yet I shall grant you one more chance. This decision bears significant weight for your future. Should you have regrets, there is still time to reconsider. Fear not, for I am forthright in my convictions. Pose your question. This lad is rather impressive. Well said. Uzumaki Naruto, it's no surprise he would later rise to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Such audacity is not something ordinary individuals can emulate. Xiaoli lifted his head, observing Naruto with a sense of caution, recognizing that despite his current weakness, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior in the future. Naruto's disregard for me is unexpected, yet it aligns perfectly with his character. Sasuke felt a sense of relief. He found himself at a loss when it came to Naruto. This batch of youngsters is quite remarkable, especially this one with extraordinary spirit. It seems that waiting any longer will yield no fruitful outcome. Inbishi surveyed the remaining candidates, 77 individuals, a rather substantial number. However, an unexpected turn of events was beyond anyone's control. I hereby declare, you have all passed the written examination of the Chunin selection. A stunned silence enveloped the room. Disbelief washed over the participants. How could they have passed the examination? What was this? The 10th question had not even been presented yet. The crowd was bewildered. And Inbishi continued, the 10th question is a choice, to remain or to depart. Those who choose to stay have succeeded. Those who opt to leave have answered incorrectly. Therefore, you have all performed admirably. But what of the previous 9 questions? Were they entirely meaningless? Shumaru asked, perplexed. Who says they lacked significance? The first 9 questions were intended to test your ability to gather intelligence. Gather intelligence? Indeed, intelligence gathering. This examination was conducted in teams of 3, with the scores of the trio contributing to a collective total. This arrangement was designed to increase your burden while simultaneously instilling a fear of hindering your companions. Moreover, the questions posed were exceedingly difficult, intentionally so. I had arranged for 2 Chunin, who were aware of the answers, to masquerade as candidates, enabling you to glean information. Naturally, those whose methods of copying were subpar were eliminated. For sometimes, Intelligence is more valuable than life itself. One must be willing to risk everything to obtain information, whether on a mission or in battle. As he spoke, Inbishi removed his headband, revealing a scalp marred by burns and scars, evoking a sense of horror. Once the enemy or a third party becomes aware, the intelligence obtained becomes unreliable. Erroneous information can inflict fatal harm upon the village and comrades. Thus, the purpose of this examination was not merely to evaluate your problem-solving skills, but to instill an understanding of the paramount importance of intelligence gathering, rather than to eliminate the unqualified. At this juncture, Shimura interjected once more. Then what of the 10th question? The 10th question embodies the true essence of the examination, a choice between participation and abstention. This dilemma is one that many find challenging, for if one opts out, they may hinder their two companions. Conversely, should a participant answer incorrectly, they are condemned to a lifetime as a genin. The question itself is a conundrum. Imagine if you encounter a similar situation during a mission. Faced with a choice, how would you decide between yes and no? The task at hand is to seize the enemy's confidential documents, with the enemy boasting numerous personnel and ambushes. Given this knowledge, how would you choose? Would you evade, or confront the challenge with courage? Would you abandon the mission out of fear for your comrade's safety? That would be a grave error. The essence of a CH-nin lies in their ability to confront such difficult decisions, to inspire courage in their comrades, and to aid them in overcoming adversity. This is the true significance of serving as a squad leader, as a CH-nin. Those who falter in the face of danger, who place their hopes on those who make him next year, are not only timid but exhibit a profoundly weak will. Such individuals are unworthy of the title of CH-nin. Upon hearing Inbishi's explanation, many clenched their fists in quiet agreement. Inbishi spoke with undeniable clarity. The CH-nin exam tests not only individual prowess but also the trust among team members. Finally, congratulations are in order for passing the first examination. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a shadowy figure burst through the shattered glass. What on earth is this? Someone wondered. Do not rejoice too soon. I am Yoshirashi Anko, the examiner for the next round. The next examination awaits you, so follow me. An awkward silence ensued. As if no one acknowledged her presence, Inbishi whispered to Anko, who merely rolled her eyes in response. It's none of your business. At last, the second examination commenced. Shali stretched lazily and cast a fleeting, mischievous glance at Yoshirashi Anko. Before you begin the exam, I have something to discuss. There are currently 77 candidates remaining, with only 2 from the Sound Village. Should we disqualify them or allow them to continue? Inbishi inquired, while Anko appeared puzzled. How can there be only 2 in a team? CH-nin exams are typically conducted in trios. I'm not one to concern myself with such details, it's too bothersome. So, let it be 2. I plan to eliminate half of the candidates in this round anyway. You seem rather indifferent. The candidates are in your hands. I shall take my leave, Inbishi replied, vanishing with the other CH-nin. Now, everyone follow me. At examination site number 44, the Forest of Death. Surely the second examination will not take place here, Shaoli mused, while Tian looked at him with a smirk. If my assumptions are correct, this is indeed the location. It has been quite a while since my last visit. It had indeed been ages, and a sense of nostalgia washed over them. Niji, too, felt no unfamiliarity with the Forest of Death. This forest feels so eerie and terrifying, Haruno Sakura remarked, as the group gazed at the imposing woods ahead. This place is known as the Forest of Death, and soon enough, you will understand why it bears such a name, Anko stated ominously, casting a fierce look at everyone present. Next, Uzumaki Naruto boldly declared, Anko, unleash your skills. A Kusanin, caught in the frenzy, retrieved a kunai, transforming the atmosphere into something bizarre. Please refrain from hovering behind me with such murderous intent, or I might not be able to control myself, Anko warned the Kusanin, who coldly retorted, I merely find the scent of blood exhilarating. All right, before we proceed with the second examination, I will distribute the consent forms. Please read them carefully. What consent forms? What are they for? A voice inquired, puzzled. Anko cleared her throat and explained, you are required to sign these forms, as the second examination may result in casualties. This is to obtain your consent. Otherwise, I would be at a loss to explain your untimely demise. That would certainly be troublesome. Once you have signed the consent forms, please register at the examiner's tent over there. Hongdo continued. Now I shall elucidate the regulations for the second examination. Just as the first examination possessed its own rules, so too does the second. Listen attentively. The Death Forest is encircled by 44 locked entrances, within which lie forests, rivers, and rocky terrains. At the heart of this forest stands a towering edifice, a distance of 10 kilometers from the starting point. You are required to seize the scrolls and reach the central tower within the constraints of the arena and time allowed. Scrolls? Indeed, it is a battle for scrolls. I possess 2 scrolls, namely the Celestial Scroll and the Terrestrial Scroll. There are a total of 77 participants, among whom 2 form a team, thus constituting 26 teams in total. Half of these teams will possess the Celestial Scroll, while the other half will hold the Terrestrial Scroll. To ascend to the central tower, one must gather both scrolls. This is the principal requirement of this examination. Moreover, this examination is time-bound, spanning approximately 120 hours, equivalent to 5 days. You must survive within the Death Forest for the entirety of this duration. And what of sustenance? Akimichi Choji inquired anxiously. Naturally, you must fend for yourselves. The Death Forest is rife with beasts, ferocious creatures, and toxic substances. All of these can serve as food, depending on your individual fortunes. This is the general outline of the situation. My explanation concludes here. You may now proceed to register and collect your scrolls. You have 1 hour of respite, so make the most of it. Tenten, Niji, it is time we devise a strategy for the upcoming challenge. Since the commencement of the first examination, Lee had chosen to remain silent, save for the moment of violence he had witnessed. Upon hearing Lee's words, Niji and Tenten's eyes sparkled with interest. They approached him as Lee spoke again. We have 1 hour remaining. In the forthcoming examination, we must seize the scrolls from others. The Death Forest is not unfamiliar to the 3 of us. Rather, our previous trials have granted us insights that surpass those of the other participants. Thus, let us first eliminate the external threats of the forest. With your keen eyes, which among these individuals possess considerable strength? Niji scanned the candidates wandering about. That grass ninja who returned the shuriken to the proctor earlier seems formidable, as does that individual with panda-like eyes. I sense that when you unleashed your killing intent earlier, he appeared unaffected. Indeed, those 2 seem rather formidable. And the reason I resorted to violence was to instill fear within the examination grounds. Now, take a closer look around you. As Lee spoke, both Niji and Tenten observed their surroundings, noticing several participants casting wary glances in their direction, some exhibiting signs of panic and trepidation. It dawned on them. This was the effect Lee had intended to achieve, a means to avert potential troubles. Indeed, the outcome appears promising. Thus, our objectives are twofold. One is to confront the androgynous team of grass shinobi, and the other is to face the team with panda eyes. I presume you do not wish to challenge the weaker teams, do you? Although this is the Chunin exam, what we 3 require is the thrill of challenge. For it is through such trials that our strength shall continuously evolve. Of course, this is merely my personal perspective, should either of you aspire to become Chunin. You may opt to confront the weaker teams, and I shall not impede your choices. Xiaoli's words left Tian feeling somewhat bewildered. Since the onset of the Chunin exam, Xiaoli seemed to have transformed, concealing numerous secrets, of which she was entirely unaware. It appeared that only Niji comprehended Xiaoli's intentions. He nodded affirmatively, stating, Xiaoli is indeed correct. Our collective strength remains insufficient. To grow stronger, we must persistently train and embrace challenges. This moment presents a splendid opportunity that we cannot afford to overlook. Niji was profoundly affected, burdened by the helplessness against the shadow-level adversaries. Witnessing loved ones perish while protecting him was an anguish that perhaps Tian could not fathom. He resented his own frailty. Had it not been for Xiao Li's timely intervention, they might have perished at the hands of those 2 shadow-level foes. Simultaneously, his resentment towards the clan escalated to an unforgivable intensity, his gaze seething with fury directed at the timid and delicate Hinata Hyuga, who stood shyly behind Kiba. Hinata, initially timid like a mouse, hid bashfully behind Kiba. Yet, upon sensing an unusual gaze from afar, she turned to look, inadvertently taking a few steps back as she met Niji's furious stare. Hinata, what troubles you? Kiba and Shino sensed the shift in atmosphere and followed Hinata's fearful gaze. Locking eyes with Niji, which instilled a profound sense of unease in both Shino and Kiba. Hinata, do not fret. Shino and I shall protect you. We will not allow him to harm you, Kiba declared, despite his arrogance, showing immense concern for his comrades. I will heed your words. Whatever you say shall be my course of action, Tian reluctantly acquiesced. With their opinions aligned, Niji immediately sought the location of Naruto Uzumaki's group upon entering the examination hall. I must locate them with utmost swiftness. Huh? Is that not the grass shinobi and the Pandai team? Why search for Naruto's group? Are they exceptionally strong? Niji and Tian were perplexed by Shaoli's intentions. Without further elaboration, Shaoli stated, "Finding Naruto Uzumaki will lead us to the grass shinobi, and soon you shall find the ensuing events most intriguing." Little Lee has always been enigmatic, and the two did not pursue further inquiries. In front of Gate 16, it was the entry number for Little Lee and his companions. An hour passed, and the second stage of the Ch-Nin exam commenced. With a command from Akkad, the participants swiftly entered the Forest of Death. Tian. The Earth Scroll is with you. Understanding the situation, Tian sealed the Earth Scroll into the space-time scroll. After walking for a minute or two, Ningxi's expression suddenly changed. "Byakugan, Little Lee is in trouble. It seems someone is tailing us." "Who is it?" Panda eyes. "It appears that matters are even more intriguing than I had anticipated, but our current objective is to locate the group of Uzumaki Naruto. Let us shake them off and begin our search for Uzumaki Naruto." "Understood." The trio quickened their pace. Only the shadow-level grass ninja could match their speed in the examination grounds. Their specialization in taijutsu gave them a distinct advantage in velocity. Whoosh. "Ira, they have accelerated their speed. I suggest we head to the central tower first." Although Shikamaru was not a sensing-type ninja, he possessed certain tracking techniques. Upon noticing the sudden increase in speed of the three pursuers, it was evident they had discovered their trail. Beside him, Iroh wore a cold expression, a sinister smile curling his lips. "If you wish to shake us off, then continue the chase." "This is bad. Iroh has succumbed to madness." Kankuro sensed the ominous shift. As they entered the Forest of Death, Iroh urged Shikamaru to immediately track Little Lee and the others. He understood Iroh's motives for pursuing Little Lee. He believed Little Lee possessed a value worthy of his elimination. The events of the first exam had made it clear that not all of Konoha's lower ninjas were inept. Without a doubt, Little Lee's team was formidable, even exuding a presence more terrifying than Iroh himself. "Little Lee, I've noticed they are quickening their pace as well. And they are not slow at all, less than 800 meters behind us." Ningxi spoke again. Little Lee pondered briefly before continuing. "Have we discovered the location of Uzumaki Naruto's group?" "Not yet. It seems they have veered significantly off our course. It appears we must exert ourselves further. I am particularly intrigued by Uzumaki Naruto's group. As for Panda Eyes, we shall disregard them for now and unleash our utmost speed. This forest is our domain." Little Lee's words ignited excitement in Ningxi and Tian. Indeed, the trio had previously endured life and death trials within the Forest of Death, and calling it their domain was not an exaggeration. In unison, they surged forth with their maximum speed. "What is happening? Their chakra fluctuations have vanished," Shikamaru exclaimed, astonished. Their pace had already been commendable. Why were they unable to catch up? Could it be that their achievements in taijutsu surpassed their own? It seems they prefer to avoid contact, perhaps out of fear. If they truly possess strength, they would meet us at the central tower. Wouldn't you agree, Iroh? Kankuro chuckled softly, his polite tone suggesting that Iroh should abandon his pursuit of Little Lee, and that they would ultimately converge at the central tower. Hearing this, Iroh lowered his head, contemplating, his bloodshot eyes revealing a menacing glare as he spoke fiercely. "Then we shall wait for them at the central tower. I will slay them to prove my existence. Let us go." With a swift motion, the three individuals altered their course towards the central tower, leaving behind Lee. Their subsequent endeavor was to locate Naruto Uzumaki. Why the incessant pursuit of Naruto? His abilities were hardly remarkable. What warranted such concern? Niji could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired. "The reason lies in the interest that the grass ninja holds for Naruto's group. By seeking Naruto, we shall inevitably find him. I am eager to witness the nature of his strength. Is that grass ninja truly so formidable?" Lee pondered aloud. "Tenen, do you believe my assessment could be erroneous? He is indeed powerful, possibly surpassing the two shadow-level ninjas we encountered. However, if he is truly that formidable, we would not be courting death." Realizing he had divulged too much, Lee hesitated, sensing the astonishment of Niji and Tenten. The notion that this grass ninja might eclipse even the two shadow-level ninjas was staggering. They had always trusted Lee's judgment, yet doubts began to surface. Though they refrained from voicing them, there was no rationale to counter his claims, for even a contradiction would lead to the same conclusion as Lee's foresight, as if he possessed an uncanny ability to predict the future. Meanwhile, a voice echoed ominously, "You are not Naruto. Who are you?" Uchiha Sasuke trembled in fear. Paralyzed alongside Sakura, ensnared by an illusion infused with murderous intent that rendered them immobile. "I wish to ascertain the extent of your Uchiha prowess." "Damn it. Sakura has completely lost consciousness." 20 minutes later, Lee and Niji sensed a formidable destructive force emanating from another direction. Niji activated his Byakugan, scanning the area and identifying 4 figures: Naruto Uzumaki, kneeling beside Sakura, while Sasuke engaged in combat with an androgynous grass ninja. Lee's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Found them." Engaged in battle, approximately 900 meters to the 8 o'clock direction. Excellent. We need not hasten. Let us approach stealthily. After Lee's admonition, the trio slowed their pace, employing covert tactics to advance quietly. Who are you? Sasuke had never encountered such a powerful Chunin, or perhaps this individual was not a Chunin at all, but rather an infiltrator. I am Orochimaru. Remember this name. Fear not, you shall seek me out in due time. However, I must depart for now, but not before presenting you with a small gift. With a swift motion, a serpent's head lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Sasuke's neck, marking him with a curse seal. Ah, Sasuke, quite the impressive young man. You are indeed that person's brother. Yet, you must endure the trials posed by my 3 subordinates. Well, 2. And I am quite intrigued by that young one as well, provided you can survive under the seal's influence. Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed as Sasuke collapsed. Sakura, aghast, found herself alone, her companions incapacitated, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Tears welled in her eyes as she cradled the fallen Sasuke, weeping uncontrollably. In a flash, 3 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, were silently unleashed. Just as Orochimaru was about to depart, he was startled and effortlessly evaded the attack, his expression darkening. Who dared disturb his refined leisure? In an instant, his figure vanished, and a tremendous explosion erupted behind him. Konoha Gale. Gentle Fist 8 trigrams. Lee and Niji swiftly closed in on Orochimaru, unleashing fierce kicks and palm strikes. Orochimaru had not anticipated a direct assault, and the duo's speed was astonishingly swift. Leaving no room for hesitation, he managed to block Lee's flying kick with one hand while bending his body to evade Niji's gentle fist. The pair retreated rapidly, fixing their gaze upon Orochimaru, who now recognized their presence. Is it you? I was intending to seek you out, but it seems you have come to me instead. Quite intriguing, little brat. Orochimaru's sinister gaze lingered on Lee and Niji, exuding an invisible aura of menace. Moments later, he chuckled. It appears that my killing intent has little effect on you two. You must have quite a bit of blood on your hands. You're aware of it, Orochimaru, Lee replied, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Oh, how do you know my name? Who are you? Orochimaru was somewhat taken aback. How could this boy named Lee know his name? He had come to Konoha under the veil of secrecy, and after so many years, few could recall his name. How could a child of merely 11 or 12 know of his existence? Senior Lee is quite formidable. Do not engage him. Sakura, upon recognizing the presence of Konoha ninjas, particularly the strong members of Lee's team, felt her heart plummet into despair, only to be lifted back to hope. Your name is Sakura, isn't it? Take those 2 and leave. I trust you will not witness what is to come, or else I shall not be courteous. Lee shot back with a harsh retort, leaving Sakura in shock and fear. Niji added, Stop dawdling here. We cannot protect and fight at the same time. At that moment, Sakura finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. With her agile mind and the realization that her companions were in peril, she hastily took Naruto and Sasuke and departed without a word. My interest grows, Lee. You presume I will not intercept them. And how did you come to know my name? Has Konoha begun announcing the names of rogue ninjas to the lower ranks? Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly. Niji, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Rogue ninja? Who exactly is this Orochimaru? Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world for years. However, after his research into forbidden techniques led to the massacre of many young lives in Konoha, he was discovered and fled, becoming a rogue ninja. Niji stared intently at Orochimaru, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He had heard of the legendary Sannin, each a powerful force in the ninja world. With Lee's explanation, he was increasingly convinced that the man before him was indeed an elite shinobi of the highest caliber. Yet, Niji could not fathom why Lee would seek out a known rogue ninja of such strength. Was there something amiss? He remained vigilant, locking his gaze on Orochimaru and adopting a stance ready for battle. To my surprise, even after my prolonged absence from Konoha, there are still those who remember me. Not bad, young one. However, it seems rather unwise to approach me knowing my reputation. Orochimaru's gaze darkened as he observed Lee's composed demeanor, devoid of any fear. This was somewhat unexpected. Could it be that he possessed some leverage over me? With a wry smile, Orochimaru dismissed the thought. What leverage could a mere child hold? I had intended to seek you out, Yet here you are presenting yourself to me. I am curious to test the limits of your abilities. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Your abilities? That depends on whether you possess the requisite skill. Suddenly, a black, jagged sphere whizzed past Lee, prompting Neji to retreat swiftly. What should we do? Neji's impatience was palpable. It's bound to be an attack. In the distance, Tintin hurled a landmine. As the explosion's remnants cleared, Lee dashed into the smoke. When the haze dissipated, Orochimaru appeared, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Lee's eyes turned icy, his feet silent upon the branch, his hands weaving through the air. Cloudy palm. The force of his palm surged forth, a powerful gust tearing toward Orochimaru, sending him hurtling away. Lee sprang into action. But when he realized that the figure flying away was merely a wooden dummy, his expression remained unchanged. Neji, aware that their foe was formidable, activated his Byakugan. Lee, I'm right beneath you. Neji shouted, warning Lee as Orochimaru's androgynous voice echoed from below. Hidden shadow snake ants. 5 black serpents, glistening with scales, surged upward. Fangs bared. Lee inhaled deeply, then released the weight strapped to his legs, hurling it towards the approaching snakes. In the blink of an eye, Lee vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, the 200 pounds of weight struck the serpent's head, even catching Orochimaru off guard. As the smoke cleared, only Orochimaru remained, calmly observing the re-emergence of Lee and Neji. I never imagined you could bear such a burden at such a young age. You surpassed the Uchiha children by far. Orochimaru remarked, increasingly impressed with Lee, though his admiration centered solely on himself. Lee shrugged, replying, if you wish to measure our abilities, you should demonstrate your own prowess, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Sannin. Sharp-tongued, are we? Soon you shall taste the bitterness of defeat. With a swift motion, 3 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, flew forth. Orochimaru, now irritated by the concealed assailant, resolved to uncover the hidden figure. As the explosions echoed, Lee and Neji reacted quickly, retreating once more. However, when they assessed the site of the blast, Orochimaru had already vanished. Trouble. Tintin, Neji exclaimed. He is using the body flicker technique. They understood Tintin's hiding spot. But so did Orochimaru, for his senses were as keen as any serpent's. The mischievous little rascal demonstrated commendable launching techniques, yet his reactions remained slightly sluggish. The figure of Orochimaru loomed ominously near Tintin's ear, sending shivers down her spine. Tintin drew her kunai and thrust it backward, only for Orochimaru to grasp her wrist with one hand while his other hand seized her throat. 8 trigrams palm. The Hyuga style. Orochimaru was certainly familiar with the Hyuga clan, having had frequent encounters during his time in the Hidden Leaf Village. Neji's approach was swift, his palm a mere blur as it advanced toward Orochimaru. With a cold smirk, Orochimaru yanked Tintin closer, causing Neji to gasp in shock, instantly retracting his 8 trigrams palm. To think that a shadow-level ninja would resort to using a subordinate as a shield, Orochimaru, you have truly sunk low. How pathetic, Lee scoffed. Having arrived at Tintin's side, with his serpent fist clenched tightly, he unleashed a powerful strike that reverberated like thunder, causing Orochimaru's ears to ring. Within a breath's time, Lee darted to Orochimaru's side, seizing the hand that clutched Tintin. The crack of bones echoed as Orochimaru felt an immense force, prompting him to loosen his grip. Neji, witnessing this, leaped forward to embrace Tintin, swiftly retreating as she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. You would do well to choose your words carefully, or I may be compelled to end your life. Orochimaru seethed with irritation. This insolent brat dared to insult him, despite his cold demeanor and calm disposition. Such disrespect was intolerable. I speak no falsehood. A prominent shadow-level ninja resorting to violence against a mere genin. How disgraceful. Is your skin as thick as your serpent hide? Seeking death. The 2 warriors' auras erupted, a palpable tension that only those of considerable strength could exude. While he may not have been deemed a strong man in his past life, he was undeniably formidable, having faced numerous battles and brushes with death. Though lacking in the strength of a true elite, he possessed the heart and resolve of one striving toward greatness. Very well. You can withstand my presence. My curiosity about you grows. Show me your true strength. As you wish. In an instant, their figures vanished. This time, Orochimaru refrained from employing ninjutsu or genjutsu, engaging Lee purely in physical combat. Although Orochimaru was not primarily a martial artist, his experience in warfare had honed his skills beyond those of many who specialized in taijutsu. His movements were as elusive and unpredictable as a serpent's. Unburdened by weights, Lee's speed surpassed that of an ordinary ninja, and upon shedding his load, his velocity increased threefold. Yet, even at this heightened pace, Orochimaru managed to keep up. Their physical confrontation became a blur. An intense exchange where the best approach for martial arts was the serpent fist, swift and elusive, much like Orochimaru's current predicament. Behold my serpent fist. Am I the serpent, or are you? Boom, boom, boom. The silhouettes of two figures beneath the great tree flickered and vanished continuously. Neji observed the fierce battle, his heart racing as he realized that Lee's strength had significantly improved, surpassing him completely. The speed at which they moved was discernible to him through his Byakugan, yet the intricacies of their strikes eluded his comprehension. Orochimaru was somewhat more straightforward. A punch was merely a punch, and a kick was simply a kick. However, Lee's dynamic movements and the trajectory of his punches were beyond the grasp of the Byakugan. Even Orochimaru was taken aback, as each time he attempted to intercept Lee's blows, he found himself grasping at nothing but air, an occurrence more perplexing than he had anticipated. Moreover, he sensed an intangible serpentine essence emanating from Lee. A manifestation not of a genuine snake, but rather an embodiment of its agility and cunning, which created an illusion of clarity. Receive my punch, Orochimaru mused, only to be startled as he momentarily forgot he was engaged in combat with Lee. Despite the latter's apparent inferiority, he could not afford to be careless. For Lee had seized the instant of his distraction, launching a punch directly at him. Bang! The fist collided with Orochimaru's face, causing a portion of his artificial skin to peel away, and his lips quivered slightly. This punch was peculiar, possessing a splitting force that penetrated deep into the flesh and disrupted cellular integrity. How could such an extraordinary martial art exist? Could it be Gentle Fist? Orochimaru pondered as he glanced towards Neji, only to realize the inconsistency of his thoughts. The Gentle Fist technique targets the internal organs, and while it can inflict harm on the flesh, its range of movement is restricted. Unlike this young boy, who, through rapid movement, could inflict damage on the cellular level without relying on the Byakugan. What an exhilarating young lad. I am eager to witness the true extent of your martial prowess. Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Initially, he had come for Sasuke Uchiha, but now he included Lee in his ambitions. Lee was truly remarkable, with the only drawback being his lack of a bloodline limit. Were he to possess such a lineage, it would be nothing short of perfection. He would stop at nothing to take Lee away. Youngster, I must admit I underestimated you. You have subtly gained the upper hand in martial arts. Of course, I have lived long enough to understand my own capabilities. I have only unleashed 8/10 of my potential. Tread carefully now. Orochimaru chuckled while simultaneously warning Lee that he would reveal his true martial prowess. Lee, looking down upon him with disdain, regained his composure and stood upon the branch, declaring, "Show me your true abilities. I fear you not in martial arts." Very well, such spirit. Then let us continue. Orochimaru spoke with sincerity, as his speed surged once more, surpassing even Lee's. Steeling himself, Lee brandished his kunai, his figure disappearing in an instant. Boom, boom. The clash of their battle was nothing short of brutal and spectacular. The brutality was evident in the blood that splattered throughout the fray, while the spectacle lay in the fact that their confrontation transcended the mere physical realm, their speeds far exceeding that of ordinary Jainin. How formidable! Is this truly the real Lee? Why do my hands tremble? This is what it means to be a true powerhouse. Why am I, Neji Hyuga, so feeble? Neji felt a surge of dissatisfaction as he watched the fierce confrontation between Lee and Orochimaru, his blood boiling with an intensity that penetrated to his very bones, becoming increasingly unbearable. Swish! Little Lee's figure was sent flying, his mouth stained with blood and his body marred by countless wounds. Yet, his eyes sparkled with exhilaration and unparalleled thrill. This was what true combat felt like, a visceral, authentic battle. No ninjutsu or genjutsu could compare to the sheer satisfaction of taijutsu. For the first time, little Lee experienced an overwhelming rush of pleasure. This battle was utterly intoxicating. Below, Ten and Neji shared in the excitement. Orochimaru's figure reemerged, though his clothing lay in tatters, and his body bore numerous wounds, remnants of kunai strikes. Fortunately, none were fatal. With fiery eyes, he gazed at little Lee, finding the boy exceedingly intriguing, almost irresistible. I must concede, you are exceptionally strong. I have never encountered such prowess among Genin, nor even among Chunin. You possess taijutsu skills that rival those of Jainin. I, Orochimaru, acknowledge your talent, though it is solely your taijutsu I command. From here on, I shall employ ninjutsu, for my expertise lies therein, not in taijutsu. Orochimaru's genuine praise held the weight of a strong man's recognition, while an uninformed observer might dismiss it. The acknowledgement of a powerful individual carries profound respect for strength. Little Li's abilities were worthy of admiration, especially considering he was merely an 11 or 12-year-old boy. I never anticipated that my taijutsu would fall short of yours. Truly, you are a shadow-level powerhouse, and I accept my defeat with full respect. However, I am not limited to taijutsu. I have other skills as well. Upon finishing his statement, Little Li retrieved 5 specially crafted kunai from his back pouch and hurled them in 5 different directions. Orochimaru, initially puzzled, was taken aback upon recognizing the shape of the kunai. Could it be that you possess? Indeed, I can perform that ninjutsu. Come forth. Our battle is far from over. Let us see the extent of my capabilities. Without further ado or hesitation, Orochimaru realized the gravity of the situation. If Little Li truly wielded that ninjutsu, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate him, as that technique was renowned for both killing and escape. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Niji, take 10-10 and retreat. Little Li commanded. Understanding that remaining would only hinder Little Li, Niji swiftly carried 10-10 to a concealed spot to rest. Facing the great breakthrough, Little Li closed his eyes, swiftly forming hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. With a crack, Little Li vanished, reappearing atop one of the kunai embedded in a tree. However, his expression was a mix of relief and bitterness. The might of the Flying Thunder God technique was undeniable. He had succeeded just days prior. But success was not guaranteed every time. The training for this technique was exceedingly rigorous. Since acquiring it, he had devoted countless hours to practice with his shadow clones. Fortunately, his natural talent was commendable, allowing him to finally succeed in mastering it. Orochimaru was utterly astounded. This young boy truly possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. It is worth noting that Orochimaru himself had some understanding of this technique, which required not only rigorous training but also immense mental strength for the precise positioning of the markers. This boy was undeniably extraordinary. If a seasoned jonin had performed this technique, Orochimaru would not have been as astonished. The issue, however, was that the youth before him was merely a genin. The fact that a genin could wield such a formidable technique left the seasoned shinobi feeling quite unsettled. Where did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru inquired, his eyes gleaming with avarice. It was evident that he was intrigued by the forbidden scrolls of Konoha, which contained the jutsu of all the strongest ninjas in Konoha's history, including some that could be deemed otherworldly, such as the Edo Tensei. Engaging in battle with Orochimaru was undoubtedly an unwise course of action, a truth that Lee understood all too well. His own strength was insufficient to defeat Orochimaru. Even if he opened the 8 gates, he would still be no match for him. To eliminate Orochimaru in his current state would require a power akin to that of Uchiha Itachi's formidable genjutsu. Suddenly, Lee burst into laughter and waved his hand dismissively. I have no obligation to reveal how I acquired this jutsu. On the contrary, with the Flying Thunder God in my arsenal, what can you possibly do to me? Lee's audacious demeanor elicited a sense of irritation in Orochimaru. However, he dared not underestimate him. Previously, Orochimaru had dismissed Lee due to his prowess in taijutsu alone, but now, with the addition of the Flying Thunder God, the situation had shifted dramatically. He perceived that he had less than a 10% chance of defeating Lee. Should he fail to eliminate Lee, the boy's future growth would pose a formidable threat to him. You may think me too benevolent. While I may not be able to kill you, I can certainly eliminate them, such as that Hyuga brat, can't I? Orochimaru spoke coldly, shedding his earlier arrogance. Kill them? You may as well try. If you dare to harm them, I will not hesitate to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke, Lee retorted defiantly. What did you say? Orochimaru's fury ignited. Uchiha Sasuke was his key to confronting Uchiha Itachi in the future. I would dare to kill your subordinates in front of the proctor. Why would I hesitate to eliminate a mere Uchiha Sasuke? Do you think I'm the kind of person who shows mercy? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. If it were anyone else, he might not have been concerned, but the first exam remained vivid in his memory, where Lee had indeed killed someone and subsequently presented a plethora of arguments that left the proctor speechless. Orochimaru's expression contorted as he realized that a formidable shinobi was being threatened by a mere child. What do you truly want? Are you not afraid that I might actually kill you? Facing Orochimaru's intangible killing intent, the atmosphere grew tense as leaves danced in the wind. Lee remained calm, like a small boat navigating against a mighty river, and replied, If you truly wish to take my life, you would likely have to exert considerable effort. The reason I sought you out is that I possess something that might pique your interest. Of course, should you desire these intriguing items, you would need to offer something of tangible value in return. With a leisurely tone, Xiao Li remarked, causing Orochimaru's eyes to gleam with intrigue. This young lad was truly an enigma to him. He had uttered something that piqued his interest. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? So you seek me out for a transaction. Had you stated this earlier, we needn't have delayed until now. Orochimaru, being a perceptive individual, pondered, were it not for the first examination and the prowess I am about to display, would you be standing here engaging in such trivial discourse? On the contrary, how could a mere chunin be worthy of the attention of a shinobi of your caliber? Orochimaru was taken aback, and even Niji was astonished. Could it be that you had orchestrated this from the very beginning, awaiting this precise moment? Almost, Shaoli replied. If I had not eliminated your subordinates, how would I have captured your attention? And if I had not showcased my taijutsu, how could I have sparked your interest? Ultimately, if I do not demonstrate the Flying Thunder God, how would you regard me with caution? Am I correct in my assertions? Shaoli smirked. Indeed, young one. Not only do you possess strength, but also intellect. I find myself wishing to recruit you as my subordinate. You are truly a remarkable talent, despite Orochimaru's praise. Shaoli remained unfazed and declared, let us dispense with the pleasantries. I wish to propose a transaction. Intrigued by Shaoli's proposition, Orochimaru inquired, what sort of transaction? Shaoli pointed towards Niji, who felt utterly perplexed, and Orochimaru too was baffled. What was this young boy indicating? He is from the Hyuga clan, as you ought to discern. And moreover, he is the heir of the branch family. The essence of my transaction is simple. Release the caged bird seal from his forehead. Indeed, Shaoli's aim was the release of the caged bird seal, a feat achievable solely by Orochimaru within the realm of Naruto. This man had delved into countless forbidden arts, and undoubtedly, he had encountered the caged bird seal. Orochimaru scrutinized Niji momentarily before turning away, stating blandly, the caged bird seal is no simple matter. I am unable to assist you. Despite Orochimaru's claim of inability, Shaoli remained skeptical and retorted in a similar tone. What if I were to propose a trade involving the spirit transformation technique? Would you have a solution then? Were Orochimaru to suggest a tentative agreement, Shaoli would exercise caution. Conversely, Orochimaru's declaration of impotence was evidently a test, probing what Shaoli possessed that warranted a trade. The spirit transformation technique. You cannot possibly know this ninjutsu as well. Who exactly are you? Orochimaru was incredulous, unable to fathom that this young boy was familiar with such an advanced technique, which allowed the soul to detach for assassination purposes. Given its connection to the soul, Orochimaru felt compelled to take notice. Having undergone multiple soul transfers, his own spiritual power had waned, and he was in search of a remedy. Acquiring the spirit transformation technique would significantly advance his research into the soul. Conversely, while others may be powerless against the caged bird seal, he had the means to address it, as he had previously studied the Hyuga clan's seal to exert control over his subordinates. Orochimaru's eyes flickered incessantly, and Shaoli comprehended that Orochimaru was indeed intrigued by the technique of spiritual transformation. Although he could offer the Flying Thunder God technique as a trade, a predicament arose. Using the Flying Thunder God would strip him of considerable initiative, rendering him passive. While the spiritual transformation technique was undoubtedly formidable, it held no utility for him. From Orochimaru's perspective, the worth of the spiritual transformation technique far surpassed that of the Flying Thunder God. Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is your interest in the spiritual transformation technique. Can this transaction be executed? Shaoli retorted. Certainly, to express my sincerity. You shall allow a young member of the Hyuga clan to accompany me, and I shall return him to you in a month, Orochimaru asserted. Shaoli scoffed. Orochimaru, must you resort to such childish jesting? Allowing him to accompany you could mean you might impose some forbidden jutsu upon him. Our transaction is not to be executed now. It is to be reserved for the future. We have many unresolved matters, and when the time is right, I shall contact you. Niji, standing nearby, could scarcely fathom the situation. Shaoli had approached Orochimaru for his own sake. This time, Shaoli's heartfelt gratitude towards him was undeniable, no matter Shaoli's ulterior motives. Even if he were to ask Niji to traverse perilous paths, he would do so without hesitation. Fortunately, Tintin remained unconscious, unaware of their exchange. Are you suggesting that the spiritual transformation technique will also be traded at a later time? Orochimaru's voice suddenly turned frigid. Unbeknownst to him, Shaoli had produced a scroll from his hand, stating calmly, here is the scroll of the spiritual transformation technique. Take it. Orochimaru had initially intended to forcibly take Shaoli if he did not surrender the technique, but was taken aback by how readily Shaoli relinquished it. Orochimaru grasped the scroll, and Shaoli, somewhat bewildered, felt a surge of tension, as did Niji. What if Orochimaru reneged on their agreement? Remaining composed, Xiaoli continued. I trust you will not act rashly. A transaction necessitates sincerity, and as I have come to negotiate with you, I shall be the one to demonstrate good faith first. Ha ha ha. An amusing young lad. You are Rock Lee, correct? Quite intriguing indeed. I accept the spiritual transformation technique. Now you take this. Orochimaru then tossed a black scroll towards Xiaoli, who caught it effortlessly. When you wish to seek me again, simply unseal the contents of this scroll. Xiaoli and Orochimaru exchanged glances, and a strange sound echoed from afar, prompting both to become vigilant. It appears the Umbu are approaching. I must take my leave. But before I go, I am curious. Why assist the young member of the Hyuga clan in accessing the Cagebird seal? Xiaoli smirked coldly. Do you not wish to see how the branch family heir handles the main family? How delightful. It seems we share a similar perspective. That is precisely my thought. Until next time. Orochimaru's voice faded away with an unsettling, serpentine laughter. With a sigh of relief, Xiaoli, carrying Tintin on his back, swiftly departed with Niji. Just as they left, figures adorned with pet masks emerged from the shadows, and the remnants of a battle suggested that at least 7 individuals had engaged in conflict. Among the 7 or 8 individuals, someone swiftly deduced that they were dealing with a perceptive ninja, as the chakra fluctuations permeating the air did not dissipate rapidly. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and the pursuit of Orochimaru's trail continued, with Hondo having set off ahead. One of the men, wearing a Tengu mask, declared affirmatively, yes. Whoosh. Several individuals departed swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Xiaoli and his companions were still unconscious, their pace considerably slow. Xiaoli had previously expended too much chakra, and if the stalemate persisted, the outcome would be dire. Fortunately, the Umbu arrived just in time. Ningxi, can we trust Orochimaru? Why do I always feel an ominous chill? Ningxi's first impression of Orochimaru was one of disgust and malevolence. Xiaoli remarked, Orochimaru is, in fact, a very complex individual. He revels in madness. Yet, those who embrace madness often possess a story. He is undeniably powerful and a schemer, but certainly not a wise strategist. One might even label him a failed schemer. Your words leave me perplexed. How can he be both a schemer and a failed sage? Ningxi struggled to comprehend. Xiaoli continued, imagine you are a madman. Would you bargain with your enemies? No, Ningxi replied. Precisely. If he is indeed mad, why would he attempt to negotiate with us? This signifies his failure. The more such individuals present themselves as mad, the more it indicates that, deep within, they are anything but. It is merely a fade. Hence, he is a failed madman. The remaining schemer aspect stems from his arrogance, believing he has everything under control. In reality, while he attempts to manipulate others, they are simultaneously monitoring his every move. At this juncture, Xiaoli recalled Orochimaru and Itachi, as he had articulated, while Orochimaru plotted against Itachi. Itachi was simultaneously devising strategies against him. Ultimately, Itachi emerged victorious, for his cunning surpassed that of Orochimaru, possessing a profound understanding of Sasuke that left Orochimaru utterly defeated. His arrogance led him to presume that we would not dare deceive him, as he considered himself both powerful and wise. Harboring the pride of a strong man, yet lacking the sagacity of a sage. Fortunately, his interest in us provides leverage for this transaction. Ningxi grasped the underlying profundity. Xiaoli's analysis was indeed insightful, and Ningxi, not being dull-witted, comprehended this. But what if he is not interested in us? Would we then lack any bargaining power? After pondering, Ningxi stated, our leverage is substantial. I possess the technique of spiritual transformation as a significant asset. Moreover, there is Uchiha Sasuke. My intent in battling him is to demonstrate my strength, to possess the capability to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke. These are 2 bargaining chips. He might believe he cannot kill a fellow villager, as it would render him a rogue ninja. However, the first exam was intended to convey that should I desire to take a life, no one can impede me, not even Uchiha Sasuke. Impressive. It seems you had this all orchestrated from the outset. If that day you managed to outmaneuver a shadow-level ninja, I would find it entirely unsurprising. Such a layout transcends mere calculations. It embodies the art of strategy and the contest of intellect. Niji considers himself a genius, yet in comparison to Xiaoli, he feels utterly insignificant. Is it not disheartening? Nevertheless, time is still required. A caged bird cannot liberate itself swiftly, for our time remains insufficient. Xiaoli gazes at Niji and advises, I understand. For now, we must wait until we possess sufficient strength. I am pleased with your thoughts. But one thing must remain confidential. My Flying Thunder God technique must not be disclosed. Xiaoli states with solemnity. Niji comprehends at this moment. He must rely solely on Xiaoli, who harbors a secret that is undeniably advantageous, for there exists a tinge of fear towards Xiaoli. However, we must now seek a place to rest, as my body has grown weary. Very well. What a clever little imp, managing to ensnare me in this. Orochimaru reclines within the embrace of a great tree, pondering the transaction he just made with Xiaoli. Since the commencement of the Chunin exams, Xiaoli has been orchestrating a scheme against him, and that too without his knowledge. Few are aware of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Could it be that one of his subordinates has betrayed him? This is utterly implausible, for his followers are unwaveringly loyal. Yet, what could have led this little imp to discern my existence and engage in a transaction using the spirit transformation technique? I truly require a ninjutsu pertaining to soul research. But the notion that such a young one could outmaneuver me and pose a threat is inconceivable. This individual must either be swiftly recruited or eradicated. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes flicker as he retrieves the scroll from which Xiaoli was to be traded, the spirit transformation technique. Upon merely opening it halfway, a small white note flutters out, bearing a single word. Yet, it is this solitary word that sends a shiver through Orochimaru, causing him to grit his teeth. After a moment, he regains his composure, crumpling the white note into shreds. Well done, little imp. I hope our next encounter brings another surprise. As his murmurs fade, several shurikens whiz through the air, and Orochimaru hisses, having already discerned the identity of the assailant. Long time no see, Hondo. The sinister, serpentine voice echoes ominously. The following day in the Forest of Death, many teams have perished, while some hasten towards the central tower, and others lay in ambush near it. Tian awakens from a slumber, realizing that Orochimaru, in his ruthlessness, ensnared her the moment he captured her, employing Jinjutsu to plunge her into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, she inquires about her companions, to which they respond with smiles but offer no explanations. Such matters must remain undisclosed. They merely provide vague reassurances that their adversaries, having sustained serious injuries, fled, which brings relief to Tian. In the ensuing hours, Xiaoli and his companions do not rush onward. They seek their team. However, much to their chagrin, they cannot locate any of the teams, as if they are deliberately evading them. This leads Tian to incessantly grumble at Xiaoli. For without the heavenly scroll, their participation in the Chunin exams would be in jeopardy. Xiaoli is blaming you. The first exam frightened so many people away that now no one dares to approach us. It's infuriating. I distinctly remember you saying you didn't want to cause any trouble, and I acted accordingly, so you cannot hold me responsible for this. Xiaoli's innocent expression warmed Tian's heart, yet in a display of her irritation, she chose to ignore him. At that moment, Ning Ci broke the silence, saying, "In truth, we need not be overly anxious. The teams that acquired the scrolls should all be heading towards the central tower, where many individuals with both types of scrolls are bound to converge. If we arrive there ahead of time, we can intercept one of the teams. Given our pace, we should reach the central tower in approximately 4 hours." Ning Ci was correct. The real battleground of the 5th day in the Forest of Death lay before the central tower. It was likely that many had contemplated this strategy, and if we arrived there, we would naturally encounter other teams. Is that so? Well then, I shall heed your advice. Thus, we need not fret. Let us treat this as a leisurely stroll. With 3 days remaining, we can hunt beasts and enjoy a barbecue, treating it as an outdoor camping trip. Xiaoli chuckled lightly. Is that appropriate? While others are desperately battling for the scrolls, we are off to enjoy a barbecue. Tian expressed her concerns. For the Forest of Death is not a benign place. Let's follow Xiaoli's suggestion. A barbecue sounds delightful. We are indeed exhausted. It shall be our outdoor camping adventure. Ning Ci agreed wholeheartedly. You too. Well, I suppose I've conceded to you. Tian replied, deflated like a punctured balloon. In the Hokage's office, Inbaishi submitted a report concerning the first exam, which included the account of Xiaoli's actions during the examination. The third Hokage perused the information with a furrowed brow. Given his understanding of Xiaoli, he found it hard to believe that he would engage in such reckless behavior. Before him stood several jonin, all instructors for this year's Chunin exam participants, who couldn't suppress their amusement upon hearing Inbaishi's report. Xiaoli's actions were excessively extreme and audacious. Yet behind this boldness lay an unexpected depth. He had utilized righteousness to compel the proctor, an unprecedented occurrence in past examinations. Rikuju, step forward. I wish to hear your thoughts. Rikuju appeared at the window, approached the Hokage, and bowed respectfully, stating calmly, based on the report provided by Inbaishi, I can only draw one conclusion. Xiao Li must be monitored. If things go awry, he could potentially become another Orochimaru. Rikuju's insights astonished everyone present, including Kakashi and Guy. Guy felt a pang of discomfort, as Xiao Li was his beloved disciple. Unable to contain himself, he interjected. Xiao Li's actions may have been extreme, but it cannot be denied that he acted to uphold the honor of Konoha. In response, Rikuju regarded Guy with understanding. He was well aware of Guy's sentiments in this moment, but as the wisdom of Konoha, he needed to strategize for the village's benefit while safeguarding its security. Lugio shook his head. From past missions and Xiao Li's performance, it was evident that Xiao Li was a calm and composed individual, possessing remarkable planning skills. However, after the previous border mission, I realized that Xiao Li, while undoubtedly talented, also harbored a certain madness within him, reminiscent of the infamous Orochimaru. Yet, it is crucial to note that Xiao Li is not Orochimaru. The latter, even in his youth, lacked the formidable prowess that Xiao Li currently possesses. Orochimaru's rebellious spirit was once constrained by his relative weakness, but once he attained a certain level of power, he soared to heights unrestrained and reckless. I must disagree with your perspective, Lugio. Orochimaru remains Orochimaru, while Xiao Li is fundamentally Xiao Li. The trust Xiao Li places in his comrades is not akin to that of Orochimaru. Should we implement surveillance on Xiao Li, it might inadvertently transform him into another Orochimaru. This matter requires careful consideration, Kakashi interjected. He recognized that Xiao Li's approach was excessively extreme, yet ever since Xiao Li had uttered a certain phrase to him, Kakashi felt as if he had glimpsed an alternate version of himself. Furthermore, Xiao Li was a pupil of his dear friend, Kai. And out of both personal and professional loyalty, he felt compelled to assist Kai. Kai, visibly agitated, gazed at Kakashi with eyes brimming with gratitude. What a headache this is, sighed the third Hokage, as he lit his pipe in exasperation. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and an elderly man slowly entered. Danzo-sama. The gathered elite shinobi bowed in unison, for the newcomer was none other than Danzo, the leader of the route. His unexpected arrival left many perplexed, including the third Hokage, who was equally baffled by the purpose of Danzo's visit. Danzo nodded slightly and remarked, Kakashi, your viewpoint lacks a degree of experience. As Lugio has stated, any potential threat necessitates surveillance, for it may pose a significant risk to Konoha. Thus, I find myself in agreement with Lugio's assessment. Of course, Sarutobi. If you find this situation troubling, you might consider entrusting Xiao Li's issue to Root. The very existence of Root is to eliminate threats to the village. Danzo's words stirred a tempest of emotions, causing the elite shinobi to collectively gasp in shock, particularly Kai, who was seething with anger. Among seasoned shinobi, there was no one unaware of Root's notorious reputation. If Xiao Li were to be handed over to them, the consequences would be dire. The third Hokage glared at Danzo, understanding that, under these circumstances, delegating the matter to Root would be prudent. However, surrendering Xiao Li to them would betray Kai's trust. For Kai was unwaveringly loyal to the Hokage's faction, and Xiao Li was his beloved disciple. Most importantly, the third Hokage had not anticipated Danzo's intervention at this critical juncture. The issue of surveilling Xiao Li echoed the previous surveillance on the Nine Tails. The immense suffering that Naruto endured during that time weighed heavily on the third Hokage's conscience, as he felt he had wronged the fourth Hokage. To subject Xiao Li to a similar fate would be to betray Kai. Danzo asserted that the situation had not yet escalated to warrant Root's involvement, and moreover, Xiao Li's predicament was not the primary concern. Currently, Orochimaru had infiltrated Konoha, and the focus should be on mobilizing Root to locate him. The third Hokage stated calmly. In the presence of these two formidable figures, the gathered shinobi dared not interject. While Danzo maintained an impassive demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the third Hokage's words. I had long been aware of the matters concerning Orochimaru, and your Umbu have already been mobilized. In the face of a situation like that of Lee, it is indeed the Root that should take action, for your methods are still too lenient. This notion is not solely mine. Do you not concur, Kotetsu and Mito? From behind the door emerged two venerable elders, the esteemed advisors of Konoha. They approached the third Hokage, their expressions devoid of joy or sorrow, stating, as Danzo has suggested, it is best that Root addresses the issue concerning Lee. Currently, the Umbu's forces are concentrated on Orochimaru, leaving no personnel available to monitor Lee. Thus, it is most prudent for Root to undertake this task. Kotetsu and Mito echoed in unison. Indeed, I did not coerce any of them. Sarutobi, I merely presented the matter at hand, with the safety of Konoha in mind. The involvement of Root has garnered the approval of several higher-ups. Danzo turned to Kotetsu and Mito, emphasizing that even with the Third-S authority, he could not act unilaterally. For the position of Hokage demands consideration of numerous factors. The gathered Jonin began to sweat profusely, especially Guy, whose heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles. With nowhere to vent his frustration, his eyes filled with hope directed at the third. Yet, the third's decision left Guy utterly disheartened. Very well. Lee shall be entrusted to root for execution. Is this acceptable, Danzo? The third spoke coldly. Danzo remained expressionless, responding in a measured tone after this examination. Root shall commence surveillance of Lee. I shall take my leave. As Danzo departed, Kotetsu calmly remarked, there is nothing more for us to attend to at present. We too shall take our leave. With the three having just exited, the atmosphere in the office became oppressively heavy. Guy could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming, is this truly the right course of action, Hokage-sama? His outburst echoed throughout the office, leaving everyone in stunned silence, for most were familiar with Guy's character. He was known for his boisterous nature and optimism. To witness him erupt in such anger, especially in the presence of the Hokage, was a grave transgression. This was the first time the third had ever seen Guy so enraged, and a chill ran through him. Guy's gaze held no malice or fury, only a profound sense of discontent and frustration. Guy, please calm yourself. Kakashi stepped forward, placing a hand on Guy's shoulder. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, a jolt of energy surged through him, reminiscent of the fierce power he had experienced during his battle with Lee. Could it be that Guy possessed such strength? The current situation was dire, and the third felt utterly at a loss. To harm a loyal subordinate who had dedicated many years to Konoha, especially one whose father had perished in its defense, left the third questioning the wisdom of his decision. Entrusting Lee to root seemed akin to pushing him into a deadly abyss. Guy, do not be agitated. Trust that the Hokage has his reasons. Please, calm down. At this moment, Asuma stepped forward to persuade, as their close relationship with Akai prompted them to intervene. However, Akai exhibited no reaction to their entreaties. After a moment of silence, his anger dissipated, replaced by a serene expression as he addressed the third Hokage, saying, I apologize, Lord Hokage. But I must convey this. You are forcing a person into a corner, driving them toward destruction. My friend Lee once told me, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should one offend me, I will pursue them, regardless of distance. There is another phrase you may not appreciate. As long as Konoha does not betray me, I shall not betray Konoha. With that, Akai turned away without a glance at the others, leaving the third Hokage and the Jonin deep in contemplation and frustration. In the Death Forest examination grounds, the fourth day of the exam had arrived, with merely 1 day remaining. After 2 days of leisure, Lee and his companions readied themselves for the challenges ahead. Remarkably, during these 2 days, not a single team approached them, granting Lee and his friends ample opportunity to rest. During this time, Lee discovered a delightful revelation. The power of his Ming Jin had shown signs of loosening, seemingly advancing a step closer to the realm of Jin. Initially skeptical, he soon realized it was indeed genuine. Could this be related to his battle with Orochimaru? Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu, only Taijutsu was the path he aspired to follow. The martial way was his true pursuit. While Ninjutsu may be formidable and Genjutsu terrifying, neither could ignite the same exhilaration within him as Taijutsu. Lee was not a man driven by madness, yet he shunned stagnation. He yearned for a life brimming with passion. In his past life, he dedicated himself to slaughter. In this life, he vowed to devote everything to martial arts. Though ninjutsu and genjutsu were undoubtedly powerful and mainstream, he believed that taijutsu, when honed to greatness, could rival or even surpass these disciplines in ferocity. His expertise extended beyond mere taijutsu. He practiced guoshu, a martial art that kills rather than performs. In his previous life, most could not comprehend guoshu due to its demanding nature, a far cry from ordinary martial forms. The breadth of its practice was so vast that many would spend their lives striving to reach its threshold in vain. The trio began their journey toward the central tower. As they approached, the surrounding wildlife dwindled, and they often encountered the corpses of beasts, some poisoned, others slain. The law of the Death Forest dictated that the weak would be eliminated while the strong survived. Caution was imperative, although others may wish to avoid confrontation. They would not remain passive. A single misstep could lead to a deadly struggle. Observing their surroundings, Lee cautioned his companions, who nodded in agreement. After 2 hours, they could faintly discern the structure of the central tower. The trio gradually slowed their pace. Niji activated his Byakugan in search of foes. Yet the outcome was disappointing. No enemies were in sight, prompting Tintin to voice her frustration. Another 25 minutes passed when Niji whispered, I have spotted a team. It is the Takigakure ninjas. Let us pursue them, Lee exclaimed, and the three hastened their speed. Hark! Someone is tailing us, Lee noted. 3 ninjas were hastening towards the central tower. 2 men of rather unremarkable appearance, and a woman who was notably corpulent. Can you ascertain who is tracking us? One of the men inquired of the stout woman. She furrowed her brow, her plump hands swiftly forming a series of seals. A droplet of water materialized above her head, gradually expanding to form a reflective surface resembling a water mirror. The mirror shimmered, revealing 3 figures, prompting surprise among the trio. It was that little imp clad in white robes. They were pursuing us. The corpulent woman felt a surge of anxiety, for the strength displayed by Shaoli in the first exam was beyond the capability of any member of their team. The other 2 teammates were equally apprehensive, and the one who assumed a leadership role exclaimed, increase your speed to shake them off. The 3 of them were drenched in perspiration. This year's CH9 exam was indeed a gathering of formidable adversaries, with the team possessing panda-like eyes and the one led by the little imp in white being no trifles, as Shaoli relentlessly pursued them. They were increasingly anxious to reach the central tower. We must accelerate. It seems they have caught our scent, Ningxi murmured. At long last, we have a team. Let us hasten our pace. Tian chimed in impatiently. Shaoli, with a wry smile, acquiesced. Let us heed Tian's advice and quicken our steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh no, they are picking up speed. They are less than 600 meters away. The stout woman exclaimed in alarm. Damn it, keep accelerating. Everyone take a soldier's ration pill. I refuse to believe they won't tire. The trio bit into a soldier's ration pill and hastened their pace. 300 meters. Their speed continues to outstrip ours. The corpulent woman lamented. How can they remain so tireless? 2 minutes later, 200 meters. Hurry, hurry. We absolutely cannot let them catch up. The 3 were fraught with tension, pushing their speed to the utmost. Yet no matter how they strove, they could not shake off Shaoli and his companions, and the distance continued to dwindle. 100 meters. The stout woman shouted. Humph. They truly believe we are easy prey. Prepare for battle. The leader barked. The trio began to slow down, conserving their strength for the imminent confrontation. 50 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. What do you intend after pursuing us for so long? They asked warily as Shaoli and his companions closed in. Tian chuckled, of course. We seek the scroll. Did you think we were here to play with you? Realizing their pursuit was for a scroll, the trio replied. We can hand over the scroll to you, but you must cease your pursuit. Tian had not anticipated such a response and nodded in satisfaction. What type of scroll do you require? The Heaven Scroll or the Earth Scroll? One of the other ninjas asked cautiously. We require the Heaven Scroll. Surrender it, and we shall allow you to depart, Ningxi commanded without a hint of politeness. The trio, upon learning that the demand was for the Heaven Scroll, felt a flicker of joy. They possessed 2 copies of the Heaven Scroll, whereas they had only 1 Earth Scroll. Take it. This is the Heaven Scroll. The scroll ascended into the sky, and Tian leaped up in surprise to seize the heavenly scroll. However, upon grasping it, she sensed something amiss. Ningxi realized the danger and exclaimed, Tian, the scroll contains explosive tags. It's too late. If you desire the scroll, you must pay the price. The corpulent woman cackled ominously. Boom. Tian. Ningxi and Shaoli gasped, seemingly genuinely frightened. Just as the 3 Takigakure ninjas reveled in their perceived victory over one of them, they discovered that what fell after the explosion was merely a half piece of wood. They gasped in disbelief, unable to suppress their amusement as they glanced at each other. Shaoli and Ningxi, your performance was remarkably convincing. Indeed. One must never lower their guard in any situation. These individuals would not willingly relinquish the scroll and harbored murderous intentions. Tian emerged furiously from behind Shaoli, glaring at the 3 Takigakure ninjas. Thus, vigilance is paramount in every circumstance, especially within the forest of death, where one cannot easily trust anyone but their comrades. Shaoli brandished a kunai, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he spoke. At that moment, the 3 Takigakure ninjas trembled in fear, hastily apologizing for their earlier actions, offering to hand over the true heavenly scroll in hopes of being allowed to leave. It's too late. We are not easy prey. You have forced our hands. Ningxi coldly retorted, taking the initiative to strike first, with Shaoli following suit. Tian, already furious, unleashed a flurry of jutsu from the scroll in a wild frenzy. Stop. No. 3 lifeless bodies lay in the earth, and soon the scent of blood attracted lurking beasts, some of which rushed forward to gnaw at the corpses. Tian gazed at the scroll in her hand with a sigh, lamenting, I never wished to kill them. They possessed 2 heavenly scrolls and 1 earthly scroll. I truly cannot comprehend their motives. Ningxi sat beside the bodies in silence, fixated on the lifeless forms of the Takigakure ninjas, inexplicably sensing the fragility of life. Shaoli, observing the gnawed corpses, remarked flatly, human nature is inherently greedy. Desire is the original sin. Abandoning these traits, perhaps they should not have perished, yet their hearts were tainted with a sense of luck. Unwilling to relent despite knowing they were outmatched, both admirable and foolish. Indeed, human nature is rooted in greed, just as they sought to seize another's scroll despite already possessing one. In essence, it is the sin of desire. They hoped the competitive pressure would lessen, allowing them an easier path towards becoming Chunin. There is nothing to pity. Shaoli cast a glance at Ningxi, a faint smile playing upon his lips. It seemed Ningxi was increasingly influenced by this darker perspective. Shaoli believed that individuals observe issues from 2 vantage points, one in the light and the other in darkness. Those who see from the light are typically deemed virtuous, while those who view from the shadows are labeled malevolent. However, is the virtuous truly right and the malevolent truly wrong? Life is unpredictable. Shaoli recognized he was neither wholly good nor entirely evil, lingering in a state of ambiguity between the two. Meanwhile, Ningxi appeared to be delving deeper into the shadows, gradually succumbing to darkness. The conversation between the two of you is rather profound, leaving me utterly bewildered. Little Li, what shall we do next? We have acquired both the Celestial Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Should we not hasten to the Central Tower? Tian appears somewhat confused. It would be more manageable if it were Little Li, as he has always been enigmatic. But what of Ningxi? He too has become akin to Little Li. Yet, she finds herself indifferent to such matters, as she possesses 2 scrolls and wishes to hear Little Li's opinion. Little Li strides before Tian, seizing both the Celestial Scroll and the Earth Scroll, and with a swift motion, tears them asunder. Tian and Ningxi exchange perplexed glances at Little Li's actions. 1 scroll suffices. Let us proceed to the Central Tower, where I believe greater intrigue awaits us. Very well. The trio tidied themselves and set forth towards the Central Tower, leaving behind 3 lifeless bodies to be devoured by beasts. Hush! You two, keep your voices down. I sense something amiss ahead, Shikamaru cautioned, his ears twitching as he faintly detected distant disturbances. Upon hearing this, Ino and Choji became cautious, having spent 4 days in the Forest of Death. Were it not for Shikamaru's strategic mind, they might have perished countless times. Fortunately, thanks to Shikamaru's brilliance, they secured 1 scroll, which allowed them to make their way to the Central Tower. However, Shikamaru warned that the closer they approached the Central Tower, the more perilous it would become. Initially, Ino was skeptical, but after witnessing various shocking sights, she was compelled to trust Shikamaru's judgment. Now, with Shikamaru sensing danger, it was evident that something was amiss ahead. Such lovely hair, a pity it belongs to a broad forehead. Allow me to assist you in trimming it, Kin said, gripping Sakura's hair with a malicious grin, while another companion looked on. Shikamaru, peering through the foliage, recognized the situation unfolding in the distance, his pupils widening. It's Sakura? Upon hearing Sakura's name, Ino grew anxious and immediately inquired about Shikamaru's assessment. He provided a brief description, heightening Ino's apprehension. Though she harbored a disdain for Sakura, she could not deny that Sakura was her closest female friend and confidant. Confronted with the danger facing Sakura, Ino felt compelled to intervene, yet Shikamaru's words left her despondent. Ino, I hope you won't act impulsively. We should observe before taking action, Shikamaru advised. Sakura is in danger. What of Naruto and Sasuke? Where are they? Shikamaru turned to survey the area, noting several signs of traps, with a protective spot being a hollow in the trees. It seemed likely that Sasuke and Naruto had encountered peril as well. Otherwise, they would not allow Sakura to face danger alone. Moreover, it appeared that Sakura was endeavoring to protect them. Then Sakura is not in grave danger. I must go to her aid. While she can be infuriating. We did graduate from the same class, Ino declared, preparing to act. However, Shikamaru immediately restrained her, calmly stating, do not be rash. The situation remains unclear. Their dialogue suggests they harbor no intent to harm Sakura. Let us wait a moment longer. 2 minutes later, Sakura was visibly injured, and Kin's other companion, T.S., sneered as he regarded the hollow in the trees. It seems the traps were set to protect the two within the hollow. Allow me to bring their lives to an end. With his right hand gripping Tuss, Sakura approached the tree hollow, her face bruised and swollen. her eyelids heavy as she trembled at the sight of TOS moving closer. Sasuke and Naruto had both succumbed to unconsciousness. Should TOS proceed, their peril would be undeniable. Shikamaru. We must rescue Naruto and the others, just as Ino suggested. We graduated from the same class. CHG spoke up, his rare display of concern reflecting his kind nature. Unwilling to witness his classmates perish before him. Acknowledging CHG's sentiment, Shikamaru nodded in agreement, signaling Ino, in that case, let us demonstrate the prowess of our trio Ino. CHG, follow my lead. With Shikamaru's consent, Ino and CHG readied themselves for battle. Karen, a trap? TOS realized he had encountered a chakra wire. Its sheen transparent, causing a momentary shock. Upon triggering the first wire, the interconnected chakra strings resonated, unleashing a flurry of shuriken, each adorned with explosive tags. A mere parlor trick. TOS maintained his composure, discerning the trap as the shuriken approached. With a swift motion of his right hand, he proclaimed, rebound wave. Buzzing sounds echoed as the shuriken rebounded into the air. Breathing a sigh of relief, TOS was taken aback as more shuriken flew towards him from both sides. His expression darkened, and he retreated 3 steps before executing the rebound wave once more. Just then, shadow mimicry technique. What? Body flicker technique. Ramming tank. TOS had not anticipated an ambush. Meanwhile, Jean, who had been gripping Sakura tightly, transformed back to his original personality, releasing her hair and addressing Sakura. Sakura, are you all right? It's me, Ino. Ino, is that you? Sakura then fainted. TOS suddenly found himself immobilized as the incoming shuriken, also bearing explosive tags, approached with sinister intent. Glaring at his captor, do not attempt to use ninjutsu, Shikamaru commanded. With a resounding explosion, he promptly dispelled the technique, while CHG's body slammed into Jean, who had reverted to his original self. Ino leaped in front of CHG, forming hand seals at a critical moment to nullify the technique. Puff. Jean regained his personality, and upon seeing a massive, rolling form charging at her, her face paled in terror. Well done, CHG. Shikamaru's plan is indeed brilliant. We swiftly defeated the enemy. Ino exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Shikamaru. However, Shikamaru's smile faded into concern. No, they're not dead. A fat pig dares to pin me down. How is that possible? Ino gasped in disbelief. There's nothing impossible. We can sense every movement around us, for we are the sound ninja. Slowly, TOS emerged from the smoke, and as CHG stood, dizziness overcame him, a needle floating before his eyes. Jean stood before him, smirking. Sleep tight, you fat fool. CHG, don't look. Regrettably, it is too late. Dingxi's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Lumaru felt a pang of anxiety. Both individuals before him were formidable adversaries. Their earlier concealment had been painstakingly meticulous, yet they were still discovered. Evoking memories of Tuasi's words, Nin possessed an acute awareness of their surroundings, rivaling that of any perceptive ninja. In the meantime, Ino distanced herself from them. At this juncture, Ino swiftly lifted Sakura and retreated. Dingxi had already lost consciousness, collapsed before Jean, who stood with a foot pressed upon Dingxi's head. Gazing wildly at Lumaru and Ino. Jean, you handle the two in the tree hollow. I shall take care of these 2 brats, Tuasi commanded. Jean, with a toss of her chestnut hair, nodded in agreement. Currently, their group consisted of merely 2 members, and Tuasi's prowess surpassed her own, leaving her no choice but to heed Tuasi's orders. Moreover, they were under Orochimaru's directive to confront Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru's commands held paramount importance. Ino, listen to me. Lumaru whispered urgently in Ino's ear, to which she nodded continuously. Tuasi was not one to favor idle waiting, regardless of their strategic discussions. An early strike was all that was necessary. Shockwave. Tuasi charged toward Lumaru and Ino, his right hand wielding a metallic device that emitted sonic waves. Lumaru and Ino hastily retreated, widening the gap once more. Be cautious, Tuasi. That girl just now seemed to have controlled my persona, as if by some secret technique. Observing Tuasi's initial aggression, Jean recounted the earlier encounter to him. Upon hearing this, Tuasi grew vigilant, reflecting on why he had been immobilized moments ago. Just then, he noticed a shadow on the ground slithering towards him like a serpent. Startled, Tuasi leaped into the air. Do not even think about fleeing, Lumaru shouted. The shadow imitation technique relentlessly pursued Tuasi, who frowned and continued to retreat until he found himself before Jean. Lumaru accelerated his efforts, and Tuasi evaded once more. However, he quickly realized that Jean stood directly behind him, indicating that the true target was not himself, but rather Jean, who was being lured into the fray through manipulation. Indeed, Jean appeared bewildered, staring at Lumaru in confusion. Success. The shadow imitation technique has taken effect. Tuasi, reacting swiftly, noticed that Ino was already preparing to unleash a jutsu behind Lumaru. Alarmed, he shifted positions repeatedly, aware that the mind rotation technique required the enemy to remain stationary for it to be executed. Tuasi's continuous repositioning demonstrated his composure and strategic mindset. Curse it, brat. Can you not engage me like a proper man? Jean seethed, realizing her body was immobile, mirroring Lumaru's actions. From her pouch, she retrieved a kunai, aiming it at Tuasi. Tuasi, be careful. I cannot control my body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two kunai hurtled toward Tuasi, who, now irked, effortlessly dodged them. At that moment, Ino seized the opportunity to launch her jutsu. Tuasi redirected the kunai he caught towards Ino, prompting Lumaru to exclaim, Ino, be cautious. It seems there is something amiss ahead. Niji spoke softly, his Byakugan granting him a vision that extended 1,000 meters, allowing him to perceive the skirmish unfolding in the distance. Lee chuckled lightly and inquired, who is it? The 3 students from Asuma's team and the sound ninja whom you previously dispatched. Interestingly, Sakura Haruno is also present, and they have clashed with the sound ninja. How intriguing. Would you like to go and observe? Lee posed the question to Niji and Tintin. Tintin, feeling utterly bored as others in the forest of death remained on high alert, found the prospect of witnessing a spectacle irresistible. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, of course. I want to see how formidable this year's newcomers are. Niji echoed her sentiment, expressing his curiosity about those individuals as well. Then let us proceed to take a look. In a moment of urgency, Ino discarded the hand seals and evaded 2 kunai, while Shikamada rushed forward alongside Kin, both retrieving another kunai. Kin struggled to control her body, launching an attack against Toss, who had no choice but to confront her head-on. They became entangled, with Toss unable to harm Kin, while Kin seethed with anger. Shikamaru directed her to target Toss, which further fueled her wrath towards him. Yet Shikamaru paid little heed to her feelings. Ino, try to wake up Chuji and Sakura, quickly. Shikamaru discerned that the 2 were merely temporarily unconscious. A little stimulus should suffice to rouse them. Understood. Ino began calling out to Sakura, and after about a minute, Sakura finally regained her senses, her bruised face looking at Ino, on the verge of tears. However, Ino's tense demeanor alerted her to the gravity of the situation. Ino instructed her, Sakura, I need to wake Chuji. If you can move, assist Shikamaru. Sakura nodded, noticing Shikamaru controlling Kin as she battled Toss, while Ino hurried to Chuji's side, shaking him vigorously. Ino, hurry and wake Chuji. Shikamaru urged, realizing his chakra was nearly depleted. The shadow imitation technique, a modified form of the Nara clan's binding jutsu, still consumed a significant amount of chakra, and his reserves were far less than those of Naruto or Sasuke, even inferior to Ino's. Humph, kid. I wonder how much longer you can maintain that jutsu, Toss remarked, keenly observing Shikamaru while still engaged with Kin. A minute later, Ino succeeded in waking Chuji, who stretched, rubbed his eyes, and then turned serious as he addressed Ino. You can't just shake someone awake like that, Ino. Stop your whining and help Shikamaru. Ino retorted, realizing they were in the midst of battle. At that moment, Shikamaru had retreated to Chuji's side, panting heavily. I've exhausted my chakra. With the shadow imitation technique dispelled, Kin regained her freedom, glaring fiercely at Shikamaru, vowing, Kid, I'll be the first to kill you. Shikamaru scratched his head, resignedly stating, It seems I am truly ill-suited for acts of heroism. Sakura, can you still move? Shikamaru inquired as Sakura joined the trio, just as she intended to nod. She instead shook her head and replied, My chakra is nearly depleted. The situation is worse than I had imagined. Choji, Ino, you 2 are the only ones capable of fighting now. Sakura and I will only be able to hold them off. We must find a way to eliminate that woman. The 3 nodded in agreement, and the 4 swiftly drew their kunai, preparing for battle once more. At that moment, 3 figures appeared above them, calmly observing. TOS and Jean were taken aback and instinctively took 2 steps back, for the newcomers were none other than Lee, Niji, and Tenten. It's you, TOS exclaimed, trembling as he pointed at Lee and the others. Lee, noticing their reaction, remarked, Please do not look at me with such anger. We merely came out of curiosity to see how things were. Rest assured, we will not interfere in your battle. Upon hearing Lee's words, TOS retracted his trembling finger. While Jean was filled with panic, there were 7 leaf ninjas before them, and with 2 more lying in the tree hollow, could she and TOS truly handle this situation? Moreover, whether Lee's claim of non-interference was genuine remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and the others felt relieved at the arrival of leaf ninjas, especially a strong team like Lee's, which could at least intimidate the 2 enemies before them. Though Lee's refusal to intervene disappointed him, their mere presence would put the foes in a precarious position, unable to exert their full strength. However, Shikamaru's thoughts did not reflect those of others, particularly Sakura and Ino. Enraged, Ino exclaimed, "We have at least shared a meal with you. How can you stand by and do nothing?" Upon hearing Ino's words, aside from Tintin who felt a pang of empathy, both Lee and Niji furrowed their brows as a sinister chakra began to emanate from them. Lee let out a cold laugh and said, "The reason we do not intervene is that there is no necessity for our involvement. Just look at the situation in that tree hollow." The group was puzzled, following Lee's gaze toward the hollow, where almost everyone gasped in shock. "Sasuke!" Sakura and Ino cried out in joy, for Uchiha Sasuke had finally awakened. At that moment, the cursed seal enveloped his body, and the crimson Sharingan gleamed evilly as he cast a sinister smile at TOS and Jean. In an instant, Uchiha Sasuke vanished. So fast, TOS could not react in time and was sent flying. The force of the impact jolted his insides, causing him to spit out blood. Jean was horrified, and before he could comprehend, Uchiha Sasuke, exuding an aura of malevolence, stood before him. Jean gazed up at Sasuke in sheer terror. Was this the power of the cursed seal? So wicked, so dark. "Sasuke!" Sakura sensed something amiss and called out to him. However, Sasuke swiftly grasped Jean by the throat, lifting him off the ground with a menacing grin. "I heard you 2 intended to kill us. And what is even more unforgivable is that you have harmed Sakura like this. Allow me to let you experience the taste of despair. No, please, spare me." Jean found herself utterly immobilized, an insidious aura enveloping Sasuke, instilling within her an overwhelming sense of dread. As Jean teetered on the brink of suffocation at Sasuke's hands, Tatsu's eyes widened in horror as he lunged forward, attempting to unleash a counterattack. The ignorant Uchiha Sasuke regarded Tatsu's actions with a derisive smile, vanishing along with Jin's form, only to reappear instantaneously before Tatsu. With his left hand clawed, he seized Tatsu's right hand just as he was about to execute a jutsu, and with a sickening crunch, it shattered into countless fragments. Tatsu, in disbelief, had not anticipated the sheer terror of the cursed seal's power. "Uchiha Sasuke, you will pay for this," he roared in a frenzy, his eyes bloodshot. "You will pay for your ignorance." Observing Sasuke's actions, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino stood frozen in shock, while Sakura rushed forward, enveloping Sasuke in her arms, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Sasuke, please don't do this." Sakura clung tightly to Sasuke, and his heart quivered at her touch, his gaze sweeping over her with renewed fury. He was enraged, filled with an all-consuming hatred. Sakura, once charming yet vexatious, now bore wounds all over her body. How could he not be incensed? Sasuke's attention then shifted to Naruto, who lay incapacitated within a hollow tree. They both deserve to die. "Sasuke, I beg you, don't act this way. I'm terrified of you like this." Sakura sobbed, holding on to him desperately. The situation seemed to deviate from the original narrative. Perhaps it was due to my slaying of the Sound Ninja's comrade, or perhaps the ripple effect of the butterfly effect. Lee pondered momentarily, then a thought flickered through his mind. The current scenario bore resemblance to the original story. Yet he discerned that this Uchiha Sasuke was somewhat different from what he had previously known. "How does this power feel, Niji?" Lee asked softly. "Both wicked and formidable." Niji replied, his hands clenched tightly, his Byakugan eyes blazing with an insatiable yearning for such strength. "The aura emanating from Uchiha Sasuke is utterly loathsome. Should we not lend a hand, Lee?" Tenten remarked, her concern palpable. "Assist?" Lee looked at Niji, then a realization dawned upon him. "Niji, do you wish to test the limits of Uchiha's power?" Niji chuckled heartily. "That is precisely my intention." With a swift motion, Lee sprang into action. Uchiha Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed, regarding Lee with a cold smirk. "Do you seek your own demise?" Lee paid no heed to Sasuke's taunt as Sakura clung to him, nearly unraveling from the tension. What on earth was happening? Despite Sasuke's acquisition of cursed seal power, Lee remained undaunted. In essence, Sasuke's current state resembled that of a nouveau riche, and Lee's speed was comparable to that of the present Uchiha. His fists moved in a blur, launching an assault upon Sasuke. With a derisive laugh, Sasuke cast aside Tatsu and Jin's forms, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. "You are hailed as the strongest Genin. Let me witness your prowess. Sasuke retaliated with a punch, the sound echoing in the air. Little Lee unleashed the formidable power of his strength, sending Uchiha Sasuke staggering back several steps, while he himself only retreated 3. Retracting his fist, he chuckled, "Your strength is commendable, yet alas, it cannot overcome me. However, your true opponent is not I, but rather Hinata. I am curious to see whether the Hyuga clan is stronger or the Uchiha." What? Niji's figure suddenly materialized before Uchiha Sasuke, his expression devoid of emotion. "Do you wish to engage in battle with me?" Sasuke responded with a cold smirk. "Engage? I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your capacity." "Capacity? You seek death." The mention of testing capacity evoked memories of Orochimaru, and a surge of helplessness ignited Sasuke's fury, propelling him forward. "Come." Sakura, having been forcefully pushed aside by Sasuke during his clash with Little Lee, was now caught in a scenario that none had anticipated. Shikamaru and others were equally stunned, their minds racing. Sasuke and Niji were actually about to fight. "You too. Get out of my way." Little Lee commanded, his voice directed towards Tors and Jean, both of whom were battered and bruised. Without hesitation, Jean found himself unable to move, while Tors, cradling Jean, scurried away into the forest like a frightened mouse. Swish. Uchiha Sasuke and Niji engaged, with Niji maintaining a calm demeanor, though his hand felt slightly numb. Sasuke, however, found himself in a worse predicament. The power granted by the cursed seal had made him immensely strong. Yet Niji's earlier strike left his hand feeling as though it had been severed, accompanied by waves of pain. Niji assumed the classic gentle fist stance and gazed at Uchiha Sasuke, grimly declaring, "You are already within my bagua. Let me witness the true strength of the Uchiha." The strength of the Uchiha. Very well. If you wish to challenge it, I shall show you why the Uchiha have always stood above your Hyuga clan. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, his cheeks puffing out as he exclaimed, "Fire style? Great fireball technique." A colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, more massive and ferocious than ever before. Indeed, the Uchiha had traditionally overshadowed the Hyuga, but now the Uchiha's presence had waned, with the strongest faction in Konoha being the Hyuga. Bagua. Kaiten. As the great fireball bore down upon him, Niji activated Kaiten, engulfing him in flames that surged and crackled around him. The spectators trembled, with Shikamaru stammering, "How powerful is Uchiha Sasuke? And Niji of the Hyuga is formidable as well."